Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Last of Humanity. This is my new original story which I have been working on recently. I was inspired by the other DC/Fate fanfic here which was abandoned by the author. This concept has an interesting charm. I wanted to try getting some input on how to assimilate the multiverse stuff into the story and the direction. As an avid multiverse fan, I'll try to merge some elements of it in the DC universe. But not too many world-ending stuff, DC already have plenty of it. The origin stuff is explained in later chapters, so don't worry. All will be revealed in time. Without further BS, enjoy. This feels way too bright for 10 p.m. That was the first thought that slithered into my half-conscious brain as warmth and blinding light seeped through my closed eyelids. My bed, which had never failed to cradle me after a long shift, suddenly felt like it was sitting under a tanning lamp from hell. Groggy, I cracked one eye open. And that's when I saw it. A mushroom cloud. Glowing, monstrous, and rising like an ancient god from the horizon. A literal goddamn mushroom cloud. Orange, red, and yellow flames spiraled upward, dancing on the bones of the earth as if to mock the idea that we ever thought we were in control. What the actual fuck? My brain lagged. Was this a movie? A prank? Was someone filming a nuclear drama down the street? No. This was real. Too real. Did World War III start while I was asleep? I mumbled, dumbfounded. Wait, who the hell even nukes Canada? We did have oil reserves, but not that we ever used it. We didn't have military bases worth targeting. We don't even have gold or uranium mines that is valuable enough. Our biggest exports were politeness, maple syrup, and poutine. Hell, we practically spoon-fed America all our money and resources while we were busy arguing over hockey. Why nuke us? If anyone deserves to live through this, it better be Ryan Reynolds, I thought bitterly. He's the only universally loved Canadian we have left. Before I could reach for my phone, or, more accurately, before I even finished blinking, another white-hot flash lit up the sky. Then another. I checked my phone, and apparently Israel was nuked by Russia after they decided to double-team Iran. Then China also released a bio-weapon in USA, and Uncle Sam always shoots first and asks questions later. So they nuked China. Now where does Canada get nuked? Apparently, the missile range from China was miscalculated by their scientists. I don't know how that's even possible by an Asian. And lucky us, we were the recipients of our neighbor's delivery. Would have been nice if it was an Amazon package, not multiple nuclear missiles. So, we're fucked I guess, I muttered as I clicked on YouTube and played 21 Guns, and put on my headphones. I lit up a cigarette and closed my eyes as I inhaled the smoke. The music played softly. Do you know what's worth fighting for? When it's not worth dying for? Does it take your breath away? And you feel yourself suffocating? Does the pain weigh out the pride? And you look for a place to hide? Did someone break your heart inside? You're in ruins. 21 Guns. Lay down your arms, give up the fight. 21 Guns. Throw up your arms into the sky. You and I. I calmly watched as people were running around, probably screaming and crying. I wonder, will humanity survive this war? Probably not. We have pushed our luck for too long. But it's sad that many innocents will die as well. But if they survive, thousands of years later, how will they remember us? Will we be just a footnote of what not to do? Will there be a person who will know that once, there existed a man named Edward Elric? Another bomb dropped from the sky, right across the block this time. The explosion went off first as smoke rose above with heat, forming a mushroom cloud. The shockwave came next, faster than I could process. My window shattered inward, the walls crashed, and the floor beneath me crumbled as if the world had grown tired of my humble one-bedroom apartment. I was smashed by countless debris and my vision was blocked by the dust. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes again, I immediately wished I hadn't. I was in hell, or something very close. The world shall know pain, I muttered in a dry rasp, quoting Naruto for no apparent reason. Maybe I thought it would be funny. It wasn't. I couldn't feel my legs. That thought hit first. Then came the realization of why my lower half was missing. Gone. Splattered across what remained of my living room like a modern art piece painted by God's worst mood swing. My dick was gone as well, so no point struggling to survive or some shit. Might as well give up. A metal rod had impaled my midsection. My intestines were dangling like streamers from a birthday party held in a graveyard. I should have been screaming. panicking, crying. Instead, I felt nothing. No pain. No fear. Just an odd numbness. Maybe it was shock, or maybe, just maybe, my brain had already given up. Guess I don't have to go to work tomorrow, I thought with a dry chuckle. Small victories. Blood filled my mouth like copper syrup. My throat burned, but I wasn't coughing. Wasn't struggling. Just lying there. Alive, technically. Why am I not dead? That question repeated in my head like a broken song lyric. Am I immortal? Did I unlock Wolverine's powers? Or maybe I'm just stuck in one of those horrible simulation nightmares where your brain keeps the body alive for no reason. I mused. The world around me was gone. Flattened. No neighbors. No buildings. Just scorched earth and the occasional flaming husk of a car or tree. No sound. No birds. No cries for help. Just silence. Death had been efficient. And yet here I was, impaled, dismembered, and apparently still not dead. That's when I felt it. A force pulling me, tearing me away from the scorched ruins. It didn't hurt. Not exactly. But it felt like I was being yanked through reality by something older and stronger than logic. I didn't fight it. What was there to fight for? One moment I was lying in nuclear rubble, and the next, I was floating in space. Actual space. Not a dream. Not a hallucination. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds. Galaxies swirled in slow motion, and everything felt infinite, eternal, peaceful. I should have been awestruck. And I was, briefly. Then, of course, I remembered, humans can't breathe in space. Yet here I was, very much conscious, not suffocating. A comet, or a burning asteroid, maybe a solar flare streaked by, I honestly never paid enough attention in school. Its radiant tail casting waves of light around me. I stared, dumbly fascinated. I failed science class 3 times. But I'm pretty sure none of this is normal. Suddenly, the stars shifted. Darkness bloomed behind me, complete and inescapable. And formed a very special phenomena. A black hole. It pulsed, beckoning. Great. A giant space vacuum. Just what I needed. Hope this ends me. I didn't resist as it pulled me in. What was the point? The planet was likely ash. My family was probably gone. I was already dead, or should be. Maybe this was the afterlife's way of clearing up loose ends. As I drew closer, I felt the pressure, impossible pressure. Crushing, folding, compacting. Every atom of my body screamed. Finally, I felt something. Not pain. Not fear. Just an overwhelming sadness and regret. Not for myself. But for the life I'd lived. I'd been average. Forgettable. Edward Elric, not the famous alchemist from anime, mind you. Just a tired 20-year-old minimum wage drone working double shifts at a gas station in Toronto. My biggest accomplishment was once convincing a raccoon to leave a customer's car alone using a bag of chips. I had dreams, of course. Who didn't? I wanted to travel. Fall in love. Scream at Warner Brothers. And James Gunn for butchering Superman again while quoting Godfather, look how they massacred my boy. But I'd never gotten the chance. Some asshat politician pushed a button in a bunker somewhere, and my story, our story, was over. Billions of people wiped out for reasons we'd never understand. What a meaningless end, I whispered as the black hole consumed me. Then everything went dark. But Edward's story didn't end there. Unseen by mortal eyes, a shimmer of light erupted the moment his body broke apart. 10 fragments, small, glowing orbs, circled the point before he had vanished. They pulsed with energy, each one holding power far beyond human comprehension. 10 symbols. 10 legacies. 10 heroes. They didn't mourn. They didn't speak. They simply entered Edward's broken soul, as if summoned by fate itself. A being appeared in the place Edward vanished. Its whole body was shrouded in darkness and light. It looked at the ruined planet and spoke softly, the land of steel, the end of humanity. Yet it persists, like a flame flickering before burning out. Perhaps you will show me a different future. After all, you inherited the will of your ancestor. Let me bear witness to your story, Edward. And then, just as quickly as Edward vanished, it was gone too. Meanwhile, Edward was being hurled through space and dimensions. Not dead. Not alive. But somewhere else entirely. Somewhere far stranger. Somewhere far more dangerous. I woke up face first in sand with the sun shining brightly. Seagulls cawed in the sky and the sound of waves hitting the shores entered my ears. Not exactly how I expected to start the day. The first thing I felt was sunlight kicking me in the face like it had a personal vendetta. The second was the warm breeze brushing against my cheeks, real breeze, not the kind that smells like piss and concrete steam back in Toronto. This definitely ain't Toronto, I muttered to myself. No honking taxis, no college kids vaping beside Tim Hortons, no drugged-out guy having a full-on anime battle with a lamppost. Most importantly, no overwhelming scent of sweat from packed subways full of people who don't know what deodorant is. I sat up slowly, brushing sand off my shirt, blinking against the sunlight. The sky above was too blue, the air too fresh. The usual soul-crushing cloud blanket over Toronto was nowhere in sight. Instead, it was like someone had photoshopped the real world, crystal clear waves, white sand, tropical birds chirping like they'd been paid to do it. Beautiful. Unreal. Was I dead? Or dreaming? Or maybe this was limbo, and I had to find Ryan Reynolds to guide me to heaven. But as I stood up and patted myself down, I realized something else. My body was perfectly fine. No burn marks. No twisted limbs. No sign of the metal rod that had impaled me or the nuke-to-hell suburban wasteland I was stuck in 5 minutes ago. Was it a dream? A hallucination before death? Yeah, no. My gut said otherwise. And my gut was proven right when a freaking shadow blotted out the sun behind me. I turned around slowly. And there it was. A cyclops. A literal one-eyed, towering cyclops holding what looked like an entire uprooted tree as a club. He stared down at me, a single massive brown eye blinking curiously like he couldn't decide whether to kill me or ask for directions. I raised my hand and waved weakly. Hello there, good sir. Nice day for fishing, ain't it? He blinked again, confused. Then, to my surprise, he replied in a deep rumble, why are you not running in fear or attacking me like the others? I scratched the back of my head, still taking in the fact that this giant had better English than half the people in my high school. Why would I? You haven't tried to eat me or smash me into paste. Seems rude to make assumptions. He tilted his head, considering that. True. I only attack those who try to steal my things. Most humans who come here try to kill me or take my sheep. I squinted past his huge frame. Sure enough, there were dozens of fluffy sheep grazing peacefully nearby, completely unbothered by their massive guardian. Well, I don't even like lamb meat, I said, shrugging. You're safe, big guy. The Cyclops scratched his thick head with a giant finger. You are strange. You feel no fear. What is your name? Edward Elric, at your service. I replied, half out of habit, half out of sarcasm. Though I have a sneaking suspicion this ain't the same world I came from. Probably fell from the sky. My name is Polyphemus. You came from the sea, didn't you? You must have hit your head, he said, frowning. Humans don't fall from the sky. Buddy, I sighed, if only you knew. But seriously, what is this place? What era are we in? Is there a name for this island? He looked a little downcast. I don't know. I was left here a long time ago. Father banished me from the seas. Said I was too ugly and weak to walk among mortals. I raised an eyebrow. Harsh. Who's your dad, some kind of strict fisherman? He puffed up proudly. Poseidon. God of the sea and earthquakes. I blinked. Right. Of course. Why not? That explains the whole Greek myth vibe. He nodded, missing my sarcasm completely. The last humans who came here said they were from Athens. They spoke of a war, something about going to Troy. I visibly flinched. The Trojan War. That meant either I was in the past, inside some bizarre mythological dreamscape, or in one hell of a bad acid trip. Well, crap, I muttered. So I've been nuked to death, dragged through a black hole, and now I've landed in ancient Greece with Pokemon tier monsters. The Cyclops looked sad again, watching me quietly. Hey, I added, softening a little, you're not that ugly, dude. I mean, sure, you wouldn't win a beauty contest, but neither would I. And you're definitely strong enough. Overall, you seem like a nice guy. His face lit up like I'd handed him a winning lottery ticket. You think so? Yeah, really, I grinned. It's nice to meet you and all, but I don't plan to spend my life in this island. This is my new life, so I plan to see the world and experience everything it has to offer. His eyes somewhat dimmed, probably sad that the only decent person he met was going away. I thought for a while and decided. Tell you what, can you shrink down to my size or something? Then you can join me and see the world. Because otherwise you're gonna have a hard time fitting in on our upcoming epic quest to nowhere. His face lit up but dimmed again. Father forbade me from ever leaving this island. He said punishment would follow if I disobeyed. I walked over and patted his massive leg, the only thing I could reach. Living under someone else's orders your whole life isn't living at all. You've got to make your own choices, fam. Fam. Yeah. Polyphemus is a mouthful. I'm calling you fam. You're officially my Cyclops sidekick now. He looked touched. Actually touched. Like no one had ever said anything nice to him before. You're very kind, Edward. No one has ever treated me like this. Not even my father or brothers. Thank you. Don't get weepy on me, big guy, I said, smirking. Come on, we're gonna build a boat, stock up on food, and see what the hell this world has in store. Can't be worse than being atomized. He sniffled, wiped his eye, and then something incredible happened, his massive frame shrank. Not fully human-sized, but down to a solid 7 feet. Like a roided-out basketball player in a fur toga. Perfect, I nodded. Now we just need a ship. And snacks. Lots of snacks. Fam knelt beside me, offering a gentle smile. Thank you, Edward. My first and only friend. I raised my fist toward him. No worries, fam. Friends don't need to thank each other. He stared at my fist in confusion. I showed him how to fist bump. When he got the hang of it, he grinned ear to ear. This is what friends do. Yup. And you better get used to it, big guy. Because we've got one hell of a journey ahead. As we walked down the beach together, me, a sarcastic Canadian with a death wish, and him, a misunderstood Cyclops with daddy issues, I felt something hum inside me. A strange warmth pulsing through my chest. Unknown to fam, and even to me, 10 small lights glimmered faintly beneath my skin, 10 forgotten relics, 10 fragments of heroic legacies, waiting for their time. The world had ended once. But my story? It was just getting started. Chapter 2, my friend. Are you sure this is how boats are made? Fam squinted down at the half-built monstrosity we were working on, if you could even call it a boat. To me, it looked like someone tried to cosplay Noah's Ark with zero prior experience and no YouTube tutorials. A few logs tied together with vine ropes, a half-hollowed tree trunk for steering, and a tarp that looked suspiciously like a sheep's blanket. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and flopped down on the sand, panting. Absolutely not. I once failed woodworking class in high school because I glued my project to the desk. But unless Poseidon airdrops us a luxury yacht, this is the best we've got. Fam tilted his head. What is high school? Ah. Right. Myth world. It's like a place where young humans go to pretend to learn things while secretly just trying to survive hormonal warfare and eat instant noodles without getting bullied. I see. He nodded solemnly, as if I'd just described the Iliad. Anyway, I continued, grabbing a crude oar and inspecting its crookedness, we're not trying to win Ship of the Year. We just need this bad boy to float. Fam smiled, sitting cross-legged beside me, the sand crunching under his huge form. This reminds me of when I used to help my mother weave fishing nets. I was very bad at it. Let me guess, you tangled yourself up. No, he said with a sheepish smile. I tore them by accident. My fingers were too big. I chuckled. Hey, I once broke a vending machine because I punched it when it ate my change. So technically, we're both threats to fragile things. We shared a laugh, the kind that sneaks up on you when the world feels a little less terrible than it did 5 minutes ago. The days passed slowly but not unpleasantly. Each morning we'd wake up to ocean waves slapping the shore, the sheep bawing like they were performing their own chorus, and sunlight warming the sand. And each morning, Fam would prepare breakfast, usually fruits, nuts, and what he insisted were organic mountain herbs. Tasted like wet socks. But I ate it anyway. During the day, we'd haul wood, carve planks, and argue about designs like two bickering old men who'd watched too many pirate movies. I wanted sails, he wanted horns. I wanted a steering wheel, he suggested we use a goat skull as a compass. Fam, buddy, I said one afternoon, pointing at the horned figurehead he'd proudly mounted. Are we building a ship or a sea demon? Both, he offered. I stared. He blinked innocently. Fine, I sighed. But if this thing starts chanting in Latin, I'm jumping overboard. When we weren't busy pretending to be ancient engineers, we talked. A lot. Fam turned out to be a surprisingly curious soul. For someone raised in isolation, he wanted to know everything, what cities looked like, what ice cream tasted like, why humans wore socks, what an anime was, and how my world had managed to build flying machines but couldn't figure out world peace. I don't get it, he said one evening as we sat beside a small fire, the half-built ship looming in the moonlight behind us. If your people can go to the moon, why can't they stop hurting each other? I threw a stone into the sea. Because going to the moon is easier than getting everyone to stop being greedy idiots. He nodded slowly. That makes sense. Even the gods fight each other all the time. They are powerful but foolish. Yeah, sounds about right. Replace gods with presidents and you've nailed it. Silence fell for a bit. Then Fam asked, almost hesitantly, "Do you miss your home?" I thought about that. Did I? I miss certain things. The smell of coffee in the morning. The sound of rain on my window. Video games. The dumb memes. The rare moments of peace when everything felt normal. But I didn't miss the soul-sucking jobs. The loneliness. The feeling that the world was just grinding you down. I guess I miss the good parts, I replied, voice soft. But I don't think I ever really fit there. I was just another cog in the machine. Fam tilted his head. Then maybe this is your second chance. A new world where you can do more than just survive. I blinked at him. Damn, Fam. That was deep. Did you read that off a seashell or something? He grinned. No. I just said what I felt. It wasn't all heart-to-hearts and shipbuilding, though. There were incidents. Like the time I tried to chop wood and accidentally dropped the axe on my foot. Or when Fam tried to help me swim and accidentally yeeted me 15 feet across the water because he forgot his strength. Or the time we built a sail, but he sewed it backward and the boat spun in circles like a drunk Beyblade. We argued. We laughed. We learned. Fam had a childlike wonder, but also a gentle heart. Despite being physically terrifying, he was the least monstrous being I'd ever met. Every time I showed him something new, how to use a nail, how to carve shapes, even how to make fart noises with your armpit, his eyes would light up like Christmas morning. And every time I stumbled or messed up, he never mocked me. Just offered a hand, a grin, and sometimes, an overly enthusiastic high five that almost dislocated my arm. By the end of the next month, our ship was, by some miracle, complete. Well, complete, in the same way a cardboard tank is complete, technically functional, questionably reliable, and 100% bound to earn us a Darwin Award. But we were proud of it. Made from scavenged wood, vines, animal hide, and a ridiculous amount of hope, it had one sail, 2 seats, and a goat skull on the prow that Fam insisted would protect us from sea monsters. His name is Atlantis, Fam said proudly. Great, I nodded. Atlantis the goat skull. Exactly what every heroic journey needs. As we started loading supplies, fruit, water, extra vines, and whatever other random junk Fam thought might be, blessed by forest spirits, I felt a strange knot in my stomach. Not fear. Not dread. Excitement. Maybe for the first time in my life. That night, before we set sail, Fam and I sat by the fire again. The stars twinkled above, and the boat sat ready just a few feet away. Thank you, Edward. Fam said, his voice low. For freeing me from this island and loneliness. For treating me like a friend when others tried to only kill me. I gave him a sideways look. Don't get all emotional on me now, big guy. This is only the start. He looked down, I soft. Even so. No one's ever given me a choice before. Not even my father. I nudged his arm. Well, now you've got one. And tomorrow, we're choosing chaos, adventure, and probably a high chance of death. He laughed. A deep, booming laugh that echoed across the beach and into the night. I joined in. For the first time in ages, I didn't feel like just a guy who died in a nuclear disaster. I felt alive. We stood at the shore. The boat, patched together from wood, vines, sheepwool sails, and ambition, was finally ready. The morning sky was clear, and the waves lapped gently at the beach like the world itself was giving us a soft green light to begin. Everything's packed, I said, hoisting our bags of fruit and water into the boat. This is it, Fam. Our grand, possibly ill-fated adventure begins. Fam was beaming. His 7-foot form stood proud, his one eye filled with something I'd never seen before, hope. He looked down at the boat, then at the ocean stretching into infinity. I never thought I'd leave this island, he said quietly, almost like he didn't want to jinx it. I grinned. Told you. Sometimes all you need is a push, and maybe a sarcastic Canadian stowaway. He laughed, deep, pure, and real. For once, he didn't seem like a lonely outcast or a discarded son of a god. He seemed free. But freedom doesn't come without a price. The first crack of thunder echoed across the sky. I looked up. The clear blue had turned the color grayish-black. Clouds churned like angry beasts above, swallowing the sun. The waves, once calm, now thrashed against the shore, as if trying to pull the boat back to land. What the hell? I muttered. Fam's smile vanished. No, 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 he muttered, stepping back from the shore. His eye widened in fear. It's him. He knows. He's angry. Another bolt of lightning split the sky, this one so close it lit up the sand beneath our feet. Who? I asked, already guessing. Poseidon, Fam whispered. My father. A massive wave surged behind us, and from it walked a figure, tall, ancient, and godlike. 10 feet tall, bronze skin, muscle-bound and regal in a white and gold toga that shimmered like silk in the rain. He carried a trident that pulsed with oceanic power, and as he approached, the sky seemed to bow in submission. His voice cracked like thunder. "How dare you disobey my orders, Polyphemus?" Fam dropped to one knee instinctively, shaking. "Father, I just wanted to see the outside world. I know you hate me. I know you're ashamed of me. But I promise. I'll never tell anyone whose son I am. I swear it." I watched, stunned, as the Cyclops I had come to know as my friend, gentle, curious, and pure, trembled before this arrogant, celestial bastard. And something in me snapped. I took a step forward and shouted over the storm. "Fuck you, Poseidon." Everything went still for a moment. Even the thunder seemed to pause. "Nobody," I spat, "nobody gets to decide the limits of someone else's life. Especially not a coward hiding behind divine power and a superiority complex." Poseidon's eyes narrowed, and then his voice came down like a crashing wave. "You dare insult me, mortal? You, who have no fate, no destiny, dare speak before a god?" He turned his gaze to me fully now, eyes glowing like deep-sea storms. "Who are you, child of ashes? Why do the fates not weave your thread?" I staggered a little under his gaze. The weight of his presence was unbearable, like gravity itself bent around him. But then I looked at Fam, beaten down, head bowed, afraid. And I remembered why I was here. I stood tall, ignoring the sharp pain still lingering from the last time death tried to take me. "My name," I said, "is Edward Elric. Friend of Polyphemus. And a very, very pissed off guy." Poseidon scoffed. With a flick of his hand, I was launched backward like a toy. My body slammed into a rock, and I heard a crunch that wasn't from the stone. Pain exploded in my ribs, and blood filled my mouth like acid. I gasped, barely able to breathe. My limbs felt like they'd been shattered. Is this it? I thought. Is this dying again? But before I could sink into the dark, a shadow loomed over me. Fam. He stood tall again, no longer trembling. His form reverted, towering, monstrous in size, but there was something different. He wasn't just a Cyclops anymore. He was a friend. A protector. He spread his arms wide in front of me. "Father, stop," he shouted. This was my choice. Edward didn't force me. "Don't hurt him." Poseidon's face twisted into disgust. "You defend him. A human who spat in the face of a god." "He's my only friend," Fam said simply, turning to glance at me. He tried to smile, but it was the kind of smile someone gives when they know it's all about to end. He made me feel like I mattered. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream for him to run. To not do this. But my voice caught in my chest. Poseidon shook his head. "You think I didn't watch you too," he said coldly. "That human mocked the divine every day. Then he did to my face. He deserves punishment. Step aside, boy." Polyphemus didn't move. "I won't let you touch him." The silence after those words was chilling. Even the ocean stilled, as if holding its breath. Poseidon looked, amused. "So. You've grown. A coward before, now a rebel. Interesting. But remember my foolish son, without strength, courage is meaningless." He raised his trident. I tried to scream. "Fam, watch out." Too late. The trident flew with the force of a tidal wave. It pierced through Fam's chest cleanly. The sound it made was not thunderous. It was soft. Like the breaking of something sacred. Blood poured like rain. The sand turned crimson. Fam didn't scream. He didn't flinch. He simply stood there, shielding me with his giant body. He caught the trident, his massive hands gripped it, stopping it from impaling me completely. His eye dimmed, but his lips curled in a soft smile as blood began to pour. "Ed. Ward." He whispered, voice trembling. "Thank you for being my friend. It was the happiest days of my life." I couldn't hold back anymore. "No." I crawled toward him, pain screaming through every fiber of my body. "Don't die, Fam. We were supposed to go on an adventure. You were going to see the world with me." He looked at me one last time. "Then, go on, see it, for both of us, my friend." He slumped forward, his massive frame collapsing beside me. The impact sent dust and sand flying. His eye, once bright and filled with curiosity, stared blankly into the clouds above. My friend was no more. I clutched his hand. It was still warm. "No." I whispered. "Don't go. Please." I can't do this alone. Tears streamed down my face, hot and blinding. I hadn't cried when I died. I hadn't cried when the world ended. But now. Now I wept. Because he was my friend. My first true friend. Chapter 3, This Must Be Hell. The storm around the island had faded. The clouds were pulling back. The wind had calmed. The sea no longer roared like it wanted to kill everything in sight. But inside me, I felt worse than any storm. You ever have one of those moments where it feels like things might finally be okay? Where after all the crap life throws at you, you get a glimpse, just a small one, of something good. That's what it had been. Until everything shattered. I wasn't like some movie hero. I didn't scream or cry in slow motion. I just stood there, staring at Fam's body, while something deep inside me twisted and broke. I wanted to say something, anything, but my mouth felt sewn shut. The last few weeks ran through my head like a cruel joke. All those days building the boat together. The stupid jokes. The weird meals. The long talks under the stars. Why are you tying the rope like that? Fam asked once, watching me fumble with a knot. I saw it in a survival show once, I said, tongue sticking out as I concentrated. The guy made it look easy. It doesn't look easy. Shut up. He laughed, the kind of loud, goofy laugh you couldn't fake if you tried. You're lucky I'm strong enough to hold this thing steady. Otherwise, we'd both be swimming. I thought you liked swimming. I like not drowning more. We both laughed then. I didn't even realize I'd let my guard down around him that much. It felt good. I blinked, and I was back in the present. The smell of blood replaced the scent of salt and wood. His body hadn't moved. Not a twitch. I crouched beside him, my hand resting lightly on his arm. It was still warm. That hit me harder than I thought. Like his body hadn't figured out he was dead yet. You idiot, I whispered. You were supposed to see the world. His face was calm. That same dumb smile still on his lips. Even when Poseidon's trident had torn through him, he hadn't screamed. He just smiled at me and said thank you. That was it. A goodbye disguised as kindness. I looked at the wreck of the boat we had built together. Pieces of it scattered across the beach, shattered and soaked in blood. Just like our plans. Something tightened in my chest. I wasn't reacting the way most people probably would. When I died back in my old world, I didn't feel much either. No panic. No terror. Just a little regret. A little sadness. But mostly emptiness. That had been my life, anyway. Empty. Numb. I kept my head down. Took what came. Never pushed back. Even when people treated me like crap, I just swallowed it and kept moving. I guess I got used to it. But then I met Fam. And something changed. His dumb jokes. His excitement over the smallest things. His weird obsession with naming sheep. He made things feel real again. I didn't even notice how much I started to laugh. How much I started to care. For the first time in I don't even know how long, I didn't feel alone. He gave me something I didn't think I deserved, friendship. And I let him die. Because I was too weak. Too slow. Too late. So, life has decided show me yet again, good things never last long. My rational side evaporated, and rage was all I felt. And when rationality leaves, people do crazy things. Poseidon stood tall, his sea blue eyes glinting with disdain as he stared down at us, at the lifeless form of Polyphemus, still shielding my broken body. What a useless waste, he muttered, voice cold and final. I don't need such a useless and pathetic son. That was it. That was the moment something inside me snapped. The grief didn't leave, it hardened. Crystallized into something I didn't know anything about. My tears dried not because I was at peace, but because my soul had ignited. The hole in my chest where sorrow had lived was now a furnace. I felt my body burning up, as if my veins were on fire. But I ignored it. I looked up at the self-proclaimed God who murdered his own son, for a simple and ridiculous reason, and all I felt was rage, pure, unfiltered, world-scorching rage. I pushed myself up, broken ribs screaming in protest, body trembling under the weight of it all, but I didn't care. I stood tall. I faced Poseidon as I felt a burning sensation in my eyes. He looked mildly annoyed, like my defiance was a fly buzzing in his ear. But I wasn't a fly. I was becoming something else now. Something beyond a human. You are no god, I said, my voice low but burning. You're not even worthy of being called an animal. Polyphemus was more human than you'll ever be. 1,000 times more. And you murdered him just because he dared to live. Poseidon's lip curled. You dare speak to me that way, insect. Don't you realize your situation right now? With a single blow, you will become dust. You disgusting excuse of a father, I spat out the blood that gathered in my mouth. Even if it kills me, I will kill you. The air itself seemed to recoil. Poseidon's eyes widened, then narrowed into fury. The sea roared behind him as he raised his arm. So, you have chosen death. I was considering, for my son's sake, to spare you if you groveled at my feet, but now, you'll beg for mercy before I erase you. He wrenched his trident from Fam's body, his own son's body, and with a thunderous growl, hurled it straight at me. It looked like everything was moving in slow motion as the world around me fell silent somehow. I didn't move. I didn't flinch. Gods. Demons. Monsters. Humans. My voice echoed with cold fury as I clenched my fists. It doesn't matter who or what you are. If you hurt those I care about. I gritted my teeth. I will kill you. I'll kill you all. I shall tear down your lofty thrones and drag you to the depths of hell. I'll erase your very existence until there's nothing left. The trident came closer. Time slowed. The world blurred into silence and motion. Yet I stood tall, facing my death head-on, my eyes still locked on Poseidon. And then, a voice resounded in my head. Deep. Mocking. Proud. Very well, mongrel. You have gained this king's interest. You are worthy to bear witness of my glory. It wasn't mine. But it was within me. It echoed through my bones, my soul, my blood. Poseidon froze mid-motion, his expression shifting from rage to unease. And then, shock. Your eyes. They're red. No, are you also of divine blood? What are you? I raised my hand. And caught the trident midair as I closed my eyes. The impact should have torn my arm clean off. But instead, it shuddered in my grip and fell silent, like it had just been grabbed by something greater than the sea. My eyes closed. Yet I could see. Not the beach. Not Poseidon. But something older. Deeper. Golden palaces under blood-red skies. A throne that sat above all. A man adorned in gold, with crimson eyes like mine. His arrogance was suffocating, his presence overwhelming, but behind the sneer was a sadness so deep, it hurts to even imagine. I saw him in war, raining spears of light from the heavens upon gods and monsters alike. I saw him on the battlefield, undaunted, proud, untouchable. Yet, I also saw him kneel beside a dying friend, clutching the broken body in trembling arms. A single tear fell down the cheek of the so-called king of heroes. The helpless laughter and acceptance, after a snake took away his chance of immortality. He had everything, and yet nothing. And for the first time, I understood. Humans at our core, we aren't so different. And then, like muscle memory, the words slipped from my mouth. Equip. Archer. A golden light exploded from within me, blinding and divine. Poseidon shielded his eyes as the world was engulfed in a brilliant golden light. My torn clothes vanished. In their place, radiant golden armor assembled piece by piece, gleaming with regal authority. A long crimson cape unfurled behind me like war's own banner, flapping in the windless air. My reflection in the ocean's edge showed strands of my wet black hair turning gold, glowing faintly in the storm's aftermath. My eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were the king's. Crimson. Burning. Timeless. Poseidon staggered back, the sea trembling beneath his feet. That armor. No. That power belongs to. I cut him off. Not with actions. But with a whisper. Open, gate of Babylon. The sky behind me cracked. No, it rippled. Like reality itself had bent, kneeling to power beyond comprehension. One by one, golden portals bloomed into existence, humming with unnatural energy. Tens at first, then hundreds, then thousands. From each portal, ancient weapons hovered, swords, spears, bows, axes, hammers, chains, all legendary, all divine, all pointed at the god of the ocean. The black sky was now shining golden, as if the sun had risen again. Poseidon's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, it can't be. You are not him. He is dead, that monster who killed his own gods. I stepped forward, every step echoing like the march of judgment. Maybe I'm not him, maybe all of this makes no sense. I said, voice deeper now, laced with something not quite human. But right now. I raised my hand emotionlessly. Hundreds of blades locked into his position from behind me, trembling with barely restrained destruction. I am his wrath. Poseidon shook his head, trying to focus. Then he scoffed, even if you are him, I am Poseidon. His grip on his trident strengthened as he stared down at me. He didn't know how close he was standing to his death. So, what do you think so far? Is it good? Is it bad? Your brain cells died after reading brain rot so you can't form any thoughts. Let me know, smiling face with sunglasses. Chapter 4, Burial at Sea. Poseidon lifted his trident, trying to summon the sea and storms forming behind him. Waves crashed and thunder roared, but they had calmed slightly. He pointed his weapon at me, trying to mask the fear in his voice. You are a fool to take up the power of that cursed god's lair. His story ended in ruin. I smiled coldly. So does yours. The first blade blasted through the air like divine thunder, its edge a comet of golden fury, and struck the sand, passing by inches from Poseidon's ear. It didn't just hit, it exploded, kicking up a pillar of golden dust that sizzled with leftover mana. The sound cracked like a whip across the coastline. Poseidon's eyes widened. He hadn't even seen it properly. Not the glow. Not the swing. Just the impact. He hesitantly touched his cheek that was grazed by the weapon, now bleeding golden ichor. The sea behind him faltered. The waves rolled back, uncertain, like an army of foot soldiers suddenly unsure of their commander. Even the ocean, bound to his will, now hesitated. Poseidon gripped his trident tightly, jaw tightening with the weight of wounded pride. He could feel it, divine blood already staining the sand from the earlier strike. His godhood was being challenged. By a damn mortal. No, something that used to be mortal. I stood still, golden armor blazing under the storm-darkened sky. My red cape whipped behind me, crackling with energy. My eyes, red as rubies, never left his. My voice cut through the sound of crashing waves, sharp, cruel, calm. That one missed on purpose, mongrel. Poseidon's knuckles whitened on his trident shaft as he yanked it upright. The storm above rumbled like a wounded beast. You dare mock me, mortal, he snarled, his voice carrying the weight of crashing oceans. I am Poseidon. The god of the sea. I have fought titans and won. You may possess divinity, but you remain a human. You are beneath me. I took a slow step forward. The sand beneath my boots hissed and melted, liquefying from the sheer heat of the mana pouring off me in waves. Each step echoed like a verdict. Behind me, the gate of Babylon pulsed, portal after portal swirling with gold, humming in rhythm with my heartbeat. Righteous. Cold. Unrelenting. I tilted my head, eyes narrowing. Mock you? No, mongrel. This is your judgment. And I am the executioner. My hand lifted. And then. Hell was unleashed. Tens of weapons fired from the golden gates in perfect formation. They cut through the air like streaks of lightning. Swords, spears, halberds, all legendary weapons once wielded by kings and gods. Now, they all obeyed me. Poseidon roared in defiance, spinning his trident into a defensive cyclone. Sparks erupted as the first few blades struck steel, but even as he deflected them, more slipped through his defenses. A spear of obsidian pierced through his upper shoulder. A golden axe slashed across his thigh. Divine ichor, golden and seething, splattered across the beach, hissing as it touched the ground. The Greek god staggered backward, dazed. This can't be. You are just a mortal. How are you? He didn't finish. Because in the blink of an eye, I was in front of him. Face to face with a god. It was quite underwhelming. I said nothing. My answer came in the form of a crimson, demonic spear driving through his abdomen, clean and brutal. His breath caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a choked gasp. Then I twisted the spear. The sound he made was not divine, it was human. Guttural. Raw. Animalistic. The kind of cry that only comes from pain too vast to name. Crack split his divine armor as golden lightning surged from my hands. Vajra, the divine weapon of Indra, blasting him backward like a cannon. His body slammed through rock, shattered stone, and tumbled across the battlefield like a puppet with cut strings. He rose slowly, coughing blood, one eye burning with disbelief, the other with hatred. I will drown this world for your insolence. He raised the trident and slammed it into the earth and shouted, Amphitrite, 40 days of flood. The sea answered instantly. The ocean behind him erupted, birthing titanic tsunami waves that raced toward us, walls of death, towering and hungry. The sun completely vanished behind storm clouds, the sky turned black, and the roar of the waves was deafening. And me? I just stood there. Unmoving. Then I laughed. It wasn't madness. It was clarity. I raised both arms, and lightly spoke. Come forth, old friend. The sky cracked open. From golden light descended the divine chains, Enkidu. Holy bindings, sacred and capable enough to bind even the gods. Chains that sealed divinity itself. They struck like serpents from heaven, coiling around Poseidon's limbs, his waist, his throat. His eyes widened in terror. What are these chains? I feel my divinity, being sealed. What have you done to me? His voice was hoarse. Desperate. I stepped closer, smiling coldly. How does it feel, lowly insect? Now that your precious divinity is gone. I clenched a fist. You're just like the rest. A pitiful, weak, pathetic mongrel that has no use further existing. The chains pulled tight, forcing him to his knees. Kneel before the king, sinner. Behind me, the gate of Babylon erupted. Hundreds, no, thousands, of portals tore open the fabric of the sky. The golden light from them painted the battlefield in holy fire. The weapons within were endless, blessed by demons, cursed by angels, forged in the flames of myth. This was no longer a fight. This was an execution sentence. This is for Polyphemus. I snapped my fingers. They all launched. Poseidon's roar was drowned out as the golden storm crashed upon him. He tried to deflect the weapons with his trident, yet his movements were bound by Enkidu. The tidal wave he had summoned was annihilated, torn apart mid-rise. Weapon after weapon pierced the sky, the sea, and the screaming form of Poseidon. The air was filled with the sound of steel meeting flesh, of bones cracking, of blood spraying. The earth shook. The sea fled. And Poseidon, god of the sea, was buried under divine judgment. Poseidon was down, broken, bloodied, gasping through torn lungs, but the war wasn't over. Not yet. Not until I was certain he understood the price. He tried to rise, despite his body being mangled grotesquely. One hand digging into the blood-soaked sand, his trident gone, his body limp and trembling. He looked more like a shipwreck survivor than the god of the sea. But I wasn't here for pity. I didn't care if he rose again. Because I was already standing beside him. He didn't see me move. 1 second I was 20 feet away, then I was there, my golden gauntlet clenched. I drove my fist into his left side with no hesitation. Crack. The sound of bone and divine muscle snapping echoed across the ruined beach. His left arm dislocated, then tore loose entirely, sent flying into the shallows. It landed with a wet thud, steam rising as his ichor boiled the water around it. Poseidon screamed, not a proud war cry, but the ragged shriek of a beast in agony. He turned, tried to crawl away. I wasn't feeling merciful. I slammed my boot on his head and leaned down. You thought yourself invincible, I said, my voice low, deadly. But your divine skin tears apart just like any other mongrel's. He gasped. Stop. Please. I didn't. Instead, I grabbed his other leg. And ripped it from his body. The joint cracked first, then muscle tore, then tendon snapped with a sickening splat. His golden blood sprayed in a wide arc, staining the sand, the sky, me. His screams had turned hoarse, raw. His body flailed in twitching convulsions. But I wasn't done. I hoisted him upright by his seaweed-matted hair. His body dangled like a broken puppet. His divine aura, once crushing, relentless, had dwindled to a faint shimmer. He managed to cough, spraying ichor. His one good eye burned, not with fury anymore, but with fear. He spat out, they will come for you. All of them. Cough. You don't look like a god anymore, and you think I'll be afraid of your brothers. I muttered. He tried to conjure something, maybe a final spell, a call to the sea, but before he could finish, 3 blades erupted from behind him. One through each shoulder, one through the base of his spine. From the gate of Babylon, the armory of kings, judgment had come. He writhed, impaled midair, groaning. I circled him slowly, watching as ichor dripped from each wound like molten mercury. I've seen better resistance from newborns, I said coldly. Was this the Earthshaker? The so-called strongest 3 of the Olympians? Why you don't? He choked, you don't understand. I was protecting him. The world would never accept him. He was a monster to them. I froze. Just for a moment. I saw something in his face. Not pride. Not wrath. Just fear and regret, buried deep, twisted by centuries of arrogance. Not a god. Not a king. Just another creature broken by fear. I looked away from his eye. He was never a monster, I said quietly, voice stripped of its earlier venom. He was gentle. He loved sheep. He learned how to fist bump. He wanted to see the world like everyone else. Poseidon let out a shuddering breath. He just needed someone to believe in him. I raised a sword and drove it through his other leg. The howl that tore from him shook the mountains. He buckled, if he even had knees left to fall on, and collapsed in the sand, now more ichor than grains. He knelt there. Armless. Legless. Fountains of golden blood spread around him. And I stood above him. Untouched. Gleaming. A golden monarch wreathed in cold fire. Do you understand now? I asked. This is what happens when a god plays tyrant. When a father kills his son for daring to dream. Poseidon coughed, trying to raise his head. His voice was a whisper. This power, it's not yours, you're just a vessel. The gods will end your pitiful existence. I stepped forward slowly, kneeling in front of him. His blood pooled at my feet. Maybe they will, I chuckled. Maybe I am just a vessel. But so what? A strange calm took over me. The fury remained, but it was no longer mine alone. I could feel him. Gilgamesh. The original king of heroes. The one who stood above gods, above men. Whose rage knew no equal. Whose love, once lost, turned to divine scorn. I looked Poseidon in the eye. But you know what that means. He swallowed, barely able to nod. It means the world is changing. Your times are over. I gestured to his broken body. You're just the first to suffer my wrath. He tried to speak. Some final prayer. Some last delusion. I raised my hand to silence him. Now perish, Poseidon. Contemplate your existence in hell. His eyes widened. Wait, stop. Then, from the gate behind me, a shape formed, a long spear, glistening with gold and crackling with divine lightning. His own trident. It hovered in the air for a second. Then with a shuddering burst of speed, it drove itself through his chest, bursting out his back in an explosion of golden blood and divine energy. Crack. The sound was final. His body convulsed once, then stilled. He wasn't dead. Not fully. Gods don't die so easily. This was worse. He bled. He suffered. And now, he knelt. Defeated. Stripped of divinity. Not a deity. Just another creature cowering in front of death, a ruler with no throne, a being whose legacy was now stained in his own blood. The oceans howled and the storm was ripped apart. The dark clouds fading away, showing high sun. I stood over him, breathing steady. My armor shined with his ichor. My hands clenched with quiet fury. My gaze burned. Silence fell like judgment from the heavens. Only the sea stirred, timid and unsure, no longer commanded, but mourning. I turned away. Not in triumph. But in sorrow. The wind tugged at my cape as I walked back to Fam's body, lying where it had fallen. The glow of battle faded. The gold dimmed. My eyes burned, not with rage this time, but with grief. I knelt beside my friend. My first and only friend in this world. The fury faded. My voice cracked. Hey, buddy. I did it. I placed a hand over his chest. I avenged you. I closed his eye gently. You mattered. But there was no joy in the words. Only silence. And the endless crashing of waves. The storm had faded away completely. The sky, once thundering with divine fury, now stretched quiet and gray above the broken coastline. The sea no longer howled in rage, it wept, soft waves brushing the crimson-stained sands as if trying to cleanse what remained of a battle between God and man. I stood over Fam's lifeless body. Even in death, he looked peaceful. His one great eye closed, lips curled in a soft smile as if he'd found peace in the end. I had seen many things in my old world, movies, games, anime, but nothing prepared me for what it meant to lose someone who truly mattered. He didn't deserve this. Not from his father. Not from this world. I crouched down beside him and gently brushed back the tangled mess of seaweed hair from his forehead. You should have gotten to see it all, I whispered. The mountains. The stars. The cities. Maybe even get a Cyclops girlfriend. Or whatever fate had in store for you. A broken laugh escaped my throat, quickly drowned by the lump forming in my chest. I stood and turned toward the sea. I needed to give him a farewell worthy of a king, not the mockery Poseidon turned him into. From behind me, the gate of Babylon shimmered into life, its golden ripples humming in tune with my heartbeat. With a slow breath, I reached into its depths, not for a weapon this time, but something gentler. A beautiful ship emerged from the gate. It was old, ancient, yet preserved in majesty. Carved from black wood and adorned with gold leaf and faded red sails, it resembled the ceremonial vessels of old Mesopotamian kings. A ship that had once carried heroes to an adventure. Now, it would carry a friend to peace. I carried Fam's body aboard with care. He was heavier in size, but there was no burden too great when weighed against memory. I laid him gently upon silk coverings, conjured from the gate's depths. Around him, I placed small mementos of Greek tradition. Bread, cheese, a poorly carved sheep's figurine he once made while humming some dumb modern tune I taught him off-key. Then I whispered a short incantation, drawing on the divine knowledge lingering in my veins. With a pulse of gold, the ship became veiled. Cloaked from sight. Invisible to all but me. No god, no mortal, no being would see it. But it would sail. It would sail forever if it had to, carried by the winds and tides, following the stars. I stepped back and gave the vessel one final push. "Go, fam," I said, my voice quiet, trembling. "See the world, for both of us." The ship drifted out slowly at first, then caught the sea's breath and moved beyond the breakers. As it vanished into the horizon, I raised my hand, not in farewell, but to see him off. "You weren't a monster," I whispered. "You were my friend." The winds answered softly. Silence returned. Chapter 5, The Revelation. I sat near the ruins of the mountain, breathing slowly. My golden armor faded back into spirit particles, and with it, the overwhelming power of Archer, of Gilgamesh, slipped away like molten fire receding into a vessel. My body felt lighter. Emptier. Yet I knew that golden power hadn't left me. It slumbered. Waiting, and it wasn't alone. I could feel them. 10 spirits. Their presence wasn't loud. They didn't scream for control or whisper sweet madness to control me. They simply existed. Dormant, yet awake. Watching. I could feel their weight like stars orbiting my soul. Each distinct. Each immense. Some were like infernos, raging storms of power and pride. Others were still. Silent. Heavy with history. But all of them were heroic spirits. And somehow, they were part of me now. I clenched my fist. What the hell am I? The first I recognized was Easy. I'd fought with his power. Felt his pride. His fury. His grief. Archer. Gilgamesh. The Golden King. The arrogant tyrant who once wept for a friend and turned his sorrow into cruelty. His memories clung to me like shadowed gold, palace walls, enchanted vaults, a throne too high to reach. Then came the others, faint echoes in my mind. A sword's purity, noble and burdened. A ruler king who carried entire nation and died with his heart shattered. His presence felt warm, yet unbearably sad. Saber. Another pulse like a burning flame. Righteous. Fierce. Silent and shining. I felt no hatred from him, only unwavering will and compassion edged in fire. Lancer. Then there was the next one. A king unlike any other. Bold and rash. Yet compassionate and understanding. His spirit wild and unruly. Rider. A storm followed, dark and chaotic. A brother consumed by divinity and fury, twisted by grief. The pain was endless, coiled in shadow and lightning. The one who went against the divine. Berserker. There was serenity too. A pulse of enlightenment, unshakable peace, unmoved even in the face of gods. Yet somehow willful and following his own path, no matter the cost. Savior. And another that felt old. Timeless. Looming like a forgotten idol wrapped in obsidian smoke and blood-red twilight. Watching the world with mirrored cruelty and amusement. A name forgotten as his people perished. Ruler. A weight of infinite wisdom drifted in next, an arcane collection of magic, numbers, symbols. It whispered every answer, yet demanded a price. The man who held the key. Caster. And there was another. A shadow that walked unseen, cloaked in death. He felt neither joy nor hatred. Just duty and his unwavering faith, surrounded by a storm. Assassin. And then, there was the last. The one that hissed like chains on raw flesh. Rage barely leashed. Grief turned to vengeance. A hero whose form was man but whose fury would make the gods tremble. Tainted by the darkness, he no longer remained a hero. Avenger. I exhaled. My breath fogged the air despite the sun. 10 heroic spirits. I murmured. 10 legendary heroes' soul, inside me. It made no sense. Back home, this was fiction. Anime. Fate/Stay Night. Fate/Zero. Grand Order. I'd watched them all, hell, I even laughed when people argued over who was stronger. But I never once imagined I'd become the victim of that mess. Was this random? Fate? Some prank of Zeltrech? Or was this really my second chance at life? I felt the weight of their eyes upon me. Not judgmental. Not angry. They were waiting. Not for control. But for choice. For me to choose who I needed to be. Not all of them agreed. Some just didn't care. But I could sense it, when I called on their names, when I equipped them, I didn't just get their powers. I shared something more intimate. Their thoughts. Their wounds. Their purpose. And for a moment, I wondered, would I survive the next time I wore one of their crowns? Would I still be Edward after summoning the mind of a god-killing madman? Or the sorrow of a dying king? I stood up slowly. Somewhere out there was a world I didn't recognize. And if Poseidon was just the start, then I needed answers, fast. I gazed out at the sea where Fam's ship had vanished. The wind brushed my hair gently. I'll figure it out, I said. For both of us. Behind me, the sea shimmered faintly. Waiting. The ocean whispered below me, but I barely heard it. I sat cross-legged on the cliff's edge again, staring at the moonlight dancing across the endless waters. My armor was gone now, replaced by the tattered black hoodie and jeans I had died in, somewhere in what felt like another lifetime. And in a way, it was. I have just killed Poseidon, one of the most powerful Olympians. Torn him apart and stood over his broken body without even a scratch. It wasn't just revenge. It was justice, for Fam. For the first friend I had made since coming to this strange, mythic world. But now the adrenaline was gone. And all that was left was contemplation. They would not take it kindly. Those pompous assholes will come for revenge. It was only a question of when. And then there was voices in my head. I chuckled as I remembered a fond memory of watching wrestling as a kid, and the iconic theme song. The spirits weren't talking. They weren't demanding anything. But I needed to know who they were, why was I chosen, and what is the purpose behind it all. I stood and closed my eyes. All right, I murmured. If you're gonna live inside me rent-free, the least you can do is talk. I heard a chuckle. Then the world around me dimmed, like reality itself took a breath and pulled away. And in that breath, I fell. Again. I stood once more in the vast soulscape that had become strangely familiar. 10 pillars of light, like eternal flames, flickered around me in a circle. The red sky stretched endlessly above, the cracked golden desert beneath my feet pulsed with mana. Each flame flickered, and from them emerged the 10 presences I now knew intimately. The air was heavy, thick with power, ancient, burdened, restrained. Saber was the first to step forward. Calm, graceful. His hands were folded in front of his noble presence undeniable. Edward widened his eyes upon seeing him. You seek answers, Edward, he said softly. But we are not here to give you that. We are not your answers. I shook my head. Fantastic. Then why are you all here, packed into my soul like a can of sardines? The one with the wild grin, Ryder, laughed, arms crossed. Because your soul called us, boy. It rang out like a trumpet across the world. Loud, wild, and far too dramatic to ignore. Resonance, murmured Castor, stepping forward from a shifting portal of sacred light. His presence was wise, distant, like a man who'd seen the world end more than once. Spiritual alignment. Not fate, but something close. Even my clairvoyance can't see through it. You are a convergence point, Lancer added, his deep voice echoing. A soul forged in suffering, tested in wrath, tempered in compassion. That is rare. Unbelievably rare, Assassin spoke from the shadows. A soul prepared to carry more than one burden. 10. That is something the world hasn't seen. I frowned. So none of you know why me? Archer scoffed and clicked his tongue, leaning against a golden pillar like it was a throne of his own. TCH, don't mistake our presence for servitude, mongrel. This isn't some wish-fulfillment fantasy. We're not here to be your parents and hold your hand. Berserker's eyes burned in the silence, his mouth remaining shut, but his body radiated something like agreement. Ruler's gaze was unreadable. You've inherited something mysterious. Something older than us. I sense one more presence, dormant yet alive. You've become a vessel not just for power, but for judgment. The world is shifting. Perhaps we are here, because it needs someone to witness it. Savior stepped forward, a stillness around him so profound that even the wind seemed to stop. His eyes, closed, carried the weight of 1,000 lives. We are not your tools. Nor your masters. We walk with you only when your heart is in alignment with our truths. I can perhaps guide you to obtain enlightenment. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. That's comforting. So I have 10 legends in my soul plus one random dude, none of you know why, and you're all just waiting. Saber's voice was gentler now. You want to believe this has meaning. That it comes with duty or destiny. But perhaps, Edward, it is not about the reason we are here, but what you choose to do with us. Silence. Then I looked up, gaze sweeping across all 10 of them. All right. One more question. I exhaled. Can I use all of your powers? I need to finish something. And I don't think I can survive here by myself while hunted by divinity. The soulscape went still. Then Ryder let out a loud belly laugh. Ha! Damn right you can. If there's a war to fight, I'll bring my army. Just say the word, and we'll ride into the sunset, or over it. Lancer smiled faintly. If the battle is just, and your spirit true, you may wield my spear. But do not use it lightly. It was forged to punish arrogance, even your own. Berserker didn't speak, but his presence flared with chaotic approval. He wouldn't give power for just anything. But if rage consumed me again, he'd lend his madness willingly. Assassin stepped forward and bowed. If there is a foe who walks in shadow, you will find me already behind them. Archer smirked, flipping a key from his hand and tossing it lazily. As for me, impress me. Show me a battle worthy of a king's arsenal. I'll open my treasury to you. You've earned that much. But to wield my strength, you have to make it worth my while. I help this time as I hate those arrogant mongrels. He scoffed disdainfully. Castor lifted his staff slowly. Do not call upon me for needless violence. My power is one of guidance, knowledge, and creation. If the world fractures, then I shall mend it. My days of trying to shape it are over. Saber was calm, his eyes resolute. My sword is not for vengeance. It is for hope. For protecting mankind. When you raise it, be certain your cause is one worth dying for. Ruler tilted his head. When truth breaks and morality collapses, call me. I do not answer to mortals, only to the balance. But in imbalance, I will come. Savior opened his eyes. The soulscape fell completely silent. If you seek to save the world, not from evil, but from suffering, then I will lend you my path. But know this, it is the hardest path to walk. I nodded. Not every tool could be called on in anger. Not every legend fought to kill. Some were meant to guide. Some to endure. Some, to judge. And some would only answer when the world truly trembled. I exhaled, finally understanding. This wasn't power. It was responsibility. A gift, sure, but also a question. What will you become? I opened my eyes again, the soulscape fading as the cliff returned beneath me. The sea was still. The air cold. I stood, brushing the dust from my pants. My reflection shimmered in the black waves far below. My eyes, still faintly glowed. They weren't just mine anymore. Not entirely. But maybe that was okay. Far off, on the edge of the known world, something stirred. Something ancient. Watching. Waiting. The age of gods was long past. But it hadn't ended. It had simply changed. And in the center of it all stood a single soul. One boy. 10 souls. A war yet to come. Guess the heroic spirits in comments. Let's see how many you have identified. Smiling face with sunglasses. I have written only this far, and will continue after looking through the feedbacks. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. High above the mortal world, atop Mount Olympus, where the clouds curled around columns of gold and white marble, the air was far too quiet. There has been a divine council called in urgently. All of the 12 Olympians were supposed to be present. Yet the throne of Poseidon sat empty. The sea god's sigil, his great trident carved into the marble beside his seat, glowed faintly, flickering like a dying star. The others had felt it. Every god and goddess gathered in the grand hall had felt the great disturbance in their very essence, as if something ancient and immovable had shattered. Poseidon was dead. Not banished. Not wounded. Dead. Murdered by a mortal of all things. 10 thrones were filled now, and another one remained bare. The only absentee, as always, was Hades, distant and silent in his cold dominion beneath the earth. But the other Olympians had gathered in haste, summoned by lightning that tore the skies over Olympus and a call that reverberated across realms. Divine blood had been spilled. And that was no small thing. Zeus stood, thunder-eyed, his massive form draped in a robe of storm clouds and gold. His beard crackled faintly with electricity, and his voice, when it came, was angry and dangerous. Who, he said slowly, dares strike down an Olympian, in our own realm? What sort of madness has happened under our watch? He punched the table with a fist crackling with lightning, making cracks across it. The others remained silent but felt the anger. Even Ares, usually quick to boast and quicker to threaten, sat with a clenched jaw, staring hard at the empty seat of his uncle. His eyes showed a hint of bloodlust. It was Apollo who finally answered after a cough. I tried to see, he said, his golden eyes dimmed with unease. I used all the magic I had. I traced the echoes of Poseidon's divinity to the point where it disappeared. The mortal was strange. Strange. Hera scoffed lazily from her throne, swirling a goblet of ambrosia in her hand. Is that what we're calling it now? Apollo ignored her. His essence is not of this world. He is certainly not Greek. When I tried to view him through the mirror of Helios, I could see him, but I couldn't read him. He doesn't register on the threads of fate. He moved through time like he didn't exist, yet just like a regular mortal, but without the weight of power or divinity. Until. Artemis leaned forward, her eyes cold and sharp. Until. Apollo sighed. He changed. Or rather, became something. Someone. I saw it clearly. A transformation, or possession. He became golden-haired, wearing ancient Sumerian armor, posseing unlimited weapons of demonic and divine origin. Even a chain that restricts divinity. He reminded me of that person. The first god-killer from Babylonia. There was absolute silence. That words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Even Zeus narrowed his eyes. Athena's gaze darkened, her fingers curling slightly around the edge of her seat. Are you talking about Gilgamesh of Uruk? The same, Apollo confirmed grimly. The first god-killer. The men who waged war on the Sumerian pantheon and succeeded. Who cut their divine plane from earth and vanished into legend. He was supposed to be dead, muttered Demeter, frowning. Dead and buried 4,000 years ago. Maybe he is, Athena said. But something in this mortal is tied to him. Maybe a shard of his soul. Maybe his essence. But I know this, Poseidon didn't stand a chance once he awakened it. Sheer blasphemy, Ares growled, slamming his fist into the armrest of his throne. A mortal dares lay hands on a god, one of us, and you stand here debating shadows and whispers. He stood up, muscles rippling under a blood-red mantle, his hand already on the hilt of his spear. Send me to kill him. I'll paint the earth with his blood. No, Athena said sharply. Ares turned on her. No. This is no ordinary mortal, she replied. He didn't just kill Poseidon. He restrained his divinity. Took the trident, and with it, the dominion over the sea. That's not something a mortal can do. Then he must be a god in disguise. He wasn't, Apollo said. Not until the possession, even that wasn't proper divinity. But now. He might be something worse. Hephaestus, sitting hunched with his hammer resting beside him, let out a low grunt. If he has the trident and a divine spark, we're no longer dealing with a man. We're dealing with a force that can threaten our rule. Zeus said nothing for a while. He simply stood there, staring at Poseidon's empty seat. His brother. His rival. The sky god and the sea god were often at odds, but they were still kin. They fought together to overthrow the Titans. Immortal. Untouchable. Now. The natural order had been shattered. What does he want? Hera asked, disinterested but mildly curious, sipping from her goblet. We don't know, Apollo answered. There was no declaration. No prophecy. Just battle. Vicious, brutal. He didn't just defeat Poseidon, he humiliated him. Made sport of him. Used his own domain against him. Sounds familiar, Aphrodite said idly, brushing golden strands from her cheek. Gilgamesh had a flair for dominance according to legends. But I must admit, the mortal was quite charming and handsome. Strong, too. If he wasn't so violent, he'd be just my type. Ares growled. Of course that's your takeaway. You can lust after even our enemy. This is a serious matter. Don't be jealous, dear, I won't try to charm him even though he suits my taste, she said sweetly while licking her lips. Hera listened with a bored look, but in her mind, she was thinking, if this person is strong enough to kill Poseidon, can he be of use to me to take down Zeus? I must meet this mortal. Enough, Zeus growled, slamming his thunderbolt on the ground. The lightning surged and roared, declaring his divine authority. The chamber fell quiet again. This mortal, this Edward, as you say, must be brought to Olympus to atone for his sins by serving us. Or be destroyed. If he walks this world with such power and no leash, he will upset the balance we have kept since the age of Titans ended. He must be punished for his crime. Hermes, who had been quiet in the corner, tapped his chin. There's something odd. My network of mortals, my temples, my oracle, none of them have seen him. Never before the incident. It's like he blinked into existence only for the battle. More reason to be cautious, Athena said. If he is tied to Gilgamesh, even spiritually, then we're dealing with someone who could sever Olympus from Earth itself, just as Gilgamesh did to the Sumerians. That cannot happen, Demeter said. We barely held the mortal realm together after the last separation. Mortals are already turning away from us after the Trojan War. Zeus turned slowly, his voice like rolling thunder. Then we bring down absolute punishment. Divine and swift. Let it be known, any who strike a god shall face the wrath of entire Olympus. His eyes scanned the room. Ares. The war god stood at attention. Artemis. She rose, her silver bow slung over her back. Heracles. From the far side of the room, the demigod turned deity stepped forward, massive and silent, his lion pelt draped over one shoulder. And Hermes, Zeus finished. The messenger bowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. You four will descend. Find this Edward. Capture and enslave him if you can. But if he threatens Olympus, if he dares raise his hand again, end him. A beat passed. Bring me his head. The sky stretched endlessly above, clear with pale sunlight, as the Vimana soared over the Aegean Sea like a star reborn. It shimmered like golden authority. It was quite interesting and a new experience for me who used to travel via packed subways, to ride a private mythical jet. I sat at the helm, silent, one hand gripping the throne as I peered down at the world below. Ancient Greece. Circa around 1200 BC, if I was right. Never thought I'd view this outside of an Assassin's Creed game. It was surreal. The ground beneath was a living canvas, fertile hills and winding rivers, olive groves sprawling across valleys, marble columns rising amidst clustered settlements. City-states dotted the coastline, some humble and sun-baked, others already showing signs of burgeoning glory. Ships with square sails floated like insects over turquoise waters, and the scent of the sea mixed with wind-blown myrrh from the incense burners on temple rooftops. So much of this I had read in books or seen in movies, always romanticized, always distant. Now, it unfolded below me in real time. And it wasn't a fantasy. It was alive. It was real. And I was flying over it in a damn mythological spacecraft from Babylon, like something torn straight from the dreams of a lunatic scholar. After making sure I wasn't being followed, especially by anything divine, I veered off toward the highlands beyond a walled settlement nestled along the coast. It was a well-fortified city, with steep acropolis walls and farmers just beyond, busy with harvest. I found a small clearing just beyond the tree line of a cypress grove. Quiet. Untouched. Perfect. With a command, Vimana returned back into the gate of Babylon in a shimmer of golden light, the sound echoing like the chime of some divine harp. As the craft vanished, I exhaled and turned to the bag I'd stashed away, relics from the gate's vast treasury, including clothing. I chose something that resembled what the locals wore, a white chiton fastened with a bronze fibula at the shoulder, and a leather belt around my waist. Sandals. A short cloak, just enough to ward off the ocean breeze. I studied my reflection briefly in a polished bronze plate. My black hair had grown a bit, and so did my beard. My body didn't look too skinny or muscular. I didn't look too out of place, other than the skin. Too fair. Too northern. Still, with some gold and a convincing tongue, I could pass as a common guy. I had plenty of gold thanks to Gilgamesh's treasury, and I could speak any language due to heroic spirit assimilation. I walked down a stony path toward the city, the earth dry and warm beneath my feet. The closer I got, the more noise I heard, children laughing, carts creaking, dogs barking. The distant sound of a kithara being played, with a woman singing some tragic tale of lost love. And then, I stepped into the heartbeat of the ancient world. The agora. It was overwhelming. Stalls covered in dyed fabrics and goat hides. Merchants shouting their wares, spices, honey cakes, olives soaked in vinegar, glinting jars of wine. Philosophers in flowing robes debating loudly in corners while barefoot boys ran between them with scrolls. Pigeons flapped over mosaics depicting gods and monsters. A priestess stood near a statue of Hera, offering a chant in exchange for a few coins and a blessing of fertility. It was chaos, and yet, perfect. I weaved through the agora, weaving between sandal-clad feet and chipped stone columns, the scent of grilled lamb and spiced oil thick in the air. The place was alive, shouts in chorus Doric, laughter, the occasional call of a merchant trying to sell a chipped amphora as, blessed by Apollo. After a while, I stopped at a stall where skewered meat sizzled over a crackling fire pit. The vendor, a thick-armed man with sun-leathered skin and a faded blue headband, eyed me warily until I dropped a shining gold coin into his palm. He blinked. That's enough to buy my whole stall, foreigner. I just want 2 skewers and directions to the best wine cellar. He grinned despite himself and handed me the skewers, now suddenly the friendliest man alive. Callias, just near the fountain. Red clay jars. You can't miss the stench, or the singing. I gave a nod, took the meat, and strolled toward the central plaza where a stone fountain trickled lazily. There, beside it, I spotted a man slouched against its base, a wiry fellow in his 50s, eyes half-lidded from too much sun and not enough water. His tunic was frayed, his beard peppered with gray. He glanced at me as I approached, then his eyes caught the glint of the bottle I carried and the gold ring tied to my belt. Fancy sandals, he drawled, lips curling into a toothy smile. And hands that don't look like they've held a plow. I travel light, I said, offering him a skewer. Wine, too. The smile widened. By all the gods, yes. I sat beside him, pouring wine into 2 clay cups, and soon enough, others drifted over. Old men with skin like wrinkled bark, eyes sharp from years spent squinting under sun and suspicion. They sat in a loose circle, grumbling, nodding, sipping. I handed the last of the skewers to one with a pronounced limp who introduced himself as Damon, while the man I first approached gave his name as Thales. The last to join, a silver-bearded elder with a crooked nose and permanent scowl, was called Phidon. So, Thales asked after a few generous sips, where does a pale-skinned stranger come from with gold heavier than a priest's ego and sandals too clean for these roads? I smiled faintly. Far to the north. Beyond Thrace, in the cold lands where forests stretch endlessly and wolves howl more than men speak. I came to learn about your gods and heroes. At the mention of gods, the air shifted. Even the wine seemed to still in their cups. You sure picked a dangerous time for curiosity, Damon said, scratching at his scraggly beard. I leaned in. Why? Phaidon gave me a long, assessing look. This was once the age of heroes. We had many, Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Heracles. Demigods walked among us, mortal men challenged fate. But that ended the day Troy burned. Thales added, leaning closer. When the last ship returned, the gods spoke. No more half-bloods. No more Cleo's 4 men. They say mortals grew too proud. Thought they could survive without Olympus. Have they? They survive, Damon said. But barely. They say Zeus was the first to decree it, Phaidon muttered. Apollo and Artemis followed. Even Ares keeps his sword sheathed now, though barely. They say the age of heroes insulted their authority. I frowned. But aren't heroes their children? Their will-bearer. Too many became too powerful, Thales said, his voice low. And too many stories were told where men outwitted the gods. That's not the kind of tale Olympus wants told anymore. Another man I hadn't noticed joined us, young, no more than 20, with a hawkish nose and nervous eyes. Some say the gods grow weaker. That they need temples and prayers just to hold their thrones. He was immediately shushed by Phaidon, who looked around as if expecting lightning to strike. Quiet, Nikos. Don't speak such things aloud. I couldn't help it. I laughed, short and sharp. Some divine beings, if they need mortal praise to puff up their egos. That silenced everyone. The conversation died instantly. Even the fountain's gentle trickle seemed to hush. Damon's eyes darted around nervously, and Phaidon grabbed my forearm hard. Careful, stranger, he hissed. Words reach far here. Olympus listens, even when unseen. They'll have to listen harder, I said with a scoff. Because I'm not afraid of gods who threaten mortals just to stay relevant. Nikos looked horrified. Thales muttered a prayer under his breath, and Phaidon glared at me like I had just spat on the Acropolis. You'll curse us all. I stood, the cup still warm in my hand. Then consider this, I said, pulling 2 gold coins from my belt and placing them gently on the stone. Payment for the blasphemy. They stared at the coins, but no one moved to pick them up. My steps echoed louder than they should have as I walked away from the group, past merchants now whispering behind their stalls, past a pair of veiled priestesses near a bronze statue of Athena. The streets no longer felt welcoming. The warmth of the sun turned sharp, burning against my skin. The sweet scent of roasted lamb now seemed cloying. Even the laughter of children had shifted, distant, uncertain. I pulled my cloak tighter around me and kept walking, mind spinning. The age of heroes had ended. Just like that. In the Nasuverse, it wasn't merely about time or legend, it was about will, legacy, mana, divine anchoring. Servants and spirits clung to existence because of belief, yes, but not dependency. But here the gods acted like jealous kings, hoarding what little divinity remained in their shrines. Fearful. Vain. Desperate. It didn't add up. If they truly were Olympians of this world, they shouldn't fear the erosion of faith, not like this. Unless something had happened. Something new. A tear in their dominion. A wound that hadn't healed since Troy. Or worse, maybe they foresaw someone like me will arrive. I turned a corner into a quieter alley, cool and shaded by stone arches. A woman selling clay figures bowed politely as I passed. I nodded in return but didn't slow down. I wasn't done here, not even close. This world was wrong. And someone had rewritten the rules. If the gods were so obsessed with keeping their grasp on mankind, maybe it was time someone loosened their fingers. And I was just the heretic to do it. Time to pull a Kratos and go savage, I guess. Not like they would leave me alone. I wasn't going to cower. Not now. If the gods were watching, I hope they paid attention. I had many questions for them. And soon, I'll demand answers face to face. But for now, where do I find a place to sleep? Chapter 7, Finding Answers. The sun had begun its slow descent, turning the sky a molten gold. Heat clung to the stone walls and dusty roads of the ancient city as I wandered further from the agora, my sandals crunching softly over gravel. I didn't exactly have a plan beyond, don't get killed by gods today, and after the strange, tense conversation with the old men, my mind needed air, space to think. The alleyways grew narrower the farther I went. Less marble, more mud brick. Fewer statues, more shrubs growing between cracked stones. Eventually, the streets gave way to a field of olive trees, rustling gently in the afternoon breeze. And then I heard it, sounds of flowing water. A faint, natural burble somewhere ahead. I followed the sound, ducking beneath low branches and climbing over a collapsed column until I found it. A natural spring. It flowed out from the base of a rocky outcrop, crystal clear, feeding a small pool fringed with moss and smooth stones. I knelt beside it and touched the water. It was clean. Sacred, maybe. But I'd already offended enough gods for the day. If they wanted to punish me for taking a bath, they'd have to queue behind a very long list of other grievances. I stripped off my dust-covered clothes and stepped in. The water embraced me like silk, washing away the sweat, the tension, the heat. For a while, I just floated, letting the stillness hold me. My body had changed more than I realized since assimilating the heroic spirits. Muscles I never trained felt stronger. My skin had a healthy glow. Even the strands of blonde hair that had begun to streak my black hair shimmered under the sunlight. The changes weren't just spiritual, they were physical. Tangible. Still, I had to leave soon. I didn't want to spend the night in this city if a god decided to come down here to smite me. It wasn't fear for myself that pushed the thought, it was for the people. The old men by the fountain. The vendors. The children in the streets. I had no intention of bringing divine wrath down on innocents. I pushed myself out of the spring, water cascading down my torso. And that's when I saw her. A woman stood less than 10 feet away, frozen like a statue. She was tall, proud, with broad shoulders and a warrior's posture. Golden blonde hair framed a face that was equal parts fierce and beautiful. Her piercing blue eyes were locked on me, wide in surprise. Her arms, toned and strong, twitched as if unsure whether to reach for a weapon or cover her eyes. I blinked. She didn't. Could you please turn around? I asked, voice dry. It's not like this is the first time you've seen a man naked, so there's really nothing to stare at. Her mouth opened, then closed. She blinked hard, cheeks coloring slightly. My apologies, mortal. I was just. Then her face twisted with realization, and her stance shifted. Wait. No. I was supposed to monitor you and escape if I was found out. I sighed, pulling on my pants as she fell into a ready stance, fists clenched. Which one sent you? Are you one of the Olympians? She lifted her chin. My name is Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. I am here by the order of the great goddess Aphrodite. My eyebrows rose. Huh. Day one of my Greek adventure and I've already attracted the thought. Should I be surprised or amazed? Hippolyta frowned. What is a thought? I laughed, unable to help myself. My bad. Wrong era. Don't worry about it. Her expression darkened with confusion and suspicion. She shifted slightly, as though preparing to vanish into the trees. Anyway, I said casually, slipping my shirt on, you should answer some questions before you disappear. Her posture tensed. I could feel the caution pouring off her. She wasn't just wary, she was terrified. Not of me, maybe, but of what this whole situation meant. I could see it in her eyes. She didn't understand what I was, and that scared her. And something told me Aphrodite hadn't given her a full explanation, either. She took a step back, and then another. I have nothing to say to a man. Even if that man isn't normal. She moved to run, but I was faster. One step, then two, and I was beside her. After a brief scuffle, my hand gently closed around her shoulder, not rough, but firm. I don't have anything against you, I said calmly. But I need answers. I'll let you go. Sound good? Her body tensed. She tried to twist free, but she might as well have tried to move a mountain. My strength, even without actively channeling any heroic spirit, was far beyond human now. The merger had changed me, infused me with their passive abilities. Even Gilgamesh's absurd ego was starting to infect my attitude, apparently. At least I didn't call her mongrel. She struggled, jaw clenched. I admired her resilience, most people would have screamed or begged. She fought. With a sigh, I reached for the glowing rope tied at her hip. She gasped, too late to stop me, as I unfastened it and wrapped it around her arms. What is this? Are you cosplaying as Wonder Woman or something? The rope shimmered gold, its aura pulsing faintly. Hippolyta's eyes widened as her mouth moved involuntarily. I don't know anything about what you asked, she growled, cheeks flushing in frustration. I tilted my head, intrigued. Magic rope that compels the truth, huh? That's, honestly kind of awesome. But it's the real deal, huh? The appearance OD this magic rope began to tug gently, but almost spiritually, pointing me in a direction of thought I didn't want to think about. No way I'm in that universe. I chuckled nervously. Deciding I'd had enough fun in the woods, I reached into my gate and pulled forth Vimana, the golden aerial chariot of kings. It shimmered into existence with a burst of divine light, its golden hull reflecting the startled expression on Hippolyta's face. She didn't even have time to react before I hoisted her over my shoulder like a sack of grain. "What?" she barked. "Let's have a proper chat somewhere else," I said, smacking her rear when she squirmed. "And maybe somewhere scenic." She gritted her teeth, cheeks burning. But she didn't protest further. In her mind, the storm was still brewing. "Why don't I hate this man?" she thought bitterly. "Why does he not look at me with the same eyes other men did?" She remembered Heracles. The betrayal. The chains. The tears of her sisters. And yet, here he was, absurd, annoying, arrogant. But not cruel. Not once had he looked at her with lust. Not even when he had every chance to. That terrified her more than anything. As Vimana rose into the sky, leaving the ancient city behind, Hippolyta looked around in wide-eyed awe. The clouds parted as the airship soared. Who really is this man?" she whispered to herself. And I just smiled, piloting the ship with one hand while flipping the golden rope in the other. "Time for some answers, Miss Amazon." Above the clouds, beneath a silver-brushed sky, Vimana soared like a silent god among gods. Its golden hull shimmered against the pale moonlight, a streak of forgotten legend gliding through the stars. Wind whispered around the craft, but inside its open deck, things were quieter, more tense. Edward leaned back on a floating cushion of summoned velvet, legs crossed casually, watching the Amazon seated across from him. Hippolyta sat straight-backed and stern, arms crossed tightly beneath her chest, face rigid with defiance, yet unable to conceal the thoughts warring behind her sharp blue eyes. Edward cocked his head and reached out, gently poking her cheek with a finger. "Don't frown like that," he said with a smirk, "you'll get wrinkles and won't be pretty anymore." Hippolyta's brow twitched. She turned her head away with the dignity of a lioness tolerating a cub. "I don't care for your opinions on my appearance, mortal." He chuckled softly and leaned forward. With surprising tenderness, he cupped her chin and turned her face toward his. "Tell me about your people. The real story. Not what the poets sing to stroke Zeus's ego." Her jaw clenched, but then she winced. The golden rope, her own lasso, still looped faintly around her wrists, and its magic compelled truth. A sharp sigh escaped her lips. "Very well," she said with quiet resignation. "But you'll get more than you bargained for." Edward offered a two-fingered salute and leaned back again. "Good. I like my stories complex. If only there was popcorn." Hippolyta stared at him a moment longer, searching his face for mockery, for cruelty. But he just looked curious. And, gods help her, calm. Like he already knew where this story was headed. So she began. 800 years ago, the world was young and savage. Men ruled by the spear and fire, and women, she paused, bitterness flashing behind her eyes, were often treated as spoils of war. Edward said nothing, letting her continue. Aphrodite, Demeter, Hestia, Hera, Athena, and Artemis, they came together. They wanted to change the world's balance, to uplift the voices of women, to build a nation that honored wisdom and strength without conquest. And the men didn't like that, I assume. Edward said dryly. Hippolyta gave a short, humorless laugh. They didn't even listen. Zeus dismissed them. Poseidon scoffed. Ares demanded proof of strength, as always. Edward rolled his eyes. Of course he did. So the 6 goddesses went to the underworld, she went on, to the cavern of souls. There, the spirits of women who had suffered unjust deaths, murdered, defiled, betrayed, were waiting. His brows raised slightly. They pulled those souls from their limbo, and with divine clay molded from the bed of a sacred lake, they gave them new life. Stronger. Wiser. Immortal, yet bound to the earth. I was the first to rise. Edward's expression shifted slightly, no longer amused, but intrigued. So you're not just a demigod. You're literally a resurrected soul in a divine vessel. Yes, Hippolyta said softly. We all are. Thousands of us. And we were given Themyscira, a city-state to spread the teachings of the goddesses, justice, balance, peace. And then came Hercules, Edward murmured. She nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. Ares encouraged it. Zeus turned a blind eye. Heracles and his men stormed our lands under the guise of diplomacy, and when we lowered our guard, they chained us. Enslaved us. Used us. Edward's hands slowly curled into fists. And what did your loving goddesses do? They intervened, eventually. Hera freed us. But the damage was done. Our home desecrated. Many sisters lost. Edward didn't speak for a while, letting the silence hang. The soft hum of Vimana's engines filled the air like a distant heartbeat. So what then? He asked finally. Some left, Hippolyta said, her voice quieter now. My sister Antiope led them to Egypt, where they built a new life, Bonamidal. But I stayed with the goddesses. I owed them that much, I thought. We were relocated to a hidden island, beyond mortal reach. There, we took up a new duty, to guard the earth from a buried evil the gods feared. Edward nodded, digesting the weight of it. Then, with a soft scoff, he muttered, so you pledged yourselves to the same bastards who got you enslaved in the first place. Hippolyta's head snapped up. Her fists clenched. We were rescued. Rescued late, Edward shot back. You think Heracles did all that without any divine backup? These gods play both sides for entertainment. They let it happen. Maybe even nudged it. Her face paled. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been asking around about them, Edward said dryly. And a pattern's forming. These so-called gods feed on worship, yet have no love for mortals. They hoard power, but demand songs and shrines to justify their existence. Hippolyta's voice was barely a whisper. Then why did you come here? To see if it was all true, Edward replied with a shrug. To see if maybe some of them were worth saving. He leaned back, gaze hardening. So far, it's not looking good. She stared at him in silence, uncertain whether she felt anger, or something else. Then he said it. Now I don't regret killing Poseidon. Her entire body froze. You, what? Edward smiled faintly, almost sheepishly. Oh yeah. I turned the sea god into sashimi. He's probably eaten by some sharks now. You killed Poseidon. Her voice trembled, less with fear, more with disbelief. Yep, Edward said, standing and stretching his arms behind his head. He came at me first. Tried to stab me. Didn't work out for him. Hippolyta's entire worldview tilted. Poseidon. The Earthshaker. Brother of Zeus. One of the three pillars of Olympus. Dead. By this man. She couldn't speak. Her mind reeled. This wasn't some boast by a deluded wanderer. No, she could feel it. The way the lasso vibrated when he spoke. He wasn't lying. Edward watched her reaction with detached interest, arms folded. So now that the news is out, what do you think? Am I evil? Dangerous? Or just inconvenient? Hippolyta swallowed. You're terrifying. He looked almost offended. I'm somewhat unhinged but charming. She looked at him then. Really looked. The way he carried himself, not like a braggart or a conqueror, but someone burdened. Wounded. Even when he smirked, there was a heaviness behind his eyes. Why did you kill him? She asked, her voice softer. He left me no choice, Edward replied with a stern jaw. He killed my friend who died protecting me. I had to avenge him. Silence again. Then, unexpectedly, Hippolyta looked away and muttered, You didn't look at me lustfully after capturing me or tried to take advantage. Most men would have. Edward blinked. Well, I don't usually drool over people trying to escape and stab me. If it was anybody else, they might call you some strange things, even ask you to step on them or some shit, he chuckled remembering an old meme. Death by SNU. Hippolyta looked confused, what are these weird words you speak of? Edward sighed and patted her head, don't worry your pretty little head over it. Just some inside joke. Now, back to story time. That got a faint huff of amusement from her. Just barely. The wind shifted as Vimana crested another layer of cloud, moonlight washing them in silver again. Hippolyta's mind still spun with disbelief, fear, and something she hated to admit, curiosity and interest. Who was this man? This so-called god-slayer who quoted philosophy like a drunk and laughed like a child? And why did part of her not hate him? She closed her eyes and tried to steady her breathing. What kind of mess did Aphrodite got her into? The moonlight spilled across the deck of Vimana, casting silver shadows on the intricate carvings of its surface. The hum of the ship's ancient engine, powered by some forgotten cosmic mechanism, was soft and steady beneath their feet as it glided effortlessly through the clouds. Edward leaned against the polished railing, arms folded, his expression unreadable. The wind tousled his hair, flicking golden strands into his eyes, a subtle remnant of his assimilation with the heroic spirits. Across from him, Hippolyta sat stiffly on the edge of a glowing panel, her spine straight, arms crossed over her armored chest. She did her best to look indifferent, though the flicker of confusion still lingered behind her sharp blue eyes. They had both been quiet for a while. The weight of Edward's casual revelation, oh yeah, I killed Poseidon, still hung in the air like thick fog. Finally, Edward spoke again, voice low but curious. I'm curious about something you said earlier, he said, not looking at her. You mentioned something about guarding a buried evil beneath your island. That didn't sound like mythology fluff. Hippolyta stiffened. The golden lasso around her waist faintly shimmered as if responding to the question. Her mouth opened, and the truth poured out, calm, steady, and unfiltered. There was a war, she began, her voice quieter than before. Around 500 years ago, though time is strange around Themyscira. A great evil descended from the stars. He came not for conquest, but for annihilation. He sought to unmake the world, turn all life into his hollow, mindless slaves. Edward turned his gaze slowly toward her. Her eyes no longer burned with suspicion, only memory. He was stronger than any god. Even Zeus feared him. So the world's defenders rallied. Mortals, Atlanteans, my Amazons. Even visitors from distant worlds wearing emerald light, they came together and fought under one banner. Edward blinked. Green armor, huh? And what happened? He was repelled. Barely. But before leaving, he left behind 3 artifacts, mother boxes, we called them. Devices that could terraform worlds and open gateways across the stars. If united, they could call him back, even after death. Her voice darkened. So we divided them. One entrusted to mankind. One sunk deep beneath the ocean with the Atlanteans. And the last, my sisters and I took it to Themyscira, building our citadel around it. We have guarded it for centuries. Edward raised a hand halfway, the dawning horror rising in his voice. Wait. That guy, the one who came to destroy Earth, did his name happen to rhyme with, I don't know, sighed. Hippolyta frowned. His name was Darkside. Edward's whole body jerked. Son of a bitch. He spun on his heel, pacing across the deck. His thoughts ran wild, and he rubbed his face furiously as the realization hit like a train. I got ice-guyed into the multiverse, I thought, cool, I'll get some noble phantasms, fight a few corrupted gods. Maybe throw hands with Heracles or Gilgamesh. But no, turns out I'm in DC. Freaking DC. Where guys like Superman sneeze galaxies into black holes and Darkseid blinks and entire timelines die. Hippolyta tilted her head, watching him with an expression that mixed confusion, amusement, and a spark of concern. You speak madness. What is this? DC, you speak of. Edward didn't respond. He was too busy recalibrating his entire understanding of the world he was in. Gods who fed off worship. Check. Heroic spirits. Check. Amazon warriors, ancient alien invasions, and now the looming shadow of Darkseid. It was enough to give anyone an existential crisis. Behind him, Hippolyta's lips curled into a faint smile. For the first time, she saw something genuinely human in the cocky stranger. Not arrogance. Not power. Just the honest bewilderment of a man who suddenly realized the universe was a lot bigger, and scarier, than he thought. Is the fearless godslayer afraid? She teased softly, unable to resist. Edward stopped. He turned toward her slowly, eyes narrowed, stepping forward until their faces were just inches apart. Hippolyta blinked, surprised by the sudden proximity, and a bit flustered. He grabbed her shoulders firmly. His voice dropped, serious. Do you, by any chance, have a daughter named Diana? Hippolyta's brows furrowed. Yes. But how do you? Edward cut her off with another question, eyes narrowing further. Did you sleep with Zeus to have her? Hippolyta's face went crimson. What? What in Gaia's name? No. Of course not. Zeus merely breathed life into a clay figure I sculpted from my own soul. That's all. I didn't sleep with that lecher. The golden lasso shimmered again, affirming her words. She gasped, realizing what she'd confessed. Damn you, she muttered, twisting slightly in shame and anger. Let me go. You've had your questions. That was the deal. Edward released her arms with a shrug. All right. I'm not a liar. You've been helpful, surprisingly. She stumbled slightly as he stepped back. The wind tugged at her hair as the Vimana hovered steadily above the clouds. Hippolyta looked at him with genuine surprise. You're letting me go? Just like that. Edward waved a hand lazily. What, do you want me to keep you? She blinked. No. I didn't expect that. He gave a tired smile, then looked up at the pale moon, his voice softer. Go home. Take care of your daughter. And don't leave the island for the next few months. Trust me on that. Hippolyta frowned. Why? I don't know yet, he admitted. I need time to think. Whatever's happening here, it's not just some divine pissing contest anymore. This is quite a plot twist life has thrown in my face. She hesitated, eyes lingering on him. A strange knot twisted in her chest, an emotion she couldn't name. Was it concern? Was it respect? She wasn't sure. If you could drop me near any island, she said at last. I can return on my own. Edward nodded. Done. The Vimana shifted course slightly, the stars spinning around them. Hippolyta stood beside him silently, her silhouette tall and regal beneath the moonlight. She was genuinely curious as what the men in front of her would do next. Chapter 8, AU Explanation and Character Panel. Sup folks. This chapter is to explain some of the details before we proceed further. Each heroic spirit legends have been merged into DC World's version of those characters. I have altered some of them as there are several versions for most legends. In this DC universe, Gilgamesh was the first god killer, Amazons were created around 2000 BCE, young Darkseid invaded Earth in 1500 BCE etc. Every change is connected to future plots, so can't really spoil much. As I've said before, I want to properly merge Nasuverse into DC. For example, in DC Original, Age of Gods never really ended, so there was no need for Grail stuff. But now that our boy is going to fuck some shit up, Magi's and Magic Society can be incorporated into this universe. How exactly, that will be decided after we reach that point. But each will have separate arcs and fit perfectly. Finally, there will be some Lost Belt or Paradox versions of this world due to MC's arrival. They will feature some interesting things. Also, MC isn't absolutely powerful. Yes, some of his skills and noble phantasms can help him take down stronger beings, but he isn't always necessarily strong. His immortality is a unique version. But he can be killed even if it is difficult. It's going to all come together slowly. So look forward to it. And apologies for the future cliffhangers. Character Panel. True name, Edward. Class. Class unknown, possible composite class. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Origin, unknown, interdimensional/reality warped existence. Height/weight, 189 centimeters/210 pounds. Likes, coffee, music, women with big, not having to work. Dislikes, gods with superiority complexes, senseless cruelty, being dragged into nonsense, world-ending calamities. Parameter. Rank. Strength, AEX. Endurance, AEX. Agility, AEX. Mana, EX. Luck, B. NP, Noble Phantasm, EX. Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Rank, EX. Type, anti-unit/anti-army. Range, Infinity. Max targets, 1. The Treasury of the King of Heroes, containing countless divine and legendary weapons. Edward gained access through assimilation, though not as the rightful king. Its activation lacks the arrogance but still carries overwhelming force and versatility. Able to deploy thousands of noble armaments in rapid succession. The vault is not just filled with weapons, it holds prototypes of myths, finest food and wines, tools and in-fight treasures. Name redacted. Rank. Type, anti-divine. Warning, sealed by the root. Access requires confrontation with a deity. May activate subconsciously when fighting divine beings. Once released, caster may lose rationality. Name redacted. Rank. Type. Possibly a noble phantasm by conventional definitions. Speculated to be a reality marble or pseudo-authority class construct. Name redacted. Rank. Type. Effect. Locked due to incomplete identity requirements. Divine detection systems flag this NP as world-altering. Usage may invoke celestial response. Personal skills. Combat instinct, A. The ability to feel danger and react instantly. A pseudo-clairvoyance in battle that allows near-perfect reflexes. Stemming from his assimilation of countless heroic spirits. Charisma of the King, A. An unusual form of charisma that doesn't command loyalty through just position, but through presence, force of will, and sheer aura. Divine Slayer's Aura, EX. Classified by the Throne of Heroes as ultimate divine killer after slaughtering many gods. Unknown reaction to divine constructs or pantheon-bound beings. Mask of the Fake Smile, A. A personal skill derived from Edward's past life. Despite being unable to feel anything, Edward managed to put on a smile and act like a regular human. His acting has personified it into a skill. When activated, despite any abnormal status condition, Edward can calmly smile and continue any action. Edward's personality profile. Edward was emotionally numb before he died. After his revival, meeting Polyphemus, and subsequently losing his friend, then killing Poseidon has left Edward slightly unhinged. He is feeling emotions for the first time, but his skill is helping him to mask it. He is confused and uncertain after knowing about his arrival in the DC world. After much consideration, he decided that it's a problem for Edward of tomorrow, and currently chosen to punch first, ask later approach. Current mood is conflicted. I would have put it in auxiliary chapter, but from my experience, many don't even notice them. Stares judgmentally. Anyway, let me know your thoughts. Chapter 9, Divine Retribution. The sky was beginning to darken into a rich, velvety navy, streaked with dim shades of violet and silver as the Vimana silently cut through the upper reaches of the atmosphere. Far below them, the land stretched in patches of wilderness and jagged mountain ridges, oceans shimmering like molten obsidian under the pale kiss of the moonlight. High above, the stars blinked like watchful eyes, indifferent and eternal. Near the throne, the golden light from the arcane runes etched into the walls pulsed faintly with the ship's heartbeat. Edward leaned against the curved armrest of the throne, half-seated with his long coat trailing off his shoulder. One hand drummed absently on his knee, while the other rested on the hilt of a blade sheathed at his waist, though his touch lacked tension or readiness. His gaze wasn't focused on anything. Not really. He was staring, but his mind was far away. Lost between universes. Drowning in names and legends. Darkside. Even just the sound of it rang through his skull like a gong, deep and ominous. It didn't belong in this world. Not in a realm of gods and Amazons. That name belonged in a comic panel, not in the real, tangible air of this strange myth-warped universe. He whispered under his breath, "Darkseid, are you kidding me? What next? Ultraman? Batman who laughs? Flashpoint? First, the heroic spirits." The system had jammed multiple servants into his soul, like some cursed buffet of power he never ordered. Then the Greek pantheon decided to drop in, hurling thunderbolts and prophecies like candy. And now? Now cosmic tier villains with omega beams. "I swear, if good old Lucy shows up next, I'm out," Edward muttered, rubbing his face with both hands. He closed his eyes for a moment, rubbing the side of his face. So now it's gods, heroes, and DC villains. What next? Aliens. Time travel. Giant robots. He wasn't even joking anymore. He was just tired. Tired of not knowing what was going on. Tired of being dropped into things without a map. Behind him, Hippolyta sat quietly, legs crossed and arms folded. She watched him without speaking. He was nothing like she expected when he first crashed into her world like a storm. There was power, yes, but also confusion. He looked calm on the outside, but she could see it, the storm still swirling beneath his skin. She waited a little, then finally spoke. "So," she said, her voice steady and curious, "you never told me your full name." Edward opened his eyes and turned slightly to look at her. He blinked like he'd forgotten she was there. "Didn't I?" She gave a small shrug, amused. "No. You didn't." "Edward Elric," he said after a short pause. "Just call me Edward." Her eyes narrowed slightly, like she was testing the sound of it. "Elric," she echoed. "Sounds foreign. Not Greek. Not Amazonian. Not Atlantean. Because I'm none of those things." Silence settled in again. Not awkward, but thoughtful. Hippolyta leaned forward a little. "You don't sound like any man I've ever met. Where are you from?" Edward didn't look at her this time. "Somewhere far away." "What kind of place?" He stayed quiet for a moment, then answered softly, "A different world. Very different from this one." His tone wasn't cold. Just tired. Like he didn't have the energy to explain. Hippolyta studied him quietly. "You don't talk much once you get your answers." That made him stop tapping his knee. He turned his head slightly, glancing at her. There was a flicker of something in his eyes. Maybe guilt. "Sorry if it feels that way," he said quietly. "I just needed some answers. And you happened to be there. That's all." He didn't say it to be mean. He was just being honest. For a second, he looked less like a powerful warrior and more like a young man who had no idea what came next. Hippolyta tilted her head, letting the silence settle before replying. "That's a very polite way of saying, thank you and please leave now." Edward's lips twitched into something halfway between a smile and a wince. "That wasn't my intention." "Wasn't it?" she challenged. There was no accusation in her tone, just challenge. She wasn't angry, but she was testing him, as Amazons often did for any man. Edward sighed. "I usually don't talk much. Not because I don't care. Just adjusting to my existential crisis." Hippolyta studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right," she said softly. "I suppose I can understand that." She tilted her head at Edward's answer, clearly not fully convinced, but she let it go with a small nod. The silence that followed wasn't hostile, just awkward. It hung between them like smoke, neither tense nor warm. Just unsure. Then, clearing her throat a little too loudly, Hippolyta broke the stillness. She tried to sound casual, though her words came out more deliberate than intended. "I can find my way back home tomorrow morning, may I rest here tonight?" Edward finally turned all the way around to face her. His brow raised slightly, one corner of his mouth twitching. "Aren't Amazons supposed to be men-haters or something?" he asked, voice tinged with sarcasm. "Why are you so willing to stay here, with a man?" That made her laugh. A real, hearty laugh. It echoed through the golden air of the ship, light but rich, and it caught Edward off guard. "We're not exactly men-haters," she said, smirking as she met his eyes. "We just have a long history of terrible experiences with men. Our culture doesn't tolerate arrogance that comes with no strength. Most men are loud, foolish, and think too highly of themselves. But you are unlike any men, aren't you, almighty God killer?" Edward gave a small shrug, almost amused. "Fair enough." She continued, leaning slightly forward now, her tone quieter but sharper. "You could have killed me easily. Or done something worse. You overpowered me with barely any effort, and yet, you didn't. You weren't interested in dominating me. You didn't look at me like a prize or a challenge. You only wanted knowledge. That's rare. Are you aware of the Amazon customs?" she suddenly asked. Edward shook his head, "Not really." "Which one are you talking about?" She held his gaze a moment longer before sitting back again with a smile. "Nothing. That's why I feel safer up here, in this ship, with you, than down there." Edward blinked slowly, processing her words. "Well," he finally muttered, scratching the back of his neck, "I'm not in the mood to deal with any divine nonsense tonight anyway. You can sleep over there on the floor while I rest." "How chivalrous of you," she said, dry amusement in her voice. He didn't reply. Just turned back to the stars, arms folding across his chest as he leaned against the armrest of the throne. His eyes drifted back toward the window, but they weren't really seeing anything outside anymore. His mind had already wandered again. He was trying to use Shanakba Emiru to learn more about the world, although it was quite difficult to comprehend. Something about this entire world was off. At first, he thought it was just another messed up timeline or some multiverse jump. But this wasn't just some isekai plot with random rules. It felt designed. Like there was an invisible hand pushing events forward. Like some intelligence was bending fate around him. Making things happen. Testing him. And the more he thought about it, the less random everything seemed. "Of course, dude, you are in a fanfic." Hippolyta watched him quietly from across the room. His silence wasn't cold, it was distant, as if he was 1,000 miles away. She opened her mouth to say something, maybe ask a question about what he was thinking, but then stopped. She tried to strike a conversation again, a moment later. Said something about the stars, maybe. Or asked if he'd ever planned to visit Themyscira. But there was no answer. Not even a glance. He wasn't ignoring her to be rude. He just wasn't there. Not mentally. After a few seconds of waiting, she sighed and gave up. "Forget it," she muttered under her breath. Turning away, she reached up and began removing her armor piece by piece. Click. The first latch came loose from her shoulder guard. Slide. The bronze plate slipped off and was laid gently to the side. Clatter. Her chest plate followed, the metal ringing softly against the ship's floor. The noise pulled Edward out of his trance. His eyes blinked back into focus. He turned, and froze. "Hey," he said nervously, yet staring nonetheless, "why are you taking your clothes off?" Hippolyta didn't even pause. "I'm not going to sleep in a heavy bronze armor," she replied, completely calm. "I'm just making myself comfortable." She moved on to her arm guards, her fingers moving with practiced ease. Beneath the armor was a light cloth wrapped around her chest and simple cloth around her waist. It was quite revealing by her standards, the way the fabric clung to her muscular, sculpted frame left little to the imagination. Edward turned his head away immediately, jaw tightening slightly. But not before his eyes betrayed him for a half-second too long. Hippolyta caught it. She smirked. Despite his divine power, deadly calm, and strange wisdom, he was still a man underneath it all. She didn't mind. In fact, there was a strange satisfaction in seeing him flustered. Stretching her arms over her head, she let out a soft sigh and began settling down on a folded piece of cloth at the edge of the ship. Her back was to him now, but the smirk remained on her lips. She didn't say anything more. Edward just shook his head slowly, muttering something under his breath, and closed his eyes as he leaned further into the throne's side. He wasn't going to let this distract him. He had more important things to worry about. This world. These gods. The cosmic madness that seemed to swirl around him. Edward quickly turned his eyes away, coughing once and running a hand down his face. Charm of Mystery and Solitude, A rank. Passive. Activates automatically around opposite sex from any race and incites their curiosity and desires. Currently restricted by host to D rank. Goddamn passive skills. He hated it. Unintentionally drawing attention from anyone, especially females with a pulse, was exhausting. He can walk into a tavern and leave with half the town following him just to stare. He had to manually seal half his charisma-based skill tree just to function in society. And now here he was, sharing a ship with a half-naked Amazon queen while battling the existential dread of cosmic timelines. She turned her head and found him still reclining in that odd floating throne-like seat, body relaxed, but his face wasn't. His brow was creased ever so slightly. Lips pressed in a tight line. Even with his eyes closed, she could tell he wasn't asleep. Not really. Something deeper was playing behind his mind. Something that pulled at him like a storm just beneath the surface. Hippolyta exhaled, watching him a moment longer. I've met many men who try to look calm. Most of them are just hiding fear, or lust, or weakness. But you. She paused, frowning thoughtfully. You just look tired. Edward's fingers twitched slightly. His voice came a moment later, low and dry. You talk a lot for someone trying to sleep. I find your silence not amusing, she replied with a shrug. Besides, I don't sleep well on foreign ships with strangers who fly golden thrones through the sky. You're welcome, by the way, he said without opening his eyes. She chuckled. Don't flatter yourself. I would have escaped eventually. You were upside down and buried half a meter into the dirt. A minor setback, she replied, stretching again. We've had worse training drills. A ghost of a smile flickered across Edward's face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The silence crept back between them. After a few more heartbeats, Hippolyta shifted onto her side to face him more directly. Her expression was softer now, more serious. You're truly not from this world, are you? She asked. Edward opened his eyes, finally. They glinted faintly in the light, sharp and ancient despite his youthful face. No. There was no hesitation. Just a blunt, matter-of-fact answer. And yet, you walk like a king, speak like a philosopher, and fight like a god. He didn't respond, but he didn't deny it either. What are you looking for? She asked, her voice quieter now. Edward's gaze shifted slightly, but not toward her. More like toward something far beyond the walls of the ship. Something not even in this sky. I'm trying to figure that out, he admitted, almost to himself. I meant it when I said you're different, she continued. You look like someone who could tear mountains apart with a thought, but you carry yourself like you're waiting for permission. He frowned slightly. Permission to what? To matter, she said simply. To exist without a mission. To rest. Edward blinked. Of all the things he'd expected her to say, that wasn't on the list. You don't know me, he said. No, she agreed. But I know the look of someone carrying too many burdens alone. There was a long pause. Then he said, almost in a whisper, that's the only way they stay safe. Maybe that was his purpose. To stop humanity from destroying itself like his world. To guide them to a better path. But that's something that lays far in the future. The first light of dawn crept through the veil of night, washing the sky in a soft orange glow. Above the horizon, Vimana hovered gracefully, a gleaming golden vessel suspended in silence. Its smooth curves and otherworldly hum gave it the appearance of a divine chariot from myth, and perhaps, in many ways, it was. Inside, Edward stirred. His eyes opened slowly, weary and heavy-lidded. Sleep had come in fragments, uneasy and shallow. Dreams too vague to remember clawed at the edges of his consciousness and faded with the morning light. He exhaled and sat up slowly, the light brushing across his pale face and casting faint shadows under his tired eyes. Then he saw her. Hippolyta. Still asleep, sprawled lazily on the polished floor not far from him. Her body lay in a state of disarray, one arm slung above her head, a bare leg stretched out, the other curled. Her leather tunic had shifted just enough to toe the line between innocent rest and something far more suggestive. She looked powerful even in rest, but alluring in a way that made Edward visibly uncomfortable. He averted his gaze. He'd never had a girlfriend in his past life. Never kissed anyone. Never even been close to a woman in the way people his age usually had. And now here he was, stuck in a flying relic of myth, next to a half-naked Amazon queen who had tried to fight him not 24 hours ago. Focus, you idiot. Edward cleared his throat, ran a hand down his face, and forced his mind away from the curves that refused to leave his peripheral vision. Instead, he walked forward and gripped the controls of Vimana. Outside, the clouds had thinned, and a small island revealed itself as the sun broke through the sky. Jagged cliffs. Verdant trees. A flat clearing perfect for a temporary landing. Without a word, Edward guided the ship lower. Behind him, Hippolyta stirred. She yawned and stretched like a panther waking from sleep, arching her back before blinking herself into awareness. Her eyes scanned the golden walls until her gaze landed on the tall figure standing with his back to her. And then she remembered. The fight. His overwhelming power. Her humiliating defeat. Her words to him last night. A wry smile curved her lips. I was rather forward, wasn't I? She thought, amused. My sisters would have had a fit. Still, there was a flicker of something else in her chest, something faintly irritated. Amazon custom dictated that if a man bested an Amazon in fair combat, she must accept him as her husband. It was an old law. One she never cared for. But still, her pride bristled at the idea of being ignored so thoroughly by the men who had not only defeated her but spared her. She rose, adjusted her tunic, and began fastening her armor again. Every movement deliberate. Smooth. Calculated. She approached him with calm, quiet steps. Thank you, she said softly, standing beside him. For allowing me to stay in your flying ship. I'll be going now. Edward turned slightly, glancing at her with unreadable eyes. I won't report anything you said to the goddesses, she added. Part of her, just a small, nagging part, hoped he would ask her to stay. Even for a moment longer. But Edward only nodded. His voice was cool but not unkind. Take care on your journey. Safe travels. Her lips pressed into a tight line. A muscle in her jaw twitched. That was it. No smirk. No sarcasm. Not even a hint of interest. She scoffed, stamping her boot against the metal deck harder than necessary. Men, she muttered. But before she could step off the ramp, a violent tremor shook the air. Boom. The sky cracked open with a roar as two fiery objects streaked through the heavens like meteorites. They crashed into the clearing below, sending plumes of dust and shockwaves through the trees. Birds scattered. The earth rumbled beneath them. Hippolyta's instincts flared, and she whirled around, hands going to her weapons. Then a voice, annoyingly familiar and soaked in smugness, rang through the air. Well, well, Hippolyta, it drawled. Still as charming as ever since the last time we met. Her blood turned cold. You've done us a great favor, really. Leading us straight to the one who killed Poseidon, the voice continued. Father will reward you. Generously. Her face turned pale. No. Not him. Her eyes fell on the massive figure now standing at the edge of the clearing, dust and embers swirling around him. A man built like a war machine. Towering. Muscles bulging beneath leather armor. A grin stretched across his cruel face as he leaned on a colossal stone sword as tall as he was. Heracles. Son of Zeus. The so-called god of strength. The man who once deceived her, enslaved her sisters, and mocked their suffering. Hippolyta's heart hammered in her chest. Then another voice, this one deeper, colder, and laced with disdain. You're awfully close to this god-killer, Hippolyta, it said. Planning to betray the gods. Maybe I should bring your head as well. Ares. The god of war. He stepped beside Heracles, gleaming in dark red armor, his ram-horned helmet casting shadows across his face. His eyes locked on her with suspicion. Before she could even respond, another voice cut through, sharper and disappointed. You've shamed your race, Hippolyta, Artemis said, appearing in a shimmer of silver light beside her brothers. Frolicking with the enemy. And a man, no less. But her voice faltered slightly. Her gaze slid toward Edward, and lingered. He stood calmly atop Vimana, arms folded, his golden robe fluttering slightly in the wind. The morning sun cast a warm halo around him. His expression unreadable, regal even. He doesn't look unpleasant like the other men, Artemis thought before quickly shaking the idea from her head. Then came Hermes in a blur of wind, his winged sandals landing softly beside them. A relaxed smile tugged at his lips. Now, he said, dusting himself off. Let's not lose focus. We're here for the god-killer. Once we deal with him, we can sort out her choices. Hippolyta's fists clenched. I didn't lead you here, she growled. I didn't know he was the one. I just met him on my travels. Convenient, Ares said dryly. But Edward had already seen enough. Still watching from above, he sighed. Ares. Heracles. Artemis. Hermes. His tone was neutral, but there was a flicker of annoyance under the surface. It seems Zeus is underestimating me, he muttered to himself. Sending the hot-headed brute, the bloodthirsty warrior, the prideful huntress, and his messenger boy. His eyes flicked toward Hippolyta, who stood frozen in the crossfire of divine suspicion and old wounds. Poor woman, he said softly. Caught in the middle. Then he cracked his neck, eyes sharpening. Now, Edward murmured, flexing his fingers as golden ripples shimmered around his hand, absorbing Vimana inside the gate. How should I deal with them? A voice whispered in head, eager to slaughter the gods in front of him. Edward felt a little hesitant at first to use the heroic spirit known for his bloody vengeance and hatred for the gods. Avenger spoke with a cold voice, I won't let my darkness consume you. I'm not like Berserker. but I might not hold back once the battle starts. I hate those arrogant gods more than anything. Edward shrugged with a nervous smile, since you insist. Equip, Avenger. Chapter 10, The Ghost Rises Again. Wow, the story is blowing up, huh? Thanks for reading and supporting this story. So here's banger of a bonus I prepared for you folks. I tried to write battle properly as possible. Hope it was good enough. Next chapter drops in 24 hours. Enjoy. Equip, Avenger. Edward's soft words fell like thunder across the clearing. Everyone had been ignoring him, thinking he would be easy prey with the four gods present. How wrong they were. The four gods present, Ares, Heracles, Artemis, and Hermes all turned their gaze toward the men standing there, now surrounded by a flash of light. Hippolyta was shocked when she looked towards the place where Edward stood, and whatever else stood there now in his place surrounded by blue lightning flashes. The calm and carefree demeanor he had worn so long evaporated, replaced by something terrifying, something primal. Edward's handsome face turned pale, almost ghostly white. Muscles beneath his skin bulged and rippled like a storm stirring in the flesh. A ghostly streak of crimson painted the left side of his face, mirrored on his chest. The faint light of dawn flickered against the Spartan armor now clinging to his muscular frame. When his eyes reopened, the warm, gentle light that had lived there was gone, replaced by a cold fury burning deep and unrelenting. On his back, two blades materialized, oddly shaped and chained, their rattling not a gentle chime but the mournful tolling of funeral bells. Hippolyta stared, shocked. The man she had seen as charming and approachable was now something far different. He was a warrior born anew, a ghost risen from the ashes. Ares stepped forward, curiosity mingling with challenge in his voice. So, the rumors were true. You possess more than a single soul. And judging by your armor, you come from Sparta, my dominion. You think a mere Spartan can stand before the gods? You think a costume and some cheap trickery? He couldn't finish the sentence. Before he could finish, Edward's body vanished from sight with a violent burst of wind. Boom. Suddenly, he appeared right before Ares, his hand clamping down on the god's face like iron jaws. Ares didn't have time to react. One moment he was speaking. The next, Edward's hand was crushing his face. The god of war's helmet cracked instantly from the force. With one mighty swing, Edward drove Ares into the rocky ground. Crack. The war god's eyes widened, surprise twisting into pure, cold fear. Edward's grip tightened, and then with brutal force, he slammed Ares' head deeper into the jagged ground. Crack. The earth beneath them groaned and fractured, the island trembling violently, stones splintering and fissures spiderwebbing out from the impact. Trees shuddered as if caught in an unseen quake. Ares coughed, blood spattering from his mouth as a muffled groan escaped his lips. He was planted deep within the earth. The single blow filled with rage would have knocked out an ordinary god. But it only managed to injure him deeply. Heracles' eyes widened in shock, Artemis gasped, and Hermes, ever the swift one, leapt back with a splash of sweat pouring from his brow. I am supposed to be the fastest god of Olympus, yet I didn't even see him move. What kind of monster is he? Artemis was the first to recover, her eyes narrowing with fury and alarm. She leapt backward, stringing an arrow and firing with a sharp feminine cry, unhand him, mortal. Edward's gaze sharpened as the arrow sped toward him, glinting lethal in the morning light. With a simple flick, his blade deflected the volley, the metal ringing with deadly precision. His voice cut through the tension, deep and cold. Very well. Before any could react, Edward vanished again, a blur too fast for any god to follow. Artemis gasped. Too late. Her eyes widened in shock as he appeared before her instantly. Without hesitation, Edward's fist shot forward, crashing into her abdomen with merciless power. Bang. The sickening crunch of breaking ribs echoed through the air as Artemis let out a pained shriek. Her body was thrown back like a rag doll, crashing through trees and boulders, tearing through the landscape until she landed deep within a mountain crevice, motionless. Heracles roared in fury and charged, wielding his massive stone sword with deadly force. The ground shook beneath his steps, his rage palpable. Edward did not flinch. Without turning, he raised a single hand and caught the enormous weapon with ease. The air tightened, the very essence of strength and power pressing against his grip, but it held firm. Heracles' blood ran cold, panic flickering in his eyes as he struggled fruitlessly to wrest back his sword. He launched his whole body to kick Edward away, but he only pushed him back a few steps, but he managed to break his sword free from his grasp. Who the hell are you, bastard? He bellowed, voice cracking with fury and disbelief. Edward's voice was a low, chilling whisper that sent shivers through the very bones of the gods present. I am the ghost of Sparta. But you can call me Kratos, your doom. Heracles froze for a split second, confusion flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand the name and didn't care. But something deep within him recoiled. The cold fury in Edward's voice, the unnatural weight of that name, made his blood turn. But Heracles was a god. A warrior. He roared and launched forward again with primal strength, swinging the sword with both hands now in a wide arc aimed to cleave Edward in half. Heracles roared, charging with fury, his massive stone sword raised overhead. "You bastard," he bellowed. "Face me properly." Edward met it with his chains. Clang, crack. The twin blades caught the edge of Heracles' weapon mid-swing. Sparks exploded as metal screamed against metal. For a second, they were locked, brute divine strength against cursed fury. Then Edward twisted. He slid one blade down Heracles' weapon, sidestepped, and slammed his knee into Heracles' stomach. Boom. The impact echoed like a cannon blast. Heracles coughed blood instantly, the force folding him forward. Before he could fall, Edward spun his body and whipped both chained blades around his torso, locking the god in place. He grabbed the giant sword firmly once again. Heracles staggered, caught in disbelief. The sheer force behind Edward's grip froze the demigod's instincts. Edward's form pulsed with power, his aura was no longer just that of a man but wrath incarnate. His knuckles whitened around the sword's edge as veins throbbed with surging rage, and in the blink of an eye. Crack! He snapped the stone blade in half like twigs. Heracles barely had time to register what happened before Edward's fist found his face. Boom. The ground exploded beneath Heracles as he was driven into the earth like a meteor, rock and soil erupting around him. Blood and bits of broken teeth sprayed around. Heracles staggered, wide-eyed, but didn't get the chance to recover. Edward turned, raised his leg, and kicked him square in the chest. Tum. The force launched Heracles like a cannonball. He flew across the air, plowing through the island's jungle, tearing through trees and rock as if they were paper. His crash landing sent up a plume of dirt visible for miles. Hermes clapped his hands together, summoning his caduceus. TCH. This guy's no joke. Looks like I'll have to get serious. He blurred, zigzagging across the battlefield in streaks of gold, appearing behind Edward, then beside him, then above. Let's see you block this. Before he could finish the move, a chained blade lashed out like a serpent and wrapped around his leg. Hermes' eyes went wide. What the? Edward yanked hard. Slam. Hermes' body smashed against the ground with bone-rattling force. Slam. Again. Slam. And again. On the final swing, Edward flung him across the field like a rag doll, and Hermes bounced off the terrain like a skipping rock before slamming into a cliffside and disappearing into the dust. Silence fell. Only the crackle of broken earth and the distant groans of the downed gods remained. Edward stood tall above the cratered ground, his chest rising and falling with slow, ominous breaths. The chains on his back slithered to life, coiling down his arms like sentient serpents. He turned slowly toward the last standing god, Hermes. Hermes had always been quick, always confident in his speed. But now, fear crept into his bones. His instincts screamed to run, to vanish, to put half the world between him and this creature. But even as he turned, a shadow loomed beside him. Too late. Edward's hand grabbed his ankle mid-flight. No, please. Hermes began to shout, but his voice was cut off as Edward hurled him downward. Smash. The messenger god's lithe form bounced against a cliffside, then another, ricocheting violently before slamming into a marble column. Blood streaked the white stone. Hermes tried to get up, wings twitching on his sandals, dazed. Edward walked toward him like a force of nature. Each step cracked the ground. The once golden armor of the gods was now smeared with dirt, blood, and dread. Hermes raised a trembling hand, trying to call on his divine power. But Edward was already there. He seized Hermes by the throat, lifting him high into the air. You gods, all bark. No bite, Edward scoffed. Then came the punch. A single, brutal punch, hooked clean across Hermes' jaw. The force sent the god's body flying into the ocean with a sonic boom, waves splitting outward as if Poseidon himself had struck the sea. A geyser of salt water erupted skyward as Hermes disappeared into the depths. Hermes! Artemis shouted as she made her way back from the wreckage of mountain stone. Blood stained her silver robes. Her bow cracked along its spine. But rage and pride burned in her divine veins. She leapt into the air and loosed 3 glowing arrows in rapid succession, each blessed by the moon's fury. They whistled like screaming spirits toward Edward's chest. Kratos didn't dodge. He caught all 3 with his bare hand. With one flick of his wrist, he crushed the divine arrows into splinters. Artemis froze midair, just as Kratos leapt up to meet her. Boom. They collided in the sky. His fist drove into her sternum, knocking the wind from her lungs. Then another strike, this time a vicious backhand that split her lip and sent her careening back down, trailing silver blood. She hit the ground with a deafening crash, carving a trench into the earth as her body tumbled and skidded through rock and root. Hippolyta watched from the sidelines, stunned into silence. She had seen men fight. She had fought many heroes. She had seen gods war against mortals, and mortals pray for a painless death. But this was no man. No mortal. Not anymore. This was a reaper in flesh. A punishment from the very depths of Tartarus itself. Edward, or rather Kratos, turned toward her for a moment. His eyes were still cold, but something in them flickered. Just for a moment. Recognition. Restraint. Surprisingly, despite the fury and blood, she could see the same eyes she saw last night. Unfathomable, yet so lonely. But there was no time. The ground exploded as Ares rose from the crater Edward had slammed him into. Blood poured down his forehead. His armor dented. Fury burned in his eyes. "You dare humiliate me," he roared, veins bulging as he raised his war axe, now engulfed in divine flame. "I am war itself." Edward raised both hands. The blades of chaos burned brighter. Then the two titans collided. Clang. Clash. Crack. Their weapons met midair with a boom that shattered the air like glass. Every strike was a cannon blast. Every movement shook the island. Ares brought down his flaming axe, aiming for Edward's head, but he just rolled under it, slashed with his left blade, then spun and smashed his right into Ares' ribs. The war god coughed blood and retaliated with a shoulder slam, but Edward didn't move. Instead, he caught Ares' shoulder mid-slam, twisted, and slammed him into the dirt again. The ground split open. Lava cracked beneath them. "You call yourself god of war?" Edward growled. "You know nothing of war." Ares screamed, summoning a barrage of ethereal weapons, spears, swords, axes, all raining down like meteors. Edward jumped into the air, spinning his blades like a cyclone. Each divine weapon shattered on impact as he roared upward. Ares was already above him, charging with his axe again. Edward let the god attack as if watching a toddler trying to fight him. Then, mid-air, he grabbed Ares' arm, broke it with a snap. And with his other hand, sliced the blade of chaos across Ares' chest in an X-shaped gash that glowed with searing heat. Ares screamed in agony. The two came crashing back to earth in a tangled mass of fire, blood, and fury. Boom. The crater left behind smoked and burned. Half the island looked like it had been hit by a cataclysm. Edward stepped from the smoke. His armor cracked. His body slightly bloodied, but unshaken. He dragged Ares behind him by the hair, the war god barely conscious. "I killed you once," Edward scoffed, dragging the limp form forward like a butcher hauling a carcass. "And I'll do it again." He raised his blade, but a sudden flash of light halted his strike. Artemis fired a barrage of arrows once more, each of them empowered by divine wrath. She had risen again, cracked but not broken. "You will not lay another hand on him," she shouted. Edward turned toward her with a tired grunt and threw Ares' broken body at her like a sack of rocks. The impact sent both gods tumbling into the trees. Hermes, who had been taken out earlier, rose from the rubbles, then vanished faster than anybody could blink. Edward looked coldly at the god who fled and spat out some blood. This is what passes for a god. Gods here are pitifully weak. Heracles had re-emerged from the ocean as well, his body steaming, eyes wild with rage. "I won't lose to a man. I am the son of Zeus." Edward looked to the sky and roared, "Then die like your father will." Heracles rushed again, bellowing with all his strength. Edward didn't wait and met him with the blades of chaos. The first strike cut off Heracles' left hand. Golden blood flowed like a fountain. But Heracles didn't stop. With a beastly roar, he swung his right arm. Edward caught it effortlessly and twisted it. Heracles howled in pain as Edward pulled strongly, ripping out the arm. Heracles, the god of strength and the greatest of Greek heroes, was crying in pain now. He barely spoke with his broken jaw. "Stop. Spare me." Edward looked at him with disgust and spoke, "That's all. When you enslaved the Amazons, didn't they also plead mercy? And you want mercy now? Well, here's your mercy, son of Zeus." He gripped his neck firmly and twisted it. A shockwave of power erupted from the location. Snap. The sound rang through the surroundings. Ares and Artemis looked with fear as Edward threw away Heracles' lifeless body without any emotion. He looked toward Hippolyta, who was standing far, and spoke roughly, "Give a piece of cloth, woman." "My hands are dirty." Hippolyta, eh? She was dumbfounded for a moment before realizing Edwards was speaking to her. She was in far too much shock to process the situation. She absent-mindedly searched for any piece of cloth but couldn't find any. She gritted her teeth and took off the inner clothes she had wrapped around her chest under the armor and threw at Edward. Edwards took the cloth and wiped his hand from the remains of Heracles, then wiped his blades. He turned towards the remaining two gods and spoke, "What are you waiting for? The battle is over only when one of us is standing." Then, softly, he turned back toward the sun. Zeus sends his children to do his dirty work, Edward muttered, voice cold and emotionless. I wonder, will he come himself next time? Ares and Artemis thought in their mind at the same time as they heard his words, what kind of monster have we unleashed upon ourselves? Chapter 11, Divine Slaughter. Smoke curled in the air like serpents above the shattered ruins of the once pristine battlefield. The trees were uprooted, the mountains cracked, and the skies hung heavy with tension as the aftermath of Edward's onslaught settled into a silence more terrifying than chaos. Heracles lay in broken pieces, his mighty heart stilled. Hermes was gone, vanished in terror, abandoning pride for survival. Now only Ares and Artemis remained. Blood streaked down Ares' temple, staining his armor. Artemis limped back into position, her face pale but resolute, clutching her bow with trembling fingers. The sight of Heracles' mangled corpse and Hermes' cowardly escape weighed heavily on them both. Their eyes locked on the figure before them. Edward stood motionless amid the ruin, his body still wrapped in the ghostly red streaks of war, muscles tense beneath his blackened Spartan armor. The chains on his blades of chaos clinked as if alive, restless, hungry. His expression was blank. But his eyes burned with an old, deep hatred that made the gods forget he was mortal. This was no ordinary man. Ares spat out a clot of blood and turned to Artemis. Can you still move? He asked, his voice gritty, edged with pain. Artemis gritted her teeth. Enough to follow Zeus's command, she said, eyes trained on Edward. Even if it kills me. A grin curled across Ares' bloodied lips. He leaned closer, voice low, whispering into her ear words she wasn't expecting. Her eyes widened. That's your plan? Are you going to throw away your pride as a god? Ares wiped the blood from his chin and gave her a look full of steel and survival. Pride won't save our lives, he said coldly. Just follow my words. Artemis hesitated for just a moment before nodding grimly. And then they moved. Artemis loosed a flurry of glowing silver arrows that lit up the air, her form vanishing into the treeline as she fired from every angle. Each shot was aimed with divine precision. Arrows streaked toward Edward like raining meteors. Edward twirled his blades effortlessly, deflecting them mid-flight with the clinks of clashing metal. Sparks flew in every direction, his arms moving with inhuman speed. His focus stayed fixed on Artemis, watching her try to dance from tree to tree, never staying still. So he didn't notice Ares until it was too late. But Ares wasn't rushing toward him. He was behind Edward now, faster than before, making a beeline for the tall figure standing apart from the carnage. Hippolyta. She had stood at a distance all this time, her face grave, unreadable. Even as the gods fell around her, she hadn't moved. She wasn't a combatant today, just a queen, bearing witness. Ares, bloodied and battered, lunged toward her. Edward turned at the last moment, sensing the movement too late. His chain snapped mid-swing, and one blade was hurled toward Ares with roaring fire, but the god of war rolled under it. Before she could react, Ares grabbed Hippolyta by the throat. Her breath caught as his iron fingers clamped tight, lifting her off the ground. Edward froze. Chains rattled and the ground quaked beneath his feet. His eyes locked onto the sight, Hippolyta kicking, choking in the god's grip. Ares' lips curled into a snarl, blood still running from his mouth. Drop your weapons, he growled. Or watch her die. Edward stood still. The air around him seemed to crackle with heat. The blades of chaos remained firm in his grip, but his arms didn't move. He didn't speak. Ares hissed again, pulling Hippolyta's body closer to his chest like a human shield. Surrender now. Or I will crush her throat and burn her city to the ground. You care for this woman, don't you? Hippolyta choked, her crown slipping from her head and falling into the dirt. She turned her gaze to Edward. Though the red war paint now marked his body, and death trailed in his shadow, there was no fear in her eyes. Only calm. Forget about me, Edward, she rasped, forcing her voice past the pressure on her throat. Do what you must. Just protect my people once I'm dead. A single tear slipped down her cheek, but her smile was strangely peaceful. She closed her eyes. Edward's jaw clenched. The grip on his blades tightened. But still, he didn't speak. You bitch. Ares barked and shook her violently. You would betray us, your own gods, for this monster. We'll burn Themyscira to ash. We'll. The words were cut short by the sudden tremor that spread across the ground. Edward took one step forward. Ares flinched. The silence shattered. The skies overhead darkened unnaturally, and the winds howled like wolves. The blades of chaos burst into flame, raw, licking, furious flame, and Edward's mouth opened as the deep, ancient voice returned. Not just his own. But something older. Colder. I am the ghost of Sparta, he said, his voice like a mountain grinding stone. The flames reflected in Ares' eyes. Edward's boots dug into the stone as he raised his blades. I have killed many gods, he said coldly, but few can truly match your cowardice, Ares. A pathetic excuse for a god. Ares stood atop the shattered cliffside, seawater cascading down his blood-slicked armor. The once proud god of war now trembled, fists clenched not in fury, but desperation. Blood poured from a gash above his temple, down his cheek, over his beard. His body had endured countless battles, but none like this. None that made him question the outcome before the fight was done. Beside him, Artemis knocked another divine arrow. Her silver hair was disheveled, her pale skin smeared with ash and blood. Her breathing was strained, eyes locked on Edward, who now stood alone, unmoving, unflinching, at the edge of the jagged battlefield. The ground beneath Edward cracked with every step he took, dust rising around his boots as though the earth itself feared what approached. He rolled his shoulders, each joint snapping like grinding boulders, his body radiating an aura of blood-soaked wrath. Chains rattled gently at his back, a cold, mechanical whisper that seemed louder than thunder in the god's ears. Ares gritted his teeth, raising his war axe. "I am the god of war," he roared, chest heaving with effort. "I've ended nations. Burned empires to ash. What have you achieved?" Edwards was silent but kept walking. Artemis loosed her arrow, divine silver streaking across the broken sky like lightning. Then another. And another. 3 arrows struck Edward, one through the shoulder, one in the side of his chest, and the last pierced his thigh. But the ghost of Sparta didn't even flinch. He just kept walking, slowly, steadily, dragging a heavy silence that made even the Olympian's heart stutter. Ares's jaw clenched. "I swear. Take one more step, and I'll..." "Do it," Edward said softly. Ares froze. Edward tore the arrows from his flesh, the wounds already closing. His expression was cold, empty. The fury was not gone, but buried, simmering, waiting for the moment to erupt. Then, as if acknowledging a voice only he could hear, Edward tilted his head and whispered, "Very well." That was the last thing Ares heard before the world turned black. Edward moved. He simply vanished. The next moment, his fist connected with Ares's jaw. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves across the sea, shattering the coastline beneath them. Ares's body flew like a meteor, crashing through the waves, dragged violently into the ocean's depths. The water exploded outward in a massive geyser, steam hissing as the sea boiled where he landed. Hippolyta, stunned, stumbled back, only to feel strong arms catch her. She gasped, looking up. Edward held her. The Spartan fury still painted his face, but in his arms she felt warmth, a strange, defiant warmth beneath the cold rage. He didn't look at her, didn't say a word. But she leaned into him briefly, resting her head against his chest. I told you to forget me, yet you saved me." "Thank you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "But I'll say this once." He didn't interrupt. "I shall wait for you in Themyscira," she continued. "When you've finished whatever this madness is. I never cared for ancient customs. But if you asked," her voice cracked, "I would have accepted you as my husband." Edward remained silent. She stepped away, slowly, heart heavy. She ran away, not looking back. She didn't wish to show her vulnerable side. After she left, Edward murmured to himself, pulling another arrow from his chest. Maybe in another life, but not now. Then he turned back to the battlefield. Artemis stood alone now, divine light glowing from her bow. Her arm shook. Across the sea, the surface erupted as Ares emerged, soaked, bloodied, enraged but visibly shaken. His helmet was gone. One of his eyes was swollen shut. His lip was split. But he still stood. Edward cracked his neck, his voice cold and final. "Let's finish them before Hermes reaches Olympus." Artemis loosed an arrow again, this time blessed with celestial flame, a roaring comet of divine energy. Edward's blade flashed upward in a clean arc, cleaving the burning projectile in half. One half detonated a cliff behind him, the other fizzled into mist. He launched forward. Artemis barely had time to move. She backstepped, firing arrow after arrow, the sky alight with silver. But Edward surged through them all, sprinting through the storm like death incarnate. When he reached her, she leapt, drawing a divine blade from her thigh. Their weapons clashed midair, hers glowing with moonlight, his flaming with the fury of Tartarus. Edward caught her wrist mid-swing and drove his forehead into her skull. A sickening crack rang out as her body was hurled backwards. Ares came from the side with a thunderous war cry, slamming his axe down. Edward spun, parried with the blades of chaos, sparks flew. The chains wrapped around Ares's arm like a serpent, dragging the god in close. They traded blows, furious, godly, fists shattering stone, weapons carving craters into the ground. Ares roared and slammed his head into Edward's, but Edward didn't even blink. He grabbed the god's face with both hands and drove his knee into Ares's stomach, once, twice, thrice, until blood poured from the war god's mouth. Behind him, Artemis lunged again with a hunting knife. Edward caught her by the throat mid-leap. She kicked, scratched, even screamed, but he didn't let go. Ares tried to pull him off, grabbing his arm, only for Edward to hurl Artemis's body into him, sending both gods flying backward like rag dolls. They crashed into a broken ruin, coughing blood and divine ichor. Artemis's bow snapped in half. Ares was on his knees, trying to breathe. Edward walked forward once more. Each footfall was death approaching. Ares pushed himself to his feet, bleeding, teeth bared. "You think this is over?" he snarled, clutching his ribs. "You think killing us will stop Zeus?" Edward didn't reply. Ares pointed a shaking hand. "You're no god. You're no man. You're a monster." Edward stopped just before him. And smiled, the first expression he'd shown since the fight began. "Maybe. But it doesn't change the fact you'll die here. Activate skill, Ghost of Vengeance." The sky turned blood red. Ghost of Vengeance, A+. Kratos cannot be bound by fate, mind control, or divine influence. He has resisted the charms of gods, illusions of titans, and even the manipulation of the fates. Grants high resistance to mental interference and command spells, and allows him to resist inevitable effects. The sea churned violently as Ares rose from the water, his war-scarred body soaked and steaming. His crimson armor was cracked, ichor oozing from his broken shoulder and the side of his face. His breath was heavy, nostrils flaring, fury simmering, but behind that rage was fear. The same fear that had flickered in his eyes when Edward, or whatever this being now was, tore through Heracles like parchment. Artemis landed beside him, her silver armor dented, golden ichor staining her side where Edward had punched clean through her ribs. Her bow was clenched tightly, her lips pale from the pain, but her eyes still sharp with defiance. Edward stood before them, still and silent. The chains of the blades of chaos clinked softly in the breeze. His skin was like weathered stone now, streaked with the red markings of war. When he took a step forward, the ground cracked beneath him. Trees uprooted. Stones vibrated. Reality itself seemed to flinch. "I'll take the front," Ares grunted, spitting blood onto the ground. "You aim at his head from back." Artemis didn't answer. Her fingers moved with instinct, drawing arrow after arrow in rapid succession, each tipped with silver forged by Hephaestus himself. They glowed with celestial fire, blinding and divine. But Edward didn't flinch. The first volley struck. 5 arrows embedded into his chest and shoulders, one even slamming into his neck. Yet Edward didn't stop walking. His hands gripped the chained blades as his head slowly tilted toward Artemis. Ares roared and charged, his warhammer appearing in a burst of flame. "Die." He swung with the force of a mountain splitting in two. The hammer met Edward's side with a thunderous crash, but Edward didn't budge. Instead, his hand lashed out, caught the shaft of the hammer mid-swing, and twisted. Ares screamed as the handle snapped in half like a twig, and Edward drove the jagged end into the god's gut, piercing through his armor and out his back. Ares fell back, roaring, coughing blood. Artemis launched into the air, wings of light erupting from her back as she hovered and fired a storm of arrows. They rained down like divine meteors, setting fire to the trees and exploding in blinding flashes. Smoke filled the battlefield. For a moment, everything was hidden. But then, through the haze, Edward emerged. His face was burned slightly, parts of his armor charred, but his expression hadn't changed. There was no emotions. Only cold, impassive judgment. He hurled one of the blades of chaos into the air with terrifying speed. The chain unspooled with a screech, and the blade pierced through Artemis's wing. She shrieked as the divine appendage shattered, and her body dropped like a comet. Before she could hit the ground, Edward yanked the chain. She flew toward him, fast, and met his knee midair. Crunch. Her nose broke. Blood and ichor sprayed. Edward spun, grabbing her by the throat mid-spin, and slammed her into the earth so hard the crater widened beneath them. Ares charged again, his own sword now drawn in desperation. "I am Ares," he bellowed. But Edward didn't even turn. He grabbed Artemis's ankle and swung her like a weapon, her limp body cracking into Ares with devastating impact. Ares flew backward. His back slammed into a boulder with such force that it shattered into powder. Before he could rise, Edward launched toward him, blades spinning. Splurt. The first slash carved a deep scar across Ares' chest, revealing his beating heart. The second took off one of his arms. Ares screamed. Edward kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into the trees. Behind him, Artemis was trying to crawl away. Her leg was twisted, her face bloodied and swollen. She tried to summon her bow again, but her hands shook too much. Edward walked toward her. She spat blood. You're no mortal." He didn't answer. He gripped her by the scalp. She clawed at his wrist, trying to push him away, but it was like fighting a mountain. Her fingers bled. "I am no ordinary mortal," Edward said softly. Then, with a roar that echoed across the shattered forest, he pulled. The scream that tore from Artemis's throat was primal. Divine. Her spine arched. Her eyes rolled back. And with one final wrench, her head tore free from her body, vertebrae still attached, trailing golden ichor. He threw it away. Ares stared, wide-eyed, frozen in place. You monster, she was my sister, he howled. Edward slowly turned, his face unmoved. You used her. Just like you used everyone else. With a scream of madness, Ares rushed again, dragging his broken body toward him. I am the god of war. I am war incarnate. Edward's blade swung. It cleaved through Ares's knee, severing his leg. Ares fell to the ground, face first. But he didn't stay down. He tried to crawl, scratching at the dirt, blood pouring, his body wrecked. Edward stood over him. No, he said. You are nothing. Then, he grabbed Ares by the skull, lifted him into the air. And began to smash. Once. Twice. The third time, the ground cratered. The fourth, bones gave way. On the fifth, golden blood sprayed in all directions. By the sixth, there was no head left. Only pulp and mangled brain tissue. Edward dropped the body with a snort, now just twitching limbs and shattered metal. He stood in the middle of the carnage, panting lightly. Blood covered his hands, his armor, the blades. He looked up to the sky. 2 down, he murmured. More to come. The silence was absolute. Only the wind moved now, whispering through the shattered trees, through the corpses of gods. And Edward, Avenger, ghost of Sparta, stood alone. Waiting. Here's a servant profile for Kratos I came up with. Post-God of War 3. Servant, Avenger. True name, Kratos. Alias, the ghost of Sparta, Godslayer, the broken god. Source, Greek myth, reimagined, God of War series. Region of origin, Greece. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Gender, male. Class skills. 1. True name revelation, EX. Kratos' legend is unavoidable. Even those unfamiliar with the gods of Olympus feel a primal fear and recognition when standing before him even if they don't know him. His name echoes in divine memory, a warning to all who claim godhood. 2. Magic resistance, B+. Due to divine blood and endless exposure to gods and titans, Kratos exhibits powerful resistance to magical effects. High thaumaturgy and ritual spells are significantly weakened against him. 3. God Slayer's authority, EX, class exclusive. A twisted inversion of divine authority. Kratos possesses the right to judge gods, strip them of privileges, or negate their domain-based abilities. Against divine spirit class enemies, he receives bonus parameters and advantage in mental resistance, durability, and aggression. Hammer and wrench personal skills. 1. Spartan Rage, A. When wounded, humiliated, or pushed beyond limits, Kratos channels a berserker-like fury. Temporarily increases strength and endurance, granting superhuman bursts of violence. Cannot be maintained for long, risks sanity. 2. Ghost of Vengeance, A+. Kratos cannot be bound by fate, mind control, or divine influence. He has resisted the charms of gods, illusions of titans, and even the manipulation of the fates. Grants high resistance to mental interference and command spells, and allows him to resist inevitable effects. 3. Remnants of Olympus, B. Even after casting off his godhood, Kratos retains fragments of divine energy, enough to surpass normal servants. His regeneration, speed, and strength are beyond mortal limits. However, these fragments are unstable and fade with prolonged battles unless recharged through conflict. Nu Alpha Rho Epsilon Sigma Iota Theta Epsilon Nu, Aniresis Theon, the undoing of gods. Rank, EX. Type, Anti-Divine/Anti-World. Range, 1. Targets, divine spirits, demigods, pantheon constructs. Let the heavens bleed. A manifestation of Kratos' entire myth, not a single weapon, but a pantheon-breaking concept. This noble phantasm represents Kratos' feat of slaying the entire Olympian pantheon, Ares, Poseidon, Hades, Helios, Hermes, Hera, Hephaestus, and finally Zeus. When invoked, he manifests all the divine tools he once wielded, blades of exile, Nemean cestus, claws of Hades, and more, surrounding him in a vortex of divine hatred. Activating Aniresis Theon allows Kratos to enter a divine execution state, where all strikes are guaranteed criticals against enemies with divine blood or domains. This noble phantasm grows stronger depending on how many divine enemies are present. Against true gods, it doesn't just wound, it erodes their divinity, burning away their conceptual immortality. Lambda Theta Eta Kappa Alpha Iota Epsilon Lambda Pi Delta Alpha, Lethe Chi Elpida, Lethe and Hope. Rank, A. Type, Anti-Self/Anti-Fate. Range, Self. Targets, Kratos. I release what I never deserved, and embrace what I was never given. Kratos' final act, when he impaled himself with the blade of Olympus to unleash the power of hope, lives on as this noble phantasm. It is a reflective, paradoxical noble phantasm that allows Kratos to temporarily transcend his own karma. Once per battle, Kratos may negate his death, resist fatal damage, or purge all status effects at the cost of locking Aniresi's Theon for the remainder of the battle. The act of choosing to preserve life over vengeance is what gives this phantasm its power. Chapter 12, Speak of the Devil, and he shall appear. Hermes collapsed onto the cold marble of the Olympian council chamber, golden ichor trailing in his wake, painting the floor with streaks of celestial blood. His chest heaved, every breath a struggle, his limbs trembling from exhaustion and dread. Around him, the gods of Olympus stood frozen, an audience of divine judgment, startled not by the weakness of Hermes, but by what it meant. For him to return like this, something was terribly wrong. Hermes, the swiftest among them, always a blur of motion and confidence, now barely clung to life. Hermes, boomed Zeus, his voice splitting the air like thunder as he stood from his throne. Lightning danced around his shoulders as clouds churned above the open dome. What happened? I thought I sent you to deal with that accursed god-slayer. Hermes, his silver eyes wide with fear, managed to whisper through the pain, You don't understand. He's not mortal, not entirely. He has multiple souls inside him. One of them, a ghostly Spartan. A monster in human form. He played with us. Like we were nothing. He coughed, spitting golden blood. Heracles, Ares, Artemis, they fought with everything. And he still tore them apart. I only escaped to warn you. And one more thing. Hermes dragged his eyes up to Zeus, who now stood at the center of the chamber, his face darkening. Hermes whispered, He bears your blood. The same divinity as you. He might be your son, Zeus. Silence fell like an axe. The air in the chamber turned suffocating. Hera's eyes blazed as she turned to Zeus, her voice like venom, You bred another demigod. After you decreed it was forbidden. Does your hypocrisy know no bounds? Before the others could react, Zeus's palm lashed out with a crack of thunder. The blow sent Hera flying, crashing into the base of her throne. She groaned, wiping blood from her mouth, but her eyes never wavered in hatred. Zeus's voice was like an earthquake. I am king of the gods. I owe none of you justification. He paced forward, aura flaring violently. But I have not lain with any mortal since that decree, 20 years ago. This mortal, this Edward, he is not of this world. The fates themselves have no record of his origin. Another stunned silence. Even Athena looked shaken. Zeus continued, grim and heavy. I contacted the three sisters. They only saw a shadow being dragged into our world by a force beyond even our comprehension. Edward is not of this time. He was brought here. I don't know why. But he came into conflict with Poseidon after the sea god killed his companion, Polyphemus. That sparked his wrath, and now. Zeus clenched his fist, lightning sparking between his fingers. He's chosen us, Olympus, as his enemy. As if on cue, a tremor echoed through the chamber. A dreadful, guttural sound not of this world. The great stone wall behind the thrones, upon which glowed the divine symbols of each Olympian god, began to crack. The first to shatter, Heracles. The god's symbol, his lion pelt and club etched in gold, exploded in a burst of light and dust. Then came Artemis. Her crescent moon sigil split clean down the middle, bursting like glass. And then, Ares. His war helm cracked and caved in, flames erupting as his authority crumbled into oblivion. The gods watched in mute horror as three major symbols faded from existence. 3 gods, gone in a single day. Hestia whispered, This cannot be real. Hephaestus's forge hammer trembled in his hand. Athena, ever composed, stepped forward. Father. We must act. We cannot let emotions cloud our reason. Whether he is mortal or divine, he is a threat. One who has already slain 4 Olympians. We must put aside our pride and... Zeus turned to her, eyes flaring. Are you suggesting we bow to a mortal? Athena stood tall. I am suggesting we survive. Before the matter could be pressed further, a blinding light flashed near the throne of Hera. The queen of Olympus, standing now, wiped the blood from her lip and glared at everyone with disgust. I want no part in this madness, she said bitterly. Whether he is mortal or bastard child of yours, I will not stain my hands fighting your shame, Zeus. Then she vanished in a golden shimmer, gone from Olympus. Zeus's voice echoed with fury, shaking the heavens. You coward. I'll deal with you after I end that mortal. But even he could feel the tremor of uncertainty now. 4 gods, gone. And only a handful remained with the strength to take the field. His gaze drifted across the chamber. Hestia, Demeter, Aphrodite, powerful in their own right, but their domains were not of war. They could not stand on the front lines. Of the battle-ready gods, only he, Athena, Hephaestus, and Hades remained. Zeus's eyes burned with resolve. We cannot wait for the others to return. It will take decades for Ares, Artemis, Heracles, and Poseidon to regenerate through worship and faith. But we can make use of their divine authorities. He extended his arms toward the divine sphere suspended above the throne, an orb containing the residual power and domains of every Olympian. Threads of energy burst forth, connecting to the surviving gods. Athena, Zeus intoned, you shall hold Ares' domain of war and bloodlust. Use it well. She clenched her fist, and her eyes flared red as the power surged into her. Hephaestus, Zeus continued, I grant you Heracles' physical might and authority over heroism. Let your forge become a weapon. The forge god roared as flame enveloped his crippled frame, strength surging through him. Demeter, Zeus said, though you are not a hunter, I give you Artemis' domain of beasts and moonlight. Wield it to defend Olympus. Demeter's eyes gleamed silver, her aura expanding with new instincts. Finally, his gaze settled on the god of wine, Dionysus, who cowered in the corner, eyes wide. Dionysus, Zeus growled, you will hold Poseidon's authority over the sea and storms. It is time you prove your usefulness. Dionysus tried to protest, but the moment the power surged into him, his body arched and twisted, veins glowing with aquamarine energy. His drunken sway straightened slightly as the sea churned inside him. The chamber trembled with divine energy. The new gods of war, beast, storm, and strength stood reborn with borrowed power. The salty breeze rustled the canopy overhead as Edward lay on the sun-drenched clearing of the quiet island. Waves lapped gently at the rocky shore in the distance, a rhythmic backdrop to the aftermath of divine carnage. He was alone, or so it seemed. Back in his regular form, Edward's body bore the marks of his brutal struggle, dried streaks of blood carved across his arms, a fresh wound slashed across his shoulder, still tender and aching. The bodies of Olympian gods had long since turned to ash, but their weight still clung to him. Not physically, no, he had crushed them, ripped them apart with divine fury borrowed from a ghost of vengeance, but emotionally. If one could call it that. He sat upright, elbows resting on his knees, his head lowered, eyes blank. The wind tugged at his hair, and for a brief moment, he looked like a man drowning in silence. But then, a chirp. Soft. Curious. Edward lifted his head. A small bird, no bigger than his hand, flitted through the trees and landed beside him, its head tilting in innocent inquiry. He stared at it. Wariness flickered across his face, but he didn't move. Fly away from here, little one, he muttered, voice low, hollow. Only death awaits those who get near me. The bird ignored him entirely. It hopped along the branch, leapt lightly onto his shoulder, and chirped again, bright, musical. He blinked, puzzled. Then, without meaning to, the corner of his lip tugged upward. Not a fake smirk. A genuine warm smile. Fearless little one, aren't you, he said, barely above a whisper. He lifted a finger, gingerly brushing the soft crown of the bird's head. It chirped again and nestled slightly against him, like it had known him for years. Edward let out a soft exhale. It wasn't quite a laugh, but something close. He hadn't felt that in a long time. He hadn't noticed until now, but the woods were alive with noise. Chittering, rustling, distant howls. One by one, animals emerged from the foliage. Birds perched in trees above him. A deer trotted into the clearing and knelt beside him, licking the dried blood from his shoulder. A lion, an actual lion, padded forward, eyes calm, and settled at his side, tail flicking. It purred softly and licked his hand. Foxes, rabbits, wolves, and even a bear lumbered forward. They didn't attack. They didn't fear. They simply gathered. Some even carried herbs in their mouth, which they put in front of Edward, and nudged him. Edward looked around, stunned. He spoke, voice genuinely amused, what are you guys doing here? Am I in a petting zoo? Thanks for bringing medicine for me, I guess. He chuckled to himself and leaned back against a tree, surrounded by purring, bleating, rustling life. For once, there was warmth in his tone. A glimmer of peace in the storm that had become his soul. But this. He whispered, this feels nice. The animals chattered around him, some fearless ones jumping on him, playing. And then, like all peace in his life, it ended abruptly. A gust of wind shattered the stillness. Wings beat above him, not feathered and divine, but leathery, like a bat's, massive and dark. Dust and leaves flew into the air. The animals screeched and scattered, disappearing back into the trees. Edward stood in a flash, eyes narrowing. A voice, smooth and laced with mischief, drifted down. Oh my, it said in a crisp British accent, what do we have here? Looks like a bloody zoo. Are you the male version of that cartoon you mortals made? Snow White, was it? Edward turned sharply, glaring up. A figure hovered above the tree-line, wings spread. The face he wore was monstrous, jagged, twisted, something out of humanity's oldest nightmares. Horned. Grinning. And clearly enjoying himself. Edward's voice was cold. Has hell become so empty that demons are traveling to Earth for holidays? The creature chuckled, drifting down gracefully. Hell is still at maximum occupancy, I'm afraid, it said, landing with a quiet thud. You humans do love to sin, after all. Edward's fists clenched, still tired but alert. I'm not in the mood for this, he said. So state your name and why you're here. Don't blame me if you get into a crossfire. The demon raised his hand, and with a shimmer, his horrifying form dissolved. What stood in his place now was handsome. Incredibly so. Dark hair, stubble, roguish smile. A tailored black suit. His eyes glimmered with charm and danger. Ah, so business before pleasure, the man said with a wink. I understand. Killing 4 gods would leave anyone a bit grumpy. He offered a slight bow. Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Lucifer. Lucifer Morningstar. And I'm here because you gave off a rather familiar presence. Edward stared at him for a long moment. Then groaned. Oh fuck. Lucifer beamed. Oh, you flirt. Maybe after a couple of dates. Edward's eyes narrowed. No homo, dude. I don't swing that way. Lucifer clutched his heart dramatically. Oh, the heartbreak. But alas, that's the story of my life, mortals just can't handle this level of temptation. Edward exhaled sharply through his nose. The name's Edward Elric. But somehow I think you already know that. Since you're here, am I getting a private, one-way trip to hell, escorted by you? Would it help if I say I'm allergic to fire? Lucifer scoffed, strolling around him like a cat circling prey. Please. Nothing so boring, I'm afraid. I was simply intrigued. You see, I sensed a very specific kind of chaos. A ripple in the divine hierarchy. I thought the Greeks would respond, but it seems they have their hands full with you. Edward folded his arms, studying the devil in front of him. You just popped down from the throne of damnation because you were curious. Lucifer smiled. Of course. I'm many things, Edward, a nightclub owner, a consultant, a lover of fine wine, but above all else, I do hate being left out of interesting things. And you? He gestured broadly. You are very interesting. Edward rolled his eyes, muttering, wonderful. First the gods, now the devil's a fan. Lucifer's grin widened. You're not just some random mortal touched by power. There's something else inside you. Something ancient. He leaned in closer, his voice softer, more serious now. Tell me, Edward. Who are you truly? Edward didn't answer. Lucifer chuckled, brushing invisible dust off his jacket. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'm not here to fight you, not today, at least. Consider this a friendly visit. He paused. Oh, by the way, if you ever do get sent to hell. He winked. Make sure you ask for me. Edward rolled his eyes with a half sigh, brushing a hand through his dusty, windswept hair. The prehistoric landscape around them was quiet again, too quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. He looked Lucifer dead in the eye, one brow arching skeptically. How does that even work? Edward gestured to the primitive forest and the distant roar of a saber-toothed tiger. This is clearly 3,000 years before civilization. How the hell do you own a bar? Lucifer Morningstar, dressed immaculately as always in a deep charcoal suit that had no business existing in the Bronze Age, grinned with that devilish charm that made everything he said sound like a flirt. Ah, but that's the thing, dear Edward. The multiverse. A cosmic buffet of possibilities, really. I usually vacation on Earth 666. Has a certain, hellish charm, you might say. Plus, it's conveniently my calling number. He winked, eyes twinkling with mischief. Edward chuckled and lazily flicked his wrist. In a flash of golden light, the gate of Babylon shimmered open behind him, opulent, gleaming, ancient. A gilded flask drifted out as if summoned by thought, hovering before settling neatly into his palm. Want a drink, he offered casually, shaking it with a metallic clink. Genuine Babylonian vintage. Very exclusive collection. Lucifer raised a brow and placed a hand on his chest, mock-affronted. Well, we just met, and already you're offering me drinks. Rather forward of you, Edward. Not that I mind. It's been ages since I've had something that predates Jesus. I do hope it's strong. He smirked again before gracefully lowering himself onto the grass, crossing one leg over the other like he was lounging in his penthouse suite at Lux, not in some prehistoric clearing. Edward uncorked the flask and poured the dark, fragrant wine into a pair of crystalline cups he conjured from the gate. He passed one to Lucifer, who held it up to the sun, swirling it with practiced flair. Would it be too much, Edward asked, settling beside him, if I asked you to take me to your Earth? This ancient era doesn't really suit me. No coffee. No Wi-Fi. No sarcasm. Lucifer took a slow sip, eyes fluttering slightly at the taste, lips curving in genuine appreciation. Exotic. Notes of pomegranate, and subtle murder. He sighed dramatically. Sadly, no can do. Daddy dearest has some very specific ideas about your being here. I'm just a poor little devil trying not to start another divine war. Not this week, anyway. Edward exhaled, long and annoyed. So the presence is behind this little ice guy experiment, huh? Lucifer nodded, stretching his arms behind him as he lay back on the grass. Seems like it. Though I must say, the Japanese have oddly specific preferences. Getting hit by a truck and waking up in another world. Creative, sure. But it really doesn't translate well to actual metaphysical logistics. Doesn't work in real life, I tried. The DMV paperwork alone is infernal. Edward laughed. You're a chill guy, Lucy. Almost makes me forget you're supposed to be the bane of mankind. So, wanna hear a secret? Lucifer turned his head lazily, smirking. Flattery will get you everywhere. But before that, I must ask. He suddenly sat up, his tone shifting ever so slightly as he leaned closer, his voice smooth and low. Tell me, Edward, what is it that you desire? The moment hung unnaturally still. A force pressed against Edward's consciousness, subtle at first, like warm breath on the back of his neck. It slithered into his thoughts, poking at the walls of his mind, tugging at truths even he hadn't fully voiced. But Edward didn't flinch. He met Lucifer's gaze, with his usual expressionless face. For now, he said calmly. I desire nothing. Lucifer blinked. His power faltered for a fraction of a second, surprise flickering across his face. Huh. That usually never fails. Edward gave a casual shrug, taking another sip of wine. I'm special. So, want to hear the secret or not? It'll cost you a favor though. Lucifer arched a brow but looked intrigued. Oh, I do love a secret. All right, lay it on me. Edward's voice turned calm, almost clinical. Your devil face, it's not some divine punishment. It's you. Your own contradiction, your inability to forgive yourself. Deep down, you believe you deserve to suffer. That's why it exists. But the moment you truly accept yourself, truly feel redeemed, your wings, the angelic ones, they'll return. And the devil face? Gone. The words echoed through the clearing. Lucifer's playful demeanor dropped, replaced by a cold stillness. He stared at Edward, the wine forgotten in his hand. His voice came quiet, tense. How do you know that? That's not supposed to be something a mortal could ever know. Edward just raised a brow. Different worlds, remember. I said it. What you do with it is your business. He gestured toward him. But you owe me one now. Lucifer was silent for a long moment. Then, he let out a soft chuckle, tinged with something heavier. He smoothed his hair, collected himself, and put the grin back on like a mask. You have my thanks. That secret cuts deeper than you know. He tilted his head. But I'm curious. Why aren't you afraid of me? Most humans have a default setting set to hate me. Fire, brimstone, the works. Edward leaned back on his hands, smirking. Maybe because you look like Tom Ellis. He's rather cool. Maybe I felt sympathy for the devil. Or maybe I'm just bored. Lucifer stood up, dusted off invisible dirt from his suit jacket, and stretched his shoulders like a cat waking from a nap. You're no fun, Edward. Being all cryptic and mysterious. But I hear you. With a snap of his fingers, a small black card appeared in a burst of flame. It hovered in the air for a moment before floating down into Edward's open palm. Embossed in crimson foil, it depicted the devil seated at a piano, bathed in shadows and firelight. Tear that card when you need me, Lucifer said smoothly. One-time use. No refunds, no extensions. Don't be greedy. Edward glanced at the card, then nodded once. Amen to that. Lucifer chuckled. Now that's ironic. He stepped back, his silhouette framed by the rising moon. Slowly, magnificent wings, majestic, leathery, and black as obsidian, unfurled from his back. See you soon, Edward, he said with a smirk. I'd rather not, Edward chuckled. Then, with one powerful beat, Lucifer soared into the night sky. No flash of light, no dramatic thunderclap, just wind, moonlight, and silence. Edward stood there for a moment, staring at the card in his hand, the wine flask still floating beside him. The air felt a little colder without the devil around. He tucked the card into his coat and let out a quiet laugh. Well, he muttered, that was certainly not how I thought my Tuesday would go. Far above, wings cutting through clouds, Lucifer allowed himself the faintest of smiles. He's nothing like I imagined. He murmured to the wind. He whispered absent-mindedly as he stared above the clouds. Perhaps beyond it. He shall rule over the fish in sea, the birds in the sky, and hold dominion over all animals that moves on the land, huh? Father does have a weird sense of humor. He shook his head with a smile. Things are getting rather interesting. Chapter 13, What Have I Done? Hey folks, just popped in to see if you are liking it so far. Pretty interesting stuff, right? Now, before we proceed further, I wanted to explain some stuff which should help with understanding the future plot. First, this isn't one of the regular DC Earths. I plan to pick specific plots and character versions and merge them in a linear fashion to make it interesting. Just like I picked the TV show version for Lucifer rather than comic version. I also want to merge CW stuff into DC, but not all of it. Some of the animated versions will also be merged, like Crisis on Infinite arc, Crime Syndicate arc, etc. As for heroic spirits, I don't plan to add too many non-Fate characters. There are 11 spirits in total, so more than half would be from Nasuverse. I originally introduced Kratos as there would be the Magus Society included into DC, so there are plenty of elements from Nasuverse already. But it's DC/Fate after all. It's long timeline, so there's plenty of time to fit those in. Sometimes Edward will monologue or chat with the heroic spirits, which will be showed under this format. And about the harem stuff, I'm genuinely confused. I have read so many DC fics, and most of the heroines have been overused to the point I can guess who's the female lead before starting the story. So I'll have to be a bit creative about it. Now without further BS, enjoy. The sun was dipping low on the horizon when Edward finally stirred again. The brief but meaningful conversation with Lucifer had left a lingering hum in his mind, like the tail end of a piano note echoing through a grand hall. That devil was as charming as he was enigmatic, his words soaked in charisma and hidden truths. Edward had rested, healed, and let the last remnants of battle-wrought pain fade into the earth beneath him. Now it was time to move again. With a sigh, Edward stood, brushing dust from his clothes. He raised his hand, and with a pulse of golden light, Vimana descended from the portal. Its intricate frame glowing, humming softly like the breath of a celestial engine. The ancient plane slowed just above the ground before lowering with regal grace. Edward leapt aboard in a single motion, and the ship ascended once more, slicing through the clouds like a spear of light. Beneath him stretched the Aegean Sea, sparkling with the brilliance of late afternoon sun. The world looked almost serene from up here, blue waves dancing, gentle winds teasing the sails of tiny fishing boats, islands dotting the sea like emeralds. But serenity never lasted. As he soared over a remote island, Edward's eyes narrowed. Smoke. Screams. Movement. A shape in the sky, with eagle wings and lion's body, screeching like 1,000 dying animals. A griffin, savage and primal, swooped through the air. Its claws caught a woman trying to flee, lifting her effortlessly as villagers below scattered in terror. Edward's jaw tensed. He didn't hesitate. Gate of Babylon, he whispered, almost bored. The golden portal bloomed open beside him with a celestial hum. A moment later, a divine sword, its edge carved from the breath of gods, launched forward with terrifying speed. Like a divine missile, it screamed through the sky and pierced through the griffin, the beast's cry cut short as it spiraled downward and crashed into the rocky hills below, dead before it touched the earth. Silence fell. The villagers stared up, awestruck. The strange golden ship hovered like a throne of heaven. And atop it stood a figure that might as well have been a god, regal, calm, and wielding power they couldn't comprehend. They fell to their knees. Thank you, Great One, someone cried. Praise to the gods. Our Savior. Edward's eyes flared with quiet anger. Of course, they think it's divine intervention. I am no god, he said, his voice loud and clear, carried by the wind. I am a human, just like each of you. The crowd hesitated, confused. You kneel and thank the very gods who send monsters to torment you, Edward said, stepping forward on the edge of the Vimana's prow, looking down at them. You offer prayers to those who treat you like cattle, who bring war and terror, who feed on your faith like parasites. A murmur of unease spread through the villagers. Open your eyes. Edward shouted. The strength of the gods comes from you. Your belief sustains them. They should be the ones on their knees, begging for your mercy. An elderly man stepped forward, his robes frayed, but his bearing proud. His white beard flowed down his chest, and his eyes were sharp despite age. I am Antek Luz, he said. Village chief. May I ask your name, traveler? Edward, he replied flatly, arms crossed. You saved our lives despite your rash words. Come, at least share a meal with us. I can't stay here, Edward cut in. Your gods are banding together against me. I've already killed 4 of them. I don't want you to die when they come for me. The moment those words left his mouth, a ripple of horror passed through the villagers. Gasps. Cries. Prayers whispered in panic. He's a heretic. Blasphemer. A killer of gods. What should we do? He saved us still. If we associate with him, the gods will punish us too. Edward rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, if I turned on my charisma skills to max right now, you'd be kissing my damn feet. Ungrateful bastards. What else should I have expected from these guys? He shook his head with a sigh. Just as he turned to leave, a small, clear voice pierced the noise. You're all being ungrateful. A girl, no older than 8, stepped forward from the crowd. She had messy black hair, bright defiant eyes, and a clenched fist. This big brother saved our lives, she yelled. And you're yelling at him like he's the bad guy. The villagers stared with guilt. Some hung their heads. I'll share my food with him, she declared proudly, lifting a small basket of dates and olives. He's a hero. He saved our lives. Edward stared, stunned for just a moment. Then he smiled. He stepped down from Vimana, landing softly before her, and crouched down to her level. The divine wind swirling around him faded, and he looked, just for a moment, entirely human. Thank you, little one, he said gently. I don't mind their fear or disgust. I've seen the worst of humanity. This is nothing. She looked up at him with wonder. Edward patted her head. But people like you. You give me hope. People like you, brave and kind, show me that humanity might be worth saving. That I'm not a fool for trying. Her cheeks flushed red. Do you think I could be strong like you someday? He smiled wider. Of course you can. You might even become stronger than me. Really. But remember this, he said, his tone soft but serious. Don't just chase strength. Be humble. Be kind. Share your happiness and master your emotions. That's what makes true strength. She nodded earnestly, beaming. What's your name, handsome big brother? Edward chuckled as he replied, my name is Edward. What's your name, brave little girl? She pouted, I'm not little. My name is Eska. Edward patted her head and then stood up, prepared to leave. Slowly, some villagers lowered their heads. Others murmured apologies. The tide was turning. Chief Antekluz stepped forward again and bowed deeply. Whether God, human, or something else, you saved our lives. We owe you gratitude, not fear. Please, allow us to offer a feast in your honor. Edward hesitated. I don't eat with people who hate me, especially if I've slayed their patron gods, he said flatly. We don't hate you, kind stranger, Antekluz replied. We just didn't understand. We are just weak humans, depending on the divine to provide for us. He looked around. The villagers' eyes were apologetic, ashamed even. And the little girl, her smile still bright, clutched his hand hopefully. Edward sighed. Fine, he said. But only because of her. Cheers erupted. Preparations began immediately. Fires were lit, bread baked, wine uncorked. As the stars emerged above, the island became a place of warmth, music, and the smell of roasting lamb. Edward sat at the center, the little girl beside him, listening to stories, watching as humans for once, celebrated without fear of divine retribution. It was a brief peace. A small kindness. But it mattered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the coastal sky turned golden with streaks of rose and violet stretching over the Aegean Sea. The villagers bustled around, setting long wooden tables, hanging torches, and preparing roasted meat and honeyed wine in Edward's honor. Despite their humble means, they were determined to show their gratitude to the mysterious warrior who had descended from the skies and slain the monstrous griffin like it was nothing more than a fly. Edward, however, kept mostly to himself. He sat on a stone bench near one of the fire pits, eating quietly. While children laughed and danced to the tunes of old flutes, and the older men shared stories of ancient times, Edward remained distant, his gaze drifting to the flames and then to the stars above. He didn't dislike people. He just didn't know how to be around them anymore. Several villagers, young women and even a few bold young men, tried to strike up conversation. One even brought him a handmade flower crown, awkwardly placing it on his head with a flushed smile before scampering away. Edward managed a polite chuckle, returning it gently. But he declined each advance with the same distant charm. Not rude. Just detached. The wine wasn't great, sour and thin, but it was drinkable. He poured himself another cup, eyes scanning the villagers' joy. Yet he couldn't shake the unease from his gut. That's when she appeared. A woman. No, not just a woman, the woman. She stood tall, mature, confident, moving with a grace that belonged on marble pedestals. Her golden hair shimmered in the firelight, cascading over her shoulders like silk. Her white robes clung to her curvaceous form, cut low at the neck and slit high at the thigh. She carried a small flask and a knowing smile as she approached. Edward blinked. His instincts screamed at him. Danger. But his brain short-circuited anyway. "May I sit with the hero?" she asked in a light tone, her voice smooth as honey. "You seem lost in solitude. Perhaps this wine will be more to your liking. It's much better in quality." He stood up almost immediately. "Ah, I've already drunk my share, my lady. I should be on my way." But she stepped closer, looping her arm through his, her soft curves pressing against him with intention. "Does the hero find my presence displeasing?" she asked, her voice tinged with something like sadness. "I won't force you to endure it if you dislike it." She sighed. Edward froze. Oh no. No one told him his trials in this world included seductive older women with tragic voices, and cleavage that could silence a battlefield. His brain screamed run, but his mouth and legs betrayed him. Edward didn't know what to do. His previous virgin life hadn't prepared him for this. Especially when a gorgeous MILF tries to seduce you. So, he sat back down. She smiled knowingly and poured the wine. "I'm called Kasia," she said, offering him a cup. A beautiful name. Edward replied and accepted it, but didn't drink until he saw her take a sip. It never hurts to be safe. He narrowed his eyes. "I don't recall seeing you earlier today." Kasia giggled, the sound soft and enchanting. "Is the mighty hero interested in an old lady like me?" He answered too quickly. "Please. You look more radiant than half the women in Greece. You don't even look a day over 20. She laughed and touched his arm playfully. "Oh stop, you'll make me blush. You've already met my daughter, Eska. She was the little one who defended you earlier." Edward blinked. "Wait, you're Eska's mother." Kasia leaned in with a wink. "Surprised I have daughter that old." He coughed. She didn't mention she had such a beautiful mother. "Oh dear," she laughed again, this time covering her mouth. "You're going to make me blush. Quite the smooth talker, aren't you?" Edward's brain short-circuited again. His passive skill mask of fake smile, A rank was working overtime as panic simmered behind the polite exterior. "Okay, Edward. Deep breaths. So far you haven't embarrassed yourself. Somehow this woman is interested in you despite no passive buff. Either it's your good deeds getting rewarded, or it's divine prank-level luck. Either way, play it cool, Edward." "Wait, but what if she like one of those ladies who flirts casually? Maybe she's just being nice for saving their island. It would be bad if she was being nice and I took it the wrong way. But should I? I mean, it's nothing permanent, right? I, who has been thrown into this world and have been dealing with mess after mess, deserve to let go and have fun for once, right? It's nothing criminal, just two adults doing adult stuff, cough. Sorry little Eska, my resolve is wavering." Kasia poured more wine. Her silver bracelet shimmered under the firelight. Edward took a sip but noticed something was off. "Strange. I'm getting drunk way too fast." He casually asked, "Lady Kasia, slow down. Are you trying to get me drunk or something?" Kasia leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Maybe I want to get both of us drunk. I may not find the courage otherwise." Edward coughed again. For what?" Before he could speak, Kasia kissed him, soft at first, then deep and possessive. Her lips were warm, tasting of honey and wine. Edward froze for a second, then fumbled to respond, his first kiss unfolding awkwardly but eagerly. She pressed further, her tongue slipping past his lips with practiced ease. "Holy shit. My first kiss. 20 years and one reincarnation later, finally. Score. But wait. What do I do now?" Screams internally. Do I ask to sleep with her? Does the kiss mean consent? Wait, she doesn't have a husband, right? Fuck it, I'll just switch on my passive charms, that should cover the awkwardness. It's not cheating, just using my advantages. He was about to ask the gods for instructions before remembering, oh wait, he was murdering them currently. Kasia pulled away slightly, her breath warm against his face. Her hands gently stroked his face as she started into his eyes with smile. "You're so gentle and beautiful, not at all like a fierce warrior capable of killing monsters and gods should be like." Edward, emboldened, slid a hand to her waist and lifted her onto his lap. Her eyes widened a bit, then she giggled and rubbed against him. "Someone's getting rather excited," she teased, voice husky. "Does my body please the hero? I may not have the charm from my younger days, but I hope you still find me beautiful," she looked expectantly. "You're very beautiful," Edward said honestly. "But Kasia, you should know, I can't stay here. I have things to do." Also, I'm being hunted. There are gods chasing me. I don't want to risk. Kasha silenced him with another kiss, hungrier this time. Her hands explored his chest, and some villagers walking by gave teasing whistles. She smiled slyly, breathless, and rested her head on his chest. I'm not asking you to marry me and stay forever here, Edward, as tempting as that would be. I just wish for one night, a night with someone strong, kind, and attractive. My husband passed away years ago. And today I almost lost my daughter. Let me feel like a woman who can feel happiness. Unless, you don't want me. Edward swallowed hard. Okay. Think this through. She's gorgeous. Mature. Interested. And she made the move first. This is it. The final boss of virginity. He stared into her eyes. No hesitation. No trickery. Just longing. He grinned awkwardly. You know, you're making it really hard to be noble. Kasha's fingers danced along his jaw. Then don't be. His internal monologue screamed victory. Yes. Let's fucking go. You've survived death, war, gods, and monsters. You only live once. Scratch that, you only lose your virginity once. Even Hippolyta didn't give you a kiss. You deserve this. You earned this. He gently cupped her cheek, pulling her in for another kiss. After their lips parted, she got up and extended her arm while blushing. My daughter is staying with my mother. So we can stay at my house tonight. Edward didn't need to be said twice. He got up and followed the mature woman who walked ahead with a sway on her hips. And just like that, the night truly began. The birds sang peacefully, the sun shining brightly. It was a wonderful morning in ancient Greece. Everything should be calm and quiet. But Edward wasn't having a good morning. He sat on the bed, half naked, clutching his head in despair, staring at the culprit who was made to sit in a Dejisa position in front of him. She didn't have any clothes on, but he was in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Only one thought was going through Edward's mind in that moment. What have I done? An hour ago. The morning sunlight spilled into the room, warm and golden, slipping through the cracks in the wooden shutters and casting shifting patterns across the stone floor. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, and the faint scent of salt and lavender lingered in the air. Edward stirred awake with a groan, blinking against the brightness. His head pounded with the dull throb of a hangover. He tried to sit up, only for a dull ache in his back, and something soft and warm pressing against his chest, to remind him he wasn't alone. As the fog in his head cleared, a strange mix of pride and confusion set in. Did I, finally, lose my virginity? A sheepish smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He ran a hand over his face, still groggy. I mean, it happened, right? With Kasha, that beautiful mature woman. Damn. He smiled to himself for a second, then paused. Wait. Why couldn't he remember? Everything after entering the hut was hazy. There were glimpses, a bed, laughter, passion, some wild moves, but it was all fragmented. He shook his head. And then he froze. Someone was still lying on top of him. Naked. He looked down, his heart now racing in panic. The woman's golden hair spilled across his chest in soft waves, her arm draped across his body. Her skin shimmered subtly in the light. Her full figure rested peacefully against him, her bare body warm and soft as if sculpted from divine silk. Wait, this wasn't Kasha. Edward's blood turned cold. What the hell? That's not her. This woman, no, this presence, it's too overwhelming. This is a goddess. He tried to breathe, but his chest tightened. How the fuck did I go from god slayer to goddess slayer? Just as he tried to move, his left hand realized it was gripping something. Something soft. A light, breathy moan escaped the woman's lips. MMMHH on. Oh no. Edward stared at his hand. It was buried into the plush flesh of her enticing ass, which was just as heavenly as the rest of her. He panicked, trying to move it, but it was as if his fingers refused to obey. He had to summon every ounce of mental strength not to squeeze again out of instinct. Come on, Edward, focus. You're not a horny teen anymore, okay, maybe a little. But get it together. With sheer force of will, he peeled his hand away like it was fused to her skin. He carefully tried to slide out from under her, but the goddess stirred and clung tighter, wrapping her leg around his and sighing softly into his chest. He winced. Of course she's a clingy sleeper. Left with no other option, he decided to wake her. Carefully. Tactfully. Respectfully. He reached toward her shoulder, but somehow, his hand landed somewhere else. Poke. Poke. Boing. Her breasts bounced slightly from the light pressure, showing an almost comical elasticity that made Edward freeze in shock. I'm such a horny idiot. The woman stirred slowly. Ugh. Is it morning already? Her voice was husky with sleep, sensual even in drowsiness. She sat up halfway, blinking blearily. Wait, where am I? Where's my beloved? Her eyes scanned the room, then landed on Edward. Her smile returned instantly. Ah, there you are, beloved. She beamed like the sun itself, as she leaned in and pressed her lips to his before he could react. It fills me with joy to see your beautiful face again. I can still feel your warmth inside me. Edward's soul nearly left his body. What the actual fuck? He grabbed her shoulders and gently but firmly pushed her away. Wait, time out. What the hell is going on? She blinked in confusion. Edward took a deep breath and stared into her eyes. Who are you? Why is a naked goddess lying on top of me? Why are you calling me beloved? What in the hell is happening here? For a moment, the goddess looked wounded, like he had struck her. She sat up more fully now, her hair cascading down her bare back like liquid gold. She made no real effort to hide the rest of her radiant body. I'm sorry, she said softly, her voice tinged with genuine regret. It's all my fault. I should have explained things. Please hear me out. Edward narrowed his eyes. Then explain. Now. Before I lose my shit. Alright, just hear me out, guys. Who am I kidding? I got nothing. Let's just call it for the sake of character development and move on. Smirking face. Chapter 14, is this reverse NTR? Y'all guessed the girl wrong XD. Anyways, like I said, harem stuff is not decided. I want at least decent build-up before that. I left it somewhat open-ended. If y'all want her gone, I won't keep her in future harem. But context is important. MC isn't gonna be perfect, and he'll screw things up sometimes, just like us. But that's life. This chapter will answer some of the questions you might have had. If you ever see plot hole or loose end, don't worry, it is there on purpose. I like to drop some clues or hints in my stories for future. Edward sat with his arms crossed, glaring at the woman across from him. No, the goddess across from him, still unapologetically naked, sitting like it was the most natural thing in the world. She sat comfortably on the edge of the large bed, her golden hair spilling over her shoulders and back, her curves on full display beneath the soft light pouring in from the windows. She met his intense stare with a hopeful, guilty smile that didn't quite match the chaotic mess going inside his head. He coughed and looked away, eyes briefly betraying him as they darted back to her body. All right, he muttered, frustrated. Explain. Properly. The goddess tilted her head, a light blush dusting her cheeks despite her shamelessness. Her voice was soft, almost tender. Let me introduce myself properly then, beloved. Though. I did say it last night. She giggled, eyes twinkling. But you were rather aggressive at the time. Edward's face reddened instantly, and he cleared his throat again. Just say it. With an elegant motion, she sat up straighter. My name is Hera. Queen of the Olympians. Edward froze. Nanny da fuck. And before you say anything, she raised a hand gently, I no longer have anything to do with that bastard Zeus. I have severed our marriage. The way she spat the name dripped with venom. Her beautiful face momentarily twisted in disgust. Edward's heart sank. His eyes widened in slow horror as he clutched his temples. No. No, not now. Don't tell me, did I just NTR Zeus? What the actual fuck? Wait, she seduced me, so does that make it, reverse NTR? He stood up, started pacing. What is my life? I just wanted to kill some gods, not bang one. Why couldn't I just sleep with a normal woman? Behind him, Hera chuckled, amused and yet clearly remorseful. She stood as well, reaching out to place a gentle hand on his knee as he sat back down, burying his face in his palms. Calm down, dear. It's my fault, truly, she said, her voice softer now. I didn't plan for it to go this far. But. Her eyes lingered on his face. I'm glad it did. He recoiled slightly. Finish your story. I need to know everything. Hera gave a small, sheepish sigh and walked toward the mirror, her bare form bathed in light. She smiled as she traced her fingers over the marks on her fair skin left by Edward. She shuddered, then turned back toward him with a more serious expression, then began. After you slaughtered Ares, Artemis, and Heracles yesterday, Hermes made it back to Olympus. He reported to the others that you might be one of his bastard sons. Her lip curled in disgust. I admit, I was furious. Not because of you, but because I thought perhaps he had broken Olympus' newest decree already. A law that banned the creation of new demigods. Her voice cracked a little, and she turned her face from him, fists clenched. I thought maybe he'd changed after that law. Then this happens. But when I spoke, in front of all the gods, he struck me. Edward's eyes narrowed. That's a dick move even if it's Hera. He'd hit me before, she added, quieter now. But never like that. Not in front of the entire Pantheon. Not with that look in his eyes. I had never felt so humiliated. She turned to face him again, her eyes shimmering. So I left. I abandoned Olympus, swearing I'd never return. And in my hatred, I thought of you, the one who killed Poseidon, Ares, Heracles, and Artemis like they were nothing. The one who stood against gods without fear. I thought, maybe I could use your strength to destroy him. Edward's eyes flashed. Use me? You planned all this? Hera looked down guiltily. At first, yes. I tracked you to that village. I saw how you saved those people. And then, to get closer to you, I took on a mortal form, Kasha, and approached you. You wouldn't have talked to me if I appeared as a goddess. His mouth tightened into a cold line. And your plan was to seduce me into doing your bidding. Her voice lowered to a whisper. It was. I intended to get you drunk first, then to use a love potion and an enchantment to bind your heart to me. The air around Edward shifted, his presence flaring like a brewing storm. You wanted to enslave me, he said slowly, his voice ice-cold. His eyes glowed faintly, tinged with red. Hera stepped forward in panic and dropped to her knees beside him. Edward, please, don't be angry. Let me finish. That was my previous intention, yes. But everything changed. How convenient. When I kissed you, it was the first time I had kissed anyone since Zeus. I wasn't prepared for what I felt. Something stirred in me, deeply, profoundly. I felt drawn to you. I couldn't go through with the plan. I just wanted to be close to you. He looked at her skeptically, biting back the 1,000 questions burning in his throat. That still doesn't explain why I don't remember anything about last night. Or how you masked your divinity. She stood again, brushing her long hair aside. The bracelet I wore last night, it seals my divine aura but retains my immortality. As for the memory. She rubbed her arm, looking away. I may have added a strong aphrodisiac to the wine for extra measure. I needed you to be interested in me. Edward nearly exploded. What is wrong with you? I wasn't lying when I said it was to give me courage. I have never done this before, and I was still hesitant, she said quickly. But once we got inside the hut, and the clothes came off, rather than excited, I panicked. I was scared. Scared you'd take what you wanted and walk away, just like he always did. Her fingers curled into fists. So I poured the love potion into my mouth, planning to share it with you during a kiss. Equally binding us to each other. None would hold control over the other, just be in love. If I had bad intentions, I could have put that in the wine. But before I could. She trailed off. What? He asked warily. You bent me over the bed and took me from behind rather forcefully. You were, very excited, due to the wine. When you took me by surprise, I accidentally swallowed the whole dose. Her face turned scarlet. Edward groaned, covering his face. This is embarrassing. The enchantment overwhelmed me completely. My body, my soul, my heart, they all became yours. Permanently. So when you ravished me the whole night, I didn't stop you, rather let you do whatever you pleased. We did things I never let even my former husband do. She looked away, cheeks flushed, but I enjoyed it. So did you. Edward's expression darkened. Maybe because I was drugged. So you basically mind-fucked yourself when the target was myself. I didn't mean to. Hera exclaimed. But now. I can't lie to you. I can't hurt you. I can't disobey your words. The enchantment sees you as my bonded one, and, because I used my divine authority over marriage to strengthen it, it's unbreakable. He stared at her, stunned. So you used divine magic to create a forced, eternal marriage bond between us, by accident. Yes. She looked heartbroken. But the feelings are real. The potion doesn't create love, it amplifies what's already there. I don't know how or when it happened, but I fell for you. Edward lost it. How? We literally met last night. Hera looked frustrated. I don't know. We gods don't feel emotions like humans. Our emotions are more deeper and harder to control. If I didn't hold any love towards you, the potion would have never worked. Why do you think I tried to seduce you? You had to feel even a hint of love towards me first before I gave you the potion. Like I said, it wasn't all false. Oh wait, now that I think of it, I removed the charm limiters after the kiss to not make a fool of myself. Did this also play a role? Edward winced internally. Edward dragged a hand across his face. How do we undo this? Hera's face fell. We can't. Not unless I die. And I'd rather not test that. Edward sighed and thought, just great. My first time having sex, and I not only got roofied, also got into a forced relationship. I blame you, Satan, you spread your bad luck to me. She looked up at him, her eyes vulnerable and tearful. Why do you want to undo it? Do you find me lacking in beauty or charm? I am not lesser than any mortal women, even goddesses. You said it yourself, that you find me attractive. He stared at her, incredulous. There are so many things wrong with this, I don't even know where to start. You drugged me. You used magic. You tried to enslave me, but got reversed. You think I'm just gonna fall at your feet because you're some hot goddess? The only reason I'm not lashing out is because despite everything, I did sleep with you. Hera muttered softly, you didn't sleep until morning or let me sleep. Edward gave her a glare. She flinched, but he wasn't done. You're pretty, Hera. I'll give you that. He looked her dead in the eye. Pretty crazy, that is. Edward sat on the edge of the shattered wooden bed, his eyes cast downward, his expression like stone. The memories of the night before still lingered like phantom smoke, heat, movement, whispered moans in the dark. But now, they felt poisoned. His muscles were still sore from the battles, from divine rage, from the slaughter of gods. And now due to the madness of last night. Hera. The queen of the gods. Naked and kneeling before him, begging for something he wasn't sure he could give. Please. Her voice broke like porcelain. Edward, beloved. She wrapped her arms around his leg, pressing her face into his thigh as her tears wet his skin. She clung to him like a woman drowning. Her golden hair flowed over her shoulders, strands catching the light as she trembled. I didn't mean for it to go this far, she whispered, her voice shaking. But I can't live without you now. I can't breathe without you. My heart is chained to yours. Even if you leave me and go away, I'll probably die of heartbreak within a month. He didn't move. Not a muscle. His hand flexed, barely containing the urge to push her away. Not out of hatred, out of confusion. She had drugged him. Lied to him. Bound herself to him with divine magic. And yet, her voice. It wasn't the voice of a schemer now. It was the voice of a woman unmade by guilt. I don't expect forgiveness, she sobbed, pressing herself closer. Her full breast swayed as she leaned against his leg, their softness warm against his skin, making his jaw clench. But I love you, Edward. I love you. His jaw tightened. Love. Was this love? It didn't feel like it. If he was a shitty guy, he would have taken advantage of this, use her and her knowledge, then discard her when it was done. But he wasn't that kind of man. But he couldn't accept her either. I swear, I'll never betray you again. I'll obey your every word. If you want to kill Zeus, I'll show you how. If you want the throne of Olympus, it's yours. If you want me to stay, I'll follow you into the pits of Tartarus. If you fall, I shall join you in death. He still didn't respond. But his breathing was slower now. Measured. The anger had not gone, but it was no longer roaring. It smoldered in his chest like an ember waiting for air. She lifted her face slightly, still pressed to his leg. You can even take other wives. As many as you want. I won't complain. I'll welcome them. I'll lie with them too, if that's your desire. She looked up at him now, her blue eyes wide with desperate sincerity. I'll warm your bed with them every night. Just, let me stay at your side. Edward closed his eyes, groaning softly. You think offering yourself and a dozen women will fix this, he said bitterly. Her lips trembled. No, she whispered. But I'll do anything, everything, to earn your forgiveness. He opened his eyes, glaring down at her. You tried to enchant me. You tried to bind my will to yours. If that worked, I would not be able to even argue back to you. I did not go through with it, she cried. I couldn't. I couldn't force you, not after I saw the kind of man you were. I wanted you to want me back. So I decided to share the potion. I'm yours now. In every way. She lifted herself slightly, kneeling upright now, taller. Her hand still clutching his thighs. Her fair skin glowed in the light, every inch of her divine beauty on full display. Her generous breasts heaved with each sob, and Edward, despite his fury, found it harder and harder to ignore them. He cursed under his breath and looked away. You're not making this easier. I don't want it to be easy, she whispered. You can punish me however you wish. I just want to stay by your side. Let me fight with you. Let me burn Olympus down with you. Edward turned his head sharply. No. She blinked. I said no, he repeated, firmer now. This isn't your war anymore, Hera. You've done enough. I don't need another distraction. I need my mind clear. But I don't trust you. Those words hit her harder than a blade. She recoiled as though slapped, her grip loosening on his legs. She lowered her head. I understand. There was silence for a long while. Edward finally stood up, towering over her. She knelt there, not even bothering to cover herself, trembling in shame, in fear, in longing. He stared at her for a moment longer, the weight of the moment pressing down on his shoulders. Then he spoke. Go to Themyscira. She looked up at him, shocked. What? Go. Stay with the Amazons. You said they're loyal to you, right? She nodded slowly. Then go there. Wait. Stay out of sight until this is finished. Her lip quivered. You don't want me to fight with you. He stepped closer, looking her in the eye. I don't want you dying on the battlefield like some idiot who doesn't know what side she's on. Her breath caught in her throat. I'll handle the rest, he said. All of them. They're mine. But. No. His voice left no room for argument. You want forgiveness? Then listen to me when I give you a command. That silenced her. She nodded slowly, the glint of divine pride finally slipping beneath the weight of guilt. She rose to her feet, silent tears still falling as she reached for his face. Edward allowed her. Hera felt relieved and embraced him, her head on his chest. She brought out a small orb from nothing. This orb contains our memories together last night. After I swallowed the potion, I knew you might not remember everything clearly. So I recorded it. To help you remember the love we shared. Edward was speechless. Did she just say she and I made a fucking sex tape? What is she, Kim Kardashian's ancestor? He wanted to say something but held himself noticing her pitiful look. Just before she left, she turned her head over her shoulder. I'll go, she said softly. I'll wait. I'll never stop waiting, even if it means my end. Edward looked away, jaw clenched. As she vanished in a flash of golden light, he stood alone in the shattered room. He exhaled slowly, his fists curling at his sides. Damn it. She was beautiful. Complicated. Dangerous. Loyal in all the wrong ways. She was also the first woman he'd ever been with. He looked down at the orb, thinking if he should even watch it. Should I? That's gotta be awkward as the dude in the video is me. But this was also my first time. I want to be able to remember it at least. Yeah. This is not for something bad. It's for science. Edward nodded sagely. All of a sudden, Saber spoke in his mind. Ahem. Edward. You might not want to watch that. Whoa. Don't do that. You surprised me, dude. Edward took a few deep breaths. But why not? Is it that bad? Saber spoke after a few moments. Let's just say, whatever she said was true. And you have sufficiently punished her. Gilgamesh joined in, Fahahaha. I have to say, mongrel, I didn't think you had it in you. You showed her who's boss. Although I don't like these so-called goddesses, you have my permission to fornicate with her. No wonder she is so obedient and willing to do anything for you. Edward paused in horror. Wait a minute. You guys saw it all. You damn perverted voyeurs. Castor chimed in with his rational voice. I will teach you some magic to shield your perception from us, in case of future accidents. Edward groaned. Can this day get any worse? Suddenly, a loud booming voice echoed through the skies. God Slayer, I Zeus, the king of Olympus, hereby challenge you to a battle. Come to Mount Olympus, I await your presence. If you don't show up, these precious mortals you cherish so much will all perish today. Edward didn't say anything and just got up. He was feeling pissed, and a punching bag had just delivered itself. Time to finish it all. Chapter 15, Character Poll, closed. I am gonna add some of the characters I didn't have in mind for Harem, and let you guys choose from the options. MC's body is way stronger, and matching him with ordinary humans won't work. One thrust to end it all skull. So Catwoman, Batgirl, Huntress, Black Canary and others won't work. Don't ask, I don't want to add them as it feels wrong somewhat. Same goes for Harley Quinn, Talia etc. Mara, CZ I hate Amber and she ruined it for me. You want her to poop in your bed? Now, as for some cliché, yet fan favorite characters that I didn't plan to use are below. I've also added some unique recommendations which could be interesting as well. Comment below once per option for the heroine you prefer. Multiple comments and options won't count. I'll decide after this week. Here goes. Wonder Woman, I feel it's too cliché, but y'all love her. Shrug, so go on, disappoint me. Big Barda, rather unique, might be interesting to explore the idea. Zatanna, regular human, but maybe magic can help. Dunno. Thinking Face. Hawkgirl, first version, before the whole affair and dying thing. Would be fun to mess with Savage. Dreamer, Nia Nal, pretty unknown, uncommon as well. Powers related to dreams. Poison ivy, too much effort to be honest. I don't want MC going out of his way chase someone. So convince me. Grail, interesting option. Should be fun being Darkseid's son-in-law XD plus she looks like a goth mommy which many of you are into. But hey, no kink-shaming skull. Ice, Tora Olafsdottir, another interesting choice and an uncommon character. Jessie Quick, 50 of 50. Could go either way. Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz, A good twist, plus I can write off other Green Lantern dudes. Mary Marvel, female Shazam. Imagine if she yelled Shazam during SNU. I'll see myself out. Wonder Girl, Cassandra Sandsmark version. Donna Troy is lame. Starfire, are you gonna take away this baddie from poor Dick? Are you so heartless? Are you still inching closer to the typing yes options? Dick, Yami Kadasai Reader San. Skull. And lastly, Hippolyta, I hinted about her early on but unsure about it somewhat. Whoever picks both her and Diana for harem, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna tie you up. And then, I'll get your balls flicked by Darkseid with his Omega Beam, expressionless face. Add here for any other options I missed. Also, choose if you want Hera in harem or not. As for my personal pick who is already chosen. Power Girl. Raven. Fateverse. So yeah, go ahead choose wisely face with tears of joy face with tears of joy. In Skeletor voice, until we meet again. Chapter 16, Fall of Olympus. The sky split open with thunder as Zeus's voice rolled across the earth like a divine decree. Mortal, you have angered the gods. Face your judgment at the foot of Olympus. Otherwise, your precious humans will perish. Humans all over Greece trembled hearing the decree. Nobody knew what was going on. But in the chaos, one thing was clear. The very gods they worshipped were threatening to end them all. Edward didn't hesitate after he heard the declaration from Zeus. He was already pissed off, then Zeus had to target him. He might as well end it all today. His eyes gleamed with cold fury as he raised his hand, summoning the Vimana. The divine chariot shimmered into existence, golden plates unfolding like wings as it descended before him. Without a word, he leapt aboard, wind howling around him as he soared toward the mountain that loomed like a divine fortress carved into the face of the earth. A historical place where titans and gods fought. He clenched his fists, thoughts turning inward. Kratos, or Gilgamesh? Who do I choose for the war? He needed to carve a path through the horde first. Kratos was fury made flesh, the one-man apocalypse. But it would take longer, and boring to squash ants. But Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh was a king with unlimited treasures. A tyrant who commanded countless weapons that can wrap things up nicely. And Edward was not here for a duel. He was here for a quick massacre. So, he chose Gilgamesh to start things off. Then, he'd use Kratos to finish off Zeus. By the time his thoughts were over, Mount Olympus stretched before him in all its impossible grandeur. Pillars of gold, cliffs wrapped in storm clouds, and thrones carved from the bones of titans. The wind howled past him. Clouds cracked open. Lightning danced along the sky as Mount Olympus stood tall before him, monstrous and divine. And waiting for him at the foot of the mountain were the gods. As Vimana descended through the storm clouds, the divine host was already assembled at the mountain's base. 7 of them. Zeus stood at the front, white-bearded and wrathful, lightning crawling over his skin like serpents. Beside him, Apollo burned like a miniature sun, his bow strung and eyes blazing. Athena stood in cold silence, her spear resting on her shoulder. Demeter had vines and roots swirling at her feet, green life pulsating with divine rage. Aphrodite looked uncertain, her beauty surreal, yet her posture wary. Dionysus, usually a drunkard, had sober fury in his eyes, crackling with the power of earthquakes in the ocean, borrowed from Poseidon. Hephaestus hefted his molten hammer, smoke pouring from his lungs. Behind the gods were their beasts, an entire army of monsters, manticores snarling, griffins screeching, cyclopes stomping their hooves into the stone. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. Hades was absent. So was Hestia. Edward didn't care. If they didn't pick a fight, he wouldn't harm them. And Hera. Edward smirked faintly. He remembered her words, her tears, her body clinging to him asking forgiveness. She had begged. Promised. Pleaded. And he had sent her to Themyscira, far from what was to come. Let her live with that. Thunder cracked again as Zeus stepped forward, arms wide. You stand alone, mortal. You have sinned against Olympus, against the order of the cosmos. Today, you. Edward raised a single hand. Who gave you permission to speak before me, mongrel? His voice cut through the air like a blade. Apologize, with your lives. From behind Edward, golden portals swirled open across the clouds, the gate of Babylon erupting with divine fury. Thousands of weapons shimmered behind him, each ancient, each etched with legends. And from the center of the gate came a single sword. Edgy. The mountain's felling sword. Its hilt was as wide as a palace gate. The blade stretched across the sky, dwarfing even Olympus. Mountains quaked beneath its presence. The air itself recoiled. A titanic slab of divine metal, glinting with starlight and the wrath of ages. It was not a weapon. It was the king's judgment. Dionysus blanched. Aphrodite's lips parted, already calculating an escape. Athena exhaled quietly and whispered, "Is this the limit of his strength?" No answer came, only doom. "Erase them," Edward commanded. Edgy. The heavens roared. Boom. The blade descended, an executioner's guillotine from the clouds. The wind shattered. The sky collapsed. The very fabric of the world groaned beneath the weight of the king's wrath. The world exploded. The sword dropped with the wrath of gods long dead. Mountains split in half. Valleys collapsed. The very crust of the earth shrieked as it was torn open. Zeus lunged forward, arms wide, desperately attempting to hold the sword at bay. Lightning crackled from his palms as he pushed against the blade's weight, his muscles straining, veins bulging like tree roots. Apollo hurled orbs of condensed solar fury, each strike crashing against the sword's surface with the power of miniature suns. Athena swung her divine spear upward, channeling millennia of wisdom and battle into a single strike. Demeter drew back Artemis's bow, the arrowhead made of moonstone, its path glowing with ancient magic. Her vines and roots surging like a forest's vengeance, coiling toward the gate. Dionysus screamed and punched upward, the earth beneath Edward cracking as Poseidon's power surged into his blow. Tsunamis of rock and water collided with the golden gate. Hephaestus roared, spinning his hammer before hurling it like a meteor. But the sword did not stop. Zeus was driven to his knees, blood bursting from his mouth as the blade carved the heavens in two. Athena slammed her spear into the ground and cried out in desperation, only for the wind of the sword's descent to throw her like a rag doll. Apollo's flames flickered and broke. Dionysus staggered back, the sea power flickering around his fist as he stared up, realization dawning too late. Edgy struck. A blast wave surged outward, vaporizing monsters in a 1,000-yard radius. Griffins were turned to dust mid-flight. Cyclops screamed once before their skulls caved in from the pressure. Manticores scattered, only to be torn limb from limb by flying debris. The ground shattered. Trees disintegrated. The sky split open. And in the center of it all, as the dust settled and a crater the size of a small kingdom smoldered in silence, stood Edward. Unscathed. His cloak billowed behind him, golden portals swirling around his head like a halo. The gate of Babylon had already begun to rearm, dozens of divine weapons spinning lazily in orbit. Zeus staggered forward, lightning flickering weakly in his palms, his eyes burning with unyielding fury. Blood streamed down his face. Edward tilted his head in boredom. He had barely started. Blood. It soaked the skies like ink spilled over parchment. After Edgy fell like the wrath of a forgotten god, cleaving mountain and beast alike in two, Edward stood atop the mana, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed, golden armor glinting under the crimson sky. The impact had split the earth for miles. Chasms smoked. Fires blazed across scorched slopes. Groans of dying monsters echoed across the field like a funeral dirge. He raised his right hand lazily. "Let's clean up the ants." The sky behind him cracked open like glass. Thousands of golden portals, each gate of Babylon, blossomed into existence in a sweeping arc. Ancient weapons shimmered within, trembling as if desperate to taste blood once again. Then they launched, targeting the remaining monsters that survived. Missiles of divine steel rained upon the battlefield like judgment from the heavens. Spears the size of pikes impaled cyclopes through their chests. Axes split manticores in half mid-leap. Arrows as wide as tree trunks flew like lightning, bursting through wings of griffins, sending them spiraling to the ground in burning heaps. For a moment, it was as if Olympus itself bled. Gore painted the mountainside. Severed wings flapped weakly. Entrails coiled like ropes over the broken stones. One poor manticore staggered forward, only to be pinned to the cliff wall by 10 swords in rapid succession, its face frozen in a grotesque scream before the wall exploded from the impact. Edward didn't blink. The gods, still standing, watched in grim silence. Aphrodite's eyes trembled. Her lips quivered in revulsion as viscera splattered across her gown. Apollo clenched his fists, golden fire wreathed around his arms as he tried to hold onto composure. Athena remained expressionless, though the flicker of concern in her gaze betrayed her thoughts. For a few heartbeats, it felt like it was raining blood. Then came the retaliation. "Enough," bellowed Zeus, lightning surging around him like a living storm. The gods launched forward in unison. Athena darted into the air, shield raised, sword flashing with divine power. Apollo unleashed blazing solar flares, hurtling them toward Edward like miniature suns. Hephaestus lobbed his hammer with the force of a volcanic eruption. Demeter notched enchanted arrows onto Artemis's spectral bow, each tipped with the death of winter and the breath of famine. But Edward never moved from his spot atop Vimana. He answered their fury with overwhelming strength. Portals flashed again, one after another, spitting out blades, chains, spears, and daggers in impossible volume. The weapons met the gods' attacks in midair, detonating in explosive bursts of fire and magic. Sparks lit the sky like fireworks. Blades ricocheted from Athena's shield. A hammer clanged against a flurry of axes. An arrow meant to pierce Edward's heart instead shattered against a crimson-tipped halberd spinning through the air. It wasn't just elegance. It was domination. Relentless. Unyielding. God-crushing force. Edward's eyes scanned the battlefield, calmly. Then he saw it. The weak link. Dionysus. Drunk on fear more than wine, the god of revelry was fumbling with the remnants of Poseidon's power, clumsy hands glowing with unstable energy, water swirling at his feet like a child trying to tame the sea. Pathetic. A smirk curved Edward's lips. Got you, he whispered. He extended his arm, and from another gate, Enkidu surged forward, golden chains of judgment. They danced through the air with a scream like tortured metal, divine authority woven into every link. Dionysus barely turned before one wrapped around his ankle. What? He gasped, and the next moment he was airborne. The god of wine screamed as Enkidu yanked him violently across the battlefield, smashing him through a boulder, then a ridge, then through Hephaestus mid-leap, who tumbled aside with a grunt. Another spin sent his limbs flailing, and Dionysus crashed hard into the earth, carved a trench with his body, then was pulled back up. Worst of all, he felt all that without his divine powers. The chain reeled him in like a hunted beast. Edward stood above him, still mounted on Vimana, arms folded as Dionysus dangled upside down, blood running from his mouth and a rib visibly piercing through his side. Please. Dionysus croaked, his face swollen and slick with dirt and blood. I haven't done anything to wrong you. Spare me. Edward tilted his head, thoughtful. Well, that's a bold argument, he said, voice low and amused. You're saying you're innocent? Dionysus coughed, wheezing. I bring joy. Wine, music. Edward raised an eyebrow. And how many have died in your name? How many overdosed on your joy? How many drowned in your wine? And the madness? You got any answers for that? The god of indulgence had no answer. Edward leaned down, meeting his eyes. You are useless. Dead weight. A parasite clinging to Olympus. Tell me one good thing you've done this week to help someone else. Dionysus stuttered. I threw a party for. Edward sighed. He summoned a new weapon from the gate. Merodach, a jagged, brutal blade, ancient beyond reckoning. The air around it vibrated as it emerged, as if the world remembered what it had done before. Pathetic mongrel, Edward muttered. If I were dead, you'd be drunk in a toga, celebrating my end. You don't even deserve a burial. And with one clean stroke, he cut Dionysus's head from his shoulders. Blood sprayed across the mountaintop like a crimson geyser. The god's head fell like a discarded melon, bouncing once on the stone before rolling down the slope. The body dangled for a moment longer before Edward kicked it free. It hit the ground with a sickening thud. He turned back to the other gods, their faces frozen in horror. He grinned, eyes glinting with red. That's the first one today, he said. His voice was calm. Measured. Mocking. He pointed his blade toward the rest of them, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Demeter. So, who's next? Mount Olympus was burning. The scorched marble cracked beneath Edward's boots as he stepped forward, blood still dripping from his blades. The remnants of Dionysus' headless body lay behind him, mangled beyond recognition. His wine-stained robes were shredded like silk caught in a storm, his once mocking smile frozen in a rictus of agony. Edward didn't look back. He didn't have to. Ahead stood the last of the Olympians, bloodied, furious, cornered. Apollo glared at him with burning hatred, golden ichor leaking from a gash above his brow. His bow was broken, useless. Lightning coiled around Zeus's form like a vengeful storm barely contained, his beard bristling as thunder cracked with every breath. Demeter cradled her shattered arm, jaw clenched in pain, wheat and earth now withering around her. Hephaestus grunted as he dragged himself upright with his great hammer, the furnace light in his one good eye dimming. And then there were the goddesses, Athena and Aphrodite. They were breathing hard, their flawless skin marred by gashes, bruises, dried ichor. Athena's armor was cracked at the shoulder. Aphrodite's once perfect face was smeared with dirt and blood. Her lips still curved into a seductive pout, but her eyes were clouded with desperation. The silence between them all was broken by Athena. Her voice, though shaken, still held the weight of centuries of reason and war. Why are you doing this? What is your purpose by killing the Greek gods? Are you working for another pantheon? Name your price, we'll offer double of what they promised. Edward paused, then let out a chuckle. It grew. It grew into a laugh. A deep, thunderous, almost joyous roar of amusement. Ha 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 ha. That's rich. That's hilarious. I haven't laughed this hard in ages. His eyes gleamed, teeth bared in a grin that was anything but friendly. You think someone like me, who has the strength to butcher you all, would serve some pathetic mongrels? Do you think it makes any difference whether it's you or them? The moment I ripped Poseidon's head from his body, I knew your fragile pride wouldn't let that go unanswered. He stepped forward, pointing a finger toward Zeus. And I was right. You sent your dogs after me, Ares, Heracles, Artemis, Hermes. So I tore them apart. All but Hermes, the coward, who ran off to beg his father for help. And then today. That mongrel dared to threaten me. He thought he could use mortals as bargaining chips, those very mortals whose belief sustains you. Zeus's jaw clenched, his hands trembling with contained fury. Athena tried again, stepping forward, voice calmer now, desperate. We can't undo what's been done, but we can end this. We can offer you wealth. Glory. Even goddess wives, if that is what you desire. Aphrodite, ever the opportunist, slid beside her, clutching her torn silk dress and pressing her ample breasts forward with a sultry smile. Yes. I would be delighted to offer myself, she purred, voice honeyed, as a gesture of peace. You won't be disappointed. I can give you pleasures beyond mortal comprehension, every single night. She gave a coy wink, while pushing up her large breasts that almost spilled out her tattered clothes. Every movement meant to seduce, enchant, beguile. Any mortal man would have knelt. But Edward was no mortal. He didn't even blink. Instead, his voice dropped, deeper, darker, with an edge that could split stone. You dare insult this king, you pathetic mongrel. Something stirred within him. The presence of Gilgamesh, the ancient spirit now bound to his soul, roared with rage. The memories surged, how the Sumerian gods had tried to force Ishtar upon him, the goddess of love and lust. The Olympians had unknowingly scratched that ancient wound, and his fury now burned like molten iron. Edward whispered to himself. God damn it, not now. He sighed and reasoned internally with Gilgamesh, relax dude. They're just inbred retards who probably used all their brain cells to come up with this. Don't waste your fury on them. They aren't worthy. I'll handle this. Gilgamesh's wrath simmered, but with effort, he pulled back. Edward exhaled. To the gods, it looked like he was considering their offer. Then came the dagger. You're hopeless. You offer me a whore? A creature passed around Olympus like a cup of wine. His voice boomed, echoing off the broken mountains. She's been fucked by half the realm. Even most of you, I wager. And you dare to offer this tainted creature? And this whore thinks she can share my bed? Delusional mongrel. Aphrodite froze, mouth agape, her face paling. Never in her immortal life had anyone rejected her. Let alone spit on her offer. Let alone call her what she was, a defiled harlot. Even a sensibine won't heal that burned skull. Athena's composure cracked. Her face went pale as she stepped forward, trying to mediate. Wait, no. I didn't mean her. Her voice trembled, then steadied. I volunteer myself. Gasps rang across the remaining god. Even the wind stopped for a moment. Zeus's voice split the air like thunder. Athena. Have you lost your mind? You dare negotiate with this mortal? Offer yourself for peace. Are you plotting treason now? Athena snapped back at him, voice laced with fury. I am trying to save us, you stubborn old fool. Don't you see it? He's been toying with us since the beginning. Because of your incompetence, I have to sacrifice my vow to save your pitiful lives. She turned back to Edward, stepping closer until only inches separated them. Her red eyes, intelligent, fierce, weary, locked onto his. I am the virgin goddess Athena. I offer myself, not just as a wife, but as a symbol of peace and unity. Let there be peace. End this madness. I will abandon Olympus. I will devote myself to you, if only to spare what's left of us. Edward was quiet for a moment. The storm paused for a heartbeat. He chuckled and shook his head, you really don't get it. Then, slowly, he reached out and gripped her chin. You Greek gods. He muttered, almost with pity, you really were born with half the brain cells of normal men. Her eyes widened slightly at the insult, but she didn't flinch. But, he continued, voice low, dangerous, you did one thing right. You stood for something, even if you did horrible things in its name. Athena tried to protest, but he raised a finger and gently pressed it to her lips. You have a decent head. But I do not agree with your actions. What you did to that poor girl Medusa was monstrous. So here's your punishment. He pulled back, red eyes burning. You'll live, but as a monster. Just like her. Centuries in that form. Suffer, as she did. If you learn your lesson after that, I'll set you free. Accept, or die. Choose. Athena's breath trembled. She closed her eyes. And after regaining my freedom, she whispered. I'll have nothing left. What would I do? Edward shrugged. Sounds like a you problem. Yes or no? After a few moments of thinking, she opened her eyes in resignation. I accept. Edward nodded without any emotion. Good girl. You get to live. He turned slowly, his eyes locking on the remaining gods. His voice dropped into a whisper, darker than death. But you mongrels won't. Chapter 17, Fall of Olympus. Mount Olympus shook with fury. Edward had just marked Athena's fate, her acceptance of monstrous punishment in exchange for her life. The air between them was tense, yet still. Athena's silver eyes were dim with shame, yet calm in resolve. But that moment of silence shattered instantly. The gods struck as one. Zeus raised his hand high, his voice bellowing like the storm. Die, he roared, as he hurled his thunderbolt, white-hot and howling like a star torn from the sky. Apollo didn't hesitate. He knocked an arrow and whispered a sacred hymn. The arrow glowed gold, no, it became gold, alight with the full, blinding radiance of the sun. With a sharp twang of his bow, the solar spear flew forth. Demeter clenched her fist and drove it into the ground. The marble cracked as thick, serpentine vines erupted, dark, thorny, and alive with divine hunger. They coiled toward Edward, barbed tips twisting like fangs. Aphrodite, her beauty warped into rage, summoned a long-forgotten relic, the bow of Eros. A heart-shaped arrow shimmered with rosy mist as she aimed it at Edward's chest, lips curled in fury. Let's see you mock love now, beast, she spat, loosing the arrow that would force obsession and longing into even the coldest soul. And Hephaestus roared, limping forward with his molten forged hammer, the air around it shimmering with heat. He brought it down with the force of a mountain, aiming to crush Edward into the earth. It was a divine onslaught. A combined assault that could break titans, destroy kingdoms, and erase mortals from existence. But Edward just smiled. His voice came quiet, a whisper, more like a curse. Equip, Avenger. The moment those words left his lips, the world shook. A shockwave erupted from his body, raw, black energy laced with red veins burst outward like a living flame. It shattered the vines, twisted the air, and cracked the sky above. The thunderbolt, the solar arrow, the lustful charm, and the hammer's blow all crashed into the same point, where Edward had stood moments ago. The mountain trembled as the explosion sent debris flying in every direction. Fire. Lightning. Dust. Blinding heat and splintering stone engulfed everything. The gods flinched. Even Zeus grinned for a moment. They thought they'd won. But Athena knew better. She stood to the side, watching the others cheer. Her eyes narrowed, not out of fear, but from grim understanding. She had seen the shift in Edward's form the moment he whispered those words. She had felt the presence within him, ancient, monstrous, and unyielding. Yet she somehow felt hope brimming from within him. She whispered softly, just who is he? The ash-colored figure loomed behind the gods. The charming Edward was no longer there. In his place stood the Avenger. The warrior whose wrath had slain Ares. The beast who tore Heracles limb from limb. The nightmare who mutilated Artemis. And the gods, drunk on premature victory, didn't even realize he was behind them. Until it was too late. Splurt. Apollo's body jolted. His mouth opened, but no words came. Only golden ichor flowed through them. He looked down in shock. Two divine blades pierced clean through his back, emerging just below his ribs. He gasped in pain. Behind him, Edward grinned, eyes glowing with infernal rage. It might have been charming before, but now. The grin sent shivers down the spine of the gods. With a sudden pull, the blades of chaos retracted, the chains coiling like serpents, dragging Apollo backward toward him like a puppet. Apollo wheezed, blood pouring from his mouth as his knees buckled. His bow clattered uselessly to the ground. Zeus turned and hurled his divine weapon, just as Edward seized Apollo by the throat and held him up like a human shield. No. Zeus shouted, with a surge of madness and regret. Apollo's bloodshot eyes widened. He saw his death. It came screaming toward him, fast and merciless. But even then, he clenched his teeth and smiled weakly through the blood. If I die, I'm taking you with me, monster. And with the last of his strength, Apollo locked his arms around Edward's torso. "This is for Artemis." The thunderbolt struck like a fallen star. A scream ripped through the heavens as the explosion tore across Olympus. The summit shook violently, statues cracked, and divine ichor sprayed across the ruined marble. Apollo's form was lost in the searing blast, his final act of defiance swallowing both him and Edward in a maelstrom of lightning and sunfire. Zeus's face was twisted in fury, but behind his eyes was something else, doubt. The dust settled slowly, carried by howling winds that reeked of ozone and blood. Debris littered the battleground, chunks of broken stone smoldering amid the charred remains of columns. Athena stood still as a statue, eyes narrowed. She had seen it. Before the blast consumed him, she'd seen Edward smile. That alone chilled her deeper than any thunderbolt ever could. Zeus's fists clenched as his gaze swept the ruins. His voice cracked with a furious tremor. "Apollo," he muttered, grief barely veiled beneath wrath. Then his voice rose into a bellow. "Edward, show yourself. I'll tear your soul apart." Lightning rained again, wild and reckless, bolt after bolt launched into the dust and rubble. He didn't care what he hit. He only wanted destruction. But the storm began to fade. Slowly. Unnaturally. And then came a whisper. Not from above. Not from around. It came from beneath the very fabric of the world. "My fury burns all." A tremor rippled across Olympus, subtle at first, then violent, as if the mountain itself recoiled from the voice. "And my rage rends the world asunder." The sky darkened. Not with clouds, but something else. Something primal. Something ancient. Athena took a step back. Her breath caught. "He's still here." The gods turned as a figure emerged from the thinning dust. Not the burned remains of a man, not the charred corpse they expected. But Edward. Whole. Unbroken. And different. His body glowed faintly beneath the blood and ash, not with divine light, but with something older. More terrifying. Surrounding him, a storm of weapons shimmered into being, twin blades of chaos wreathed in flame, the crushing gauntlets of the Nemean cestus, the spectral claws of Hades dragging the chains of the underworld behind them, the golden glow of the blade of Olympus sparking in and out of view. Not summoned one at a time, but all at once, orbiting him in a vortex of pure hatred. These were not tools of war. They were the embodiment of slaughter. Each weapon had killed a god. Each soaked in divine blood. Each etched with legend. Edward stood at the center, his eyes burning red, not just from his own wrath, but from the awakened power of the one within. Kratos. The god-slayer. The ghost of Sparta. The men who broke Olympus. Their spirits now burned as one, and from their union, the concept itself emerged. His voice echoed, layered and thunderous, more than mortal, more than divine. "Let the heavens bleed." He raised his arm, and the swirling weapons responded, spinning faster, burning hotter, shrieking through the air like screaming souls. Nu alpha rho epsilon sigma iota theta epsilon nu, and Iresis theon. The undoing of gods. The gods froze. This was no weapon, this was not magic. Not technique. This was the manifestation of a myth, a divine concept forged in the ruin of Olympus itself. The gods felt it immediately within their soul. Their skin crawled. Their ichor burned. Something was being stripped from them, not just strength, but divinity itself. Hephaestus stumbled back, clutching his chest. His hammer slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to one knee. Demeter gasped as the vines around her arm withered into dust, her dominion over harvest and life unraveling with every second she stood in Edward's presence. Aphrodite screamed, clutching her head, beauty faltering. The divine allure that once bent armies to her will flickered and died in her eyes. Her immortality felt fragile now. Breakable. Even Zeus staggered. Lightning sparked erratically across his frame as if the very storms resisted him. The air around him thinned. His aura, once immense, suffocating, was crumbling. Edward walked forward, slow and deliberate, like an executioner walking toward the scaffold. His hands were empty, he didn't need to wield a weapon. They followed him. They danced around him like vengeful spirits, each strike they would make now carrying a singular truth. Every blow would be absolutely fatal. Because Iresis theon didn't just kill gods. It undid them completely. Athena whispered, almost to herself, by the fates. He's become the end of Olympus. Zeus bared his teeth. No, he howled, and hurled another thunderbolt, one infused with all the divine might of the king of gods. The lightning arced toward Edward. The claws of Hades lunged out like serpents, and caught the bolt midair, the chains coiling around it and devouring it. The souls of the underworld hissed in glee as they swallowed Zeus's wrath whole. Edward didn't even flinch. He raised his head, and his eyes locked with Zeus's. "Are you scared?" The gods began to back away. But Edward lifted his hand, and with a snap, the blades of chaos flew forward, carving through air, fire, and flesh. The war wasn't over yet. But it was about to reach its climax. The heavens wept black storm clouds and the mountain's roots quaked beneath the weight of divine annihilation. The moment Aniresi's Theon was unleashed, the very concept of godhood became fragile in Edward's presence. And the gods, these so-called immortals, were no longer gods. They were prey. The vortex of divine weapons encircling Edward glowed crimson and gold, spectral chains dragging sparks through the air, dragging with them the legacy of every god Kratos had slain, now fused into one fury-driven avenger. Aphrodite was the first to falter. Her knees hit the marble with a desperate thud, hands trembling as her illusion of dominance crumbled. Her silken dress slipped from her shoulders as she attempted to wield the only weapon she had left, her body. She dropped her bow, crawling forward with wide, shimmering eyes. "Please, please, I beg you," she whispered, voice a soft melody now cracked with terror. She ran her hands down her curves, peeling away the rest of her dress until she knelt nude before him. "I'll serve you, become your slave, fulfill your every whim. Just spare me. I can make you feel pleasure no goddess ever has." She reached for his leg, trembling. But Edward did not look at her with desire. Only disgust. His voice was flat. "You mistake me for a man who seeks comfort from filth." He lifted a hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the blades of chaos shot forward like twin vipers. They wrapped around her body with supernatural speed, coiling tighter and tighter. "Wait, no. No please. SHRRRT. The chains yanked in opposite directions. Her body burst. There was no elegance, no grace, no divine death. Her flawless skin tore like parchment. Her golden hair was drenched in blood and ichor as her head spun into the sky, severed from her neck. Limbs were ripped free, and her spine snapped with a grotesque crack as she exploded into a storm of gore and viscera. Golden ichor rained down across Olympus, painting the once holy grounds in divine carnage. Her final scream echoed across the land, shrill and hollow, a goddess laid bare, reduced to meat. And from the remains, a pulse of divine energy surged into Edward's chest. The vortex around him absorbed it greedily. Aniresi's Theon did not simply kill. It erased gods. Their divinity, their concepts, their myths, consumed and assimilated. He didn't stop to look back. Behind him, Hephaestus roared and charged forward, dragging his great hammer behind him like a meteor preparing to strike. His one good eye was ablaze with grief and fury, though his leg dragged behind him in its eternal limp. Beside him, Zeus raised another thunderbolt, raw energy coursing from the heavens into his hand. His face contorted with wrath, beard bristling with static. From behind, Demeter raised her hands to the skies, calling upon nature itself to aid her children. Thorned roots erupted from the ground again, thick as serpents, and hundreds of vines lashed toward Edward with divine precision. But he was gone. Before the vines even reached him, a crack in space whispered, and Edward appeared behind Demeter. She gasped, startled, turning just in time to see the smoldering red glow in his eyes. He gripped her by the head. Her green robes wilted. The grass beneath her feet turned to ash. "Do you remember," he said coldly, "how your grief starved the world?" She clawed at his arm, but his grip didn't budge. "How your sorrow over your daughter's abduction led you to kill millions. Mankind, who had nothing to do with your pain. And yet, you took their lives without remorse." She struggled. I was mourning. You chose vengeance. You are no goddess of harvest. Only famine." Suddenly, a thunderbolt whistled toward him, hurled by Zeus from afar. Edward didn't flinch. He caught the thunderbolt midair with his free hand, divine energy crackling against his palm. Demeter's eyes widened in horror. No. No. He drove the thunderbolt into her chest. The sound was like the splitting of a mountain. The lightning coursed through her body, erupting out of her eyes and mouth. Her screams were hideous, her body convulsing violently as the bolt didn't just destroy, it burned her concept, searing through her spirit, eating her from the inside out. She collapsed forward, but he held her upright, watching as her flesh dissolved into golden mist. Her form collapsed into glowing fragments, and the divine energy that made up Demeter bled out like light drawn into a void. Her divinity scattered, and surged into Edward's chest. The weapons orbiting him pulsed brighter, sharper, deadlier. 2 gods down. The world groaned beneath his presence. Athena, from a distance, watched with silent horror. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, not for salvation, but for the dead. For Demeter, who once wept for Persephone. For Aphrodite, who had only known how to manipulate, never fight. There was no forgiveness here. Only endings. And now, only 2 remained. Zeus. Hephaestus. They stood together, though even the father of gods now looked shaken. Hephaestus's hammer trembled in his grip. Edward walked toward them, step by step, each impact cracking the marble beneath his feet. In his hand, he still held Zeus's own thunderbolt, now flickering faintly, corrupted by the same force that unmade Demeter. His face was emotionless. The storm around him was alive, the blades of chaos, the claws of Hades, the Nemean cestus, and others rotated behind him in a deadly cyclone of memory and myth. Zeus gritted his teeth, and for the first time in eons, he felt something foreign. Not fury. Not pride. Fear. And worse still, the knowledge that nothing he could do would change what came next. The cracked marble beneath Edward's boots echoed with each slow, thunderous step as he advanced toward the final two gods of Olympus. The shattered remains of the pantheon littered the battlefield, smoldering, twitching, lifeless, and still, the storm in his heart had not calmed. The blades of chaos spun in lazy arcs at his sides, glowing faintly in the blood-hazed light of the ruined heavens. Zeus stood stiffly beside Hephaestus, their divine forms battered, cloaked in ichor and dust, the air thick with the stench of scorched flesh and cosmic ruin. Zeus glanced at his estranged son, Hephaestus, the god he had spurned and discarded for centuries, and for once, the king of Olympus looked human. His voice was low, grave. Perhaps I treated you harshly, my son. For what it's worth. I apologize. Hephaestus let out a jagged breath that sounded more like a death rattle than a chuckle. He spat golden blood, wiped his trembling hand across his lip, and gave a broken smirk. Cough. Too late, old man. But thank you for finally acknowledging me. Edward paused mid-step, raising a brow in something approaching amusement. What is this? He asked, his tone dry. Character development. A redemption arc. He scoffed and spun Zeus's own thunderbolt in his hand before hurling it with god-slaying precision. The golden projectile howled through the air like a comet and struck Hephaestus dead in the chest. The god's eyes widened in disbelief, and then... boom. Hephaestus detonated in a burst of golden flame, divine ichor, and steaming viscera. His limbs were vaporized, his forge-strong body reduced to ash and gore. Bone fragments rained down like meteorites. The explosion drenched Zeus, painting his regal form in the remains of the only son who ever truly wanted his approval. Splashes of Hephaestus's ichor clung to his beard and robes, dripping slowly. The silence that followed was suffocating. Zeus stood unmoving, staring into the space where his son had once stood. His eyes, wide and unblinking, turned to Edward, who now radiated with the absorbed divinity of yet another slain god. Slowly, the father of the sky bent and picked up his weapon, the shattered remnant of his thunderbolt, crackling weakly with dying light. His voice, when it came, was hoarse but steady. You have brought ruin to Olympus. Our home lies in ashes. The world will tremble with imbalance. Humanity will suffer for this madness. You think yourself a savior? What have you actually achieved? Edward stood in the carnage of gods, his body soaked in celestial blood, his eyes strangely calm. He stared down Zeus and answered, quietly. I'm no savior. Some might call me a monster. He turned his gaze skyward for a moment, as if addressing the stars themselves, before returning it to Zeus. His voice hardened with resolve. But even monsters can sometimes cast a light in the darkness. If I must carry this burden, then so be it. I will stand before mankind, not as a god, but as a beacon of hope and freedom, so they never falter in blind worship again. Zeus coughed blood as he spoke. Humans are flawed, weak and pathetic creatures that would cease to exist without us. Edward looked at the sky and replied softly, they would stumble, they would fall. They would make mistakes. But in time, they will work together, and find their way into the light. And I will be there, guide them. A tired smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. Not of triumph, but burden and duty. From behind, Athena observed the exchange with an unreadable expression. A dull ache pierced her chest as she watched Edward's solitary figure. This man is a fool, she whispered to no one, voice hushed yet reverent. But a fool even the greatest heroes would admire. Then, Zeus roared. A final cry of defiance. Of pain. Of wrath. He summoned all the power left within him, calling lightning from the broken sky, and lunged at Edward with one last desperate swing of the thunderbolt. Crack. Edward didn't flinch. With one hand, he caught the weapon mid-swing. Sparks erupted, divine energy crackling violently as the king of Olympus looked on in disbelief. Then, Edward squeezed. Hairline fractures split across the weapon's surface, and with a sickening pop, it broke apart, lightning fizzling uselessly in the air. In a flash, Edward's other hand came forward, and with it, the claws of Hades roared to life. He swung viciously. Slash. Zeus screamed, a raw, animalistic sound, as the clawed edge tore through his lower torso. The weapon tore away not flesh, but something deeper. Divine essence ruptured. Zeus crumpled, clutching his ruined groin in horror. Something wet and significant hit the ground with a splatter. It twitched. Edward looked down, unimpressed. He lifted his boot and crushed it beneath his heel. The king of the gods writhed at his feet, gasping in agony, tears and ichor running down his face. Edward's tone was devoid of mercy. Just for that act alone, the women of Greece would thank me. You are the worst of them all, Zeus. King of gods. You were a tyrant. A glutton. A rapist. Power wasted on an arrogant fool who only knew indulgence. No more. With grim finality, he raised the blades of chaos, still humming with wrathful energy, and drove them straight through Zeus's face. Crack. Bone shattered. Divine thunder erupted. A blast wave surged outward, shaking what remained of Mount Olympus. The world shuddered as the king of the gods fell. When the dust cleared, Edward stood alone. He exhaled slowly. One more. With a flash of divine speed, he vanished. Far above, atop the highest peak of the mountain, a battered Hermes lay in the care of a few minor gods and spirits. His silver blood stained the stones. He was half-conscious, muttering, unaware of what approached. Edward didn't pause. He didn't speak. He simply appeared, blade in hand, and in one fluid motion. Shink. Hermes's head was severed from his body. It hit the ground with a hollow thud, rolling gently to a stop, his expression frozen in confusion. There were no words. No pleas. Just silence. It was truly over. Edward stood upon the wrecked summit of Olympus. He looked at the divine sphere, a gleaming mass of compressed divine authority, the spiritual embodiment of every god he had slain. It pulsed faintly, almost like a heart. He considered it for a moment, and then tossed it into the gate of Babylon opened behind him, golden and infinite, and the sphere vanished into its depths. He turned, walking away, his back to the heavens, his heart heavy with fire and silence. Olympus was no more. Chapter 18, Teaser, contains spoilers. This is not a chapter, but more like a future plot teaser I have prepared for you guys. It contains a big spoiler, and a glimpse of what is to come. This is still about 50 chapters away or so. I have been sticking together an all-new timeline and connecting events from old era and new. So far, it's looking good and shaping up nicely. Be warned, after reading this, you might suffer from a case of intense craving for more chapters, but they won't arrive fast enough. You might throw your phone, smash your keyboards, but the damage will be done. Muhahaha. By the way, tomorrow I'll post a bit late. Super tired, need sleep. Still not going back. That's hell you're walking into. Aight, there you go. Don't say I didn't warn ya. In a far distant future. A cold wind blew across the mountain, sharp and unforgiving. The air was thin, and the sky above was pale and still. Snow rested on the rocks nearby, untouched by anything living. On a patch of flattened ground near the edge of a cliff, a young man sat alone on a bed of thorns. His body trembled slightly, but he didn't move. His breathing was slow, steady, even as blood ran from his back and legs. The thorns pierced through the thin layer of cloth he wore and dug deep into his skin. Every breath hurt. Every second that passed was another moment of pain. But he didn't cry out. He didn't scream. His face was pale, jaw clenched tightly. His black hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his forehead. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his fists rested on his knees, knuckles white from how tightly they were clenched. He was meditating. Or trying to. But his mind wasn't calm. All he could think about was pain. Not just the pain in his body, but the pain in his heart. The despair. The helplessness. The anger that came after. All of it boiled inside him, and no matter how hard he tried to push it down, it stayed there, burning quietly, always ready to rise. He wanted revenge. He wanted justice. And more than anything, he wanted to never feel powerless again. Behind him, quiet footsteps approached. They barely made a sound, but the young man heard them. A calm voice spoke. Ignoring pain isn't salvation, my dear disciple. The voice was gentle but full of wisdom, carrying across the cold wind like it didn't care about the weather. You must accept it. Embrace it. And move on, even if it tries to hold you back. You can't live in the past forever. The young man didn't turn his head. He kept his eyes shut, kept his breath steady, but his jaw tightened more. He spoke through gritted teeth. I don't want to move on, he said. I want to remember. I want to take everything I felt, everything I lost, and turn it into strength. That's why I begged for your teaching. I want to make it into a weapon for justice. The man who stood behind him said nothing for a moment. He looked young, maybe a bit older than the boy in front of him. His face was smooth, without a single wrinkle. But his eyes were old. Not just tired, but full of things seen, things learned, and things let go. His hair was white as snow, and he wore simple robes, plain and a little worn from time. He wore a reddish sunglass that hid his serene eyes. He finally spoke after a while. No one saves us but ourselves, he said. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. He stepped forward, his hands behind his back. I am just a wandering soul. I can't save you from yourself. The young man opened his eyes then. His gaze was sharp and full of fire. I don't wish to be saved, he said. I want to become something more than just a person. I want to be a symbol. I want them all to feel the pain I felt. The fear. The vengeance. That's the path I've chosen to walk. The older man walked up beside him, then slowly reached out and ruffled the young man's hair with one hand. His touch was gentle. Soft. Remember this always, he said, his voice steady and kind. Hatred does not end with more hatred. Only with love. That's the eternal rule. The young man scrunched his eyebrows but didn't interrupt. Don't blind yourself with grief. Don't let hatred guide you. And don't stay attached to what's already gone. He looked up at the cloudy sky above them. The root of suffering is attachment, he said. Don't live in the past. Don't dream only of the future. Focus your mind on the present. On what's in front of you. Then he turned back to the young man. There was a small, gentle smile on his face. It was full of radiance, and it carried warmth. I believe you can find the light, he said softly. Even with the darkness you carry, even with the past you've lived, you will find your way. I have faith in you, my precious disciple. For a moment, it felt like the wind itself grew warmer. Like the whole world brightened just a little. The quiet, peaceful strength in his smile seemed to push back against the cold around them. As if the world has achieved nirvana. The young man looked away, blinking quickly. His eyes were wet. He didn't want to cry, not here, not now. But the warmth in his mentor's voice reached a part of him that he tried to lock away for a long time. It hurt, but it also felt like something inside him was loosening. Not breaking, just unburdened. He remembered clearly the day this man found him. He had escaped from his old mentor who betrayed his trust, broken and bleeding, barely able to walk. He should have died. He thought he would. But this man had found him lying at the foot of the mountain and carried him here. He fed him. Treated his wounds. Watched over him while he slept. Never once asked for anything in return. The young man had tried to repay him. He'd offered money, services, even to take him to his home and gift him generously. But the man had only laughed and said, I'm already the wealthiest man in the world. And somehow, it hadn't felt like a joke. There was something different about him, something hard to explain. He looked like a man in his early 30s, but he spoke with the wisdom of someone far older. And people listened to him. The villagers below the mountain respected him deeply. Even though they had very little, they always brought him offerings, vegetables, fruit, even handmade blankets. Even children would rush to share their sweets with him. They bowed to him with respect when they saw him, not because they were told to, but because they wanted to. They smiled when they saw him, every single time. A pure smile of joy and peace. The young man wiped his eyes quickly with the back of his hand and sniffed, pretending nothing had happened. He didn't turn around. He stared straight ahead. Master, he said after a moment as if nothing happened. You still haven't stopped pretending to be Buddha, have you? You're stealing his quotes again. You should start coming up with your own lines. The older man froze for a second. Then the soft smile disappeared. A small vein popped on his forehead. Without a word, he smacked the young man lightly on the top of the head. Ow, the boy muttered, rubbing it. The man turned away and began walking off, hands behind his back as he grumbled. Stupid brats these days. No respect for their elders. People would kill to have me offer a lesson to them. The young man stood up slowly, wincing as the thorns pulled out of his skin. Blood dripped from his legs and soaked the thorns beneath. He took a deep breath, then let it out as he started walking away. His steps were slow but steady. His back straight. Yet he couldn't stop himself from watching his mentor's back that always gave him a glimpse of hope. As he walked away, the bed of thorns remained behind, stained with red. The blood had spread outward, drop by drop, until it formed a small, strange shape. If someone had looked closely, they might have noticed. It looked like the shape of a bat. So, Savior's identity is revealed kinda, although many already guessed it. I have gone for the record of Ragnarok version of Buddha, he just looks so cool. Chapter 19, Age of Humanity. The skies above Mount Olympus were painted with hues of fire and ash. The once glorious halls of the gods lay in ruin, the thrones shattered, their divine essence scattered across the wind like golden dust. Amid the smoldering remains of a pantheon, one figure stood alone at the summit, his silhouette framed by swirling smoke and the dying light of a broken realm. Edward stood there, his breath steady, his chest rising and falling beneath the tattered remnants of his armor. The aura of his heroic spirit form flickered around him for a moment longer, like a dying flame resisting the cold, before finally vanishing into golden particles. They drifted upward, caught in the breeze, before dissolving into the bloodied sky. It was done. He had slain gods. He had shattered Olympus. He had ended a pantheon that once ruled over mortals with unquestioned authority. And yet, he felt nothing. No joy. No triumph. No satisfaction. Only emptiness. He was going with the flow ever since his arrival, but now that it was over, he didn't know what to do next. His blood-stained hands hung at his sides. His eyes, once filled with divine fury, were now hollowed by the weight of what he had wrought. He had killed for justice. He had killed for vengeance. But above all, he had killed to set humanity free. And yet freedom tasted empty. His boots crunched against the broken marble as he moved to the edge of the peak, looking out across the world below. Far beneath him, the clouds parted. The earth stretched endlessly, unaware of what had just occurred atop its forgotten mountain. With a wordless command, Edward summoned a spherical device from the gate of Babylon, gleaming silver, embedded with ancient runes, humming with arcane power. A treasure from a time long past. It was a broadcast orb, a relic capable of transmitting thought and voice to every living soul on the planet. But its true power came not from its construction, but from the one who wielded it. Edward bore the skill all speak, A rank. It was more than translation, it was understanding. Language, intent, emotion, all carried perfectly across any boundary of culture, dialect, or belief. Through this orb, his voice could echo in the minds of kings and beggars alike. From the jungles of the Amazon to the icy plains of Siberia, from desert tribes to crowded cities, they would all hear him. He inhaled slowly. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. This was not just a speech. This was a declaration to the world. He looked to the sky, quiet, expectant, and stepped forward. His voice rang out, calm, steady, resonating like thunder rolling across the earth. Humans all over the world, today marks a new beginning. His words spread like wildfire through the minds of men. In the valley of the Nile, fishermen dropped their nets. In Babylon, priests halted mid-prayer. In the palaces of Mycenae and Hattusa, kings froze with goblets in hand. In the Indus lands, scribes and potters lifted their heads in quiet awe. From the olive groves of Crete to the windswept plains of the Anatolian plateau, everyone heard him. Across the planet, people stopped what they were doing. The sound of working quieted. Conversations fell still. Children looked up. Elders held their breath. It wasn't a loud sound they heard, not exactly, it was a voice inside them, speaking clearly as if from beside their ear. No longer will humanity be ruled or terrorized by the gods. No longer will you pray for mercy from those who feast upon your suffering. His voice carried weight, not just in sound, but in judgment. Like a storm given form. The gods of Olympus are dead. I killed them for that very reason, as a warning, and as a declaration. Shock rippled across the globe. In temples, priests gasped and screamed. Scholars wept. But no one could deny the power behind the words, this was not metaphor. This was truth, carried by the weight of divine annihilation. No longer shall humanity rely on gods to change their fate. I say this to all the gods, humans are no longer your puppets. This is not a boast. It is a promise. If any god dares to rise again and twist your fate for their amusement, I will come for them too. Edward's voice deepened. I shall end your existence. The sky rumbled. In Asgard, Thor clenched Mjolnir in rage. Odin narrowed his eye in calculation. In the Slavic realms, Perrin howled, declaring that the god's lair would fall. But in other corners of the divine, Japan, Egypt, and the south, there was no outcry. Only silence. Thoughtful, unsettled silence. Horus grinned at the audacity of this man. Ra just sighed and shook his head, but there was a smile on his tired face. Edward continued. I speak now not to the divine, but to you, the sons and daughters of the earth. You who till the soil, who build homes from stone and mud, who bleed and laugh and dream. You are no longer bound to them. From this day on, walk your own path. Edward's eyes burned, not with anger, but with something purer. Conviction. Forge your own fate. Stand on your own legs. Protect one another, not because gods tell you to, but because it is right. Build, grow, love. And when life strikes you down, rise again. A pause. His voice softened. Do not look to the sky for salvation. It is not coming. You are free now. Make the most of it. Edward's tone shifted, more sincere and warm. From now on, humans are free to live your own lives. To follow your dreams. Those of you who are strong, protect the weak. And those who are weak, strive to become stronger so you can protect the others. Help one another. Create, rather than destroy. Make peace, rather than war. Together, you can reach heights beyond imagination. This is your age now. This world belongs to you. The word stirred something deep within the human heart. In slums and palaces, people wept without knowing why. Warriors set down their weapons. Mothers clutched their children closer. Some men and women fell to their knees, not in worship, but in awe. At times, you may feel lost. You may feel hopeless. But never give up, for light awaits after darkness. His voice now trembled, not from fear, but from resolve. His emotions touching their hearts. This is a new dawn. This era belongs to humanity. And I shall watch over you. Until the very end. A pause. A breath. The final, resounding blow. I, Edward Elric, hereby declare the end of the age of gods, and usher the age of humanity. And then, absolute silence. A stillness fell across the earth, deeper than any night. A moment of pure, collective pause, as all mankind processed the truth of what they had heard. The reaction was the same for most: disbelief, awe, and something else, hope. Some were afraid, fearful of what this new world meant. Some were doubtful, could they truly stand on their own? But many raised their eyes to the sky and smiled. A smile not born of comfort, but of freedom. Because deep within their hearts, they all felt the same thing. Admiration. For the men who had challenged the divine. And love, for the stranger who had promised to watch over them, not as a god, but as a guardian. In the halls of Hattusa, the Hittite scribes recorded the trembling of the earth and the silence of the gods. In Memphis, Egypt, the priests of Ammonius stood frozen before their sacred idols, silent, for the first time in generations. In the Aegean, the Mycenaeans cast their eyes to the mountain and saw only smoke. But in their hearts, they felt a strange calm. They felt that something had ended, and something greater had begun. Across the steppes, the jungles, the deserts, and the rivers, the message echoed. It did not matter what name they had for their gods. It did not matter who they bowed to. They all heard him. And they all felt it. The divine order had fallen. Some would fight it. Others would deny it. But none could unhear the voice. On Mount Olympus, the wind blew softly now, the fires slowly dying. Edward stood there for a moment longer. He looked down at his hands, at the blood that was no longer there. The weight would remain forever. But he had spoken his truth. And now, the world would answer it. Far above, the gods stirred. The Norse seethed. The Slavic gods declared war. Their pride would not allow such defiance to stand. Set tried to rally the Egyptian gods to strike him down. Yet not all were enraged. In the Far East, beneath cherry blossoms and sacred shrines, the Shinto gods watched, in silence. Amaterasu closed her eyes. Susanoo furrowed his brow. They did not speak. Because deep down, a question echoed even among them. Was he right? Maybe, it was time. Time for the gods to step back. And let humanity walk on its own. The wind whispered softly across the cliffs of shattered Olympus, carrying with it the last echoes of Edward's voice, his declaration of a new world. The golden light of sunset bathed the broken realm in a somber glow, and the blood of gods had long dried on the stones beneath his feet. Edward stood there, at the edge of that hallowed peak where thunder once roared and divine law reigned supreme. No longer. His form had returned to that of a man, the heroic spirit's blaze now reduced to a faint shimmer behind his golden eyes. And as silence settled across the ruined halls of the gods, he exhaled slowly, softly. Now then, he murmured to himself, voice low and distant, show me, dear humanity. Show me that I wasn't a fool to walk this path. That my choice has brought hope for you all. Usher in a new era, free from the shadow of the divine. There was no applause. No divine choirs or mortal celebrations. Just wind, rubble, and the faint glint of ichor still splattered across marble walls and shattered statues. Edward turned his gaze from the heavens and began his descent. When he reached the mountain's base, his path did not lead to conquest or worship. There was no throne he sought, no banners to be raised in his name. He had slain the gods not to rule, but to free. That was his promise. That was his burden. Yet as he walked, he did not forget vengeance either. Athena knelt before him, one of the few surviving major Olympian. Her silver hair was tangled and matted with dust, her red eyes hollow, yet not vengeful. Even in defeat, she retained the quiet dignity of wisdom, though her voice trembled. What will you do now? She asked, her words shaky. Edward gazed down at her, impassive. I don't know. But I have done what I could. And as for you? With a snap of his fingers, power surged from his hand, a cursed echo of divine magic. Athena's body writhed as her form shifted grotesquely. Serpents slithered from her skull like cursed locks of hair, her beauty unraveling into a monstrous visage. Her limbs grew thick, clawed, twisted by a curse of humiliation and penance. She yelled in pain, grasping at her melting flesh. You judged Medusa unjustly, Edward said coldly. And now you shall live as she did, a monster. I cast you to Knossos. There you will remain, until your redemption is earned. Athena, despite being in pain, didn't curse. She merely closed her eyes in acceptance. Before she could utter another word, he flung her into the skies like a comet. A flash of golden light and a boom of wind marked her departure, toward the ancient island where labyrinths once held legends and truths. And then, without another glance back, Edward walked away. He did not soar through the clouds on Vimana, nor teleport in godlike bursts. He walked, just like an ordinary man. Like the humans he fought for. His boots touched the sand of the Aegean shoreline as the sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sea into a shimmering orange. The sky was marred with dusk, and the wind carried the smell of salt and silence. He stopped, letting the waves lap at his feet. He said nothing, watching the tide wash in and out like the breath of the earth. The sea held many memories, of old myths, of sunken cities, of prayers to gods now long dead. But Edward had no prayers. Perhaps, he said softly to no one, there's hope for humanity. Perhaps they will rise above the chains once forced upon them. Or perhaps they'll fall, into the same path of destruction as the world I once knew. He breathed out softly. But whatever happens, whatever burden is placed upon me, I shall bear it. Then, within his mind, a voice stirred. You are quite an interesting man, Edward, said Castor's voice, resonant and ancient, filled with curiosity. I don't know whether what you've done is good, or evil. Will it bring order or chaos? But I know this, his voice softened, you have given them hope. You've granted them freedom. Something I once yearned for. For that, you have my respect. Edward smiled faintly, the corners of his lips twitching. Thank you, Castor. That means more than you know. Then came another voice, rougher and deeper. It would send shivers down your spine, yet held an undeniable charm. I stopped believing in hope, Ruler said, his tone like ashes on wind. Or in freedom. Or divine intervention. Perhaps that's why I became a monster in my own story. But after what I witnessed in that ruined world. A silence lingered in his voice, before he admitted, my thirst for blood, for vengeance, it disappeared somehow. I'm still not sane fully, but I have more clarity than ever. Maybe this was all fate. Edward chuckled, the sound quiet and tired. Thanks, Ruler. Though I still don't understand how you qualify as a ruler-class servant, considering your... Ruler's voice shifted, lighter, more amused. A monster. Did you think I would scream for blood again? Rip out heads like I once did? Go on a bloody rampage? Edward shook his head. The waves curled at his ankles, receding. No, he replied quietly. You are not a monster, Ruler, despite what they called you. You were just a hopeless man who sought to protect his people at any cost. Despite your means, I admire your resolve. There was a pause. And then, Ruler laughed. A deep, hearty, human laugh. Ha ha ha. That's the first time I've heard a hero admire a monster. You're really a strange one, Edward Elric. But, thank you. Truly. I only hope the day never comes when you must call upon my power against your precious humanity. Edward's expression faded to solemn again as he looked out toward the vast open sea. The stars were beginning to emerge, blinking in the darkening sky like the eyes of silent gods long replaced. I hope so too, Mr. Red, Edward whispered. The waves crashed louder, as if the sea itself acknowledged his words. I hope so too. He stood there, no longer a godslayer, no longer a hero forged in myth. Just a man, on the shores of a new world, waiting to see if humanity would rise, or fall. And in that stillness, the age of gods truly ended. And the age of humanity began. Who do you think Ruler truly is? Winking face, he will probably be the final hero to be revealed later. Chapter 20, The Hopeless Fool with an Impossible Dream. After leaving the ocean behind, Edward walked in silence, his red cloak trailing behind him as the ash of fallen divinity drifted through the wind. The sun was beginning to rise over the shattered remnants of what had once been sacred ground, but Edward's mind was far from the world of light. There was still one major god who had not made a move during the slaughter. Hades. Unlike the rest of the pantheon, Hades had remained absent, silent, neutral, tucked away in the realm of the dead as the heavens above bled. He hadn't sent monsters, armies, or even showed up. Not a whisper of defiance nor trying to negotiate. Edward didn't know whether to consider that an insult or a sign of wisdom. So then, he muttered to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. Might as well pay the old man a visit. The underworld wasn't hard to reach for someone like him. With a flick of his hand, Edward summoned a glowing sigil inscribed with ancient symbols, one of the more obscure spells Castor had taught him. Shadows curled at his feet, swirling into a vortex that sucked the light from the air. And without a sound, Edward vanished into darkness. When he reappeared, the world had changed entirely. Gone was the sunlight and wind, replaced by the heat and wails of the underworld. The realm of Hades stretched around him in grim, endless twilight. Ashen fields sprawled in all directions, dotted with pale spirits drifting like fog, some groaning, others silent, their faces hollow with longing. The sky was dark as always, with low clouds that never moved. The river Styx glimmered faintly in the distance, its power flowing through. "Should I take a dip?" he joked. Edward took it all in with the calm of someone visiting a graveyard rather than a hellscape. He looked around with idle curiosity, almost like a tourist on holiday. Not that anything here could harm him, even the Titans. Maybe I could go Kratos and kill those guys for good measure. Edward thought while rubbing his chin. Every stone whispered of grief, of millennia spent forgotten. A shade of a warrior reached toward him, but the moment it caught a whiff of the divine blood soaked into Edward's being, it screamed and disintegrated into ash. Other spirits fled without a glance, sensing the monster scarier than them, afraid of what he had become. Edward calmly experienced with his mask of fake smile skill activated. But inside he was questioning reality. I have become so terrifying that even ghosts would run away from me. At this point, I might as well accept my current state and maybe troll some people. It should be therapeutic after the experience I have went through in less than 3 months of arriving in this world. So he walked towards the ferryman Sharon, who visibly shrunk upon seeing him. Edward spoke in a haughty voice, "Who gave you permission to look upon me, mongrel?" Sharon immediately bowed in apology. I'm sorry, great god slayer. I shall not do it again." Edward showed more anger. "What do you mean you won't do it again? You dare say this king's visage is not worth looking twice? I should end you right here, mongrel." Sharon fell on the floor of his boat this time, begging, "Please, esteemed god slayer, forgive my insolence. Spare my life. I'm just a boatman." His skeleton face was full of panic. "Why is this guy picking on me for no reason?" he questioned his bad luck. Edward scoffed, "You're not even fun to mess with. I can't see proper expression on that bone face." He walked away with an annoyed expression. Sharon was cursing in his head, "Your amusement almost gave me a heart attack." "Wait, I don't even have a heart, yo-ho-ho-ho." Edward wandered deeper, boots crunching over dry bones and black gravel. Eventually, the stillness gave way to a presence, massive, watchful, and breathing. A low growl echoed through the air, and the shadows split to reveal a hulking beast guarding a gate of obsidian iron. 3 heads, each the size of a horse, snarled in unison. Cerberus. The great hound of Hades loomed before him, eyes glowing red, saliva sizzling like acid as it dripped to the stone floor. It looked intimidating as the legend said. But in Edward's eyes and his mind, it just looked like a dog waiting to be petted. Edward blinked once, then raised a hand. "Yo, bro," he said casually, as if greeting a neighbor's dog. "Mind showing me the way to your master?" Cerberus gave a questioning bark, as if saying, "Are you talking to me?" Edward shrugged. "Your name is Cerberus, right? So I shortened it a bit. It sounds cool, right?" It gave an instinctive nod, then shook his head. Cerberus growled, but instead of lunging at him, it hesitated. The scent of blood. Divine blood. Zeus, Ares, Poseidon, Apollo, Artemis, there were many. It was all over him. The beast's hackle slowly lowered, curiosity and fear replacing hostility. Edward stepped forward and, to Cerberus' utter confusion, scratched behind one of its ears. "There we go. You're just a big sweetheart, aren't you?" Cerberus protested but Edward didn't stop. And soon, Cerberus had come to a conclusion. He is a good guy. The giant dog whimpered, then melted under the attention, collapsing onto its side and presenting its massive belly. Edward knelt and gave it a few affectionate rubs. One head wagged its tongue and licked his hand, another gave a low, happy bark, while the third nuzzled against his shoulder. "You're too good for this place, but it is your home," Edward murmured with a chuckle. "Now, how about that favor?" Cerberus let out a happy bark that shook the halls and got to its feet, tail wagging. It turned and trotted off, pausing to glance back. It gestured to Edward to climb on its back. Edward got on with a jump. He patted its back. "Let's go, bro." Cerberus jumped over the gate and walked towards the palace. It took them a minute to get there. The palace of Hades loomed in the distance, carved from black stone and veined with glowing veins of crimson energy. It wasn't as grand or garish as Olympus, but it exuded weight, an eternal sense of finality. Death didn't need to be loud to be terrifying. The massive doors opened with a low groan. Edward stepped into the throne hall. Empty. That was odd. He frowned and was about to call out when he heard voices echoing faintly from deeper within, raised voices, sharp and emotional. "He killed my mother. You think I can just forgive that? He erased her. And the others. They're gone, Hades. Truly gone. Calm yourself, wife. What's done cannot be undone." He spared Hera and Athena. That says something. He's not a mindless killer. You know what Zeus became. He even tried to force himself on you. Do you truly mourn him? That's not the point. He killed almost everyone. Our pantheon is gone basically. Another voice, older and gentle, joined in. Persephone, Hades is right. Our brother crossed a line long ago. I warned them not to repeat father's mistakes, but no one listened. Zeus became worse than Kronos. Oh, Aunt Hestia, Persephone snapped. You always take the passive path. You never spoke up or intervened. And you, Hades, skulking down here, doing nothing but trying to sire a child. She huffed. Hades' voice turned indignant. What would you have me do, Persephone? March to Olympus and die? Do you want me to join my siblings in oblivion? You should have at least tried. Instead of staying here whispering sweet nothings and tempting me. I tempted you. Oh, by the gods, wait, I am a goddess. Hee, Hestia gave a silly smile. Edward leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, grinning. Domestic drama in Underworld. Classic. But I have to wrap things up here and get back to surface. He cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. Hello, you've got a guest. Silence. It was as if the underworld itself stopped breathing. Then Persephone shrieked from the chamber, oh no. He's here. Run, husband. I'll hold him off. Hades yelled back, I would never abandon you, dear wife. If you fall, then I fall with you. Oh, Hades, you fool. I love you. And you, my Persephone. Sniffling. Oh, you too. Hestia's voice cracked with emotion. You're making me cry. Edward coughed again awkwardly. Still here, folks. Not a corpse. Waiting. You can do your bit after I leave. After a few scuffles and movements, footsteps scrambled within, then the doors flung open. Hades stepped into view, his black robes swirling, eyes filled with tension. Beside him, Persephone looked furious but regal, while Hestia followed with a nervous expression. Edward smiled faintly and waved. Hey there, nice day for a divine genocide, ain't it? Hestia and Persephone became alert immediately, but Hades chuckled. Your humor fits rather well with the morbid atmosphere of Underworld, Edward Elric, the famous godslayer. He stared at him. You look nothing like I imagined. Rather skinny for a man who ended the strongest pantheon. I get that a lot. And you're not, the strongest pantheon to be exact. Also, you're not covered in skulls or flames, or shouting threats. So that's a plus point already. Edward gave a casual shrug. Persephone and Hestia stared at him. Edward met their gaze squarely, feeling the strange weight of this moment, the god of death, arguing over petty human matters, a domestic squabble among immortals. The husband and wife arguing while caring for each other. And in that strange, fleeting moment, Edward realized something profound. Even gods, with all their power, were bound by the same emotions that drove mortals, love, anger, regret, and emotions. He smiled faintly. Maybe he's not wrong to spare some of them. He won't become a bloodthirsty killer despite having the means. Kill 1 to save 10, kill 10 to save 100, kill 100 to save 1,000, huh? He thought to himself. Hades was the first to speak after a while, his voice calm but edged with a hint of wariness. He stood near the edge of his throne now, hands folded before him, crimson eyes fixed steadily on the newcomer before him. So, he said, his voice echoing slightly in the stone chamber. What does the Godslayer want? Have you come to finish the job? Edward waved a hand dismissively, lips curving into a casual grin. Come on, now. Do I look like some Chinese young master who kills people for looking at him the wrong way? Persephone blinked, puzzled. Hestia tilted her head. Hades furrowed his brow. I have no idea what that is, Hades admitted flatly. But if you're not here to kill us, then why are you here? Edward let out a quiet sigh and stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over the black marble columns and the ancient obsidian hall. I just wanted to meet you. To see what kind of person you are. And I've got to say, he gave a small nod of approval, you're not half bad. Definitely better than your two brothers. Hades snorted with a cold smile, folding his arms. That's not exactly a compliment. Those two set the bar somewhere beneath Tartarus. Edward laughed lightly, fair enough. He glanced around the throne room again, his eyes tracing the torches along the walls, their flames blue instead of gold. The air was heavy with the scent of ash and ancient dust, yet oddly calm, almost peaceful. It reminded him less of a prison for the dead, and more of a forgotten castle preserved in time. I didn't come to fight, Edward said plainly, looking back to Hades. I just came to tell you this, keep the underworld and the titans in check, and you can live without worries. I don't plan to interfere with your realm. As long as you don't meddle in mortal affairs, we're good. Hades raised a single brow, intrigued. That's rather generous of you, considering you just slaughtered 2/3 of the Olympian pantheon. Edward gave a faint shrug, completely unfazed. Well, I'm in a peaceful mood. And they attacked me first. No gods need to die after today, as long as no one breaks my one rule. Hades leaned forward slightly, his tone curious. And that would be? Edward's expression sobered. His golden eyes locked onto Hades's with absolute conviction. Humans are off limits. A long silence followed. Hestia exchanged a glance with Persephone. Hades studied Edward, the tension in the air settling like dust on a tomb. At last, Hades gave a slow nod. Understood, he said simply. You have my word. The tension that had shadowed the throne room gradually lifted. There was no false flattery, no hidden resentment. Just 3 gods who had chosen to survive by stepping away from Olympus's madness, and a man who had destroyed it. By the way, the soul of Polyphemus, it came to the underworld, yes. Is there any way I can take it away? Edward looked at Hades hopefully. Hades shook his head, it did. However, the souls of Cyclops are different from humans. They fall under the category of monsters, despite their intelligence, and they get purified and merged upon going through the river Styx. They are unsalvageable. I really wish I could help you, Edward. If only he was human. Edward's eyes dimmed. Oh, it's okay. Not your fault. I just wish I could have saved him. Eventually, Edward turned to leave. Persephone watched him with a strange look in her eyes, half curious, half conflicted. Hestia, the ever-gentle flame, gave him a polite nod. Even Hades offered a final word of parting. Good luck, he said quietly. You'll need it. Edward smiled. Yeah, he said, I usually do. Hades shook his head. I'm curious, Edward, what are you truly? Edward walked away with a lazy wave. I'm just a hopeless fool, with a somewhat impossible dream. As he walked away, Hades thought on what he just said. A light smile appeared on his face, a hopeless fool with an impossible dream. Sounds rather like a hero. At the entrance of the palace, Cerberus let out a mournful whine, all 3 heads drooping as Edward approached to leave. The giant beast shuffled forward, nuzzling against him like a puppy left behind. Edward scratched behind one of the massive ears, then reached into the gate of Babylon. With a small ripple of golden light, he retrieved a large bone wrapped in divine meat, a rib from Gugalana, the celestial bull, preserved like divine-grade Wagyu. Gilgamesh had apparently seen fit to store it like gourmet treasure. There you go, Burrow, Edward said fondly, tossing the bone toward the massive hound. Something special for you. Cerberus caught it mid-air and yipped with joy, retreating into the dark with his prize as his tails wagged happily. Back on the surface, Edward sat down by the bank of a shallow river, dipping his feet. The sky above was clear, but pale, the kind of sky that comes after a storm that had reshaped the world. The winds were calm. The birds chirped happily as they flew near him. He picked up a smooth stone and tossed it into the water, watching the ripples spiral outward. Some fishes started gathering near his feet, jumping happily. He chuckled to himself, I have become Aquaman. He threw a few pieces of bread to them. The birds complained as some got down and nudged his cheek to seek attention. He laughed and gave them some as well. So, where to next, he muttered, voice low. His fingers tapped against his thigh. The world felt quieter now. The Greek gods were dead or broken. Olympus was a ruin. Humanity had been handed a blank slate. But where did that leave him? A voice rang in his head, it was Saber, you have taken on a heavy burden, Edward. Are you sure you are prepared to follow through? Can you still stay calm when the very humans you protect commit atrocities with your given freedom? Can you still have hope? Edward raised an eyebrow, I thought you were supposed to be a great hero, but have you also given up humans? Saber chuckled, I'm merely asking if you can hold that resolve. Edward replied nonchalantly, I will. I just don't wish for this world to end as well. I know end will come eventually. But let it not come from humanity's foolishness. Saber smiled, that's not a bad answer. Very well then. He opened his hand and a golden light filled Edward's soulscape. His body visibly glowed. Edward widened his eyes as he felt his regular strength increasing. He asked curiously, what was that? He then looked at Saber's parameters and got another surprise. Wait, why did parameters suddenly jump? Saber just smiled and replied, because now I believe you are truly worthy, so you can see my true strength. Lancer joined in, so, the big guy has also gotten in the mix. This will be interesting. I would have loved to meet on a battle. Savior also chimed in, it's getting rather lively now. But I would still say you should go a journey to achieve enlightenment. Ryder remarked dryly, that's so boring. Journey should be about conquest. They started bickering, and Edward tuned them out. This was not the first time and won't be the last. He leaned back against a tree trunk, staring up at the canopy above. Should I go to Themyscira? The thought lingered in the air. Hera and Hippolyta are waiting there, he continued to himself. But what would I even say? I've never had a relationship in either of my lives. And now one wants me to marry her, and the other already made some magically bound marriage from her side. Like getting drunk and married in Vegas. He let out a dry chuckle. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling heavily. Do I marry them both? The question hung in the air in silence. A crow flew by above cawing. This isn't a damn harem anime world, dude, and I'm pretty sure I'm not Japanese, he muttered. And Hippolyta? She doesn't seem like the type to share. She'd probably try to punch Hera, or me through a mountain if I suggested something like that. And knowing Hera, she'll not take that lightly. Edward sighed. But am I really going to become the stepdaddy of Wonder Woman? Wait, that came out wrong. He shook his head to clear out the thought. Another stone skipped across the river's surface. He didn't even look to see how many times it bounced. A lifetime of loneliness, he said softly, and now the universe decides to dump two gorgeous MILFs in my lap. Literally. His head fell back against the tree, and he stared up at the fading light between the branches. Is this good? Or bad? He could still remember the way Hippolyta looked at him, fierce, guarded, yet full of longing. A warrior who had seen too much war and now wanted peace. A queen with a heart she barely let herself feel after betrayals. And Hera, unpredictable, cunning, with an intensity that could crush most men, yet somehow soft around him. She had burned their bond into existence with her divine authority, like a vow that refused to be denied. Both of them are stunning, he admitted aloud, eyes closed. Hippolyta, the proud warrior queen. Hera, the seductress with a hint of crazy. And me? I'm just the poor bastard stuck in the middle. A bitter laugh escaped him. People would kill for a situation like this. And here I am, dreading it. He took another breath, slower this time. I guess I just have to decide, or I can just go on a preemptive journey to buy milk. But even as he said it, something in him hesitated. A feeling in his gut. He didn't yet know what the future held. Whether it would be rejection, blood, or love. But the path forward was already written in the stars. Little did he know what fate had in store for him. Honestly not sure if the romance stuff should be started right away. Dude needs some rest, like me skull. MC Image. Chapter 21, The Butterfly Flaps Its Wings. The midday sun shone harshly over the Aegean, casting its brilliant reflection across the blue waters like molten bronze. The scent of salt and heat drifted in the wind, mingling with smoke, incense, and whispers of uncertainty. Greece, now divided, fractured, and trembling in the wake of divine collapse, was breathing in a new era. One not ordained by Olympus, but shaped by mortal hands. Edward stood at the edge of a jagged cliff overlooking the sea, his arms crossed loosely, the wind tugging at his cloak. The ruins of a temple lay behind him, its marble columns cracked, the statue of Apollo decapitated and lying face down in the dust. He gazed outward, thoughtful and silent. This was it, the twilight of the gods had arrived. But what came after? He hadn't killed for power or conquest. He'd ended the tyranny of the Olympians so humanity might rise on its own. Yet in the silence left behind, the people seemed lost. Fractured between awe, fear, and uncertainty. I need to witness it, Edward muttered to himself. Not the smoke or the ruins, the people. He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, Vimana appeared beneath him, gleaming golden and silent like a phantom of the heavens. It responded not to commands, but to will. The vessel lifted into the sky with a hum, and he began a slow, gliding journey over the land of the Hellenes. Below him sprawled the Aegean Sea, dotted with islands that once bore sacred temples and golden shrines. But now, the sounds rising from them were no longer hymns. In some places, they were cries of jubilation, in others, screams of chaos. He flew lower. On a barren island once dedicated to Artemis, a crowd of people gathered around a smoldering temple. The marble deer statue was broken. Priests lay bound. A new symbol crudely painted in red ochre had been drawn over the temple's gate. A roughman stood on the steps, shouting. Theta Epsilon Omicron Pi Theta Alpha Nu Alpha Nu. The gods are dead. Eduardos is our true liberator. Praise be to him. Some people cheered, some weeping, some laughing with manic joy. Others raised their hands in prayer, not to Olympus, but to the sky toward him. They had no understanding of who he truly was. They didn't understand he doesn't need or want worship. Edward hovered in silence, watching as the crowd desecrated the temple in his name. They were chanting with devotion, but it was blind, misdirected. A worship born not of understanding, but desperation. He turned away, his brows furrowed in unease. A few miles further, another settlement was less jubilant. Anarchy had taken root. In the absence of divine law, criminals and slavers had risen. They looted the weak and torched homes. Screams echoed from the center of the town as innocent families were dragged into the street. Edward's eyes narrowed in anger. With a flick of his wrist, the sky shimmered. From thin air, the gate of Babylon tore itself open, an array of floating golden portals humming with energy. One opened. From it emerged a single shining javelin, modest compared to the arsenal within, but still more than enough. It flew like a beam of light, striking the ground in front of the bandits. A heartbeat later, fire consumed them. The weapon detonated not with a scream of fury, but a quiet precision. The evil was purged in a single breath. The villagers stared, first in shock, then in stunned awe. Slowly, one woman raised her hand toward the sky. Epsilon Delta Omicron Upsilon Rho Delta Omicron, she whispered. Eduardo's. The name spread like wildfire. Epsilon Delta Omicron Upsilon Rho Delta Omicron. Hero of mankind. Protector of the free. Children gathered together, pointing upward at his divine chariot with wide, sparkling eyes. He flies like a star. That's him. The one who slew the gods. Some fell to their knees in prayer. Others shouted to the heavens. A chant began, have no fear or regret, the hero Epsilon Delta Omicron Upsilon Rho Delta Omicron watches over us. It caught like wind on dry grass. Across rooftops, marketplaces, fields, and roads, the chant echoed. From one city-state to the next, it gained rhythm. Hope took shape. Where fear once ruled, now came unity. Edward flew onward. He said nothing, but his heart stirred. The polis of Thebes passed beneath him. Then Argos. Then the broken fields where Sparta once sharpened its blades. In each place, the people gazed up, some shielding their eyes from the sun, others already bearing hand-drawn banners depicting his silhouette. Farmers bowed. Smiths clutched their hammers to their chests in reverence. And somewhere, a group of boys ran barefoot through the dust, shouting, I'm Eduardo's. No, I'm Eduardo's. They fought with wooden sticks and paper shields, chasing imaginary monsters. He smiled, faintly. He hadn't sought this. Had never asked for worship. But perhaps it was inevitable. Humanity needed symbols. And in the vacuum of Olympus, they turned to the one who destroyed it. On a quiet hillside near Delphi, a group of scribes knelt before a parchment stretched on smooth bark. They didn't look up as he flew overhead. But they wrote, quickly, hungrily. And on the 7th day after the fall of the gods, the hero Eduardo's flew over the earth on a chariot of gold. He watched with eyes that wept for men, yet struck down evil with righteous fire. In him there was no godly arrogance, but something far greater, mercy forged by pain, strength tempered by restraint. A painter crouched in a port town by the sea, eyes fixed to the sky as he furiously mixed his colors. He worked without sketch or hesitation. On the canvas, a lone figure silhouetted against the sun, his crimson-lined cloak billowing, his expression calm yet distant. Below, the people stretched hands upward. Hope. Wonder. Mourning. In a tavern in Athens, a drunkard slammed his cup down and declared, the age of gods is done. But that one ain't no tyrant. He don't want temples or worship. He just watches over us, like a parent watching their children. Like he's waiting to see what we'll do next. Indeed, Edward said nothing. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting the land in amber glow, he guided Vimana slowly across the sky. His gaze fell not on temples or monuments, but on people, mothers tucking their children in, farmers gathering wheat, old men whispering stories of the day the heavens changed. A quiet silence descended as twilight crept in. He floated above the clouds for a moment, letting the wind wash over him. The voices below still echoed faintly. His name, his image, his shadow. He sighed deeply. He had destroyed Olympus, but what rose in its place was still unknown. The age of gods had ended, but the age of men had just begun. He had given them freedom, but it would be up to them what they did with it. And he would watch quietly, vigilantly from above. Hoping. Perhaps this time, they would choose better. Perhaps this time, they would build something that lasted. And far below, across the scattered cities of Greece, the people whispered to one another as night fell. Have no fear or regret. Walk forward with your head held high. The hero watches over us. Mothers told their children stories, how the hero slayed gods to free humanity. How he took upon the burden to watch over them. He will be always there, watching over them, guide them, and protect them. Thousands of years later, the Ceiling's Sistine Chapel would be painted by a talented artist named Michelangelo during the Renaissance era. Among many of his amazing works, one would become more famous than the others due to its mystery and beauty. It would be later known as Hope, depicting an image of an ancient man riding a divine construct, flying over the sky, watching below with a gentle smile, as the humans below raised their arms to reach towards him. After he finished his work, it was said he stared at it with a proud smile as tears fell from his eyes as he muttered, "Perfection." Many would ask him later about what he truly tried to say through this painting. Some assumed it was a symbolic work like his many other masterpieces. Some even predicted it's an art depicting a pagan myth, which would cause much controversy. But he never gave an answer, just smiled as if nothing else needed to be said about it. Shortly after, he would pass away, and a grand funeral would be held in his honor. It rained heavily that day, as the sky was mourning. But suddenly, the sky parted clear of the clouds as if someone had sliced through them, revealing the bright sun. In that dazzling light, many people swore they saw a golden streak of light soaring across the sky. But it was never known if it's truth or just an illusion. Night had fallen softly over the ancient Aegean. The deep indigo sky stretched infinitely above, speckled with silver stars that shimmered like fragments of shattered divine thrones. Below, the dark sea whispered against scattered island coasts, its currents gentle in the absence of storms, divine or otherwise. High above the world, gliding silently upon the golden chariot Vimana, Edward stood alone. His figure was tall and silent, arms crossed as the wind curled around him, his eyes fixed on the horizon where sea met sky. The remnants of starlight glimmered off the celestial metal of his armor. He wasn't watching the sea. He was staring into the void beyond the stars. Beyond the shattered throne of Olympus, beyond the scarred land of mortals and broken gods, he knew there were others. Civilizations yet untouched by fire or freedom. Beings that existed outside of mortal comprehension. Entities that had no stake in humanity's struggles, yet could snuff out entire worlds if they chose. His gaze narrowed slightly. The skies were peaceful now, but peace was always fleeting. Something would come again, something darker, hungrier than gods. Will they be ready by then, he murmured to himself. Can they stand even without me? The question lingered in his mind like smoke. Then came the spark. A thought. A possibility. What if humans could learn magecraft, he whispered, half to himself, half to the winds. Not the old ways drenched in blood and tyranny, but a new path. One rooted in protection, in remembrance, in the spirit of heroes. His brows furrowed as his mind raced. The gods feared it, stripped it from them out of fear, but maybe it's time. He turned away from the horizon and walked slowly along the edge of the chariot, hands behind his back. The golden plating beneath his boots hummed with ancient energy, the remnants of Gilgamesh's divine gift. He exhaled slowly. If I could establish a system, something that allows mankind to channel the essence of those who came before, to embody the will and strength of their heroes. His voice trailed off, but the idea didn't fade. It burned brighter. He remembered Castor, the sorcerer, the brilliant archive of untold knowledge. Every spell, every ritual, every method and theory of thaumaturgy had been etched into Edward's soul through his pact. He bore a library in his mind now, vast and ancient, arcane and deep. If the right people wield that knowledge, he whispered again, it could change everything. He could already imagine it, a generation of protectors, each one carrying the spirit of humanity's greatest, wielding their strength not as weapons of conquest, but shields against oblivion. Heroes reborn not through bloodlines, but through ideals. He exhaled through his nose, his features finally relaxing. But first, he said, I must watch them. Guide them if needed. See if they're ready. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to meditate. The Vimana drifted silently across the night sky, a lone sentinel watching over the fragile world below. But far from the sky, across the waters and deep into the heart of a paradise untouched by men, Themyscira was anything but peaceful. While Edward watched over mortals, unaware of the ripples his absence had left behind, chaos simmered gently beneath marble columns and lush canopies. Queen Hippolyta stood alone on her palace balcony, the warm breeze brushing against her golden hair as she gazed out toward the eastern horizon. Her armor was polished, her posture proud, but her eyes betrayed her. They searched the sky. Since Edward had rescued her, since she witnessed his fury, his strength, his conviction, something had shifted inside her. The queen of the Amazons had always been unshakable, her heart bound only to her people. But now she waited. The warriors noticed. Whispers flowed like quiet rivers among the marble halls and torchlit corridors. The queen has fallen for a man, they said in disbelief. Some said it with teasing smiles, others in hushed concern. For an Amazon, that was no small matter. Even her daughter Diana, young and curious, had caught on. One morning, she approached her mother as they stood in the royal gardens. Mother, the girl asked, tilting her head, who are you always waiting for lately? You look at the sky so much these days. Hippolyta had paused, caught mid-thought. A rare blush touched her cheeks, but she hid it quickly behind a smile. No one, my little son, she replied, brushing a black curl from Diana's face. I just enjoy the view. Diana persisted, is it true that you found someone outside? Didn't you always say never to trust a man easily? Hippolyta smiled warmly, patted her head, yes my dear. But maybe some of them, someone special, deserve our trust, and more. Diana had stared at her mother, skeptical. But she let it go, for now. Days passed, and then came a surprise. From the skies, a glowing chariot descended just outside Themyscirus' main gates. Out stepped Hera, queen of Olympus. Regal and radiant, she walked among the Amazons as if the earth itself moved to meet her. They bowed, of course. She had always been their respected patron goddess. But something was different. Gone was the cold aloofness. Hera's stride was still majestic, her beauty untouched by time, but there was a warmth to her now. A softness in her eyes that unsettled many. Some of the younger warriors even remarked in whispers, she looks somewhat like Queen Hippolyta. She smiled at me. She never even looked at us before. What is happening out there? She greeted Hippolyta with the usual grace and ceremony, but once inside the palace, things unraveled quickly. The argument began in the royal chambers. Voices raised. Shouts echoing off walls thick with tradition and pride. You dare claim him for yourself? When you are already married. Hippolyta's voice thundered behind closed doors. You knew how I feel about him. And I professed my love to him first. I was his first woman. Hera snapped back, her voice crackling with divine wrath. I have severed my marriage with Zeus. I only accept him as my husband. He is not yours to keep, Hippolyta. He is mine by bond, by choice, by heart. You're a goddess. You could find 1,000 lovers and more, other than Zeus. Why him? Hippolyta smashed a vase in anger, yet the pain in her heart was deeper. Because he didn't want a goddess. Hera's voice cracked with something rare, vulnerability. He looked at me not as a deity, but as a woman. He has absolute control over my will, yet he didn't exploit that. And for the first time in eons, I felt seen. My heart belongs to him, and it always will. There was a beat of silence before Hippolyta stormed away in fury. Outside, the Amazons waited in uneasy tension. No one dared enter. Inside, the storm subsided, barely. Then came the bold declaration. They all heard it. The end of the Greek pantheon. The promise to watch over humanity, expecting nothing in return. Flying through the sky, regal yet alone, observing what became of his choice. Hippolyta waited anxiously in her balcony, waiting to see if he was coming back, to her. Yet it wasn't he who arrived, it was Hera, who was perhaps the only one who knew how she felt. If you truly love him, Hera said calmly, voice soft, then you should understand. He belongs to the world now. To mankind. Not just to you. Or me. Hippolyta said nothing. Her back was to Hera. But her fists were clenched. Doesn't matter, he is the only man I acknowledge. We will be together, even if it means I scouring the earth for him. Hera chuckled softly, don't worry Hippolyta. I won't snatch him away from you, although my body and soul yearns it. We can at least communicate with him with the ring I have left him. Although he never professed his love, he isn't someone who will abandon a woman who loves him wholeheartedly. Hippolyta asked softly, have you spoken to him? Hera shook her head, no. But I don't think he is ready to return, yet. My beloved is a rather complicated person, his thoughts beyond my comprehension. But maybe that's why, I feel the desire to know more about him, hold him in my arms, comfort him. She closed her eyes in resignation, how foolish of me, to give my heart to a man who is such a mystery. But perhaps it's fate, for I learned what is love after eons of existing. Hippolyta sighed and glanced toward the setting sun, and muttered, when will you return, Edward? The chamber remained thick with unspoken pain, jealousy, and longing. The Amazons, though kept in the dark, could sense it. They felt the tremors of the quarrel in the air, in their queen's silence, in the goddess's resolution. Fortunately, the storm didn't become a war. But its aftershocks lingered, an invisible bond between queen and goddess, forged by the same man they both loved. Edward, floating above the world, had no idea how he had managed to alter the fates of so many people. He drifted quietly among the stars, pondering the future of mankind, unaware that two anxious hearts waited below, bound by longing, pride, and a shared ache for the hero who defied Olympus. And though the gods had fallen, the affairs of the heart were wars of their own. So Edward's journey truly begins. And this also marks the end of Volume 1. The foundation has been set. There are so many historical events to explore, which will change the future drastically. So many things to do, people to troll, booties to claim. Sigh. Really appreciate the support and excitement you guys have shown for this story. I'll continue to give you guys something exciting and unique to read that will last in your head. Let me know your thoughts in comments. Leave a review if you love the story so far. Also, feel free to share your ideas on which historical events from 1200 BCE till 100 CE, AD, you find interesting and would love to read more about. Ancient Rome and Egypt would be fun to explore. And Japan. Maybe Britannia. I already have a fateful meeting set there. Winking face, but the rest I'm still pondering over. As for harem pole, I have checked the list and boy I'm mad. Y'all really trolled me even when I said only one vote per Persian to maintain fairness. So I had to separate those extra votes and recalculate everything, which took away time from writing this chapter. But I can understand the excitement, lol, just keep it in your pants for now, champ XD. Even then it was a lot, and some were tied, so I just shortened it more as I have a couple options in mind from Nasuverse as well. I'm trying to keep it low as despite his long life, it doesn't mean he should have a lot of women if he can't spend time with all them properly. Plus he will travel, a lot. He will live different lives, some maybe as regular human, some as something more. This AU will make so much sense when the reason for Edward's arrival is revealed. Or maybe I'll pull an Oda and keep you folks guessing for 20 friggin' years. People are gonna be so pissed when One Piece is finally revealed, face with tears of joy. Getting sidetracked, lol. Okay, so here it goes. Please, only one choice per person. Thank you. Tiamat. Gorgon. Artoria Lancer. Scathatch. Quetzalcoatl. I'll count later, and pick the top 2 probably. With this, harem stuff should out of the way and I can focus on the fun bits. I'm doing this now so they can be fit into the later parts. By the way, Edward's class will be Grand Savior or Ruler in Throne of Heroes. Chapter 22, The Meeting That Changed Destiny. Time moved with the quiet relentlessness of the tide, unnoticed until the shore had changed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Edward's arrival in this ancient world, a time that had reshaped the very fabric of the lands under the sky. 1 year since the fall of Olympus. Since the age-old chains that bound mortals in fear were shattered. Edward, the slayer of divine, had not merely waged war against the pantheon, he had proclaimed something far greater in its place. A declaration that echoed across islands, city-states, and rugged hills, humanity was free. And under his protection. It was not peace that followed immediately. The vacuum left by the gods was a void, and like all voids, it sought to be filled, often by chaos. Petty bandits, greedy nobles, rogue cults, and power-hungry priests sprang up like weeds, eager to snatch whatever power lay unattended. The veil of divine oversight had been torn, and some thought it meant license to do as they pleased. But they had not accounted for Edward keeping his promise seriously. For the better part of a year, he soared above the Aegean on Vimana, the golden vessel streaking like a comet across the blue sky. From Crete to Corinth, Delos to Delphi, Sparta to Mycenae, he came not as a conqueror or a tyrant, but as a silent guardian. A watchful protector. The ship would appear in the sky without warning, its golden light casting long shadows as it descended. People would pause in their toil and raise their eyes in awe. Some dropped to their knees. Others simply smiled and waved, whispering to one another, "He is watching. We are safe." His presence alone became a deterrent. Criminals and bandits who once fancied themselves kings would pale at the sound of the wind shifting, fearing the ship's descent. There were days Edward never even had to raise his weapon. Just the sight of him, of that stern gaze, not of rage but of quiet disappointment, was enough to make men fall to their knees and beg forgiveness. And many did. "I was wrong," a young bandit once said to him, tears in his eyes as he surrendered stolen gold. "I thought with the gods gone, I could take what I wanted and be rich and happy. But, you looked at me like I had failed something greater. As if you were disappointed and expected better of me. Wish to make it right." Edward accepted the gold, only to return it to the village from where it had been stolen. "Then begin by feeding the hungry, and helping others," he had said softly. "Let your penance be your kindness." He never wished to rule them. He never claimed land or crown. Not that he wasn't offered by many cities. But he refused them all. But he sometimes suggested them, showing different knowledge and guiding them for good. He spoke to them not from a throne, but as one of their own. Just another man, albeit somewhat powerful, doing what he could to help a broken world heal. That casual and calm demeanor, more than his feats or powers, was what won the hearts of the people. Temples and altars began appearing in towns and along roads. Built not in the grandeur of marble for a deity, but humble stone shrines with fresh bread, jugs of wine, and wildflowers. Offerings not demanded, but given freely, in gratitude. It embarrassed him to no end. Edward once stood before a crowd in Argos, staring at an altar stacked with silver coins and loaves of bread. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "I told you, I don't need this." A farmer stepped forward. "We know. But we want to show our thanks." "And I thank you," Edward replied. "But your offerings won't reach me. Your love and respect does. Keep the bread and wine for your families. Feed your neighbors. And the gold, if you lack money for food and clothes, take from the altar instead, rather than stealing. Let it help someone, not gather dust." A murmur of approval passed through the villagers. A few laughed. One old woman wiped a tear from her eye. It wasn't just his words. It was the way he carried himself. The power he possessed to burn cities, to break mountains, to slay gods, he wielded not like a sword but a shield. He stood before them not as a god to be feared, but as a guardian to be trusted. Of course, not all adoration was convenient. There had been incidents which left him flustered, awkward, and wishing he could disappear into the sky. In one fishing village, a young maiden, perhaps no more than 17, approached the Vimana's landing deck in the dead of night. Draped in white linen, she bowed deeply and whispered, "I offer myself to you, protector of mankind, as a token of my people's gratitude." Edward blinked, stunned into silence. Then his face twitched in disbelief. "No," he said bluntly. The girl looked up, confused. "Have I offended you, Great One?" "No, but, by all that is holy, why is this a thing? Why do chicks think it's natural to offer themselves to a total random dudes with some strength as present? I'll not even talk about the age." He ran a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath. No wonder Zeus got corrupted. Gods damn it. He helped her to her feet gently. "Go home, child. Live your life. Fall in love with someone who treasures you. Don't offer yourself to strange men in flying ships. That's rule number 1. She blushed, giggled nervously, and ran off. Edward sighed, "Last life I got nothing. So this life overcompensating me it seems. But I don't think a regular human can survive if I accidentally. Ehem, let's not think about that." But such moments, however awkward, were rare compared to the respect he had earned. Fishermen painted his emblem on their sails. Blacksmiths carved his likeness into tools not for worship, but to remember him. Children played games pretending to ride Vimana. Bards composed songs not of conquest, but of peace brought by men who never asked for anything in return. Still, Edward never allowed himself to get lost in it. "Power corrupts," he'd mutter often to himself, staring at his hands. "And absolute power corrupts absolutely." He remembered what the gods had become. He had seen the rot that came with divinity untethered by humanity. He would never follow that path. Instead, he vowed each day to hold himself accountable. To listen, to guide, but never to rule or control. And if ever he felt the edge of pride creeping in, he would fly to some quiet cliff or lone valley and sit in silence, letting the winds carry away the burden. A year had passed. A year of change, of pain, of healing. Greece had begun to learn what it meant to walk without the crutch of gods. And high above them, aboard the silent golden ship drifting through the blue heavens, Edward watched, a guardian not of divine order, but of mortal potential. He would keep watching. He would keep guiding. Because they were worth it. It was only a few weeks into his journey, alone beneath the vast and endless skies, when Edward finally remembered the ring Hera had slipped into his pocket. He'd almost dismissed it as mere ornamentation, a beautiful band of celestial bronze and ivory set with a single blue gem that shimmered with divine light. At first, he assumed it was some symbolic gesture, perhaps a parting token of affection, or a ceremonial token of union in the archaic tradition of the gods. A marriage ring. He snorted at the thought. She would definitely do something that presumptuous. Still, the object pulsed faintly with power. Curious, and maybe just a little sentimental, Edward strung the ring onto a thin leather cord and looped it around his neck, letting it rest near his collarbone like a locket. The moment it touched his skin, a soft chime echoed from the gem, and a voice burst forth with the urgency of a storm. "Edward, my beloved. You finally put on the ring. Does that mean you accept our union? Where are you? I'll come to you immediately. I long to see you, to hold you." Edward froze in place, mouth half open. "There she goes, and I can't even be mad because it's sincere," he muttered, then raised a brow as he answered aloud, "You're still the same as ever, Hera." He rubbed his temples. "This isn't a marriage acceptance. I just needed to tell you, and Hippolyta, that I'll probably be gone for a while." A commotion stirred on the other side of the connection, a scuffle of voices, muffled curses, and what sounded like someone elbowing another. Then came a familiar, firm yet flustered voice. "Edward, please don't leave," Hippolyta said, her voice both commanding and pleading. "If it's the relationship between us three that troubles you. Hera and I have spoken. We've agreed. We'll share our love with you. We would be happy just to stand at your side." Edward's soul nearly left his body. Cough, cough. "Wait. What did you just say?" He coughed harder. "Are you proposing I marry you both? We just met once. That's not how things work." Hippolyta's voice was hesitant, but honest. "I know it sounds fast. But after what life has thrown at me, I trust my judgment. And I believe you're the right person." Hera quickly jumped back into the fray. "Wait. And me. Don't forget I was the first to love him. Edward, I truly believe you are the only one for me. Please, return to us, beloved." Edward groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. That's the potion in you talking. I am the goddess of marriage, you know. Hera protested with rising indignation, but Hippolyta cut her off smoothly. I've already spoken to my sisters, Hippolyta said, her voice proud. And they have accepted it. They support my decision to marry you. Not just for political reasons, Edward. The things you've done, the songs they sing of you have reached even Themyscira. My sisters respect you. I respect you. Edward couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. So I've become a male celebrity crush to even feminist warriors. Wonderful. Then his tone sobered. Listen, Hippolyta. It's not that I don't care for you. Even you, Hera. He paused, the words sticking slightly in his throat. But I've started something bigger than anyone ever dared to. I need to see it through. I may travel for decades. Maybe centuries. You can't stay away from Themyscira that long. But Hera, as always, was undeterred. I can, she said, her voice softer, more wounded now. I'll follow you wherever you go. You don't know how much it hurts me, a goddess of marriage, spurned by the men I've chosen. Our bond, it gnaws at me. The longer we're apart, the more it aches. I might not even last a century like this. Edward hesitated, heart wavering. He knew she was exaggerating, but not entirely. Divine emotions were strange, volatile, and powerful things. All right, he said at last, exhaling. I'll contact you both from time to time. I've got an artifact that lets me project myself to people. I'll do that much, at least. Hera's voice brightened instantly. So, does that mean you'll always keep me in your heart? Edward closed his eyes. Yes. Fine. I'll think of both of you fondly. He couldn't help but chuckle. There was a pause, then Hippolyta answered, her voice flushed with warmth. Thank you, Edward. I won't lie, it hurts knowing you'll be gone. But if you remember me, and return, I'll welcome you gladly. Husband. Edward coughed, nearly choking on air. We're not married, though. Well, Hippolyta said coyly, this one here claims to already be your wife and the first woman who have claimed you. I don't wish to fall behind. Is that a problem, husband? The chill in her tone at the end made Edward shiver involuntarily. Nope, he said quickly. Call me whatever you like. Hippolyta laughed, a warm, happy laugh. Then I wish you safe travels, and pray you return to us soon, dear husband. Yeah, Edward murmured, still dazed. I'll try to come back soon. As the call cut off, silence returned to the wind around him. He stood there for a moment, unmoving. Then the hyperventilation kicked in. Wait, what the fuck just happened, he gasped. Did I just get double married? I mean, it's not official. Just promises, right? But still, 2 women, one divine, one a queen, and both semi-immortal. And I was a virgin until recently. Is this my so-called springtime of youth? He let out a nervous laugh. Then came the dread. But, how the hell does a guy who's never had a proper relationship balance a harem of 2 mythical women? Is this a blessing or a divine prank? Panicking slightly, he turned inward, into the corner of his mind where the spirits of legends resided. Any advice on harem management, he muttered to them, hopeful. But silence answered. Except for one smug voice. Gilgamesh. All the beauty and pleasure in the world belong to me. So it's only natural that you, who carry my acknowledgement, would be chased by women. Edward groaned. Not helpful, dude. Castor's voice followed, ever calm, ever sagely. But the answer was anything sage-like. You could try setting a schedule. Even time distribution is key to managing multiple wives. I would know. That's it. Edward asked, frustrated. No sage wisdom. No divine plan. Is that how managed your harem? Castor shrugged, I wasn't even at the harem most times due to work. Ruler chuckled, I only had one wife, and even she didn't stay long with me. The rest of the voices, a chorus of legendary men, offered little else, mostly laughter, teasing, or flat silence. Heroes, it seemed, were better at fighting wars than handling love triangles. Or rectangles. Or whatever this situation had become or developed into. Edward collapsed to the ground with a defeated sigh. This is fine, he muttered. Totally fine. Just a dude juggling 2 powerful women who want to marry him and call him husband. One slightly more crazy than the other. What could possibly go wrong? He stared up at the sky. I need a drink. The midday sun shimmered over the rugged hills of Hellas, casting long shadows across the ancient trees and sun-drenched glades. After his short trip to Athens, Edward had chosen not to take to the skies this time. For almost a year, he had flown through storms, across oceans, and over mountain peaks. But now, something in him longed for a slower pace. the clip-clop of hooves, the scent of pine and earth, the sound of birds in the canopy, these were the quiet things he missed in the rush of God-killing and divine upheaval. So he rode through the forest and rivers. A fine black horse, sleek and strong, carried him down a forest trail near the edge of the Peloponnesian wilds. Birds flew over his head, and some wild animals followed nearby. Edward rode for 1.5 a day, enjoying the brief peace. It was peaceful. Serene. And yet, his eyes narrowed. There, tucked away between the trees, was a house. Not the kind he expected in this late Bronze Age world, this one was different. It was old, yes, but not decayed. It looked out of place, more like a home from centuries ahead. Clean lines. Sturdy build. Still humble, but with a strange modernity that made it feel like a painting out of time. Edward's brow furrowed in curiosity. What the hell? He nudged the horse gently toward it. He didn't notice that the animals following behind him stopped as he moved closer to the house. As he approached, the soft murmur of voices reached him, followed by the low rhythm of a man muttering rhymes under his breath. A tall, middle-aged man with wild red hair and a thick beard sat outside on a smooth stone, a piece of parchment in hand, scratching out verses and immediately frowning at them. His frustration was evident, though not angry, more playful. He chuckled softly to himself even when his lines failed. Beside him sat a man of stark contrast. This one was pale, unnaturally so. His skin held a pale complexion, his long black hair falling across a dark robe that whispered of endless midnight. Like a vampire, but without any bloodlust. He didn't glow or didn't shimmer under the sun, as certain movies said, that's for sure. He sat still as stone, watching the red-haired one's poetic attempts with thinly veiled annoyance. Then the rhythmic clatter of hooves drew both their attention. The red-haired man turned first, squinting up at Edward with open curiosity. His eyes were kind, crinkled with mirth. The dark-haired one merely shifted his gaze, sharp, quiet, unreadable. His expression didn't change, but his eyes glinted with the faintest flicker of recognition. Edward slowed the horse, taking a deeper look. They were not human. That much was immediately clear. The power they radiated was immense. Not chaotic or hostile, but ancient. It made the divinity of the gods he had slain feel like sparks beside a bonfire. His senses screamed at him to be cautious, but neither of the two moved with any hostility. He slid off his horse calmly, landing with a soft thud on the forest floor. Brushing his cloak aside, Edward gave a polite smile and tilted his head. "Hello, strangers," he said with relaxed charm. "Nice day for a walk, ain't it?" The red-haired man chuckled heartily, folding his parchment and setting it aside. "Good day to you too, lad. But tell me, stranger, what brings you to the middle of nowhere, in my humble abode?" He leaned forward slightly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "And why do you feel so different from humans?" The pale man remained silent, unmoving, though his stare didn't waver. He watched Edward not with suspicion but with the still, unblinking weight of an immortal. Edward gave a small bow, masking his tension behind an easy grin. "Name's Edward. Edward Elric. I was just passing by and heard someone trying to compose a poem. Got curious." He turned toward the red-haired one and added with a smile, "By the way, keep at it. You may just end up composing a great ballad one day. Your efforts are quite sincere." The red-haired man beamed like a child handed a gift. "Ha! You hear that, brother," he said, elbowing his companion. "Finally, someone with taste appreciates my efforts." The dark-haired one exhaled through his nose. "Or perhaps," he said in a voice like rustling silk, "he shares your lack of discernment, brother." But the jab didn't seem to faze the redhead. He waved it off, laughing as he extended a hand to Edward. "Pleasure to meet you, kind man. To be praised by the hero of Greece and the famed savior of humanity, it's an honor." Edward's eyes didn't betray the flicker of panic behind them. They knew him. Of course, his fame has spread far, but the way he spoke, it looked like he knew more than he let on. "Oh, where are my manners?" the red-haired man continued. "I'm Olethros. And this gloomy bastard here is my brother, Oneiros. Don't mind him. He's just not used to company." Edward's face showed a calm smile, but inside, he was screaming. What the actual fuck? His mind raced. Olethros. Oneiros. Why do they sound familiar? Then he remembered. Fuck fuckity fuck. What is wrong with my luck? This is not B-rank luck. This is E-rank in disguise of B-rank. E4, Edward, you're fucked. I decide to take an enthusiastic walk, and I run into two beings who could erase me from existence with a snap. Lucifer, you bastard, this is your fault. Wait. No, I've been cursed even before I met that smug prick. Outwardly, Edward nodded with a grin. Nice to meet you both. Pardon my intrusion. Come, Olethros gestured with genuine warmth. Sit with us. Have a drink. Edward took a seat on a flat stone and accepted a small cup offered by the red-haired giant. This one's my own brew, Olethros said proudly. Bit strong though. Edward took a cautious sip and nearly gagged. The taste was overwhelmingly acidic and bitter, like someone had fermented regret with a hint of vinegar and tree bark. He coughed, eyes watering, and Olethros scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Ah. I guess this batch also didn't turn out too well. Oneiros, for the first time, showed the faintest trace of amusement, barely a smile, but unmistakable. His lips curled as he observed Edward suffering with dry satisfaction. Recovering with a slight wheeze, Edward placed the cup down and smiled weakly. Maybe I should provide the wine this time. He waved a hand. A golden portal shimmered open beside him with a soft hum. From it, he withdrew a sealed jar of ancient wine, fragrant and potent, a scent of old vineyards and deep earth rising from within. Usually humans would react with awe or surprise, but they looked like it was normal. Olethros' eyes lit up. Now that's a neat trick. Can you teach me that? It would make carrying stuff so much easier. Oneiros nodded slightly. A rather convenient magic. I'm not sure if it's replicable. Edward poured 3 glasses and handed them out. Olethros raised his in a cheerful toast. To new acquaintances. They clinked their cups. Oneiros drank quietly, but his eyes widened slightly at the taste. Olethros sipped deeply, then blinked in wonder. Whoa. That's very good. This is Mesopotamian. A vintage from Uruk, if I'm not wrong. Didn't think there were any left. Edward chuckled. Glad you like it. He set his cup down and leaned back against the stone wall, his tone growing more serious now. His blue eyes glinted with quiet intent. But I've got to ask. He said carefully. What are Destruction and Dream, 2 of the Endless, are doing out here in the woods of ancient Greece? Is this just a vacation, or should I be worried about some impending doom? Chapter 23, didn't see this coming. A stillness lingered after Edward's questions. It wasn't tense, just quiet. Heavy. Like the world had taken a breath and held it. Then Olethros, rather Destruction, broke into a loud, easy laugh that rolled through the trees. He leaned back, one hand resting on a half-finished wine bottle, and grinned. Calm down, lad. We're just here, reminiscing about old memories. I was trying to write a poem about it actually. Not going well. Edward's eyes flicked toward Dream, or rather Morpheus, who sat calmly with his arms crossed, face as unreadable as ever. There was no warmth in his voice, but no threat either as he spoke. I have seen your dreams, he said simply. They are complex. Bold. You don't dream much, yet you make those dreams come true, or try at least. Edward raised an eyebrow. Thanks, I think. Though it sounds more like a remark than a compliment. Morpheus didn't smile, but his expression softened slightly, as if he understood the joke but chose not to show it. Destruction chuckled again. He means it's a respectable way to live. In his own way. Edward let the moment hang, then nodded and stepped further into the clearing. So, this where you've been hiding? Out here writing bad poetry. Destruction spread his arms. Better than destroying civilizations. I thought I'd try something quieter. Wine, painting, poetry, a bit of sculpture. Doesn't always work, but it helps. Edward looked around. The cottage was modest. The surroundings peaceful. There was nothing in the scene that screamed endless. No divine glow. No thunder in the sky. Just 2 brothers in a vineyard. And you? Destruction asked, his tone casual but curious. The slayer of Olympus. What brings you to this corner of the world? Even our older brother knows little about you. Edward sat down on a bench near the table. I didn't come looking for trouble, if that's what you're asking. No, Morpheus replied, but trouble often finds those who carry it. Edward let out a breath. I'm not here to make a claim or demand anything. I've had enough of that. I came because I sensed something here, something old. So I thought might as well check it out. Destruction nodded. You're not wrong. This place has a lot of stories, more than it shows. But now, mostly it's quiet. I like that. Edward glanced at him. So, how do you like it down here compared to your realm? Olethros' eyes shined. Oh boy, where to even begin? Humans are such wonderful creatures, full of surprises and hope and so many emotions, yet they possess such complexity. I am rather fond of Earth and the fulcrum. Morpheus interjected, I don't think it's wise to interfere with mortals, brother. And you should not share secrets that might cause harm. Olethros smiled, I'm merely a guide for them. Trying to help them if possible. You are stuck up on your duties to even enjoy the long lives we live. Morpheus watched his brother but said nothing. There was a familiarity to the silence between them, not hostile, but filled with things left unsaid. Then Edward broke the silence. I've killed gods before. I've faced monsters. But the truth is, I don't really enjoy it. The killing, the burden. I never really did. But I thought to myself, maybe I owe it to them, since I've watched all end once. I often ask myself, is it right, to try and shape things to my will, even if it's for their good? Destruction studied him carefully. But you keep doing it. Edward looked up. Because someone has to. Morpheus's voice was quieter now. And if no one asks you for help, then I stop, Edward said. But as long as gods keep turning men into playthings, as long as they hurt the world just to feed their pride, I won't let it stand. Destruction gave a small nod. That's a hard road. I know. And a lonely one. Edward didn't answer. He didn't have to. Olethros suddenly asked, so, you have witnessed the end. Then you know how it goes down. It is inevitable. So why hurt yourself to such extent? Edward looked him in the eye and smiled helplessly, I guess because I am just another stupid human. Just because something seems impossible, doesn't mean we should stop trying and give up. We humans fight, struggle, and bleed to achieve the impossible. Maybe I'm one of those hopeless fools. Olethros smirked, you won't be the first one. Edward asked curiously, so, who runs things now that you are here? Stuff is still getting destroyed. Olethros' smile faded slightly. I stepped away for a while. Doesn't mean I stopped existing. Just, chose not to be what I was. I still go back from time to time. Morpheus scrunched his nose, but Edward just asked, why? Olethros was quiet for a moment. He looked at the bottle in his hand, then out toward the trees. Because being a force of destruction in a world that doesn't need more of it, started to feel wrong. At some point, I asked myself if I was still helping anything. Or anyone. Edward listened without speaking. And I didn't like the answer, Olethros said simply. So I left. Edward shifted. And what about you? Still keeping track of the dreams of everyone alive? Morpheus looked at him. It is my role. Edward nodded slowly. You two are very different. Olethros smiled again. We are. But we're still family. That word made Edward pause. He looked down. Family's complicated. Olethros let out a breath. Always is. For a few moments, none of them spoke. The wind moved through the vines. A few birds called in the trees. It could have been any afternoon, in any part of the world. Olethros leaned forward, voice lower now. So what are you hoping to find from all this, really? Peace. Forgiveness. Redemption. Edward looked him in the eye. Maybe just a place where I'm set another human. Where I don't have to watch my back every time. You're not likely to find that in a world that remembers your name, and worships you like the gods you hate so much. Morpheus said. I know, Edward replied. That's why I plan to leave, travel the world, live different lives, savor every experience, and ensure humans don't repeat the same mistakes. And when you die, what happens then? Humans, no matter how strong, will die eventually. Olethros spoke solemnly. Well, I'm probably not dying anytime soon. Even if I did, that's that. It just means I wasn't strong enough, and hope someone else picks up my burden. Edward shrugged with a calm look as if they weren't discussing his death. And by the looks of it, it seems death is avoiding me somewhat. My vision sees more than anything, and I have never seen her around even when I killed those gods. I would have loved to have a chat. Edward chuckled. Morpheus held his gaze. And what would you do if our sister came looking for you? Edward didn't flinch. I'd hear her out. Maybe discuss about life and its meaning. And if really my time, I'll follow her into the dark, no regrets. Destruction raised an eyebrow. That's quite poetic. Considering how things tend to go when our kind show up uninvited. I don't want to live forever, Edward said simply. But I won't let fate chain me either. I've come too far for that. Morpheus looked thoughtful. You've already shaped the world more than you know. Edward gave a dry smile. Not always for the better. I wish to see for myself and find out. Morpheus stood up, apologies, but I must return to my realm and my duties. Farewell, brother. He gave a passing look to Edward, and you, mortal. Your presence has been tolerable. Olethros chuckled, it means he like you, Edward. High praise considering my brother doesn't like much of anything these days. Morpheus gave a stern look and faded out of existence, like his presence was a mere dream. Edward's eyes lingered on the horizon, the edges of the golden sky starting to dim as the sun lowered. Only he and Olethros remained atop the rocky ridge, surrounded by the faint breeze of an ancient, breathing world. Edward turned his gaze toward Olethros, and spoke with a half-smile, so, how long do you plan to stay here? Don't tell me you've got some new destructive hobby to unleash on the world other than your poetry. Olethros leaned back, letting the wind rustle through his red hair and beard. He looked every bit the wandering artist, even if his name summoned fear in mortals. Maybe, he said with an exaggerated shrug. But destruction isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes, it clears the soil so something new can grow. You should know that better than most. You destroyed Olympus, didn't you? Edward looked away, his features tightening, not with regret but with uncertainty. He exhaled slowly. I did what I had to. But I don't want to be remembered only for what I destroyed. I want to be remembered for what I tried to build. Olethros tilted his head and studied him for a long moment, his gaze gentle, almost brotherly. You and I, we're really not so different, Edward. Maybe that's why I feel like I know you closely despite meeting you just hours ago. You've done terrible things, yes, but not without reason. And unlike so many others, you carry the weight of it. Edward snorted. You're getting soft. Olethros laughed, deep and genuine. My siblings say I've always been soft. I just hide it under a lot of rubble. He gave a thoughtful hum. I do hope we meet more often. Who knows, maybe we'll even be good friends. Next time, I'll bring a better bottle of wine. And perhaps we can finish that poem I started. Edward raised an eyebrow. Assuming your poetic skills improve. Oh, harsh, Olethros chuckled. But fair. Edward's voice shifted, more sincere now. Just don't disappear without a word one day. If you start feeling the itch again, the guilt, the disappointment, talk to me first. I'll get you drunk and talk you out of thinking the world's weight is yours alone. And even if you do, maybe keep in touch. I won't rat you out. Olethros didn't answer immediately. He studied Edward carefully, as if seeing him differently for the first time. You're truly one of a kind, you know that, he said with a chuckle. You've even got Morpheus talking more in one day than he has in a decade. That's a damn miracle. Edward shrugged. Maybe I remind him of someone. Maybe, Olethros said. His smile faded, replaced by a glimmer of curiosity. Tell me something, Edward, do you know why you're really here? Who brought you to this realm? Edward's expression darkened slightly. I've been asking myself that ever since I got here. I know. Big P has something to do with it. Olethros's brow furrowed. Big P, he repeated. Presence, Edward clarified. Or something close to it. Ah, Olethros said, voice thoughtful. Well, I don't know much, to be honest. That's Destiny's domain. Only know that you're not here by accident. You've got a purpose, though I couldn't say what it is. I've only heard whispers from my siblings. Destiny and... Then, abruptly, he cut himself off. Ehem, forget I said that. Edward raised an eyebrow. Come on, man. Don't tease and leave halfway like that. Olethros grinned sheepishly. That's a tale for another time. Maybe when we've both had more wine. Edward chuckled and stood, stretching his limbs. As much fun as this was, I should get going. Olethros stood with him, dusting off his robes. You're welcome to visit anytime. Just come here and call my name. I'll even prepare something better than the swill I had today. I'll believe it when I taste it. And don't be shy to visit. Edward shot back, half laughing. He turned to leave, his boots crunching softly against the rock. But just before he got on his horse, Olethros's voice followed him. Your path is far from over. The choices you make next will echo for longer than you know. I wish you good fortune on your journey, my friend. Edward paused for a moment. But he didn't turn around. Then I'll make sure they're the right ones. Until next time. My friend. Don't lose hope on humanity just yet. Olethros laughed as he walked on, vanishing down the slope, leaving only the endless behind. Olethros watched until he was out of sight, then sighed and spoke to the empty air beside him, his tone dry but knowing. Sister, he's gone. You can show yourself now. It's not exactly polite to spy on people like that. From the shadows, a faint swirl of black smoke coiled into being. It twisted in the air like a wisp of burnt incense until it took shape, pale-skinned, raven-haired women with an unique beauty, dressed in black with a gothic flair that suited her perfectly. Her eyes were deep, ancient, and unreadable. Hello, brother, said the woman. Olethros smiled. So. How was it? You could have come out and met him, you know. It's not like he bites, dear sister. She tilted her head slightly, her voice calm, distant. You don't need me to remind you how these things usually end. Mortals and endless, it never ends well. You're being cautious, Olethros said, folding his arms. Understandable. But come on, Didi, it wouldn't have hurt to say hello. She looked away, expression unreadable. If I speak to him, if I let myself be more curious, it becomes harder to walk away. And then. She didn't finish the sentence. Olethros sighed, brushing a hand through his beard. You know, for all your experience, you can be just as stubborn as Morpheus sometimes. She just shook her head. That is my problem, brother. I'd like it if you keep your mouth shut about this. As much I care for my siblings, I don't wish desire to find him. Olethros chuckled. You're rather protective of someone you claim to have no interest in. She spoke softly. You saw how dangerous his charm is. Even you and Morpheus felt it. Our little brother barely talks to mortal after our nephew. Olethros sighed and rubbed his beard. Maybe having a friend isn't so bad sometimes. I do intend to be his friend, sister. He is someone, no, perhaps the only one who understands me. Try talking to him once. Maybe you'll get over your obsess. Ahem, I didn't say anything. He raised his hands in surrender as she glared at him. She didn't speak. She turned silently, her black coat trailing like a shadow behind her as she began to vanish into the smoke again. But what she didn't say, what she wouldn't admit aloud, was that she had seen him, again and again. From the moment he killed Poseidon, through the blood and fire of Olympus, to the quiet kindness he showed the people of Greece. She never approached. Never interfered. But she watched. And it confused her. She didn't know why this mortal drew her in. She didn't want to get closer, because to do so might hasten his end. Not because she willed it, but because she was death. That was her nature. But Edward, he had no fate. No tether. No prophecy. Even she couldn't see what awaited him. And that was what made her watch, again and again. With fascination. With wonder. And, perhaps, with interest more than she admitted. Because deep down, Death knew, there was something different about him. And she feared if she knew more about him, she might repeat the same mistake her little brother once did. Since that strange and fateful meeting with the endless duo, another year had slipped by. Edward had spent the time restoring order in Greece, rebuilding after the devastation he'd unleashed on Olympus. Mortal kings knelt, cities restructured, gods no longer dictated fate. Peace was restored. Now, a different kind of unease weighed on him. Themyscira. It loomed in his thoughts more than he admitted. The island of warrior women, shrouded in divine enchantment. And more importantly, the place he had left behind two women, both divine, both proud and powerful. And both likely furious. He had rehearsed the visit in his mind dozens of times, how to explain his absence, how to calm their wrath, how to make peace after nearly 2 years of silence. His heart was not afraid of blades or beasts, but Hera's affection and Hippolyta's care were another matter entirely. Still, it had to be done. So Edward flew towards Themyscira, thinking he would spend some time, get to know them better, and maybe make it official after a while. 10 hours later. He found himself utterly dumbfounded. Edward sat atop an elaborately carved throne, ancient, and inlaid with golden laurels that shimmered in the afternoon sun. The throne had clearly been prepared for some grand occasion, but he hadn't expected to be the centerpiece, or the prisoner. He wasn't bound by chains or rope. No, it was worse. His right arm was caught in a vice-like embrace between the warmth of Queen Hippolyta, who perched confidently on the throne's armrest like a queen surveying her spoils. Her grip on him was gentle in appearance but unyielding. His left arm was held just as tightly by Hera, the former queen of Olympus, who had somehow managed to make herself entirely at home, on his lap. Just a couple inches, and his finger might enter rather pleasant territory. Her elegant robes shimmered with divine light, every inch of her perfect body designed to unsettle. One arm wrapped lovingly around his neck, the other idly traced circles along his collarbone. Her lips hovered just beside his ear, and the warm breath that escaped them was far more dangerous than any battle. He sat there, part bewildered, part victim, and utterly stunned. He opened his mouth slowly, blinking as though he'd just come out of a daze. What the hell is even going on? Hippolyta didn't turn to him. Her chin rested elegantly on her knuckles, gaze focused ahead with regal detachment, as though she were a statue come to life. But she did squeeze his wrist, gently nudging it further into the space between her chest plate and the warmth beneath. Her voice was calm, composed. "Don't speak like that, dear husband," she said, her tone leaving no room for protest. "Today is a happy day." Edward almost laughed. He would have, if both of his arms weren't trapped between something soft that distracted him. Before he could summon a response, Hera tilted her head upward, her voice a sultry whisper against his ear. "Today is, of course, our wedding day," she said sweetly. "Both of us will marry you today before you run off somewhere again." Edward's heart skipped. Not in a romantic way, more in the way a soldier's heart stutters when they hear the distant sound of siege drums. "Wait, what?" His exclamation echoed through the vast marble courtyard. Birds scattered. Somewhere in the distance, the sound of flutes and ceremonial drums continued as if nothing had happened. 100 Amazons were still preparing the grounds, laying wreaths, hanging garlands, and assembling golden banners inscribed with victory, unity, and love. But Edward barely noticed any of it. His mind, usually quick as lightning in battle, overloaded at once. He looked at Hera. Why is this even a thing? Can we take a rain check? I just got here hours ago, he asked, half desperate, half confused. Hera tilted her head with a smile so composed it was unsettling. This will be the publicly held wedding. A proper one. With vows. Music. Offerings. Celebrations. I am a goddess, and she is a queen, do you think we'll settle for any less? Celebrations. Edward asked, incredulous. A week-long one, Hippolyta added with perfect serenity. The entire island has prepared. The priestesses arrived yesterday. He turned slowly to Hippolyta, blinking again. You're serious? As serious as I was when you first conquered my heart, she said, and for a moment there was genuine warmth in her voice. You left without a word, Edward. You thought we would wait forever. That we would just forget and move on. Edward chuckled nervously, Hera stopped him. We're not angry, she whispered. We're just ensuring you don't run again. He sighed. I wasn't running. I was trying to help people. You're here now, Hippolyta replied. That's all that matters. Edward looked down at the courtyard again. There were already seats being prepared, garlands trailing from archways. War drums were replaced by lyres and harps. Statues of old gods had been draped in crimson veils, and at the center of it all stood a marble altar shaped like a crescent, clearly awaiting him. And them. A young girl approached their throne shyly. She bowed and spoke, hello. I'm Diana, daughter of Hippolyta. You must be the hero Edward we've heard so much about. Mother talked about you a lot, that she would marry you. Edward looked carefully, so this was the most famous heroine of DC, huh? Still looked like teenager although she might be over 100 years old by now. He smiled politely and replied, hello Diana, I'm Edward. It's nice to meet you. Yes, apparently your mother has arranged a whole wedding ceremony for us. I hope we can get along and have fun. Think of me like a cool uncle. Diana looked excited, really? Then will tell me about all your adventures. We can also go explore the forest. Can we ride your flying ship? Edward chuckled, sure why not? Only after your mom and Hera releases my arm. Diana beamed brightly, Can I also call you father? I never knew mine. And I heard he was a bad person despite being a god. Hippolyta smiled and pulled Diana close with her other arm. Of course dear. We will all be family. Together. The Amazonians clapped and cheered watching the warm scene. Meanwhile Edward was stunned. His mouth opened, then closed again. There were no words. Just the surreal reality of being forcibly sat down into a divine wedding he hadn't even known was on the calendar. Still seated, still trapped, he finally sighed. I should have stayed in the sky. That earned him a light laugh from Hera and a victorious smirk from Hippolyta. The Amazon queen tilted her head, brushing a strand of hair away from her cheek. Oh no, husband. You've avoided this long enough. She waved away Diana, go child, get dressed. You should wear something nice for our wedding. Diana nodded excitedly and ran to find her dress. Then, casually, Hippolyta called out, bring the ceremonial robes. Edward's eyes widened. Wait, what robes? From the steps below, several Amazons approached carrying fine cloth, crimson and gold, with symbols of the old gods stitched across the fabric. Formal, heavy, and far too extravagant for his taste. He groaned, but Hera kissed his cheek softly. Be grateful. You're marrying the two beautiful women who others would kill to have. Somehow, he muttered, that doesn't comfort me. Hippolyta smirked, then imagine us at your bed at night, showering you with love. She whispered in his ear softly. Edward gulped. Yeah, that's somewhat tempting. And so, on the steps of Themyscira, with no sword in hand, no armor on his back, and both arms claimed by queens, Edward prepared for a battle unlike any he'd fought before, one with vows. And no chance of retreat. Well, if you can't avoid it, just enjoy it. Edward sighed and looked at the women sitting on his both side who beamed with happiness and just let go. Might as well get it over it. It looks like he was getting married today, twice. Plus, he did in fact become Wonder Woman's stepfather. Degenerates would be like, she now calls you father, but soon she will be calling you daddy. Current timeline for Endless. Destruction considering his retirement. Morpheus still haven't been imprisoned. Orpheus saga happened 200 to 300 years ago. By the way, they are singular entities and time is different for them, so 1,000 years might not be much to them. And of course, I won't follow the same events, it will be changed according to O. I was supposed to address another thing, but forgot. Since I forgot about it, it's probably nothing too important, right? Right. Chapter 24, Free to be you and me. The wedding was in full motion, an affair unlike anything Edward had expected, extravagant, ancient, and brimming with a kind of vibrant energy that felt older than time itself. Beneath the wide Themysciran sky, as the Aegean sun dipped low toward the sea, everything seemed caught between myth and memory. The air was alive with scent and sound, roasted boar turning over open flames, the faint aroma of crushed wildflowers scattered across the stone walkways, and the tang of spiced wine being poured freely into bronze goblets. Laughter rang out, mingling with the distant melodies of flutes and the rhythmic hum of drums. Everywhere, light danced, braziers crackled with flame, casting golden warmth on the open-air amphitheater sculpted for the ceremony. The floor beneath their feet bore sacred markings, carved in old language, symbols of union, of fertility, of old magic still living in the bones of the earth. Edward sat beneath a sweeping pavilion of white and crimson, draped between columns polished smooth by the sea winds. He wore a deep navy tunic embroidered with golden thread, its centerpiece a hawk mid-flight, Hippolyta's sigil. Subtly stitched down his collar, Hera's peacock feather curled in regal green and gold. Around his brow sat a simple crown of olive branches, still glistening with sacred oil, cool against his temple. He was seated like a king, yet looked around with the amused wariness of a man still half convinced this might all be a dream. A strange, surreal grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, the kind of grin born from disbelief, from the bizarre calm of a man who had slain gods and now found himself the center of a ceremony devoted to love. Not conquest. Not vengeance. Love. And beside him stood the reason for it all. To his right, Hippolyta stood like a vision carved from marble and sunlight. Her wedding dress was crafted from soft ivory linen but reinforced with thin plates of gold, shaped carefully to accent her form, not to protect, but to honor her strength. A crimson sash tied at her waist added a warrior's flourish, trailing behind her like a banner caught in the breeze. Her golden hair had been braided in the fashion of Sparta's queens, intricate, powerful, decorated with jade and lapis beads, each one likely a gift from an Amazon sister or a relic of some old tale. Her eyes, usually fierce, commanding, now softened when they met Edward's gaze. There was shyness in them, not weakness, but something deeper, vulnerability hidden beneath iron will. To Edward's left stood Hera, queen of Olympus. Even without divine aura, without celestial robes, she still carried herself like a being above the world. Her wedding dress shimmered with silver threads, layered like moonlight against her skin. Small, peacock-feathered pins fastened her veil to her shoulders, and atop her head rested a hammered gold diadem etched with the symbol of eternity. She wore no armor today, no symbols of dominion. Just quiet grace. And a rare smile, gentle, almost human, as her fingers rested lightly on Edward's arm. Both women looked at him with affection. Not possession. Not triumph. Just quiet affection. For all their history and power, they had found something between them, something fragile and growing. And Edward, somehow, was the anchor of that unlikely bond. The ceremony unfolded in the order of the ancient rites, each moment grounded in meaning and memory. First came the lautron, a ritual cleansing. An ornate basin was brought forward, filled with spring water drawn from a sacred pool at the island's heart. Edward, Hera, and Hippolyta washed their hands together, fingers brushing occasionally in a silent moment of unity. The water was cool, but it carried weight, a symbolic act, washing away the blood and war of the past before stepping into something new. Then came the dedicatory offerings. Hera stepped forward first. She undid a braid from behind her veil, pulling free a lock of dark hair. With measured hands, she bound it in golden thread and placed it upon the altar. No words were needed. The gesture alone spoke of devotion, of divinity yielding something personal. Hippolyta followed. She withdrew a ceremonial dagger from her hip, simple, unadorned steel. Without flinching, she made a shallow cut across her palm. A few drops of blood spilled into the brazier fire, hissing on the coals. Her vow was the oldest kind, a warrior's bond sealed in pain. Edward met their gestures with one of his own. From the gate of Babylon, he summoned a golden chalice, a relic from some forgotten empire, and filled it with ambrosia. Its golden surface shimmered, catching the firelight. He offered it first to Hera, then to Hippolyta. They drank in turn. Hera's eyes, sharp and discerning, widened just slightly in approval. Finally came the vows. Hippolyta placed her hand against Edward's chest, eyes searching his with clarity and force. "I pledge myself to you," she said, her voice steady and clear, not as a woman to a man, but as a lover to her equal. "In battle or peace, in fury or joy, I am yours." Hera stepped forward next. She didn't touch him, not yet, but her words came with quiet strength. "You have broken the chains of Olympus, and in doing so, you freed my heart. I pledge myself to you not as a goddess to a mortal, but as a soul to its companion." Edward stood still for a beat, his voice catching in his throat before he finally found it. "I've never known love before," he said, words simple and unadorned, but if it means walking beside you both, then I welcome it. The amphitheater erupted. Cheers and songs rang out. Shell and bronze trumpets blared from the balconies, and petals, white and soft, rained down from above, caught in the sea breeze like snow. And then he kissed them. Hippolyta first, firm, fervent, a clash of wills melted into passion. Then Hera, slower, with a kind of lingering tenderness that felt like time paused just for them. The crowd roared again, Amazons cheering, laughing, whistling. As the ceremony faded into celebration, the feast began. Tables were laden with roasted meats, boar, goat, lamb, dripping with juice and spiced with herbs. Bowls of olives, dates, and honeyed figs were passed around. Wine flowed freely, and the island rang with music. Warriors danced barefoot in circles. Some sparred playfully, others bragged about battles or made toasts in Edward's name. He found himself handed drink after drink. Women clapped him on the back. One Amazon jokingly offered him a spear as a wedding gift, another challenged him to a drinking contest. For the first time in ages, he laughed without weight on his shoulders. But the night wasn't done. As dusk deepened into twilight, the crowd erupted into new cheers as a rowdy group of Amazons, grinning like mischief incarnate, rushed forward. To the royal chambers, one cried. Before he could react, Edward was hoisted into the air, Hera on one side, Hippolyta on the other, as the warriors carried them off in a flurry of laughter and teasing whistles. Hera's fingers laced into his with a quiet squeeze. Hippolyta leaned in, her voice husky with amusement. Try not to faint, dear. I have been pent up. Hera smirked from the side, we're not letting you sleep tonight, or the next few days. Edward, suspended in the arms of a dozen warriors and caught between two powerful women, could only shake his head and mutter with a crooked grin, I hope my body is strong as my will. And then they vanished into the palace chambers for their special night. After Edward had disappeared behind the grand bronze-inlaid doors of the royal chamber with both Hippolyta and Hera flanking him, a heavy silence settled over the palace grounds. The guards at the steps exchanged glances, some of them blinking rapidly, still unsure if they had witnessed a divine procession or some strange fever dream. The Amazonian crowd that had gathered near the palace remained, loitering along the colonnades and garden paths with wide, curious eyes. Their queen, so regal, so poised, so untouchable, had taken her lover inside along with a literal goddess. And now, nothing. No movement. No sounds. Not at first. But then came the tremor. It started subtly. A light shiver in the columns. A rustle in the drapery. The chandeliers trembled on their chains. Then came the unmistakable sounds, soft at first, then unrelenting. Moans. Gasping cries of pleasure, sharp and unfiltered, muffled only slightly by the divine enchantments of the palace walls. They rang through the night air like siren songs, echoing down the marble halls. It didn't take long before a hush fell over the entire island. The gathered Amazons stood transfixed. Some with cheeks pink and eyes wide. Others with arms crossed and brows raised, trying to appear indifferent but failing miserably. Whispers spread like wildfire. Did you hear that? That was definitely the queen. Hera too. I knew she was passionate, but not like this. He must be a god in bed, how else could he keep up with both of them? And for so long. The tremors didn't stop. Nor did the moans. They came in waves, sometimes slow and drawn out, sometimes fast and frantic. The sound of shifting bedsheets, the creak of ornate furniture, and the rhythmic cadence of bodies in motion filled the air, leaving no ambiguity. The palace itself groaned under the strain. By the second night, the guards were a wreck. They had begun switching shifts more frequently, claiming patrol duties in the farthest corners of the island just to escape the overwhelming lust that clung to the very air around the palace. Some took long walks to the cliffs under the pretense of scouting. Others sought solitude in the bathhouses, desperate to cool themselves down from the maddening chorus they couldn't unhear. Some guards even debated climbing the outer walls of the palace, curiosity gnawing at their discipline. If their revered queen and a goddess could be so uninhibited, was it truly wrong to peek? But a shimmering barrier warded the chambers, an enchantment placed by Hera herself, denying all intrusions. The temptation was strong, but the divine warning was stronger. Meanwhile, the rest of the Amazons were no better off. No one had gotten a proper night's rest in 3 days. Even the most stoic warriors walked around with red eyes, yawning as they leaned on spears and columns. They tried to train, to meditate, to maintain order, but how could one meditate through that? Even mealtime gossip had changed. Gone were debates on strategy, politics, or philosophy. Now, only one subject dominated the conversations. How long do you think they can go on? 3 days. 3 entire days, without food or water. He's not even a god. Maybe he is now. And he's handling both of them, like that. Most tried to keep the discussion subtle, but eventually decorum collapsed. Some even bet on who would come out first, Hippolyta or Hera. Others speculated how many positions could be performed in such a time span. A few even fantasized, cheeks burning, about what it would be like to be in that room. But none suffered quite like Diana. The young Amazonian princess sat cross-legged near the cliffs overlooking the sea, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her expression flustered beyond belief. The moment she'd heard her mother's voice echoing through the palace walls, that kind of voice, her brain had short-circuited. She hadn't known where to go. At first, she tried the temple, but even prayers to the gods couldn't drown out the rising tempo of passion. Then she'd gone to the stables, but even the horses had grown agitated from the constant shaking of the palace. Now she just sat and pouted. My mother. She muttered to herself, cheeks puffed and pink. How could she? She's always lecturing me on dignity and discipline, and now she's in there screaming Edward's name like a love-struck maiden. Her face turned crimson again as she remembered the last high-pitched moan. And Hera. Lady Hera. She's our goddess. Her hands covered her face in shame. That means all three of them are. She shook her head violently, trying to purge the image. She buried her face into her knees with a miserable groan. I need a mountain to crawl under. Still, silver linings existed. With her mother and Hera thoroughly occupied, Diana found herself with unprecedented freedom. No more nagging. No more mandatory etiquette training. No more guards tailing her. Everyone was too tired, too distracted, or too embarrassed to care what she did. She stood up, stretched, and walked off with a determined huff. Fine. If they're going to indulge in their adult things, then I'm going exploring. Let them be. Inside the royal chamber, the world felt timeless. Silken sheets were tangled around limbs. The air was heavy with the scent of sweat, perfume, and lingering divine warmth. Moonlight filtered softly through the enchanted drapes, casting a silvery glow across the exhausted form sprawled atop the massive bed. Edward lay in the center, every muscle in his body aching in a way that was somehow both painful and blissful. He let out a low grunt as he finally gave in, body surrendering to the weight of fatigue. Beside him, Hippolyta had already passed out. Her chest rose and fell in steady, peaceful breaths, her golden hair strewn across the pillow like a halo. She drooled slightly onto his shoulder, face flushed, one arm thrown over his chest, and a leg hooked instinctively around his waist like a possessive lover even in sleep. Edward smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. His body still felt hot. On his other side, Hera was still awake, barely. Her divine body, slick with sweat, shimmered under the faint glow. She collapsed onto him with a satisfied sigh, her breath warm against his skin. You have a monstrous body and stamina, beloved husband. She murmured, trailing her fingers lazily across his chest. Her voice was husky, her lips swollen from hours of kisses. I feel it still within me. I probably won't be able to get up today. She kissed his chest affectionately, inhaling the musky scent. Edward exhaled, catching his breath, his hand gliding gently down her waist and resting against the curve of her hip. And you kept tempting me for more, he said with a breathless chuckle. It's been more than 3 days, we've barely left the bed. His fingertips traced soft patterns against her skin. Hera hummed, resting her head over his chest, her smile one of pure contentment. I wouldn't mind being stuck here forever, as long as I'm with you. Edward let out a low laugh and tilted his head to kiss her temple. You're a crazy woman, Hera. But you're my crazy woman. With his other hand, he pulled Hippolyta closer, brushing a gentle kiss onto her forehead. She didn't stir, but a sleepy smile tugged at her lips. And you, my warrior queen. Hippolyta smiled even in her sleep and held on tightly. He smiled, I wish talk with you with 2 more, and get to know each other better before we took this step. But I guess we can talk after we wake up, preferably tomorrow. Wrapped in warmth and softness, with 2 stunning women by his side, one queen, one divine, Edward finally closed his eyes. They drifted off to sleep, tangled together beneath the silken canopy. The chaos of Olympus, the ruins of the gods, the tremors of war, all faded into silence. For now, there was only peace, love and rest. After 3 long, glorious days. Edward stirred awake, a lingering soreness resting in his limbs from what could only be described as 3 days of relentless, primal intimacy. Despite the exhaustion, a soft, contented smile played on his lips as he opened his eyes and took in the sight before him. Hippolyta and Hera were sprawled across his body, each curled against him, one on either side. Their breathing was soft, their skin warm against his. The sheets were tangled, the air still heavy with the scent of sweat, sex, and something deeper, an unspoken bond now sealed between them. Their hair, messy and matted, clung to their faces, yet to Edward, they looked radiant. Divine, even. His body reacted almost immediately, a familiar rush of heat pulsing through him. He blinked in mild disbelief. Damn, he muttered under his breath, staring at the ceiling. We literally did it for 3 days, and I still have energy. Did I awaken EX rank virility as well? Chuckling to himself, he resisted the temptation building within and simply relaxed, drawing his arms gently around the two women. He ran his fingers softly over their backs, tracing the curves of their bodies with affectionate care, as if grounding himself in this new reality. Hippolyta stirred first. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed for a moment before recognition, and then memory flooded in. A deep blush rose on her cheeks as she realized she was lying naked atop her husband, limbs tangled with his and Hera's. Her fingers clenched the sheets. "My sisters," she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what they might be thinking after hearing me like that." Edward grinned at her reaction, and with a teasing glint in his eye, pinched her toned rear. She gasped sharply, jerking slightly as she glared at him, but before she could protest, he leaned forward and kissed her deeply, his hand soothing the very spot he'd pinched. Hippolyta sighed into the kiss, her initial embarrassment giving way to surrender. She returned it, slow and tender, her fingers curling around his shoulder. In that moment, the former warrior queen felt something she hadn't in centuries: peace. Fulfillment. Belonging. When they finally pulled apart, Edward smiled and brushed a lock of hair from her face. "Good morning, my beautiful wife." Her cheeks pink again, Hippolyta nuzzled his neck, her tone uncharacteristically soft. "Good morning, dear husband." For once, her voice lacked the strength of a warrior. She spoke like a woman content. In her mind, a thought surfaced quietly: it feels nice to wake up next to your loved one. A small yawn sounded beside them as Hera stirred, stretching languidly like a cat before opening her eyes. The moment she saw Edward's face, she brightened instantly, her expression melting into joy. Without hesitation, she leaned up, tilted her chin, and closed her eyes in anticipation. Edward chuckled and obliged, pressing a kiss to her lips. But Hera, unsurprisingly, was not one to let go so easily. The kiss deepened and lingered until both were breathless. As she finally drew back, her chest rising with each breath, she pressed herself flush against him, a satisfied hum escaping her throat. "Good morning, beloved husband," she whispered, eyes shining. "I feel the happiest I've ever been." Edward smiled warmly, brushing his fingers through her hair. "Good morning to you too, dear wife." Hera giggled, mischief still dancing in her eyes. She nuzzled into his side and murmured, "I need a bath, dear husband, but you seem to have made me unable to get up." She traced her fingers lightly across his chest. "Would you carry me there?" Hippolyta rolled her eyes and groaned, "Stop pretending. You're a goddess, you should have recovered by now." Hera shot her a sly look. "I lasted longer than a certain someone. I spent all my energy." Tragic, really. The jab wasn't lost on Hippolyta. Her lips parted in retort, but before she could fire back, Edward smacked both of them playfully on their rears. A surprised yelp escaped from both, and they shot him looks of mock outrage, cheeks flushed. But Edward only laughed, scooping both women effortlessly into his arms and hoisting them over his shoulders. Hippolyta yelped again, more from shock than protest, while Hera purred with amusement. "Oh my," she teased, voice rich with delight. "Looks like husband wants to punish us now." Edward carried them to the baths, his grin never fading. As the steam rose and water filled the marble basin, the three bathed together. Edward was gentle, thorough, pampering each of them as though they were fragile porcelain rather than immortal queens. He washed them with care, wiped their bodies clean, and whispered affectionate nothings between quiet laughter and stolen glances. Despite his past, despite how violent and cold he had once been, he had always promised himself that if he ever found someone to love, he would cherish them properly. And now, with these two divine women by his side, he held to that vow. Both Hera and Hippolyta basked in his touch. In his presence, they were not just deities or rulers. They were women who were loved, softly, fiercely, wholly. After the bath, they dressed and left the chambers, ready to return to courtly life. But as they stepped out, they were met by a surprising sight. Every Amazon they passed looked away immediately, red-faced, blushing deeply as if unable to meet their eyes. Hippolyta froze, mortified. The guards, the attendants, even the older warriors, acted as though they'd just witnessed something scandalous. Which, to be fair, they probably had. She groaned and whispered under her breath, "This is so embarrassing." Edward leaned down, his voice warm in her ear. "What's there to be ashamed of, dear wife? It's a natural thing married people do." Hera, now considerably calmer than her usual teasing self, nodded in agreement, her grin still mischievous. "Yes, Hippolyta. You should be proud. Who else can say their husband pleasured them for 3 whole days? I'd let my husband show affection to me anytime." Edward chuckled, wrapping an arm around each of their waists. "All right. First, we eat. Then we talk. I want us to know each other better, truly. No more secrets. No more burdens carried alone." Both women smiled at that. Hera leaned into him. Hippolyta nodded silently. And together, the three of them walked through the palace toward the dining hall. Inside, Diana was already at the table, hungrily munching through a stack of fresh bread and fruit. She looked up, startled by their entrance, her eyes lighting up. Mother. Father. Lady Hera. You finally left the room, she said innocently, mouth half full. I thought you were going to stay there for a week. Some of the older sisters said father was showing his love to you guys. Edward nearly choked on a laugh and walked over, patting her head gently. Manners, young lady. You're too young to be talking about such things. Hippolyta buried her face in her hands. I am so ashamed. Diana, unfazed, perked up. So, can we go exploring today? I want to show you around Themyscira. Edward crouched down to meet her at eye level, smiling warmly. Not today, dear. I still need to talk with your mother and Aunt Hera. But tomorrow, I promise. He held out his pinky finger. Diana tilted her head, confused. What is this? Edward laughed, gently linking his pinky with hers. It's a human gesture. A pinky promise. Once you make it, you can't break it. She blinked. What happens if you break it? He grinned dramatically. Someone will come and spank you. Probably. You can try and find out. Diana recoiled, wide-eyed. And no. I don't want to. Edward's grin widened. Don't worry. Even if someone comes, nobody can beat me. Her eyes sparkled in awe. With a gleeful gasp, she watched as Edward summoned a small batch of sweets from the gate of Babylon and handed them to her. She took them with both hands, looking at him like he was a god, and to her, perhaps he was. Hippolyta, standing quietly beside Hera, watched the scene with a soft, full smile. Her earlier worries, about how Edward would treat Diana, about Zeus's involvement in her daughter's origin melted away. He didn't ask questions. He didn't judge. He simply loved her child. And in that moment, her heart swelled. Together, the odd yet complete family sat down to eat. They shared a quiet, content breakfast, husband, wives, and daughter. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Edward took his wives by the hand, one on each side, and walked with them slowly through the tranquil palace halls. Their fingers intertwined, silent but firm. The air outside was fresh, still touched by the dew of the morning. A quiet breeze rustled the leaves in the garden as birds chirped lazily above the treetops. The royal gardens of Themyscira were a vision of peace. Marble benches stood beneath flowering trees. Vines curled along carved pillars. In the center, a soft stream trickled beside a stone path. Edward led them to a shaded spot beneath a wide, flowering tree, where a table had been set with refreshments and cool drinks. Plates of fruits and delicate pastries rested between goblets of wine and pitchers of water. They sat, close together but unhurried. There was no rush. No war. No duty pressing on their shoulders. Just time, rare and precious, to share with each other. For a while, they spoke casually, of the weather, the island, how peaceful it felt to have silence instead of steel ringing in the distance. Then Hippolyta leaned back against the bench and glanced toward the flowers swaying in the breeze. I suppose, she said, her voice soft with nostalgia, it's only fair I begin. Edward looked at her and smiled. Hera gave a small nod, folding her arms and settling into her seat with interest. Hippolyta took a breath. I was not always a queen, she began, brushing a strand of golden hair behind her ear. When we first came to Themyscira, we were broken. Escaped from the world of men. The gods gifted us this land, and we built something new. Something sacred. A place where women could be free. Strong. Unafraid. Her eyes lingered on the garden walls, as if seeing far beyond them. I've ventured out many times, to the world beyond these shores. There was adventure, danger, lessons I had to learn the hard way. But it was Heracles who brought the greatest storm. Her lips pressed into a line. Hera shifted subtly beside Edward, her expression unreadable. He came with honeyed words and strong arms. I believed him. Trusted him. Her voice lowered. And I paid for it. We all did. Edward didn't speak. He simply placed his hand over hers. Hippolyta smiled faintly in thanks, then continued. When Diana was born, everything changed. She was my purpose. My light. I raised her to be wise, to be kind, to be powerful, but I was strict. Too strict, perhaps. I feared the world would try to take her from me. Edward listened quietly, letting her voice carry its weight. She always wanted to meet her father. Now she has. But not in the way I ever imagined. Hippolyta gave a soft sigh and glanced over to Hera. Your turn, sister. Hera didn't smile. She folded her hands in her lap and stared at the table for a moment. Then, finally, she spoke. When the Titans fell, it was not a glorious victory. It was survival. My siblings and I. We overthrew our parents. Not out of nobility, but fear. Rage. Her voice was calm, but each word held something heavy, something old and deep. Zeus was relentless. He hounded me for years. Promised marriage, loyalty, partnership. I rejected him. Again and again. I should have seen through it, but I was tired. I was foolish. Her gaze darkened. He forced himself on me when I slept. That is how Ares was conceived. A god of war born not of love, but violence. Edward's expression didn't change, but his jaw clenched slightly. Hera didn't notice. I married him, believing it would stop the humiliation. But it never did. He mocked me. Slept with anything that breathed. And when I grew bitter, when I lashed out, I became the villain. Her voice trembled, just for a breath. I hurt people. Mortals who didn't deserve it. I made choices I regret. I became someone I no longer recognized. I was not a goddess, I was just another woman scorned and lost to the grief. She stopped, eyes downcast. The garden was quiet except for the whisper of wind through the trees. Edward didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He reached across the table and took her hand gently in his. Hera looked up, and for the first time since he had met her, her expression was not prideful or playful. It was regretful. A few minutes passed in silence, the weight of memory pressing gently between them. Then Hera sat up, brushing away her thoughts with a tired smile. Enough of past ghosts. Your turn, husband. Hippolyta nodded and looked to Edward. Yes. We've shared our pasts. Now it's time you share yours. Edward hesitated, then leaned back slightly in his seat. I suppose, he said, almost sheepishly. But, my story isn't a happy one. He paused again, collecting his thoughts, before he began. I was just another regular soul, moving along with the flow. Nobody noticed me, and I ignored them. Then my world ended, due to human foolishness. Entire civilizations wiped away. Hopes and dreams shattered. I was the only one left on that broken world. His voice was quiet. I should have felt grief. Pain. But I didn't. Nothing. Just emptiness. Maybe because I had stopped feeling anything long ago. He looked at both of them, his eyes distant. I thought something was broken in me. That maybe the part of me that should have died with my world stayed behind, and what lived on wasn't really human anymore. He took a sip of wine, as if to gather courage. Then I arrived in this world. I met Polyphemus, a gentle cyclops, strangely enough. He was kind. Crude, but loyal. He became my first friend in this strange land. We shared some good memories, and hoped go on a journey together to see the world. He smiled faintly, remembering. But then Poseidon came. Killed him. Just like that. I lost him, who was trying to protect me. I felt so useless and weak. His hand curled into a fist on the table. That's when I lost control. Something inside me snapped. I awakened a power I didn't understand at first, one that tore gods apart like they were made of paper. He leaned forward now, voice heavy. I killed Poseidon. And other Olympians. I didn't do it for glory or vengeance. I did it because I was terrified that this world would walk the same path as mine. That these gods would shackle humanity, and after the age of gods ended, they would face destruction again at their own hands. He looked at them, not proud, but resigned. His voice shaky. I wanted to be a guide. A symbol of hope so they can live freely, dream proudly, and walk a better path. I just hoped to watch over them as they lived happily. Probably because I owe it to them, as the only men survived the end when better people than me perished. Then he gave a helpless smile, the corners of his eyes soft. You too must think I'm rather stupid to choose this path. A fool's endeavor, despite knowing how it ends. Neither woman spoke at first. Then, without a word, Hippolyta rose and walked to him. Hera followed. They stood beside him on either side. Hippolyta cupped his cheek and spoke softly, No, you are perhaps the bravest and most admirable man I've ever known. Others would have sought comfort or wealth with such power. Almost everybody would choose to be selfish. But you chose the hard road, not for yourself, but for others' future. I love and respect your decision, husband. I'll support you and carry on your dream as long as I live. Hera's fingers ran gently through his hair as she added, You gave me a second chance. You forgave me. You saw me. I never cared for mortals, but for you. I would give up everything. I would sacrifice everything if it meant making your dream a reality. She smiled faintly, her eyes soft but steady. Raise your head, husband. If anyone deserves peace and happiness, it's you. Something inside Edward eased. A breath he hadn't known he was holding. A weight he had carried alone for too long. He wrapped his arms around them both, pulling them into an embrace. It wasn't fierce or passionate, just warm. Filled with love and faith. And in that moment, for the first time in what felt like eternity, he understood what it truly meant to not carry a burden alone. He felt free and content. So this is how it feels, he thought, closing his eyes, to have someone beside you, sharing your pain, your dreams. It feels rather nice. Character development, huh? Such a bitch to write. Now that it's out of the way, it's time for growth and progress the plot from Greece. Next chapter will see the end of Greek arc, by the way. I saw some comments about why the story is bad, cringe and just increasing word count, and how it would be so much better if it was action, sex, more action than kill all and end it in next 50 chapters or something. So I wanted to address them once and for all. CZ, I won't say it again. The tags and description are there, and I have somewhat explained the reasoning and approach as well as MC personality. If anybody feels this isn't what you want to read, feel free not to read. There are plenty decent stories, random translations, and brain rots available with some smut as well. Why force yourself to read, and then whine if it's not your preference? Doesn't make sense, lol. I'm the one writing it, and I sure as hell won't just bend over and ruin it. If it's a logical question or good suggestion, I will answer it, but I definitely won't waste my time trying to convince anyone who just wants to spread negativity. I'll quote the random thought video. CZ, it fits, lol. If you don't like what you are reading, why don't you just write your own book? Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Sorry for the long rant, just needed clear it out, hopefully they will get the message. It's always some people who don't have any joy in life, so they try to ruin others' fun. I'll keep writing as usual, following my own plot and direction. If you truly wish to read something good, you'll enjoy it. After all, this is just the beginning. Happy reading. Chapter 25, Fulfillment and Departure. Alright, since I ranted about the issues and admonished those who did it, it is fair I reward those who love and support the story. So here's a bonus chapter for you good folks. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Tomorrow I'll be swamped whole day, so might upload new chapter around this time or sooner. After the heart-to-heart talk with his wives, Edward felt something shift within him. The restlessness inside him had finally begun to settle. For so long he had fought, bled, and endured in silence, carrying burdens no mortal should, but now, as he looked into the eyes of Hera and Hippolyta, he saw something different, understanding, patience, and love. He wasn't alone anymore. The rest of the day passed in a quiet calm that he hadn't realized he'd been craving. He stayed by their side in the inner gardens of Themyscira's palace, surrounded by fragrant blooms and the soft lapping of water fountains. The sky was clear, the warmth of the afternoon sun draping everything in gold. In the shade of a marble column, Edward reclined on a cushioned bench, his head resting comfortably in Hera's lap. Her fingers gently stroked his hair, her nails dragging lightly across his scalp with a tenderness he hadn't known he needed. Across from him, Hippolyta sat with a plate of fresh fruit, her long legs crossed elegantly. She leaned in now and then to feed him grapes one by one. Her expression was fond, but her smirk gave away the amusement she found in pampering a man known for tearing gods apart. Edward let out a low, satisfied chuckle as he chewed the latest grape. If this isn't how kings live, then they're doing it wrong. Hippolyta smiled and leaned in to kiss his temple. You did marry the queen of Themyscira, she said in a soft tone, brushing her thumb across his jaw. That makes you our ruler, whether you accept it or not. I still feel like you two should run everything, he muttered, lips twitching with a smirk. Hera's cool, composed voice chimed in. Well, I am queen of Olympus, she said, her eyes glittering with playful pride. So that makes you king of Olympus, by marriage. Edward raised an eyebrow. King of Olympus and Themyscira. I'm really collecting titles now. If you wanted, Hera added smoothly, I could summon the minor deities. Have them attend you. They'd kneel at your feet, bathe you in wine and praise. All for their king. Edward looked up at her and gave a crooked grin. Tempting. But I don't want that. Without warning, he reached up and gave her nipple a gentle pinch. Hera inhaled sharply, her breath catching in her throat as a quiet moan escaped before she could suppress it. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her expression was anything but embarrassed. Edward chuckled and let his hand fall away. I'm not interested in being worshipped, he said, eyes now locked with hers. I just want you. Both of you. I'm happy with what we have. Hera's face softened. Her fingers paused in his hair, then resumed their slow caress. She leaned down, her lips just above his ear. That's good, but you've turned me on, dear husband, she whispered, her breath hot against his skin. You'll have to take responsibility for that. Edward glanced up at her, bemused. Is that so? Without waiting for a reply, Hera lowered her head and kissed him. It wasn't rushed, it was slow, deliberate, filled with the unspoken heat that had been simmering all day. Her tongue found his, and Edward responded in kind, a low hum vibrating in his chest. Her hand moved to the side of his face, thumb grazing his cheek as their kiss deepened. Hippolyta, watching the exchange, gave an exaggerated sigh and leaned back. "You're supposed to be the goddess of marriage," she said, not without affection. "Not lust." Hera broke the kiss, her lips brushing against Edward's as she spoke. "Marriage includes passion. I'm simply honoring my vows." Then she added, more seriously, "I wish to fulfill my role as a wife. And perhaps even bear a child for my beloved husband." That made Hippolyta pause. She looked at Hera, then at Edward. There was no jealousy in her expression, only interest. "Is that what you want?" Hippolyta asked, her voice lower now. Hera looked at her, then nodded. "I've lived countless years as Zeus's queen. But with Edward, I want to start anew. A child could be part of that future." Edward sat up slightly, watching both of them. Hippolyta tilted her head, considering the idea. After a moment, she smirked. "Well then," she said, turning her gaze toward Edward, "if that's the game we're playing, I should do the same." Edward blinked. "You too?" Hippolyta shrugged, her tone casual but her eyes firm. "It's not just about bearing your child. It's about anchoring you. You're always vanishing, chasing some new danger. Maybe, if we had a child, you'd visit more often. Maybe even stay." He looked between the two powerful women who had stood through wars, betrayals, centuries of pain. And yet here they were, vulnerable with him. Willing to build something new, something real. Edward leaned forward, his tone gentle. "I never expected this," he said honestly. "But if that's how you both feel." He stood and extended his hands toward them. "Then I suppose I should fulfill my husbandly duties." Hera rose first, wrapping herself around him with grace. "Mem, at last, you see reason." Hippolyta came next, taking his other arm and resting her head on his shoulder. "You look more relaxed, husband. It feels nice." With their arms intertwined, they walked together through the palace corridors. The halls of Themyscira echoed softly with the sound of their footsteps, the rustle of silk and laughter trailing behind them. The sun was starting to dip lower now, casting long, golden beams through the archways. Guards bowed in silence as they passed, knowing exactly where they were headed. And though none would speak of it aloud, a few of the palace attendants and passing Amazons exchanged glances with a blush, unknowing looks in their eyes. They were used to the sounds of passion echoing through the night from their queen's chambers. It seemed another sleepless night awaited the halls of Themyscira. And none dared to complain. The morning sun spilled gently across the polished marble floors of the palace, casting a soft golden glow through the high-arched windows. The air was fresh with the scent of salt from the sea and blooming garden flowers carried in by a faint breeze. Edward emerged from the royal chambers with Hera and Hippolyta beside him, the three walking side by side through the corridors with a subtle ease in their steps, occasionally brushing hands or exchanged knowing glances. The intensity of the previous night had not dulled their spirits, instead, it seemed to have grounded them, lent a rare peace and comfort that Edward had scarcely known before. Unlike their first time together, when unrestrained passion had dominated them until exhaustion overtook their bodies, last night had been different. There was still fire, but also understanding and patience, a rhythm guided more by affection than urgency. And now, in the morning light, all three wore the glow of that calm satisfaction. As they entered the grand dining hall, they were greeted by an amusing sight. Little Diana sat at the long table, hunched over a spread of fruits, honeyed bread, and cheese, her hair slightly tousled and her eyes half-lidded with sleep. She was stuffing her face with an expression that suggested both hunger and irritation. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, she glanced up, her mouth still full. "You guys did it again," she mumbled, glaring at them through her sleepiness. "I couldn't sleep the whole night. From now on, I'll have to keep father away from you too." Hippolyta's cheeks flushed a soft pink, the queen of the Amazons momentarily silenced by her daughter's blunt accusation. Hera, in contrast, let out a soft, amused laugh, brushing a hand through her golden curls with a doting smile. "Oh my, our little Diana has grown rather attached to you, beloved," she said to Edward, her voice rich with mischief. "Your charm works on everyone, it seems." Edward chuckled as he walked over to Diana and affectionately ruffled her hair, careful not to disturb the braids. "Ha ha. All right, princess," he said with warmth in his voice. "As promised, today will be dedicated entirely to you. We'll do whatever you want." Diana immediately perked up, her tired eyes lighting up with excitement. "Really?" Edward gave her a wink. "Of course. I made you a promise, didn't I? But first, let's finish breakfast." With that, they all took their seats at the long table. The conversation over breakfast was lighthearted, filled with soft laughter and playful banter. He caught Hera watching him fondly between bites, and Hippolyta too, occasionally stealing glances his way with the same quiet contentment. As soon as breakfast was over, Diana wasted no time. She practically dragged Edward out of the hall by the arm, much to the amusement of the two queens who watched them with knowing smiles. "Don't wear him out too much," Hera called after them, chuckling softly. "We'll save that for tonight," Hippolyta added with a teasing grin. Edward gave a helpless smile as he waved back at them, letting the energetic young girl tug him down the corridor and into the sunlit courtyard. Once they were outside and a little ways away from the guards and servants, Edward looked down at Diana with an inquisitive eyebrow raised. "So, princess," he said with a gentle tone, "where are we going today?" Diana glanced around to make sure they were alone, then leaned in and spoke in a hushed voice, "Father, please take me to see the outside world. I want to see what's beyond this island. Mother never lets me leave." Edward blinked in surprise. That was unexpected. "Huh. That's it," he replied, tilting his head. "I thought it would be something more outrageous." Diana pouted. "It is outrageous for me." Edward chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant golden ripple shimmered in the air. From the vault of the Gate of Babylon, a sleek, ancient flying vessel emerged, Vimana, crafted with intricate gold and bronze inlays, humming softly with otherworldly power. It hovered gently above the palace grounds, bathed in radiant light. Diana gasped audibly, her eyes going wide. "It's beautiful. And it can fly. Is this your ship, father?" "Yes," Edward said, lifting her effortlessly into his arms before jumping onto the deck with practiced ease. He set her gently onto the throne-like seat at the front and knelt before her, adjusting the hem of her tunic that had become tangled during the climb. "It belongs to me now. It was once the treasure of King Gilgamesh of Uruk, a mighty king from long ago. But now, it serves me." Diana wriggled excitedly on the throne. "Then I want to see everything. Athens, Sparta, Delphi, I want to see them all." Edward laughed softly and took a seat beside her, resting an arm behind her shoulders as the ship began to rise, steady and smooth like the wind itself. "We don't have to see them all in one day," he said with a smile. "Let's start with Athens today. One step at a time." Diana looked a little disappointed, but then she brightened again quickly. "All right, father. We can visit the rest later. You'll be staying in Themyscira after all." Edward ruffled her hair gently. He didn't reply to that. A year, maybe less, that's all the time he truly had here. But that wasn't something he wanted to burden her with, not now. The golden ship soared into the sky, leaving a shimmering trail behind as it glided smoothly over the ocean. Diana's laughter echoed through the wind as she leaned over the railing, pointing to flocks of birds, passing ships, and distant coastlines. Her questions came rapid-fire, about the names of cities, the purpose of temples, why people below waved up at them with such enthusiasm. Edward patiently answered each one, the fondness in his tone unmistakable. "They cheer because they know someone is watching over them," he explained as they flew low over a bustling town where villagers had stopped their chores to wave upward. "And they respect that. They feel safer knowing someone out there still cares." Diana tilted her head, curious. "Father, are you also a god?" "Only gods could gather such devotion without doing anything." Edward looked at her for a long moment, then smiled faintly. "I'm just a human," he said quietly. "A strong one. But still just a man." Diana didn't look convinced, but she didn't press. She simply leaned her head against his shoulder, her small hand wrapping around his wrist as she stared ahead at the looming outline of Athens in the distance. After visiting Athens, where they had been welcomed like long-lost royalty, Edward found himself once again struck by how easily the people adored him. Wherever they went, crowds gathered, cheering, kneeling, some even offering songs in their honor. It was impossible to move through the city without attracting attention. Diana, of course, reveled in it. She had managed to collect a small mountain of gifts by the time they left, tiny trinkets, handmade dolls, embroidered dresses, clay whistles, honeyed sweets, even a gold circlet one elderly woman had pressed into her hands. Edward had tried, gently and firmly, to wave off most of the tributes meant for him, but Diana accepted hers with childish delight and an innocent lack of restraint. He eventually set a rule: she could only keep what she could carry in her own arms. That, of course, led to her waddling through the streets with her arms absolutely overflowing, balancing boxes and candies with careful pride as though she were transporting treasure. He had smiled the entire time, helpless, yet oddly content. By the time they took off again aboard the Vimana, Diana had fallen asleep beside him, curled up in her seat with a sweet in one hand and a doll clutched in the other. Her face was peaceful, her breathing soft. Edward draped a warm cloth over her and sat in silence for a while, watching the clouds roll beneath them and the gentle rise and fall of her chest. He thought of how fast children grew, how fleeting moments like these were. A quiet sigh escaped him as he adjusted the direction. They landed just before twilight. The skies above Themyscira were a gentle amber hue, and the palace lights shimmered like molten gold. As they approached the palace gates, Hera and Hippolyta were already waiting for them. Edward stepped out first, carrying a sleeping Diana cradled securely in his arms. With his other hand, he cast a silent spell, and the various toys and gifts Diana had collected floated neatly behind him in a light, glowing trail. Hippolyta stepped forward immediately, her expression softening at the sight of her sleeping daughter. She kissed Edward tenderly, her hand resting lightly on his chest. "Welcome back, husband," she said softly. "You two had fun exploring?" Edward smiled, one arm still around Diana, the other now gently encircling Hippolyta's waist. "Yeah," he replied. "We visited Athens. The people there haven't changed much, they still try to hand me tributes and praise me like I'm some kind of deity. I told them no, of course, but, well." He glanced down at the sleeping child. Diana accepted just about everything. Hippolyta chuckled, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. She's still a child. It must have been like a dream coming true for her. Hera came up from behind and wrapped her arms gently around Edward's waist from the other side, resting her chin on his shoulder. She kissed him on the cheek and offered a sultry smile. "You already look like you'd be a good father, beloved husband," she whispered. Edward let out a quiet laugh and turned his head slightly to kiss her brow. "Who knows? Maybe someday. But if I do have children, I want to be there. I don't want them growing up with only memories of a father who's always away chasing glory or forget how I look." Hera nodded slowly, understanding in her eyes, while Hippolyta simply leaned closer, resting her head against his chest for a moment. Together, the three of them walked back toward the palace. Hippolyta carried Diana now, brushing her daughter's hair gently as they entered the softly lit halls. The palace, usually echoing with the sound of training Amazons or the crash of waves against the cliffs below, felt calm. By the time Diana was tucked into bed, fast asleep with her dolls beside her and a soft blanket covering her, the night had deepened. Edward waited by the door until Hippolyta kissed her daughter's forehead and stepped away with a tender smile. Then the three of them made their way to the dining chamber for supper. The long table was adorned with fresh fruits, grilled meats, cheeses, and warm bread. A fragrant stew steamed from a golden basin in the center, and wine poured freely from ornate amphorae. Edward sat between them as they served him with a kind of casual intimacy that had grown between them. Every so often, Hera would lean in and place a bite of fruit between his lips, while Hippolyta would lean forward and gently feed him slices of roasted lamb, smiling softly when he kissed her fingers. Sometimes, they'd tease him by offering a piece of food using their own mouths, and Edward, no longer embarrassed by such bold affection, played along with equal mischief. He'd steal their lips upon with the food. It was peaceful, tender, unhurried. This was a life he never thought he'd know. A life where he wasn't invisible and numb, wasn't being hunted or hunting others. A life not driven by vengeance or survival, but by love and simplicity. Every now and then, he found himself just watching the way Hera brushed her fingers through her hair when she spoke, or how Hippolyta's smile curved as she listened to their conversations. Small things. Beautiful things. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the wine dulled the edges of his thoughts, Edward let himself lean back in his bed, one arm around Hera's, the other around Hippolyta's waist. He looked between them, eyes soft. "You know," he murmured, "this feels right." Hera leaned into him, resting her head on his chest. "It is right." Hippolyta nodded, taking his hand and intertwining her fingers with his. "And it's yours. This peace, this home, it belongs to you, as do we." Edward exhaled slowly, a rare kind of calm settling over him. Life, at least for now, was wonderful. I died a little inside as I wrote every word. Sigh, I should call her. Life on Themyscira flowed with a peace Edward had never known in his former life. The days moved gently, touched with sunlight and the sounds of waves against the shores. Diana had grown slightly in the past year. Still young and curious, but her spirit had bloomed in the warmth of her new life. Edward often took her beyond the island, using the Vimana to show her glimpses of the wider world. Sometimes they visited quiet forests where birds sang and sunlight broke through ancient trees, and other times they stepped into cities, where mortals still looked upon Edward with awe or respect, offering gifts he never asked for. He never accepted their tributes, but Diana was too young to care about such things. Her eyes sparkled whenever someone handed her a flower garland, a sweet cake, or a carved toy. She would squeal and hug the gifts tightly against her chest. Edward, despite his size and folded arms, always smiled. He allowed her to keep only what she could carry herself, which she did with great pride, her arms bundled with colorful trinkets and treats as they returned home. Back on Themyscira, Edward balanced the life of a father with the responsibilities of a ruler. He had not ignored the culture of the Amazons. While powerful and noble, their worldview had become narrow, formed by centuries of isolation and a mistrust of men. Edward didn't seek to rule them, but he knew their mindset needed tempering if they were to thrive beyond their hidden island. He began to speak with them, walk among their warriors, not just as Hippolyta's husband but as someone who had seen the world burn and wished to protect it. He shared his experiences, his thoughts, and the lessons he had carved into his bones through blood. His words were not commands but invitations to grow, to learn, to listen. A few questioned his methods, but most began to understand his wisdom. He trained with them when asked, showing restraint, precision, and strength earned not through birthright, but through struggle. He reminded them that strength without wisdom leads to ruin, and pride without humility blinds even the righteous. Yet despite all his efforts for the good of the island, his personal life remained just as intense. His nights were no longer quiet. Hera and Hippolyta, both proud and loving, now shared more than a throne. They shared a silent goal, to bear his child. It was never spoken aloud, but in the way Hera clung to him when the moon was high, or how Hippolyta's eyes lingered on his face after their shared nights, he could feel it. They were trying, truly trying, but so far, nature had not answered. Not that any of them lacked passion. Every night they would shower him with love and intimacy. But no results came, yet. Still, Edward did not let disappointment weigh them down. He gave them something else, something divine. Late one evening, Edward sat with them in the inner courtyard. Moonlight bathed the marble floor in silver. Hera leaned against his side, her fingers idly brushing his arm. Hippolyta sat on his other side, silent but watchful, her posture straight as ever. Edward reached into the gate of Babylon and revealed a sphere, glowing, pulsing with divine energy. The god sphere, formed from the remnants of divinity that belonged to Olympians. It held the domains, the essence, of the very gods he had struck down. It was power beyond imagining, and he had kept it sealed since the fall of Olympus. "I've been thinking," Edward said quietly, his deep voice breaking the silence. "This still holds the remnants of the gods I took down. Their domains, their essence. It's time I pass them on." Hera straightened slightly, eyes narrowing with interest. Hippolyta turned to him fully, her gaze unreadable. He looked at them both, his queens. "You've both stood beside me. Loved me. You've given me peace and purpose again. It's only right I share some strength with you, so you can protect yourselves when I'm not harem." He turned first to Hippolyta. "To you, my queen. I give the divinity of Artemis and Heracles. The huntress and the strongest. Protector of women and the strength of the fool who brought harm to you once." The light from the god sphere twisted, rising like a mist toward Hippolyta. Her eyes widened as the power flowed into her. She did not flinch. Her body shimmered for a moment as the divine essence settled within her, her presence magnified. She felt stronger, more aware, like something ancient had awakened within her blood. Edward turned next to Hera, his expression steady. "And to you. I give the mantles of Poseidon and Aphrodite. Ocean's command and love's domain. Strength and allure, passion and depth. Since Themyscira is an island, this will protect you guys from any seabound threats. And love, because it suits you." The glow shifted again. A pulse of sea blue and soft rose light flowed into Hera's body. She gasped softly, her hand clutching Edward's arm as the powers rooted into her. Her aura deepened, sharpened, there was a warmth to her now, a magnetic pull that even Edward could feel. She looked radiant, but also hungrier than before. And there was, as expected, a pleasant consequence. Hera's new connection to Aphrodite's domain gave her even more power to entice, especially Edward. Her touch became more alluring, her kisses deeper. She leaned on him more often, her fingers tracing idle circles on his chest during their conversations, her voice softer but filled with longing. She didn't hide her desire. She whispered it to him in the quiet moments. "I want to carry your child," she murmured once, her head resting on his chest. "Not out of duty or pride. I want a child I can love freely. One born not from obligation or force, but from love." Edward stroked her hair, his eyes warm but shadowed by the weight of time. "Then let's hope fate smiles on us," he said softly. The days passed in golden comfort. Diana laughed as she ran barefoot through the halls, Hippolyta's strength grew with each sunrise, and Hera's love enveloped their home like a tide that never receded. It's often said time flies when you are having fun. And soon, a year had passed. It was time for Edward to set out on his journey again. So today Edward stood at the shore of Amazon, comforting his wives. Hippolyta was somewhat composed but reluctant. Hera was more emotional as she shed tears while hugging him and asked, "Must you leave so soon, beloved? Can't you stay longer?" Edward sighed as he embraced her. "You knew this day would come. I have to go out there. There are other lands to explore, humans to be freed, and order to be restored. But I promise you, I would try to come back from time to time." Diana also reluctantly clung to him. "When will come back, father? It's so boring without your presence." Edward leaned down and kissed her forehead. "I'll try to return as soon as possible, my little princess. But I have to fulfill my promise to humanity." Hippolyta came forward and kissed him deeply. She sighed softly and caressed his face. "I will miss you dearly, husband. But I understand your responsibility. It's because you are an honorable and kind man that we love you so much. But to keep us in your heart. That's all I ask." Edward smiled and replied, "You already are." He waved farewell to them and jumped on Vimana. The golden ship flew up slowly under their gazes and flew away with a bursting speed, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, there was a cloaked figure watching this and walked away. The person looked tall and muscular, strength emanating from their steps. The person whispered, "So this is the so-called strongest human." Chapter 26, The River of Time. Edward set off from Themyscira in silence, his figure cutting through the sky above the familiar stretch of the Aegean Sea. The wind tugged gently at his cloak, the sun low on the horizon casting golden streaks across the water. As the island faded behind him, he allowed himself one last glance at the tranquil home he had built, Diana's laughter, Hippolyta's fierce love, Hera's sincere devotion, before turning his gaze forward. He didn't fly aimlessly. His route was deliberate. He made stops at various cities along the Mediterranean, landing softly among familiar stone roads and curious eyes. In each city, he spoke plainly to the people, informing them that he would be venturing far beyond the borders of the known world. There were still distant lands untouched by freedom where cruel gods still reigned over helpless mortals, and Edward had made it his duty to liberate them. To the elders and temple keepers, he entrusted a part of himself. "If anything happens," he pointed at the altars linked to his magic orb in each city, "you can reach out to me through these. I will hear your call." His voice was calm but firm. "But do not pray to me as a god. I am no such thing. Pray for help only when you truly need it, and nobody else will help you." Then, when his last message had been delivered, he rose into the skies once more and flew away. No one knew how long he would be gone. Only that he would be watching them from above as always. Time moved on. Days turned into months, months into years. Seasons cycled endlessly. Crops grew, cities expanded, peoples migrated, and slowly, the world began to change. Before long, nearly 1,200 years had passed. The calendar now marked the beginning of a new era. It was around 1 AD. Although the humans wouldn't call it that until much later. The world Edward had left behind was no longer the same. Humanity had progressed well beyond the Bronze Age. Iron tools and weapons had reshaped the way wars were fought and cities were built. Civilizations once scattered in tribes and loosely bound cultures were now flourishing empires. Trade routes expanded across deserts and seas, and law, philosophy, and science began to emerge as dominant human ideals. New languages, customs, and systems of rule evolved. The name Edward Elric, once whispered in reverence across Greece, became legend, then myth. But unlike many fables that faded or remained isolated to one region, the story of this hero endured. It spread across continents, adapted into different tongues and beliefs, yet always retained a familiar essence: the men who stood against gods, freed mortals from divine chains, helped and guided them, and disappeared without seeking reward. In Egypt, they remembered him well. He was known as Ahurabdadet, which translated roughly to the great who struck down the evil one. Local scrolls and murals told of how he descended like a golden comet and defeated Set, the cruel and chaotic god who plagued their people. Some accounts claimed he had walked into the great temple of Isis and Ra, and demanded an end to godly interference in human rule. After that day, the Egyptian pantheon ceased direct involvement in the affairs of men. He stayed a while, helping and teaching people magic, like healing, defense, construction, nothing that could be used as a weapon. With his help, the Egyptians flourished. They discovered knowledge and used them to build a better civilization. There were many rumors surrounding him, some fantastical, others strangely plausible, that Cleopatra herself once sought to entangle him romantically, seeing in him not only power but wisdom and an incorruptible soul. After being spurned by him, she sent out armies to capture him, but when they stood before him, none dared to raise their head or weapon. He just calmly smiled and said he doesn't blame them, and hopes they find peace and happiness. Some even whispered that the goddess Isis had appeared to him in her divine form, offering her companionship, her domain, and even her body. But the record stated clearly, he refused them both. He would not be bound to a throne or a goddess. Some versions said Horus became his student before and he stood in front of his house every night when he slept, ensuring his protection. He even fought Isis when she tried to use divine magic to forcefully take him away. He left behind only his teachings and a humble house built near the banks of the Nile. That home, made of simple stone, was later turned into a grand temple to honor him, and the gods themselves laid down the stones and foundation for it. It became a holy sanctuary for scholars, travelers, even kings for generations. There was a sacred rule: any criminal no matter how heinous could live, as long as they stayed inside this temple. No bloodshed was allowed near the temple, which stood not for worship, but respect and admiration. Further west, the Roman world was undergoing its own revolution. What had once been a thriving republic turned increasingly unstable with time. A gifted general named Julius Caesar emerged, extending Roman control across Gaul and beyond. He even visited the wise men in Egypt when he stayed there, and even begged him to come with him to Rome to be his advisor who stood equal to him. None knew the answer, but some believed he did follow him to Rome. But power breeds enemies, and shortly after Caesar claimed near dictatorial control, he was assassinated. The name of the man who plunged the blade into Caesar's side was one Vandal Savage, his friend and counselor before, but an ambitious conspirator. He vanished soon after the assassination. Which was rather surprising considering that he could have snatched the power. Yet Roman lore spoke of another mysterious figure, one who arrived shortly afterward in the court of a young boy named Octavius. Described as a silent, hooded man with blonde hair, eyes like burning sapphire, this figure served as a guide and protector. With his presence, Octavius matured rapidly, showing wisdom and restraint beyond his years. Under his rule, the Roman Empire was officially born. What made the story so persistent was what followed. The mysterious man disappeared just as quickly as he had come, leaving behind no record, no title, and no demands. And the emperor never spoke of him after that, yet he built a temple in the heart of Rome, saying it was to honor a great hero. Some said he had walked into the sea and vanished. Others claimed he dissolved into light. But the older scholars insisted quietly and with unwavering certainty that it was Edward Elric, the same mythical figure who had once silenced the old Roman gods and destroyed the influence of divine tyrants over mortals. There were even hushed tales that Vandal Savage's disappearance was no coincidence, that he had been killed by Edwardus himself, not out of revenge for Caesar, but to eliminate the lingering corruption Savage carried. But there was no evidence to prove it, so it became just another myth. As time passed, this story, like all others, became fragmented. Names changed with dialects, events were embroidered with fantasy, but the central thread never broke. Whether called Aa Herobdedet, Edwardus Elric, the God-Slayer, the Silent One, or the Guardian of Humanity, his legend remained. No matter where one traveled, along the Nile, across the Roman roads, in the highlands of Anatolia or the river cities of Mesopotamia, there were always local versions of the same story. A golden-haired, blue-eyed man who stood against the gods. A protector who taught humans how to stand on their own. A warrior who vanished into the wind after peace was restored. And so, without ever ruling a throne or building an empire of his own, he had shaped the world. Not with conquest, but by removing those who enslaved it. He guided from the shadows. He taught through action, not speeches. He vanished before he could be thanked. Now, the world stood on the cusp of another new chapter. Rome had risen. Egypt had transformed. Mesopotamia had shifted power countless times. Civilization was advancing quickly, but so too were its challenges. The legends of the mythical hero did not end in the lands of Rome or the banks of the Nile. His name, or rather, fragments of it, appeared again and again across distant civilizations, always under different names, yet with the same unmistakable impact. Each tale bore subtle similarities, a stranger who arrived not to conquer, but to change the course of fate, to gently steer nations away from ruin. In every corner of the world, across time and culture, the echo of Edward's presence remained. In the East, stories began to take root in the ancient myths of China. Though shrouded in folklore, there existed vague but persistent accounts of a foreign man who arrived during the early days of Qin Shi Huang's rise. It was said that before unifying the warring states, the young prince had encountered a man on the eastern coast. The man stood beside a strange, golden vessel that shimmered like fire in the morning sun, clearly not a ship of any local design. He spoke nothing, yet his eyes carried an ageless clarity that stunned even the emperor to be into silence. According to the oldest texts of Yu and Chu origin, Qin Shi Huang asked this mysterious man 3 questions: how do I rule forever? How do I conquer without ruin? And how can one become immortal? The man answered only 2. You cannot rule forever. But if you build something greater than yourself, it will last beyond you, he said. Conquest without ruin requires balance, a sword in one hand, and compassion in the other. But to the final question, the man only looked out toward the mountains and said nothing. Some believe that it was from this meeting that Qin developed his obsession with immortality, not to escape death, but to live long enough to fulfill the vision he had glimpsed. There were unverified claims of a foreign advisor who disappeared from court records overnight, just before Qin's first campaign. Nothing ever confirmed it. But later generations retold the tale in poetic form, giving birth to the image of a wandering sage with hair like gold who left behind wisdom instead of temples. In time, the tale of this golden man was mythologized into the legendary Sun Wukong the Monkey King, his journey across the world a metaphor for the unknown path of enlightenment. His rebellion against the gods for the sake of true freedom. Many scholars claim the deities called him a monkey not because he looked like one, rather due to looking down his origin, which was not from China. In neighboring Japan, some old records held yet another version of the same soul. Among the early Kojiki texts and Shinto oral traditions, scholars found fragmented stories of a foreign man who came during the era when the gods still walked among the islands of Yamato. His appearance stirred debate, his skin and clothing unfamiliar, his manner too calm for the events that surrounded him. It was said that he appeared during a time when the storm god, Susanoo, had been cast down for his violent temperament. The men challenged Susanoo not with threats, but with conviction. They fought, this much was consistent across all records. The battle shook the forests of Izumo, the seas boiling with divine rage. But the men did not kill him. Instead, he spoke of restraint, of mercy, and of purpose. Susanoo, shaken by the outcome, changed. He was not tamed, but tempered, becoming a god of protection rather than destruction. For the first time, he found peace. However, not all gods accepted the stranger's presence. The sun goddess Amaterasu, radiant and proud, had watched the foreigner from afar. Drawn by his conviction and mystery, she approached him in the quiet of twilight. Legends whispered that she professed her love to him, not in a rush of passion, but with solemn, divine intent. But he declined her, gently but firmly, and walked away. It was not rejection that hurt her most, but the idea that he could turn away from divinity itself. Overcome with anger and grief, Amaterasu shut herself away within the heavenly rock cave. The world darkened for a week. It was only after the men returned to express his apology and bade farewell that she finally emerged, her light returning to the world. Nobody knew what transpired between them, but the damage between them was done. Susanoo, deeply loyal to his sister despite their past feuds, could not forgive the fracture. He met the men one final time on the peak of Mt. Fuji, his tone not hostile, but resolute. "You did not need to shatter the love she bore you," he said. "I know your path is just. But it is not one that belongs among the kami. Leave my friend and brother, for I wish my sister to forget you." The men nodded, said nothing more, and vanished into the sky. He was never seen again in the lands of Takamagara. Meanwhile, in the southern lands of the Indian subcontinent, whispers of the mythical figure blended with the birth of Buddhism. During the time of Gautama Buddha, some monks spoke of a follower who walked with the Buddha for a time, one who always sat at the edge of the crowd, never spoke unless spoken to, but whose gaze seemed to pierce through illusion itself. Some claimed he was a student. Others, a protector. And a few went so far as to say he was the Buddha himself, appearing in a different form to protect the path of Dharma from divine interference. But whoever he was, the effect he left was undeniable. He rarely gave sermons, but when he did, his words cut through ego like a blade. He taught kings that justice meant service. He taught merchants that wealth meant responsibility. His teachings were never recorded, only repeated by those who heard them. They were quiet lessons that complemented, not contradicted, the teachings of Siddhartha. Later Indian traditions never gave him a name, only referring to him as the silent one who walks. Though his stay was brief, his lessons endured. And when he finally disappeared, those who knew him said it was like watching a candle burn out, not with struggle, but with grace. In all these regions, China, Japan, India, the myth of a mysterious man, unbound by local custom yet revered as if divine, persisted across centuries. Unlike the gods, he never demanded worship. He never built temples. But everywhere he went, he left behind order where there was chaos, mercy where there was wrath, and humility where there had once been pride. It was the people themselves gathered to the gold, to build temples in his name, to remember him and his teachings. And though his name changed with every tongue, Sun Wukong, the Silent One, the Golden Sage, the Stranger from the Sky, his essence remained the same. He was the one who did not belong in that era, yet was needed most. He came, he saved, he guided. And then, he was gone again. Among the countless journeys Edward took in his long, tireless path through history, one of the earliest and most profound led him to a land that had yet to touch the flames of progress, the vast and undiscovered continent of Africa. It was long before he reached the glory of Rome or the grandeur of Egypt. The lands here were wild, untouched by civilization's order. But even then, the people who lived across the many regions of Africa held traditions, strength, and unshaped potential. When Edward first stepped onto its rich red soil, he was greeted not with fear, but reverence. The people, different in appearance and language, saw in him something divine. He radiated strength they could not comprehend, bore knowledge they had never seen. To them, he was not just a traveler, he was a god. They called him Nyambi Mletsi, the guardian of beginning. At first, he resisted the title. He had never considered himself a god. But when he saw their lives, the harsh conditions, lack of food security, absence of structure, he didn't turn away. He stayed. Thanks to Allspeak, the gift he carried that allowed him to understand and communicate with any tongue, he was able to speak to the tribal leaders, elders, hunters, and villagers across hundreds of regions. He offered no sermons. He simply taught. Day by day, month by month, year by year. He showed them how to shape bricks from clay to build stronger homes that kept out both predators and heat. He taught them how to dig wells deeper, to find water during the dry seasons. He demonstrated irrigation and farming techniques, slowly introducing crops that would thrive in their soil. And to those who were open to it, he shared his understanding of magic, not as power to dominate, but to preserve, heal, and protect. It was a slow process. Progress came not in bursts, but in steady climbs. But over a century, the people advanced. Tribes once separated by distance or suspicion began to communicate. They traded. They learned. And above all, they thrived. Though Edward always maintained he was no god, their reverence for him never wavered. They built no grand temples, only humble stone circles around sacred groves, with symbols etched in old tongue that spoke of the guardian who walked the earth. Then, on the 100th year of his stay, just as he prepared to leave, a group of villagers came running into the heart of the settlement. Their faces were panicked. Several women and children were missing, taken by men who came in a ship, strange and pale-skinned, armed with blades that shone like silver. Their description struck Edward with confusion. From what he knew, no European expeditions had discovered these regions for at least another 17 centuries. But he couldn't ignore it. He traveled swiftly, faster than any horse or boat could carry a man. And what he found shocked him. A European slaver ship. Real and anchored on the coast. It was a brutal, ugly sight. The ship reeked of blood, sweat, and iron. The crew laughed and shouted insults as the captives were chained, calling them black savages. When Edward appeared before them, they didn't hesitate. They attacked him, swords drawn, pistols raised. He didn't hold back. Rage flared in him like fire. Without mercy, he tore through the slavers. Bones snapped under his fists, steel shattered against his skin. He broke their weapons, their limbs, and their arrogance. One of them, the captain, jumped into the sea in panic and vanished beneath the waves. Edward didn't bother chasing him. Whether he drowned or was killed by the very people he tried to enslave, it didn't matter. He returned with the captives, freeing every last one and personally unchaining them. The moment he stepped back into the settlement with them alive and safe, a silence fell across the people. There were thousands in the growing city. Members of hundreds of tribes. Children, elders, warriors, all staring at the men they called Nyambi Mletsi. Then, slowly, they all fell to their knees. In tears. In awe. In gratitude. One of the older chieftains, a man who had always been skeptical, stepped forward and knelt. His voice trembled. "O guardian of beginning. You do not accept our worship. You take no offerings. You ask for nothing. Yet you give us everything. Why do you do so, O Great One?" It was a question many had held for years. He never demanded loyalty or sacrifices. He taught, protected, and guided, without asking for anything in return. Edward looked at them. The thousands kneeling. The children watching from behind their mothers. The warriors who once doubted him now bowed with their heads low. Something stirred inside him, a strange stillness, making him feel lightheaded. And when he spoke, it was as if something greater was speaking through him. His voice was soft. Deeper than usual. Not entirely his. "You ask me for reasons. What reason does a father need to protect his own children?" He smiled faintly. No one could speak. He turned and began to walk away. Then the impossible happened. Where his feet touched the dry earth, grass began to sprout. Lush and green. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors no one had seen before. Forests in the distance stirred. Wild animals, birds, deer, even lions and elephants, emerged from the trees, not to attack, but to follow him. Peacefully. Obediently. He stopped at the edge of a wasteland, pointed once, and the ground rumbled. An earthquake split the earth. Water surged upward in brilliant bursts, forming a vast lake with water as clear as glass. He looked back at them all, eyes calm, voice firm but gentle. Eat the fruit of the trees. Drink from the well of the earth. Share the world's blessings. Be happy and content. Then he turned and vanished, fading into the horizon. No one moved for a while. Then, a single voice whispered, hoarse with awe. "The father of beginning." It echoed. Another voice repeated it. Then a third. Then dozens. Then hundreds. The chant grew louder until the very sky seemed to echo with it. "The father of beginning." They cried it until their throats gave out, until their voices cracked. They wept and shouted it together, not as a title of fear, but love. Reverence. Unity. They named the lake of beginning, and declared it sacred. Lacking temples or great stone halls, they gathered stones from across the land, marked with every tribe's mark, and placed them around the lake, symbols of their devotion. From that moment, they cast aside all other faiths. To them, there was only one divine force, the Father of Beginning, who came down to earth to save his children. The faith spread like wildfire. Tribes united under one belief. Kings and queens rose from the people he once saved, each ruler carrying his teachings in their law. Wars ceased. Cities formed. Trade flourished. Culture bloomed. And so, unknowingly, Edward had planted the seed of civilization across the African continent. A legacy of peace, unity, and purpose. A new era had begun. He would only learn of it many centuries later. By then, the memory of his face had faded, but his presence endured. And in future, if anyone asked the people where his temple stood, they would simply smile and say, If you seek the Great Father's temple, just look around. For all these lands are a symbol of his love for us. Chapter 27, The River of Time. Edward's journey after leaving Greece was far from peaceful. His path next led him to the brutal, frostbitten expanses of the Slavic lands, harsh, untamed, and violent. The region he arrived in, Polesia, near the sprawling Pripet marshes, was cloaked in mists and biting winds. Snow covered the earth like a burial shroud. The cold was a living, breathing thing, and the humans who survived here had to claw their way through every day with grit and blood. Their lives were short, brutal, and driven by an unrelenting struggle for survival. Resources were scarce. Tribes warred constantly, not out of ambition, but out of desperation. Edward observed them from the ridges and forests, unseen and unheard, cloaked in the quiet of ancient pine woods. What he saw reminded him of the worst periods of human despair, ragged villages built from broken wood, the smoke of dying fires rising into skies ruled by gods who neither protected nor cared. Slavic gods, unlike the Olympians, were bound more directly to the land and elements. They weren't divine in the sense of elegance or order. They were forces of nature, both wondrous and terrifying. Purin ruled them, a god of sky and thunder, his wrath descending as lightning to smite those who defied him. His counterpart, Veles, ruled water, underworld, and trickery. The two were locked in eternal war. Death had two faces here, Morina, the cold and silent goddess of winter's end, and Chernobog, the black god of misfortune, chaos, and despair. Chernobog in particular seemed to revel in destruction. Svarog, the fire and forge god, was their craftsman deity, embodying strength and heat. Dazbog brought the sun and was often worshipped as a light-bringer, while Strybog controlled the winds and storm fronts that howled through the mountains. To Edward, they weren't divine at all. They were unchecked elemental powers, like wild storms wearing crowns. From the marshes and forests, he watched as Purin's priests led blood sacrifices. Children, livestock, warriors, even innocents, all offered to appease Purin's temper. Villages were punished with plague and flood when Veles grew resentful. Crops withered under Dazbog's silence. Chernobog's faithful demanded coin and obedience, lest disaster befall an entire clan. There was no love between gods and mortals here, only fear. He couldn't allow it to continue. At first, he offered help quietly. Disguised in furs, he walked among villages during storms, guiding people to shelter. He healed the sick and taught farmers to preserve food through the winters. He spoke to hunters about building traps, crafting tools, and storing clean water. And when monsters emerged, horrid, twisted creatures of folklore like Kikimora who strangled children in sleep or Leshy who led men into frozen woods, he hunted them. Always at night. Always in silence. But the gods noticed. From there on, the stories varied. In future Rus legends there are different versions of their end. Some say they fought amongst each other and perished when their mortal followers became too low. In other versions, a men stood up against them due to their cruelty and indifference. When the men started rousing the other mortals who started to detach from their faith, and they brought down their divine fury which caused a great catastrophe. But the most popular version claimed, a men came down from the skies on a golden ship, and ended their reign when their cruelty reached its peak. He fought them in the heart of the winterlands which will become future Russia. He fought them all, raining down meteors of weapons, defeating them one by one. Some myths are even more unbelievable than what actually transpired. The versions, although incomplete, described a great battle between gods and a mortal. The storm had no end. Winds howled through the pines, thick snow twisting through the air like ghosts of the dead. Among this harsh concision, a being stood still, his bare shoulders slick with frost, eyes burning red in the white veil of the blizzard. The ground beneath him was already layered in frozen blood, beasts he had slain before, twisted forms born of nightmare and shadow. Then came Chernobog. He didn't arrive with thunder or war cries. The trees bent inward, black rot spreading through bark and earth as a figure emerged, a towering being draped in tattered shadow, his eyes voids of hate. The Slavic god of darkness and decay. You are not of this land, Chernobog hissed, his voice a low whisper, yet it echoed through the trees. And yet you bring ruin to it. The men merely scoffed, you gods are plague that curses this land. A screech broke the silence as Chernobog summoned his kin. Wolves with hollow eyes. Stags made of bone. Shadows shaped like men, crawling on all fours. They lunged, but Edward was faster. He moved like a storm himself, blades drawn, forged not in smithies but from raw molten iron cooled in his own fury. Steel bit into flesh. Shadows vanished in bursts of dark mist. Chernobog advanced, his form twisting, splitting into smoke and claw. Edward met him mid-charge, cleaving through illusions until the god's true body emerged from the gloom. They clashed, their battle tearing bark from trees and splitting ice underfoot. When Chernobog clawed at him, Edward caught the god's arm, twisted, and drove a jagged axe into his chest. Chernobog howled, ink-black blood splashing across the snow. He staggered, gurgling curses, then crumbled. His essence seeped into the frost like tar. Word spread like fire across the marshlands. The god of decay had fallen. Then came Veles. He rose from the rivers days later, near the Pripet. A colossus of bone and swirling water, with eyes like floodlights and jaws like a serpent. He didn't speak. He surged forth, a tide of elemental wrath. The men did not wait. He leapt from the bank and drove both fists into the river god's face, forcing him upward and out of his element. Veles roared, coiling his massive body to crush his opponent, but he climbed him like a mountain, pulling the divine serpent down with brute force. With one foot pressed on his spine, the men snapped his back with a sound that echoed for miles. Bone cracked. Veles collapsed into the mud. Rod, god of creation, came after. He wielded no weapons but summoned storms of energy with every gesture. Mountains rumbled when he raised his hands, forests sprang from nowhere. Strybog came with him, the god of winds, fast as a whisper, striking from every direction at once. The battle lasted hours. The man was forced to adapt, using the terrain, using his enemy's own divine power against them. He crushed Strybog by hurling a boulder with such force it shattered the wind god's corporeal form. Then, turning to Rod, he caught him mid-incantation and drove a spear through his sternum, burying it deep into the earth below. Rod's light dimmed. Creation wept in silence. Yet not all gods faced him. Morina, goddess of death and winter, watched from afar, standing atop a frozen cliff with snowflakes falling around her like soft petals. She said nothing, made no move. Divanna, the forest goddess, did not appear at all. Some said she vanished into the wild, leaving behind only silence. Whether it was fear or foresight, none could say. Perhaps they sensed the inevitable. But the others did not yield. As the mortals across the region began questioning their loyalty to temples, when they refused sacrifices, when they no longer bent the knee without reason, the gods began to panic. Temples were abandoned. Prayers ceased. Their divine strength began to wane. In desperation, the three strongest, Purin, Svarog, and Dazbog, did the unthinkable. They fused together. In a final act of godhood, they combined their domains of sky, fire, and sun into one being, Triglav. A three-headed titan of golden flame and celestial might. His arrival split the heavens. From the clouds, he descended, his body glowing like a burning sun, each head roaring with ancient power. One spoke in thunder. One in fire. One in light. Destroyer of pantheons, the central head bellowed. You face the last of the gods. Face your judgment. The men only responded, then this shall be your end. Their battle began in silence but ended in chaos. For 3 days, the skies above the north glowed red. Villagers, hundreds of miles away, saw the heavens split open. Meteors rained down, weapons from Edward's arsenal summoned through the gate. Axes, spears, chains, hammers. Tools of war. Divine and deadly. Each strike shook the earth. Blizzards were incinerated instantly. Entire glaciers shattered and melted, rivers boiled away. Triglav fought like no god had before, unleashing power in all directions. But the men endured. He matched fire with fury, light with silence, thunder with rage. The clash at its peak was blinding. Then at the end of the third day, a great flame erupted from the heart of the battlefield. As if a sun has risen from the depths of earth. It consumed snow, ice, stone, and even the sky. For more than 100 kilometers, nothing remained but scorched earth. No gods. No monsters. Only silence. When the villagers arrived, they walked slowly. Fear clung to their bones. But the land was warm. Fertile. Black soil steamed under their feet. They had never seen anything like it. They settled cautiously. At first, with makeshift huts and hesitant campfires. Then came homes. Then roads. Then walls and forges. A city formed. A civilization rose. They called it Moskva Ogan, the land of fire rising from ice. Their gods were gone. But they still prayed. Not to heavens. But to a man. A man who descended from the sky. Who fought alone. Who bled for them and destroyed what oppressed them. They called him Edic. Some claimed he never died. That he wandered among them, guiding chiefs and farmers, teaching warriors and builders from the shadows. Others swore he vanished, his duty fulfilled, and that his spirit watched over the land instead. But all agreed on one thing. He had freed them. Given them a new future full of hope. And so a new belief emerged, not of pantheons, but of peace. It was said the monsters who survived the divine collapse, creatures like Baba Yaga, Samargal, Kikimora, Leshy, and Vila, were driven off by a hidden force. A force that warned, live in harmony, or the monsters shall return. That warning united tribes, clans, and feuding families. They stood together, building, surviving, thriving. Moskva Ogon became a beacon of strength born from devastation. And in time, a saying passed from mouth to mouth, spoken by elders and written on the stones of their temples. Fire can burn winter, and from the ashes, hope emerged in the form of a red sun. It was the legacy of Eddic, the Red Sun, the fallen god-slayer. The god who had chosen to be human. They built longhouses and trading posts. Villages turned into towns. An unified nation slowly began to rise, founded not on divine obedience, but survival and unity. They stopped worshipping the old gods. Their temples were abandoned, their idols buried. Instead, they spoke of a man, Eddic. No one agreed on who he really was. Some said Eddic was a demigod. Others claimed he was a warrior from beyond the stars. A few whispered that he still walked among them, in the face of every passing traveler or silent protector. There were even tales of an old man who appeared when famine struck, teaching villagers how to grow food again, only to disappear the next day. But all agreed on one thing: he saved them. And his guidance lived on in their laws, their unity, and their refusal to bow to gods who cared nothing for them. The famous saying passed down through generations across the Slavic lands came to symbolize their new era. Fire can burn winter, and from the ashes, hope emerged in the form of a red sun. That red sun, they said, was Eddic's final gift, symbolizing not destruction, but rebirth. And so Eddic, silent, unseen, uncelebrated, became the myth that built the new Slavic world. Though he guided them from the shadows, the legacy he left endured for generations. A world where people no longer trembled under divine cruelty but looked toward each other, bound not by fear, but shared resolve. And with his work complete, he vanished once more into the frostbitten horizon, leaving behind only warmth where there was once only ice. His journey wasn't over, it was only beginning. There was a similar story whispered among the fierce seafarers of the north, among the tribes that would one day be called the Norse. But unlike the tales of the east or south, this legend bore the flavor of cold winds and harsh winters, of a people forged by hardship and battle. It spoke not of peace or quiet guidance, but of cataclysm, of defiance and fire. They called him Chtvar, the name etched into stone and song, the pronunciation varying across settlements and ages. It did not mean anything in their native tongue, but to them, it meant the end of gods. According to the sagas, the story of Chtvar was deeply entwined with the events of Ragnarok, the foretold end of the world, where gods would fall and the world would be remade. Yet in this version, there were no beasts swallowing the sun, no Fenrir or Jormungandr rising to devour creation. The doom of Asgard came not by chaos, but by a man. A mortal. Alone. And that broke the hearts of gods. The sagas claimed the gods had broken the cosmic balance, interfering with the mortal world beyond what the natural laws allowed. They cursed themselves in arrogance, believing their dominion eternal. It was then that Chtvar appeared, not as a conqueror, but as a reckoning. One tale claimed that he first crossed paths with the Aesir when he slew Baldur, beloved, golden-haired Baldur, who had fallen into madness. Some said Baldur, once kind, had become corrupted by visions of mortality and pain, and in one act of divine cruelty, tried to force himself upon a young mortal woman. It was then that Chtvar struck him down, using an arrow tipped in mistletoe, the only substance capable of harming the god. There was outrage in Asgard. Odin, the Allfather, did not forgive the act. Though some whispered he knew his son had changed, that part of him accepted the judgment, he could not let a mortal rise above the divine. So Odin summoned the Aesir. From the golden halls of Valskjaf, he rallied his sons and warriors, Thor, Tyr, Heimdall, even the Valkyries. The skies turned dark with thunder. And the hunt began. But Chtvar did not run. According to the skalds, the battle raged for months. Storms shattered coasts, volcanoes burst across distant lands, and the seas consumed whole villages. Thunder cracked the sky as Mjolnir clashed with blades no Norseman had ever seen, red-hot and howling with a fury that didn't belong to this world. With every strike, Edward, Chtvar, cut down gods and titans with grim resolve, not hatred. Then came Loki. The trickster, ever the opportunist, approached the mortal hero amidst the chaos. "You have done what I only dreamed of," he is said to have whispered, half in awe, half in deceit. "Let me stand beside you. Let me be free." But Chtvar only stared at him. "I'd be a fool to trust the creature who betrayed his own," he said coldly, before striking him down with a blade to the heart. Not even Loki's shifting forms or illusions could save him. The trickster fell. With Loki's death, the last threads holding Asgard together began to unravel. Oceans rose. Earth cracked. Winds carried ash and ice together. Yet Chtvar did not stop. The climax of the myth came at the gates of Asgard itself, where Chtvar stood before the Rainbow Bridge, drenched in blood and smoke, his body battered, yet unyielding. Then, the sagas say, he summoned a weapon that none had seen before. A sword, massive, glowing red and black like it was forged from fire and void itself. Its hilt was made of pure gold, cold and heavy in his hand. Runes glowed along its edge, and the moment it appeared, the gods knew what it meant. This was not a weapon forged by mortal or divine hands. This was a final judgment. With one swing, Jvar shattered the foundations of Asgard. The realms shook. Light vanished. Fire engulfed the sky. A single strike, one, and the realm of the gods was unmade. It was said that the explosion of light consumed him as well, that his body turned to dust along with the divine. No mortal could ever verify it, but in the aftermath, the gods were gone. The world was broken, yet alive. In the years that followed, the North changed. Some still clung to the old beliefs. They built statues of Odin and Thor from memory, whispering prayers to the sea and sky. But others, those who had seen the destruction, or heard the truth passed down, began to turn away. They spoke instead of the men who defied the gods. Who sacrificed everything to free mankind from the tyranny of the divine. They no longer feared the end. They believed it had already come, and they had survived. A new people rose in the ashes. They called their land Vonnerland, the land of hope. It was not a kingdom, not at first. Just a scattered gathering of tribes and survivors who believed in one principle, that man should be free to shape his own fate. In Vonnerland, magic flourished, but not divine magic. The people spoke of runes, strange symbols Jvar was said to have carved into stone, weapons, and even skin. These runes, when drawn correctly, could channel power, not from gods, but from nature, from belief, from the soul. They taught this rune lore in hidden groves and longhouses, passing knowledge from teacher to student with quiet reverence. The practice was not widespread, not understood by all, but it gave rise to a new kind of wisdom, one rooted in discipline and sacrifice, not faith. They built a grand temple in the center of their new capital, one not to a god, but to a man. The temple of Jvar stood atop a cold hill, its stone walls etched with the story of Ragnarok as they remembered it. At the altar, there were no idols, only a sword carved from red obsidian, meant to represent the blade that ended the age of gods. Each year, they gathered to tell his story, not with fear, but with pride. They quoted the great hero, "Gods have toyed with humans long enough. Watching over mankind is my burden to bear. I shall guide them to surpass the divine." Children grew up learning not only of his battles but of his beliefs. His teachings, passed down in fragments and riddles, emphasized strength with compassion, will without cruelty, sacrifice for the greater good. He had not sought power, only freedom. And in his name, they vowed never to worship again, only to remember. Some believed he had died. Others whispered that he had not perished, but merely walked into the storm and vanished, as he always did. That perhaps, one day, when the world forgot again, he would return. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain, Vonnerland had become a land unlike any other. A land born not from divine right, but from defiance. A land of mortals. And Jvar, whether men or myth, had given them that chance. Meanwhile, the men responsible for the great upheaval watched it from above with a hand on his face. What is wrong with them? They made an entire saga and made me a heroic sacrifice. At least they didn't start worshipping me as a god. He sighed and flew away with a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Not knowing this new kingdom will become one of the strongest lands in future, Vinland. I am going with the mythological route, what remained from the accounts of humans. Some is right, some is wrong, some has been altered to make a good story. After all, stories never remain the same with time. What actually happened would be described later during separate events as a flashback. I didn't wish to drag on the long history. I plan to focus more on the era after 1 AD. It's a very long timeline, and I don't want you guys to feel bored lol. I was pretty tired and couldn't write in more detail, so I just skipped it mostly and left for future me to explain Skull. Chapter 28, Contradictions that Carry Us. This chapter provides more perspective and captures the philosophy and beliefs of Edward. I tried my best to bring out the contradictions and conflict of emotions that burden him. I didn't write a perfect MC. We humans aren't meant to be perfect after all. It is our flaws and that make us beautiful. Edward, despite his powers and will, isn't omnipotent and omniscient perfect being. He knows he's not perfect, he just wishes to do whatever he can to save mankind, and prepared to carry the consequences of his actions. I believe that makes him more human than anything. Edward POV. It's been more than 1,200 years since I came to this world. A staggering amount of time, an entire millennium and then some. Even now, I still catch myself thinking how absurd that number sounds. I never imagined I would live this long. Especially not in a world that I once dismissed as fiction, a universe of caped heroes, alien gods, and mythical realms. A world I used to consider nothing more than a fantasy. Who would ever imagine waking up one day in the DC universe? But fate, it seems, had other plans for me. Plans I could never have predicted or prepared for. Over the centuries, I unlocked power beyond imagination. Strength that could level mountains, skills that could rival the mightiest beings in existence. I fought gods. I killed them. I watched empires rise and fall. I shaped civilizations, not through conquest, but by pushing events in certain directions, guiding from the shadows when I could, standing in front of storms when I had to. Despite all my declarations that I didn't wish to rule or interfere, I was still doing exactly that. Interfering. Some would say I was playing God. That I had appointed myself as judge, protector, and executioner. That I was deciding what was best for humanity from a throne too high for mortals to reach. And in truth, they wouldn't be entirely wrong. Yes, I did change things. I pushed the world, little by little, in a better direction, at least, what I believed was better. I stopped wars before they began. I broke systems that were built to exploit the weak. I gave knowledge to those who could use it to uplift their people. Even if my methods weren't always clean, even if blood stained my hands, it was always for the greater good. That was the justification I held on to. But the more time passed, the more I felt myself being swept away with it. Time, in its relentless march, slowly wore me down. At first, I thought I was managing well. But then the years began to blur. Victories felt emptier. The joy of progress became distant. Sometimes, at night, I would sit silently beneath the open sky and stare at the stars. Countless nights like that. No words. No movement. Just stillness and thought. Was this truly the path I should continue walking? Was this how I wanted to spend what was left of eternity? I tried to believe that I hadn't lost myself. I told myself I was still human at heart. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true anymore. I had outlived countless generations. I had more strength than entire nations combined. I couldn't get sick. I didn't age. Even my voice carried an unnatural weight to it, one that made others listen, whether they wanted to or not. So even when I tried to be humble, even when I tried to blend in, they still placed me on a pedestal. Not out of admiration, but reverence. Fear, even. At first, it flattered me. I won't lie. The respect, the awe in their eyes, it fed something inside me. I was just another nameless face in the crowd in my past life after all. But that feeling faded. Repetition and disappointment took its place. I began to feel the weight of all their expectations, of their demands, of their mistakes. No matter how much I helped, they still found new ways to fall. To hurt each other. To destroy what they had built. I watched it happen again and again. It was exhausting. It was heartbreaking. And yet, it wasn't all bad. There were still moments. Small, brilliant moments that cut through the endless gray. Acts of compassion between strangers. A mother giving up her last meal for her child. A boy standing up for someone weaker. A scientist sacrificing fame for the sake of truth. Little things. Beautiful things. Those moments reminded me why I kept going. Why I hadn't turned my back on humanity. They reminded me that all of this wasn't meaningless. And then came the discovery that changed everything. It happened after my long journey through Africa, a journey that was meant to be simple, a quiet exploration of cultures and ancient lands. But instead, it became a turning point. The unknown spirit that had lingered within me since the beginning, the strange force that whispered in my dreams and guided my instincts, finally awakened fully. It wasn't a demon or forgotten god. It wasn't some alien parasite or magical anomaly. It was Adam. The first human. The progenitor of mankind. That revelation hit me harder than any divine blow I had ever taken. Suddenly, all the changes I had noticed within myself began to make sense, the raw empathy I felt for humanity, the aching desire to guide them, the torment I experienced when I had to hurt them for their own good. It all aligned. Because in the end, what is a father to do when he sees his children suffering? What does a father do when his children stumble, break, destroy, and yet still carry a flicker of the same light he once had? How could I, knowing what I now knew, stand aside and watch them fall apart? How could I not step in, even if it meant becoming the villain in their eyes? That was the conflict burning inside me. Even when I faced the worst of humanity, the murderers, the tyrants, the ones who sold their souls for power, I could never shake the guilt. I would strike them down, yes. I would erase their evil from the world. But part of me would always hesitate, always ache. Because a part of me still saw them as my children. And what father can bear to kill his child, no matter how monstrous they've become? It was this knowledge that finally pushed me to make a change. I couldn't keep wandering the world in search of battles. I couldn't keep reacting to disaster after disaster like some unstoppable force of judgment. I needed something else. That's when I decided to stop the journey of aimless wandering. Almost 1,000 years of drifting, intervening, guiding, fighting, shaping, without direction, without rest. I was not lost, but I had no destination either. Each civilization I passed through left an imprint on me, and I on them. But none gave me peace. I turned east, towards the cradle of ancient wisdom. Southern Asia. The lands of sages, of teachings beyond power and pride. I wanted to understand, not just humanity, but myself. What was I becoming? What had I already become? And so I wandered through the jungles and plains, walked barefoot along the banks of great rivers, slept beneath banyan trees under skies filled with stars. Days passed into weeks, and weeks into months. I saw kingdoms rise and fall, monks chant in dimly lit temples, farmers till their lands in harmony with nature. There was something different here, less ambition for dominion, more longing for truth. I let the silence of mountains and rivers wash over me. And there, in that sacred space, I finally met someone I had long wished to see. It was in a quiet valley, near what would one day be called Lumbini, that I met him. Buddha. He was seated beneath a fig tree, surrounded by silence that felt sacred. No guards, no disciples, just a man wrapped in humble robes, his eyes closed, his breathing calm, yet the presence around him felt heavier than any god I had slain. There was no power radiating from him, no magic, no aura. And yet, in that stillness, I felt the weight of 1,000 truths. He opened his eyes as I approached, as if he had been waiting. "You've come a long way, stranger," he said with a gentle smile. I couldn't help but smile. Yes, it has been a rather long journey. I sat beside him, without a word. No introductions were needed. He was just what I expected. He was kind. Calm. Radiant in his simplicity. We sat beneath a Bodhi tree, and we talked. Not for hours. 4 days. For 3 days and 3 nights, uninterrupted. No food. No water. No sleep. Just words, truthful, unburdened words. We spoke of everything. The beginning of time, the nature of suffering, the cycles of rebirth. Of gods and men. Of violence and compassion. Of the burdens we carry and the choices we make. He listened patiently. When I told him about the gods I had fought, Olympians, Egyptians, even the Norse, he neither condemned nor praised. He simply nodded, absorbing every word. When I confessed how I'd shaped entire civilizations from the shadows, guided their progress, protected them from extinction, he asked no questions. But his eyes were steady, never judging. On the 3rd night, as the pale moonlight filtered through the tree branches, he turned to me with a quiet curiosity and asked, "If you were given the chance to do it all over again, what would you do?" The question struck me deeper than I expected. Would I repeat the same path? Would I follow the same dreams? I sat in silence for a long while. The memories flooded back. The battles, the cries for help, the betrayals, the innocence I tried to protect, the blood on my hands, divine and mortal alike. I thought about the cities I helped build. The tyrants I destroyed. The knowledge I preserved. The fires I lit in the hearts of the oppressed. I thought about the children who called me a guardian. And those who cursed my name when their empires fell, blaming me for not saving them. Then I answered, quietly, honestly, if I had a second chance, I would probably do the same things. He remained silent. I may be playing God, I continued, shaping and guiding humanity toward a path I think is good, but if I didn't, they would follow the same old path to destruction. I don't wish to see them destroy themselves. Not again. His gaze didn't waver. And what if the humans hate you for it? He asked softly. What if they blame you for everything, their mistakes and sins, claiming it's all because of you? What if they see you as a tyrant, not a savior? I let out a chuckle at first. Then, it turned into a quiet laugh. A helpless, tired laugh that echoed off the trees. I'm sure some would, I said. And I will accept it. Their love and hate. Their praises and blames. Their hopes and their despair. I shall carry it all with me, till the day I die. Even if the entire world ends up hating me for it, I shall take it all upon me. That's my burden to bear. I tilted my head up, gazing at the stars peeking between the leaves. Everyone admires the stars in the sky. Because they are unattainable and shine so brightly. Distant enough to be unattainable, beautiful enough to be worshipped. But I want to be a star, even if just a short-lived shooting star that ends up burning out eventually. I paused, letting the silence settle between us before continuing. For the short time I will exist, I want to light up their path with my light, no matter how painful it might end up being. This is the path I have to walk. Not because I need to, but because no one else can. Buddha rose slowly, placing his hand gently on my shoulder. His touch was warm yet firm, not with power, but with understanding. He spoke with a distant, almost melancholic tone. Then you have achieved true enlightenment. I turned to him with surprise. His expression was calm, his eyes soft. Humans search for their path and purpose their whole life, he said. But few ever find it. And even among those few, many lack the conviction to follow it. He nodded slowly, as if affirming something within himself. But you, my friend, you are prepared to carry it all on your shoulders. No matter the cost. I can't judge if you are right or wrong. But your words and your conviction are true. So go forth, and continue your journey. I pray that one day, you may see a world beyond conflict. That you may find nirvana. I didn't reply. I simply smiled and nodded, my chest heavy with gratitude. I turned and walked away, the grass beneath my feet whispering farewells I would never hear again. I never met him again. He passed away not long after. But his words, those calm, affirming words, remained with me. Even hundreds of years later, they echoed within me like a soft prayer. That's when I realized something else. I couldn't keep holding their hands. Not forever. There comes a time in every parent's life when they must let go. I had been overprotective, always watching, always intervening. Trying to steer them from every disaster, shielding them from every mistake. But that wasn't helping. That was enabling. Sometimes, children need to walk on their own. Sometimes, they need to fall. To bleed. To feel pain. To learn what it means to rise again despite it. Only then can they grow. And I would still be there. Not as a god. Not as a ruler. But as a guardian from afar. I have to believe in them. And I believe one day, they'll find their own path. And when they do, I'll be there, watching. And just like that, I went on with my journey, which led me a place I probably shouldn't have gone. For that was the place would later end up breaking my heart the most. Chapter 29, The Burden of Truth. Read with an open mind, and don't take it too seriously. It's just a story after all. Edward's POV. It was another ordinary day. The sun hung low behind passing clouds, casting long, golden beams over the dusty hills. Rather than flying, I rode on a black mare, silent and sturdy, her hooves clacking against the stone-laced path as we passed by small farms and huts. I preferred it this way. Closer to the ground. Closer to the people. The road ahead buzzed with movement. Families on foot, donkeys burdened with cloth sacks and baskets, children clinging to their mothers' skirts. Some were humming prayers. Others looked weary, but determined. It seemed some sort of gathering or event was taking place, judging by the growing number of travelers all heading in the same direction. Curious, I slowed my horse and approached a man traveling with his family, his wife and 2 sons. He wore a modest linen tunic, dusty from the road, and carried a woven bag over his shoulder. I raised a hand in greeting. "Greetings, friend," I called out. "What's the rush for? Is there something happening?" The man looked over and smiled warmly, despite the exhaustion evident on his face. "Greetings," he replied, catching his breath. "We are just heading to register my family, as per the order of King Herod." "King Herod?" I repeated under my breath. I thanked him and nudged my horse to continue down the path. But something tugged at me from inside, a warning buried deep in my memory. Then it clicked. Wait a minute, this story. King Herod. My thoughts began to spiral. This is pointing toward a direction I should steer clear of. I don't want to make a mess of everything. But another voice, colder and more logical, challenged that hesitation. If I know something bad will happen, if I know many innocent children will die, can I really just look away? I sighed, tightening the reins as I watched the people ahead. They walked with such innocence, unaware of the shadow looming behind Herod's decree. I couldn't ignore it. I didn't know what I would do just yet, but I needed to see for myself. To bear witness, at the very least. The next city wasn't far, nestled in a small valley between 2 hills. As we approached the gates, the road widened, and the crowds thickened. Vendors shouted over each other, trying to sell fruit, bread, and trinkets to the growing throng of visitors. Every inn and guest house appeared full. Children ran through alleyways while goats weaved between carts. I rode slowly, trying to absorb as much as I could. Conversations buzzed around me, men discussing registration lists, mothers calming infants, rumors about taxes, Herod, Roman soldiers. Then, as I reached the edge of a stone courtyard near the city gate, a voice called out, urgent and anxious. "Hello, kind sir. Please, can you help me?" A man in his early 30s rushed toward me, desperation etched into his sun-worn face. He was breathing heavily, his hand extended toward me. His clothes were modest, and his eyes darted behind him as if searching for someone. I turned toward him and offered a steady smile. "Sure, stranger. What do you need?" His shoulders relaxed slightly at my response. "My wife and I came here to register, but her labor pains have just started. We have no place to go. The inns are full, and everyone is too busy with the king's command. I've been asking for help, but no one will spare the time. Could you please allow us to stay in your home?" I didn't hesitate. "That's no problem. Although I don't have a home here, I can shelter you and your wife. But, do you have anyone with you to assist with the childbirth? I might not be the best person for that." He grasped my hand gratefully, shaking it with both of his. "Thank you, kind sir. We can manage the rest. It's already more than enough that you've offered your help when no one else would. I nodded, trying to keep my thoughts clear. People should help one another. I was just in the right place to do it. We began walking together toward the city's edge, where there were fewer people and more privacy. Along the way, we exchanged words. He told me about his hometown, his carpentry work, how his wife's pregnancy had been smooth until today. He seemed like a simple, kind man. But something about him gnawed at me, a strange familiarity I couldn't place. Out of mild curiosity, or perhaps a gut feeling, I asked cautiously, "Sorry, friend, what did you say your and your wife's names were?" The men smiled again, without suspicion. "My name is Joseph, and my wife's name is Mary. We came here for the family registration." My steps faltered for a heartbeat. No freaking way. I kept walking, trying to hide the shock settling into my bones. My voice barely steady, I asked, this city, is it called Bethlehem, by any chance?" Joseph nodded cheerfully. "Yes, Sir Edward. We are in Bethlehem." I managed to stay calm outwardly, but inside. Holy fucking Christ. I'm about to meet baby Jesus. What do I do? I wasn't some devout priest or theologian in my past life. I had studied many religions, yes, but always with a critical mind. Still, even I knew this story. Everyone did. The birth of Jesus Christ. The manger. The star. The shepherds and wise men. Entire religions formed and warred over this single event. And now I stood in the middle of it. Not knowing how my actions could change things. We arrived at a small open space behind a stable, where a donkey cart sat under the shade of a thatched awning. Lying on a blanket inside was a young woman. She was no older than 20, her robes loose around her swollen belly. She clutched her stomach, her face pale but determined. When she saw Joseph approaching, her expression softened with relief. "Joseph," she cried, voice strained. "You found someone." Joseph hurried to her side, kneeling beside the cart and gripping her hand. "Mary. I found this kind man to help us. His name is Edward." Mary looked up at me, smiling despite the pain in her eyes. "Thank you, Sir Edward." I nodded respectfully. "It's not a problem. I was nearby and able to help." I shook off the other thoughts and focused on the situation before me. Whatever this was, however strange, however divine, it didn't change the immediate truth: they were two humans in need of help. Whatever role fate had dealt them, it was not my place to abandon them. I stepped closer to Mary, who was sitting weakly in the back of the donkey cart, breathing heavily, sweat glistening across her brow as she cradled her large belly. She looked up at me with a mixture of pain and courage. I slowly sat beside her and spoke in a calm, firm voice, "No need to thank me. Anyone else would do the same in my position. But we need to move you from here. This open, dirty place, it's not suited for childbirth." Joseph glanced around nervously. The outskirts of Bethlehem were crowded and messy, filled with makeshift shelters, animals, and people shuffling about. No space was truly clean or private. His face tightened as he realized the truth of my words. I turned my eyes back to Mary. "I want you to not be surprised by what you're about to see," I added quietly, speaking more seriously now. They both looked at me, eyes filled with uncertainty, but not suspicion. My presence and my aura eased their fear. That was the spirit of Adam at work within me. Even without words, it made humans instinctively trust and feel at ease in my presence. With a subtle gesture, I raised my hand and cast a healing spell to ease the pain. A soft golden light passed from my fingertips, surrounding Mary in a gentle glow that only the most sensitive could perceive. Joseph's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that magic?" he asked, his voice filled with awe and hesitation. Mary's expression relaxed as the pain visibly lessened from her face. Her hands loosened slightly, her breathing steadied. "Thank you," she whispered, closing her eyes for a brief moment of peace. "I feel the pain almost gone. Whoever you are, you've helped us without asking for anything." I offered her a small smile and nodded. "Now that you can move, we should take you somewhere cleaner, more secure." I hesitated only briefly. "I think my wife can help with the labor. If you can wait just a few moments, I can go and bring her here." Mary nodded gently, forcing a smile through her exhaustion. "We can hold on a little more. But please hurry." She lowered her hand to her belly and caressed it softly, instinctively protective. I stood up and raised my hand to my mouth, whispering into the enchanted ring on my finger, "Hera, are you there?" A moment of silence passed before the ring buzzed faintly with a familiar, mature voice. "Husband. You called. Are you coming home? Where are you now?" I interrupted before she could continue her usual string of questions and doting affection. "Hera, I need your help. There's a couple here. The wife is about to give birth. I'm coming to get you and bring you here. Can you assist them?" There was a brief pause, then a soft chuckle. Of course, husband. I am the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth, after all. If you're asking, I'll help them. Without wasting another second, I activated the teleportation array I had embedded in Themyscirus Palace. A rush of golden light engulfed me, and with a whoosh, I appeared in the grand marble chamber of our private quarters. Hera was already waiting, dressed in a flowing silver gown, her hair pinned elegantly. As soon as I materialized, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. It's good to see you, beloved, she said, her voice warm, but she quickly stepped back with purpose. But I believe you're in a hurry. We can talk after I help them. I nodded with a smile. It seems she has grown a lot from the first time we met. She has become kinder and more compassionate. A stark contrast to her previous self. Without delay, I took her hand, and in a flash of golden magic, we returned to the outskirts of Bethlehem. Mary and Joseph's expressions were frozen in stunned disbelief. Their mouths hung open as they watched me vanish and reappear beside them, now accompanied by Hera. Their eyes flicked to her, wide with wonder. Even without saying a word, it was clear they could sense something divine, something not of this world. Yet, neither asked any questions. Hera stepped forward with gentle confidence, her voice soft but commanding. Be at ease, child, she said to Mary. My husband brought me here to assist you. She turned to me with a more serious tone. Dear, we should move her to a better location. I nodded. On it. With a snap of my fingers, a golden ripple opened in the air. The gate of Babylon shimmered to life, and from within it, Vimana floated forward, silent and majestic. The craft descended smoothly to the ground, its polished surface gleaming even in the dusty air. Joseph took a step back, overwhelmed. What is this? I looked him in the eye. Carry her to the ship. It will be far better than giving birth here. He froze for a second, then scrambled to help Mary off the cart. With effort and care, he lifted her into his arms and carefully carried her up into the vessel's cabin, where Hera was already preparing the small interior chamber I had designed for solitude and comfort. Once the ship was airborne, drifting softly just above the earth, I remained outside with Joseph. He turned to me, his face marked with wonder and confusion. Who are you, Sir Edward? You are definitely no ordinary human. Are you also one of the angels that visited us? I shook my head, a small wry smile tugging at my lips. I'm just another human. Built a little different, that's all. All you need to know is, you asked for help, and I answered. That's enough. Joseph looked towards the cabin and asked slowly, I don't wish to pry, but your wife. I replied calmly, she isn't human, if that's what you are asking. But don't worry, we are here to help. We don't seek anything from you and your wife. Joseph took a long breath, then bowed deeply. Thank you for your help. Me and my wife will be forever grateful to you and your wife. You helped us when nobody else would. I stepped forward and gently pulled him up. There's no need. I didn't do much. Your child. He is special. He would have survived even without my help. Joseph asked curiously, what do you mean by that? I looked away and replied, you will find out soon. We stood there in silence for a while, watching the quiet motion of the ship as it drifted slightly, anchored in the air. The night was still, and the distant hum of the city felt muffled, as though time had slowed in reverence. Then, from within the cabin, the sound of a newborn's first cry echoed through the air. Sharp, clear, and unmistakable. Joseph's head shot up. He bolted toward the entrance, only to be stopped by Hera's stern voice inside, wash your hands before you hold him. There was a flurry of water being poured, and then I stepped closer, peering in. Mary lay on a soft makeshift bed, her face glowing with a mixture of relief and overwhelming love. In her arms, she held the tiny, swaddled child, her gaze fixed on him as if nothing else in the world mattered. Joseph, now clean, approached slowly. Mary smiled and handed him the infant. He took the baby with shaking hands, eyes wide and misty, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. I remained at the threshold, watching quietly. Hera moved beside me and leaned in, her voice low and thoughtful. That baby, she said, isn't ordinary, husband. What is going on here? I didn't respond immediately. My eyes stayed on the small child in Joseph's arms. After a long pause, I whispered, that, my dear, is a child blessed and cursed by the divine. The Egyptian sun bathed the small home in warm light, casting long golden shadows across the clay walls. I sat on the edge of a woven mat just outside the doorway, arms crossed behind my head, soaking in the late morning warmth. Life had slowed in these past years. The journeys I made, the whole burden, it almost felt like a distant memory. I was brought out of my musings by a childish voice. Uncle Edward, a voice rang out, high-pitched and full of energy. Stop sleeping in the middle of the day. Seriously, you are so lazy. I cracked one eye open, turning toward the voice. There he was, little Yeshua, barefoot, dusty, and utterly relentless. His cheeks were slightly flushed from running about in the sun, and his brown curls bounced as he darted past clay jars and wooden stools. The little whirlwind of life. And you, I said, voice dry, have far too much energy for one child. How many times have I told you it's rude to disturb a sleeping man? Yeshua huffed and crossed his arms with theatrical annoyance. You said you'd take me fishing today. I even helped Mother with her chores early for it. Get your lazy ass up. My eyes snapped fully open. Language, young man. You're not old enough to talk like that. He grinned, mischievous. You say it all the time. Yes, and I'm old enough to know when not to say it. I pushed myself up to sit, brushing sand from my clothes. Why is it that you only remember the things I don't try to teach you? I spent hours trying to help you with math the other day, and you struggled with basic addition. Yeshua scratched the back of his head sheepishly, a habit he had picked up from me over the years. Learning makes my head hurt. That's a different thing. I sighed heavily, but there was no hiding the smile tugging at my lips. These past 6 years had been strange, far removed from the life I once led, but undeniably peaceful. Human. And in a way I never expected, it was comforting. Flashback. It all began shortly after Yeshua was born aboard the Vimana. We descended near a quiet village, far from the cities and noise. I helped Joseph and Mary settle in a modest home. But peace never lasted for long. 3 oddly dressed men arrived one day, travelers from distant lands. They claimed they had followed a star across deserts and mountains to find this child, the one born to be king of the Jews. They approached reverently, presenting gifts, their eyes filled with awe and trembling hope. I looked at them skeptically. Did you visit King Herod before coming here? They hesitated, then nodded. I felt my jaw clench. Turning to Joseph and Mary, I spoke plainly. You must leave this place. Herod will come for your child. He fears him. Joseph paled. Mary held Yeshua tightly. It took some convincing, but eventually, they agreed. I guided them south, to Egypt, a land I was far too familiar with, and promised they could return once Herod was dead. Can't mess up a canon event, I guess. Still, a part of me burned with rage. I wanted to end that tyrant's life myself. But I couldn't interfere more than necessary. The timeline was fragile, and some events had to unfold naturally. Even so, I paid a visit to Herod, not as Edward the Wanderer, but in my full heroic form. The man had the audacity to smile as he welcomed me, before frowning when I gave my demand. You will rescind your order, I said coldly, to find and kill the newborns of Bethlehem. Or you will find me out of mercy. He scoffed, then signaled his guards to attack. It ended in blood. His guards never stood a chance. Herod collapsed to his knees as I stood above him, sword dripping crimson. Every fiber of my being wants to end you, I told him. But I won't. Not today. I give you one last chance. Rule your people with wisdom. End your madness. He sobbed and groveled. Yes, great hero. I will repent. I swear it. I walked away without looking back. Flashback end. After settling Joseph and Mary in Egypt, I had intended to leave. But Yeshua, that tiny bundle of light, latched onto me with a grip stronger than steel. He cried if I left his sight, reached for me even in sleep. So, I stayed. Through the winding roads and quiet villages, I was the one who carried him most of the journey, as Mary and Joseph looked on with tired but grateful smiles. Now, more than 6 years had passed. Somehow, I had become Uncle Edward. A man with a blood-soaked past, revered and feared in equal measure, now co-parenting the child who would one day change the world. Life had a strange sense of irony. Why are you just standing there, Uncle Edward? Yeshua snapped me out of my thoughts, waving impatiently. Come on. We have to catch fish for Mother to cook. I chuckled and shook my head. Hold on, kiddo. I have to get the fishing net. I stepped back into the house and returned moments later with the rolled net slung over my shoulder. Yeshua skipped happily beside me as we made our way toward the banks of the Nile. Do you think we'll catch a big fish today? He asked eagerly, eyes gleaming with hope. I ruffled his hair. If you keep chattering like that, we won't catch anything. He pouted, then leaned in conspiratorially. You're no fun sometimes. I heard Father say that men get grumpy when they're away from their wives. You should go visit your wife. Mother said your wife is very kind and beautiful, she helped her when I was born. A vein twitched on my forehead. You little brat. Why do you only learn bad things? I should toss you into the river and use you as bait. He giggled, clearly unfazed by my threats. You know you won't. You love me too much. He batted his lashes innocently, and I clenched my teeth. The boy had mastered manipulation far too young. Enough out of you, I said, stepping into the boat and tossing the net inside. Yeshua clambered in beside me, still smiling. Why do you always act like you don't enjoy my company? Because I don't enjoy being pestered all day, I said as I pushed the boat away from the bank. He leaned back, arms behind his head, mimicking my earlier posture. Then why do you always say yes when I ask to go fishing? I glanced at him, too clever for his own good. I didn't answer. Instead, I focused on casting the net into the water. But he wasn't done. The other kids in the village are boring, he said matter-of-factly. They don't know anything interesting. They can't tell stories like you. And you don't do anything all day anyway. I sighed again, though it came with a hint of a smile. That's because I've done more than enough for 10 lifetimes. He tilted his head. So, does that mean you're tired of the world? I looked at him, startled. For all his antics, sometimes Yeshua's questions cut straight to the bone. Maybe, I admitted quietly. But people like me don't get to rest. Not really. We sat in silence for a while, the sound of the water gently lapping against the wooden hull, the warm sun overhead, the net swaying beneath the current. Yeshua finally broke the silence, voice soft now. Well, if you ever get tired of carrying everything, I'll carry some of it for you one day. I promise. My hands paused on the oar. I looked at him again, but he was staring into the water, his expression unreadable. I didn't say anything. I just reached out, and placed a hand gently on his head. I hope that day never comes, little one. Fishing was always simple for me. Not because I was particularly skilled with nets or had some ancient technique passed down through generations. No, it was because of the skill I bore, nature's beloved, A rank. Animals, birds, fish, they trusted me, drew near to me without fear, and obeyed my calls like I was part of their world. Even if I never fully grew used to it, they came willingly, seeing it as an honor to be caught, to be consumed. The logic of nature could be strange. But I never liked relying on this skill for things like this. It felt like cheating. Yet, when fishing for a child's joy, perhaps such pride could be set aside. The haul was modest, as always. Enough fish for a meal, no more. I could have filled 10 baskets if I wanted, but restraint had become second nature to me. As we made our way back to the village, little Yeshua was sprawled across my back, sound asleep. His arms drooped over my shoulders, his warm breath brushing against my neck. I could feel the steady rise and fall of his chest, the peace of his slumber. Each step I took stirred a bitter ache in my heart. Because I knew what future awaited this innocent boy. No matter how joyful his laughter was now, no matter how carefree his smile, that future loomed over him like a dark cloud. He wasn't just Yeshua. He would become Jesus. It had already been decreed. The presence, the one who watched and measured all, had sent his heralds. Angels, radiant and silent, had come to deliver their message, and it was clear. Yeshua would take upon himself a name and a burden far greater than any child should carry. He would call himself the Son of God. And the world would never be the same. But at what cost? My thoughts churned with silent fury. Not toward the boy. Never toward him. But at the cruel machine of fate that sought to use him. I had seen too much to believe in blind faith anymore. I had seen gods fall, watched civilizations rise and rot, and I knew the truth of men. They would praise him. They would follow him. But they would also betray him. They would kill in his name, wage wars for his image, spill oceans of blood waving his teachings like weapons. They would take his kindness and turn it into dogma. That disgusted me. But I said nothing. I just walked, feeling his small heartbeat against my back. That evening, we shared a quiet supper at Joseph and Mary's house. The room was small, but warm, clay walls glowing faintly in the firelight, simple wooden bowls filled with grilled fish and barley bread. Mary was humming softly as she cleaned, her face serene despite the weight of raising a child so special. Joseph sat across from me, quiet, thoughtful. The kind of man who didn't speak unless he had something worth saying. Yeshua was his usual self, chatting nonstop about random things that put a smile on our face. Mary took him to put to bed, but before leaving, he ran up to me and hugged me. "Thank you, Uncle Edward. I had fun today as always." I just smiled and hugged him back. Later, after the meal, Joseph and I stepped outside. The night was calm, the stars scattered across the heavens like scattered dust. The faint breeze carried the scent of baked earth and trees. "I've got news, my friend," Joseph said, breaking the silence. His voice was low, solemn. "From Judea. King Herod is dead." I turned slightly, meeting his eyes. There was both relief and hesitation in his expression. "We can return there," he continued. "Back to our home. It's safe now. And, thank you. For taking care of us all these years. I know we've troubled you a lot." I nodded slowly. "It was nothing. Since you have decided to go back, then safe travels to you, Joseph. I hope you, Mary, and little Yeshua can live happily. He looked torn. His gaze lingered on me longer than necessary, the silence between us heavy. Are you certain you won't return with us? He asked gently. Yeshua loves you very much. He would miss you dearly. As would we. I exhaled slowly and looked up at the stars. I should be on my way. If I go there, some things might go beyond my control. It might not be the best idea. Before he could respond, a sudden gust of wind swept across the earth, and with it came a distinct sound, the rhythmic beating of wings. Then he descended. A tall figure, regal and solemn, stood before us. His skin was dark as onyx, his presence calm and commanding. From his back stretched wings of shimmering silver, catching the moonlight with quiet grace. There was no fear in Joseph's face, only awe. The man spoke, his tone respectful but resolute. Listen to him, noble Joseph, he said. It is not his destiny to follow you there. Then his eyes turned toward me, firm and knowing. Edward Elric, he said, with a faint smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Amenadiel, an angel of the Lord. We angels admire your resolve. But today I come on official business. My father has decreed. He wishes to speak to you. I let out a tired sigh, brushing the back of my neck with one hand. Well, it's about damn time. I've been looking forward to some answers. I turned to Joseph, resting a hand on his shoulder. He looked completely overwhelmed, eyes wide, his mouth barely forming words. Farewell, Joseph, my friend. I said softly. Tell Yeshua to be happy. Tell him to play with the other kids more. Tell him to be kind, but not to those who abuse it. Joseph's lips parted, but he didn't speak. I continued, my voice low, deliberate. Humans are like a piece of wood. They can be carved into beautiful shapes. But a carpenter must also toss away the rotten ones. For they're beyond saving. Tell him to be careful when choosing his companions. And that he must not be sad when I'm gone. Joseph bowed his head, his eyes glistening with quiet understanding. I turned to Amenadiel. Let's go then. Let us see what fate has in store for me this time. And without another word, I followed the angel into the stars, towards the Silver City, hoping to get some answers. Chapter 30, Hope. Alright folks, this chapter is a special one. Unlike other stories, I didn't reveal everything at the start when MC gets ice skate and all. But now it's time to explore that topic. As I've said before, this is an O with lots of changes. I have tried to cover everything in this chapter, as well as Edward's purpose, and some other things. I would request you read carefully, for this will set the future tone of the story. It will also answer some of the questions you might have had previously. But now you might have some new ones XD. I have tried to research as much possible to make sure it is within reason. Hope you guys enjoy it. On a side note, please leave some good reviews as some people have started to leave bad reviews that doesn't make sense. Sigh, some people have too much time. I wish I could make them work for me with no pay, and 16 hours a day like a sweatshop. I'd speak and they would just type, and you folks would get 15 to 20 chapters a week. But we don't live in a perfect world. As Edward stepped into the Silver City, the first thing that struck him was the light. It wasn't the blinding glare of the sun or the artificial glow of flame. It was something more serene, more alive. The air shimmered with a soft radiance, as if the atmosphere itself was composed of light woven into air, humming with an eternal harmony. The sky above was endless and bright, yet not empty. Angels soared gracefully through it, some alone, some in formation, each carrying out their tasks with solemn grace. Edward walked slowly, his eyes scanning the golden architecture that towered around him. The buildings looked like palaces carved from crystal and ivory, every corner adorned with artistry beyond comprehension. Though he had seen many wondrous things in his lifetime, alchemy's miracles, ancient cities, treasures beyond value, nothing had prepared him for this. There was no question now. He was in heaven. Beside him, Amenadiel walked with quiet dignity. His silver wings folded behind his back, and every angel that passed them slowed or turned, whispering among themselves as they caught sight of the stranger walking beside one of their own. Some looked curious, others confused. A few looked cautious. But none dared interfere. Don't mind them, Amenadiel said gently, sensing Edward's awareness. Not many mortals walk these halls, and fewer still walk freely. Edward gave a dry nod, his expression unreadable. Figured as much. They continued in silence, walking through a broad corridor flanked by statues of past archangels and heroes of heaven. Then, taking a quieter path away from the more populated structures, Amenadiel led him to a secluded garden nestled behind the palace. The change in atmosphere was immediate. The city's grandeur fell away, replaced by peace. Tall trees with silver leaves swayed in the soft breeze. Flowers bloomed in perfect harmony, the colors unlike anything Edward had seen in the mortal realm, deep blues that shimmered like water, golden roses that glowed faintly in the shade. A stream ran through the middle, its surface mirror-like, and birds sang a melody that felt like it belonged to the world's first dawn. Near the center of the garden, an old man knelt before a hedge, carefully trimming its edges with worn shears. His clothes were simple, a gardener's apron over a tunic as he worked with practiced care, humming softly. When he noticed them, he looked up, smiled warmly at Edward, and gave him a small nod. Edward returned the nod out of instinct, though he didn't smile. He wanted to, but couldn't. There was too much on his mind. Too much weighing him down, even in a place like this. The two passed the gardener without a word and turned a corner bordered by tall hedges. And there, beneath the shade of a flowering tree, he was waiting. He looked like someone pulled out of another time, an elegant figure in a tailored British coat from the 1800s, complete with a vest, a walking cane beside him, and a well-fitted top hat resting casually on his knee. A white mustache graced his upper lip, and his eyes carried the calm weight of a being who had seen the beginning, and perhaps the end of all things. Despite his quiet presence, the air around him carried gravity. He looked up with a warm smile as they approached. "Thank you, Edward, for bringing him here," the man said, his voice like calm thunder. "You may leave us. And please, tell the others not to disturb us." Edward bowed deeply, then turned to Edward. "You're in good hands." With that, he walked back into the garden, disappearing beyond the hedge. The old man turned his gaze to Edward, his eyes filled with calm curiosity. "We have much to discuss, don't we, Edward Elric?" Edward gave a polite nod. "That we do indeed." With a graceful gesture, the presence waved his hand, and in front of Edward, a beautiful chair materialized, crafted from rich oak, carved with patterns of stars and constellations. He hesitated for a second, then sat down slowly, eyes studying the men before him. "So," Edward said, folding his arms. "You're the big guy running everything, Big P, huh? Gotta say, your fashion sense could use some work." The presence raised an amused eyebrow, glancing down at his coat. "I thought this looked rather elegant according to human standards." He smiled faintly. "But we're not here to discuss my choice of fashion, are we? And you can drop the act. I have no intention of harming you. Despite the ripples you've caused." Edward exhaled through his nose and looked him straight in the eye. "Then let's get to the point. What do you want from me? Why didn't I die back in my world? Why the hell am I even here? What's my purpose?" Instead of answering immediately, the presence chuckled softly. With a flick of his wrist, a golden bottle appeared on the table beside him, along with 2 glasses. He poured slowly, the liquid within gleaming with a faint shimmer. "You are quite blunt, Edward Elric. That's something I respect." He set one of the glasses in front of Edward, who merely stared at it. "And you're right to ask. You deserve answers." Edward leaned forward. "Then give them, please." "This meeting, it has been foretold," the presence said, calmly sipping from his own glass. Edward's brow furrowed. "What do you mean, foretold? That doesn't exactly put a smile on my face." The presence laughed. It was rich, full of genuine amusement. "You're far more interesting than I anticipated." Edward didn't laugh. His stare remained firm, though something in his expression softened. Edward said finally, "I do not believe in some divine prophecy, not in fate. I've fought my whole life for my choices. They are my own actions. And you shall continue to do so," the presence replied, his voice quiet and firm. "But understanding one's place in the grand plan does not diminish free will. It only makes the weight of choice more significant." Edward stared at him in silence, then slowly leaned back in his chair. He didn't drink. Not yet. "All right," he said finally. "I'm listening." The garden remained quiet, a divine stillness surrounding them. The birds had gone silent. Even the wind seemed to pause, waiting for what would come next. The conversation was only beginning. Edward leaned back in the soft, almost weightless chair that seemed to mold itself to his form, as though made to cradle not just his body but the weariness of his soul. The air here was unlike anything he'd known, quiet, still, but alive in a way beyond comprehension. A realm of divinity, where the wine in his hand shimmered with a brilliance that danced on the surface like liquid starlight. He sipped it slowly, letting the taste linger, sweet, yet timeless. He stared at the being before him, not a man despite his looks, but something more. The presence. The one whose name echoed in the whispers of angels, the prayers of mortals, and the silence between stars. "So," Edward began softly, his voice filled with curiosity but tinged with something deeper, something fragile, "why am I here?" He looked down at the wine, his thumb slowly running across the curve of the glass. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but why not someone else? There were many good souls back on Earth who deserved to live more than I." His tone dimmed, almost becoming a whisper at the end. The presence looked at him with eyes that seemed to stretch across eternity, eyes that had seen the birth of stars and the fall of worlds. There was no judgment in them, only understanding, and perhaps, a sorrow that could never be fully expressed. "Why," the presence said, voice like a calm tide washing over stone, "do you believe that you don't deserve to be saved?" Edward gave a small, half-hearted shrug, his fingers tightening on the stem of the wine glass. "Never did much good. Never went to church. Didn't have money to make donations. Isn't that the criteria for good these days?" A soft chuckle escaped the presence, low and almost nostalgic. "Yes, those are some of them," he said, his gaze drifting upward, as if remembering something distant. "But you, Edward, you don't come from a world under my authority." Edward blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, what?" The presence continued gently, "I believe you read something about world wills in your past life. During the quiet moments of the night when you read those stories. You remember them, don't you?" Edward sat up straight, the realization hitting him like a thunderclap. "Wait, so that world will stuff, that's real. Never knew fanfic authors got that right. So, which world will did my world belong to?" The presence's smile was subtle, but genuine. "I don't think you would know her true name. But I believe you may know her other name. Root." Edward's jaw slackened. He rose to his feet in disbelief. "Wait a minute. Are you saying Root is real? Does that mean?" "Yes," the presence nodded, his tone calm, as if such truths were self-evident. "Some of those worlds you read about do exist. Not all, but many. After all, where else do you think mankind draws their inspiration to create such stories?" The silence that followed was heavy. Edward stood motionless, eyes distant, heart pounding. "So, why didn't my world have magic?" His voice cracked slightly. "I thought we'd have it since it was supposed to be part of that world." The presence's tone shifted, no longer comforting, but solemn. "Because every world reaches its end, no matter how long it may last. Your world did have magic, once. But it became corrupted. Some people found it, hoarded it, and twisted it to suit their own ends. In time, mystery faded. Exploration stopped. And eventually, it was lost to greed." Edward sat down slowly, his knees suddenly feeling heavy. The chair embraced him again, as though trying to ease his burden. The presence continued, "You possessed the soul of Adam, the first human. His spirit began to merge with you after your arrival here. Now, you fully assimilated with him. But his spirit was still within you before you died." Edward's hand trembled around the glass. He didn't speak. "The world will," the presence went on, "took pity on you as the last human. And she requested I offer you a second chance. There's a cosmic law. Humans, once their world perishes, are no longer allowed to exist under that will's authority. Thus you arrived here." Edward finally raised the glass again, drinking more deeply this time. He exhaled, eyes still low, voice bitter. "So I was just brought here out of pity, then. Just another poor soul tossed a bone. I'm only alive because of cosmic charity, huh?" The presence's expression hardened. His voice, while still calm, carried unmistakable command. "Raise your head." Edward looked up, startled by the sudden shift. "You are not someone who should despair like this, Edward Elric. What happened to your unbreakable will?" His words struck like hammers of truth. "What happened to your desire to protect mankind? You never gave up. You stayed true to your resolve, even with the odds stacked against you. That is a rare thing, even among my creations. You are not someone who should wallow in self-doubt and pity." For a moment, Edward just sat there. The divine light around them pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Then, slowly, a small, sardonic chuckle escaped his lips. "Ha ha ha, never thought I'd get motivation from you, of all people." He shook his head. "But what's the point? Me being here is proof that no matter how hard I try, some things can't be changed. I can't change the fate of a child I helped to raise." His voice broke slightly as he spoke. The presence leaned forward slightly, his tone turning grave. "That is why we are here, Edward. Because it's time you learned about your purpose." Edward met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "So, what is my purpose?" The presence let out a long breath, as if gathering centuries of thought into a single answer. "You were brought here to prove that destruction isn't always inevitable. The world you are in, it is one of the worlds fated to be destroyed. It doesn't matter by whose hand. It would end." Edward's expression tightened, but he said nothing. "I wanted to see if it was truly beyond redemption," the presence went on. "The worlds are separated by boundaries. In this universe, they are known as the Source Wall. They do more than keep worlds from colliding, they safeguard the multiverse from a special entity that would consume it all." Edward's eyes narrowed, tone calm but firm. "You're talking about her, aren't you? Perpetua." The presence nodded slowly, his face grim. And soon, she shall be free. It is time for another great cleansing. The world you now walk will fall, though not for thousands of years yet. The reason I allowed you to be there is because I have decided to put my faith in you to save them. Edward gave a dry laugh, one without humor. Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered. But I'm pretty weak compared to the other beings in this world. Your sons are much more powerful than me. The presence's expression turned weary. There was an exhaustion in his divine features that no mortal could fake. It doesn't matter. This was meant to be a cycle of creation and destruction, but something has changed. I believe Perpetua retained her memories after her fall at the hands of the darkest night in her last cycle. He paused, eyes darkened with concern. I do not wish to interfere. But I cannot sit idle and watch her bring absolute destruction to the multiverse. If she touched other world wills, it will mean absolute chaos, the end of everything. Edward stared at him in stunned disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. The presence sipped his wine slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the swirling stars beyond the celestial chamber. Though composed, his voice carried the weight of universes. I know this is a lot to take in, he said gently. But you must know all of it. Otherwise, this beautiful world will cease to exist. Edward stood frozen, his fists clenched at his sides. Every word felt like a hammer blow to his chest. Rage threatened to spill from his throat as he snapped, What do you expect me to do? I'm just another human. I can barely save the humans from destroying themselves, let alone the world, or the multiverse. What do I even do in front of such a being? The presence didn't flinch. He met Edward's eyes with calm understanding. Indeed, you can't do much, he acknowledged. Alone. Then his tone shifted, lighter, hinting at something more. But what if you had help? Edward blinked, caught off guard. The frustration gave way to confusion. What do you mean by help? From whom? The presence's lips curled into a small smile, almost proud. That's the reason I called you here. You see, your previous world will, it gifted you the souls of heroes. But it also gave you something else. Something even more rare. Edward tilted his head, wary. What else? You, the presence said softly, carry something unlike any other being in creation. Your soul, it does not contain just your own essence. It holds over billions of souls from your old world. All those who perished, they have merged into you, condensed over time, like a crystallized echo of your earth. That is why you are virtually immortal. Edward's breath caught in his throat. Immortal. Not truly, the presence corrected. You can die, but only once all those souls have been consumed. Until then, you are a vessel of staggering potential. You carry within you something akin to a world's will. A living memory of a lost realm. You cannot yet harness their power, but if you were to unlock it, combined with my blessing, you could, in theory, defeat Perpetua. Edward's eyes widened at the name. Before he could respond, the presence continued. But there is a cost. Those billions of souls would be destroyed in the process. Only the heroic souls that accompanied you would remain, if you are lucky. A silence settled between them, filled only by the soft hum of the galactic void. You see, the presence said with more gravity, Root allowed me to take you, and those souls, as part of a favor. The cosmic balance is delicate. World wills are not eternal. There are outer beings, entities that dwell in the void between realities. Creatures of pure chaos. You may know them, from the stories of a man named Lovecraft. Edward didn't even try to hold back this time. He threw his hands in the air. Oh fuck me. Cthulhu is also real. This is officially the worst day of my life. Despite the ominous topic, the presence laughed, amusement glinting in his timeless expression. As I was saying, he resumed, I owed Root a favor. So I agreed to help her preserve certain timelines by sending you as our agent. She, in turn, would grant your desire of saving humanity. After all, if the world ends, humanity ends with it. Edward groaned, dragging his hand over his face as he paced restlessly. So I not only have to save humanity here, but also in that world. Why is it always about destruction, apocalypse, end of times? Why can't I just have a happy and peaceful life for once? The presence's voice softened. I know. It is a great burden. And I would accept it if you chose not to carry it. You can live the rest of your life in peace, as you wish. Forget all of this. But. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly, I have a feeling that you are not the kind of person to do that. Edward let out a long sigh and looked up. Above him, stars twinkled, nebulas swirled, and entire galaxies drifted lazily in the endless expanse. He stood still, the weight of reality pressing against his chest like a vice. You know, he muttered, I hate that you can read me like that. Who the hell would say no? When they know they're the only one who can save everyone. Knowing if they say no, everything would end. Especially after seeing it all fall apart once already. The presence looked down, almost guilty. Many would. You owe nothing to anyone, Edward. You could have used your powers for yourself. You carry within you my gift of miracle, after all. But you chose the harder path. Something bigger than yourself. And I am glad to see the man you've become. He paused, and his voice became more solemn. If there is anything I can grant within reason, without breaking the natural order, I will. Edward shook his head, offering a bitter smile. You already know I won't ask for anything. Nothing I want would stay within your order. And anything within the order, I don't want. The presence gave a long sigh, a trace of regret in his expression. You know. Yeshua, too, has his destiny. Despite what humans make of him after his ascent, his existence brings hope. Just like yours does. Edward turned away, voice hollow. Is there truly no other way? The presence looked toward the stars. I'm afraid not. There are cosmic rules for a reason. Without order, chaos would reign. Even those gods you slayed, flawed as they may be, represent balance. But this world, there is no longer a connection to the sphere of gods. That caught Edward's attention. His brows lifted sharply. So that's why they felt so weak. I knew something was wrong. Their avatars, manifestations. Their real forms must be bound to the sphere. But they didn't do anything when I killed their avatars. The presence nodded. And they severed that connection because of you. Edward blinked. Me. The presence smiled faintly, then let out a low chuckle. Why do you think they did it? When a human possesses the power to undo gods, even if it is difficult, their entire existence becomes threatened. If their true forms were slain, they'd vanish forever. So they did what any survival-driven being would do, they withdrew. Edward's hands curled into fists again. And I suppose they whined to you. They did, the presence said with a sigh. In fact, they demanded their own realm, a timeline where they could rule freely. I permitted it. On one condition, if their avatars perish in this world, they lose the right to return. Edward's jaw tightened. Can I go there and kill them? Especially Poseidon, Zeus and Odin. The presence gave him a disapproving look. If you killed their true forms, the consequences would be catastrophic. Their divine authorities are tied to the fabric of this world. Slay the original Poseidon, and entire oceans would rise. The flood would wipe out most of humanity. They are necessary, Edward. For now. Edward growled through gritted teeth. So even if I save this world, they just come back later and continue their tyranny. The presence shook his head firmly. No. As I said, they severed their connection. That was their decision. If their avatars fall, their ties to this world vanish. Forever. Edward scoffed. Some consolation, at least. And what about other things? I can change them, right? The Crusades, world wars. Hell, I might even kill the Pope and some presidents if I feel like it. The presence raised a hand. This is the only time I'll ask you to restrain yourself. Yeshua's death must happen. It catalyzes humanity's evolution. I can't reveal all the reasons, but everything has a purpose, even the most tragic parts. Edward cracked his knuckles, frustration pulsing in every word. That does not make it better. And what about the endless? The presence raised a curious brow. What about them? Edward leaned forward. If I help any of them, does that change anything? They can be a great asset for the war to come. The presence gave the question its due thought before answering. You can help them. I have ensured that you remain unaffected by the cosmic rules binding them. But don't mistake that freedom. You are still part of the balance. You can't act without consequence. Which is why. He paused, locking eyes with Edward. I will grant you something special. Edward lifted his brow in cautious curiosity. Oh. A special gift from the big man himself. What is it? This should be interesting. As the divine garden shimmered with ethereal stillness, the presence's calm chuckle echoed gently. With a simple gesture of his hand, a soft, radiant white orb appeared and drifted forward. It floated gracefully toward Edward, who instinctively stepped back, unsure of its nature. But the orb showed no malice, it merely hovered in front of him before gently phasing into his chest. Edward gasped softly as a warm, calming sensation spread through his body. It wasn't painful. Rather, it felt like a wave of peace had washed over him, like a quiet reassurance in the darkest hour. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression caught between curiosity and wariness. What did you give me? He asked, his tone more measured. The presence smiled in that same calm, timeless way, his voice rich with ancient wisdom. I gave you the universal embodiment of hope. No matter the situation, you will never lose hope. Your existence shall radiate it, to people, to animals, to even the smallest forms of life. Every world is born from one thing, Edward, hope. The hope to witness, to create, to feel something greater. And now, you carry that. Use it wisely. Edward blinked slowly, absorbing the words. He felt something more than just warmth. It was subtle, but unmistakable. A quiet resolve forming deep within. So, I've become like the endless now, he asked, half joking but still seeking clarity. The presence shook his head gently, adjusting the lapel of his old British coat. No. The endless are fundamental forces. They are bound to their roles, to their functions. But you, Edward, are something beyond them. You don't carry their obligations or restrictions. You are a vessel of hope, free to choose your path. This is my gift to you. A fair compensation, I would hope, for the burdens you've already carried, and the ones still to come. Edward tilted his head slightly and gave a faint shrug. Didn't expect anything when I came here, but I got a free gift, so it's not all bad. It might sound lackluster compared to some cosmic force or godlike power, but it's enough. It's all I need. The presence looked at him with something bordering on admiration. That's a rare sentiment. If there's more you wish to ask, I am here. So long as it lies within my ability, I will answer. Edward nodded and shifted his weight, expression turning more serious. You said I have to be your en route's agent. What does that actually mean? The air stilled for a brief moment, as though the garden itself was listening. The presence replied calmly, it's not as heavy as it sounds. You'll be summoned to various branches of reality, fractured timelines teetering on the brink of collapse. Worlds on the verge of extinction or about to spiral into irreversible destruction. Your role will be to intervene, to stop the chain reaction before it consumes everything. Edward frowned slightly, arms crossed. So, I'll be thrown into dying timelines, play the role of a savior, then what? Come back here. The presence chuckled softly, something like that. You won't be able to use any of the powers native to my domain, but I suspect Root may grant you certain advantages. You used to be one of her children, after all. Edward arched a brow. And if I die? With your strength, that's unlikely, the presence said with a knowing smile. But if it were to happen, your essence would simply return to the world unharmed. Nothing more, nothing less. Edward sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. Figures. Can't be anything simple with cosmic deities involved. He paused, then asked with genuine curiosity, this world I'm in, what Earth is it? Doesn't feel like any timeline I've seen. Feels too mixed up. The presence leaned back slightly on his stone bench, watching the birds fly above them in perfect harmony. Because it is not any Earth you've known. It's a newborn world, one forged under the influence of chaos leaking from the cage. Edward narrowed his eyes. That cage. Another conversation for another time, the presence said calmly. For now, understand that this Earth is an anomaly, a product of both design and accident. A canvas not yet fully painted. And now, you hold the brush. Edward paced a step and looked down thoughtfully, and my actions, if I change events, disrupt timelines and natural order, what happens then? You're free to act as you see fit, the presence said firmly. Unless your choices would harm or destroy the world entirely, I will not intervene. Rule a kingdom, live quietly, fight wars, the path is yours. Just know the responsibility you hold is heavy. Edward nodded slowly, internalizing every word. And about this hope thing, how do I use it? I don't feel different. The presence gave him a small, knowing smile. You'll know when the time comes. Trust yourself. But never forget, Edward Elric, you are important. Your existence matters. Your actions matter. Even the smallest of them. You've already changed countless lives, even if you couldn't save everyone. There was silence for a moment. The soft rustle of wine through the leaves filled the air. Edward looked at the grass beneath his feet and exhaled deeply. You can't save everyone, huh? He muttered. The presence's voice was firm, but kind. No. But be content with those you did save. Light cannot exist without darkness. Hope cannot exist without despair. Life cannot exist without death. Balance is everything. Edward sighed, so, where do I go next from here? The presence spoke gently, Golgotha. I would allow you to meet him one last time. Much time has passed by since you came here, it is almost the promised day. Edward's eyes widened but he steeled his heart to face it. He stood up and stretched, his body still carrying the heaviness of the conversation despite the warmth inside. All right, then. Can't say I've enjoyed this whole thing, being thrust into destruction and existential crisis and all that, but, thank you. The presence smiled, his tone almost amused, despite your cynicism, hope rather suits you, Edward Elric. It is I who should thank you, for carrying this burden, even when you had no reason to. Edward gave a half wave, already turning to leave. Thanks, Big P. I hope so too. And maybe, try patching things up with Lucy. He's one of those tsundere types. Acts like he hates you, but really just wants to be acknowledged. The presence let out a rare, honest laugh, but didn't respond. His eyes followed Edward as he vanished from the garden, his form fading gently, returning from heaven to earth. The garden remained silent for a long moment, until the quiet sound of footsteps approached. The old gardener, dressed simply with a kind face and dirt-stained gloves, stepped forward. "You seem to be in a good mood, my lord," he remarked casually, trimming a nearby rose. The presence turned his gaze toward him, a smile still playing on his lips. "Yes," he said quietly. "I suppose I am, Joshua. It's been a while since I gave something, without being asked for it." The old gardener tilted his head. "You think he'll make a difference? That's an interesting power you have given him." "I do," the presence replied. His eyes gazed out toward the shimmering horizon of heaven, the endless light beyond. "That man, he might be the savior this world needs. Sometimes, you just have to put faith in your children." And with that, the garden fell back into its still serenity. The old gardener resumed his quiet work. The presence simply sat, watching the breeze ripple through the leaves, a peaceful smile lingering on his face, for the first time in eons. Far below, on earth, Edward appeared near a mountain. He fell down on his knees, as he felt his body convulsing and adjusting to the new powers granted to him, by the presence himself. The power of hope coursing through his veins. It wasn't something he could command properly, yet. But in time, he would learn to do so. For the final battle with the fate of the world rests on his shoulder. But for now, he has to say a goodbye. Chapter 31, Deliverance. Bonus chapter for reaching million views. Although some of you might curse me for it. It hits right in the Kokoro neutral face. I held back a little, otherwise people would track me down and beat me up. I think the humor made it even worse rather than lighten the mood. Nervously chuckles. By the way, hope isn't as simple as it sounds. I dropped some hints about how versatile and powerful it can be, making the blue lantern rings look like children's toys. It is broken AF. Anyways, grab your tissues and enjoy. As Edward regained his bearing, the holy light of the Silver City now far behind him, he stepped onto the dusty path that led to Golgotha, the Hill of Skulls. The sun hung overhead, merciless and harsh, casting a golden hue across the rugged terrain. The wind carried the distant sound of the crowd, laughter, jeers, chants, rising and falling like an ugly chorus echoing through time. Each step Edward took toward the hill felt heavier than the last. His boots crushed pebbles and dust beneath them, but the weight was not in his body. It was in his heart. He had been through wars, gods, and eternal realms, but nothing had prepared him for this. He was about to witness the execution of the boy he once cradled in his arms, the same boy he had watched grow up with unyielding curiosity and wide-eyed wonder. A boy who was now the center of a historical crucifixion, the fulcrum of an entire world's salvation or delusion, depending on who was watching. Edward didn't disguise himself. He didn't need to. The people around him didn't perceive his true form, not truly. As he walked forward, the crowd instinctively parted, stepping aside unconsciously, some glancing around in confusion, unable to comprehend what made them shift. It was as if an unseen force of fate, subtle yet firm, guided his passage through the sea of chaos. A man nearby hollered, "He deserves it." Blasphemer. Another woman threw her hands into the air and shouted something about false prophets. Edward curled his lip in disgust. The sound of their joy, their celebration of suffering, made his skin crawl. These were the humans, the very race he tried to help protect. And yet, here they were, cheering for the death of one of the kindest souls he'd ever known. He took a deep breath as he stepped further up the hill, and his gaze finally settled on the wooden structure. The cross stood tall, flanked by two others, but only one held his attention. Yeshua, no, Jesus, as they now called him now, hung limply upon the central cross. His skin was torn, crimson streaks covering his back and arms. A crown of thorns dug into his scalp, trickles of blood running down his forehead. And still, stones were being thrown. A rock struck his rib, and another grazed his cheek. Edward narrowed his eyes. A silent flick of his finger sent a pulse of energy through the area. Instantly, the noise dulled, as if the world was put on mute. The stones still flew, the mouth still moved, but not a sound could be heard. At that moment, Edward reached out with thought. A message sent via silent mental link. "Ah. Who is it?" came the response, tentative but curious. "Don't try to help me. I have to die for the sins of..." Edward immediately interrupted, his brow twitching as a vein nearly popped on his forehead. "You stupid brat. You still haven't grown smarter even after receiving divine wisdom." A pause. Then a surprised mental gasp. "Uncle. Edward. Is that truly you? Wait, I'm supposed to be the son of God now. Do I still call you uncle? Isn't that blasphemy?" Edward couldn't help it. A tired smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Really, kid? You haven't changed at all. I'm glad to see you again, little Yeshua. The man on the cross squinted, shifting his gaze, trying to find the source of the voice. Wait, are you here in person? Where did you vanish all those years ago? Where are you? I can't find you in the crowd, Uncle Edward. Edward's tone softened. I am here. Look toward the right. No, that's your right, I meant your left. No, not there. On the small hill. It took several tries, and Edward was close to groaning out loud. Finally, Yeshua's eyes locked onto a distant figure atop a small dirt hill, a lone man in a black cloak, arms crossed. His handsome face had a pained expression. Oh, I see you. But why do you look so cool and mysterious? You used to look like a lazy old drunkard. Edward resisted the overwhelming urge to smash his face into his palm. You little brat. Still as disrespectful as ever. I don't have much time. I created a distraction in the palace, just enough to give us a brief window to speak. The king won't be here soon. Despite the blood staining his teeth, Yeshua laughed. Ha ha ha. That's nice. I really wanted to speak to you once more before. Edward's expression fell as he replied quietly, before they crucify you, huh? What did you want to say? Yeshua didn't answer immediately. Then, with a gentle, radiant smile, southwest out of place atop that gruesome wooden cross, he spoke. I wanted to ask. Did I do well? Did I manage to share some of your burdens, Uncle Edward? Edward froze. For a long moment, there was silence between them. The kind that filled the soul. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. You did more than enough. Although. I wished you didn't, little one. Yeshua puffed out a weak breath. Hey, I'm 40 years old. I'm not a kid anymore. Edward gave a small chuckle, his eyes softening. You might have grown and gotten some fame, but you're still the same snot-nosed brat who used to follow me around like a lost duck. You'll always be my little Yeshua. There was silence again. Not awkward, but full. Yeshua's smile faded into something softer. A calm peace. His lips trembled, but not from pain. Thank you, Uncle Edward, he whispered. You know, for so long, nobody ever looked at me like a regular human. They saw me as the Son of God. Only you treated me like anybody else. Edward stood there quietly, his hands tightening into fists. He didn't speak. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows over the dusty hill outside Jerusalem, where preparations for the crucifixions had already begun. The weight of sorrow lingered in the air, heavy like the silence between thunderclaps. Guards moved about, indifferent to the anguish that clouded the air, while a handful of followers huddled quietly on the outskirts. Amidst it all, Edward stood quietly on the hill beside Yeshua, his coat faintly fluttering in the dry breeze, his eyes never leaving the young man beside him. Yeshua, wearing a simple robe stained with dirt and blood, looked exhausted but peaceful. His face was gone from the beating and lack of food, yet his eyes still glimmered with a childlike kindness that hadn't dimmed despite the pain. He leaned slightly back against the rough wooden post he'd been nailed to temporarily, drawing in a careful breath as he turned to Edward. You know, Yeshua began, his voice soft but clear, those days I spent in Egypt, when I could be just a child, those were the happiest days of my life. Edward's expression didn't shift right away, but the subtle twitch of his fingers betrayed something deeper stirring within. It was simple and carefree, Yeshua continued, a small smile forming on his cracked lips. Going fishing and exploring with you, listening to you telling those amazing stories, those will always remain as my fondest memories. He gave a quiet chuckle, gentle and nostalgic. I never realized back then, the stories you told me, they were all real, weren't they? Edward lowered his gaze. His golden eyes, now dulled with grief, shimmered faintly as the memories echoed inside him. Yeah, he said in a low voice. You could say that. Yeshua smiled again, though it was tinged with sadness. Don't look so down, Uncle Edward. It doesn't hurt too much. Compared to the pain I feel, you carry more than that. My pain will end soon, but yours will continue. He looked at Edward with quiet understanding. Really, why would you torture yourself like that? Edward met his gaze, his face unreadable at first, then softened into a weary smile. Because nobody else can bear this responsibility, he replied simply. Yeshua exhaled sharply in mock frustration. Who are you trying to sound so cool for? You're just another human. Edward let out a low chuckle. And you used to be an annoying little brat. I still remember how many times you peed on my clothes. You even ruined my cape. Yeshua's face flushed despite everything, and he looked away with an embarrassed huff. Hey now, I'm about to get crucified. No need to bring up those embarrassing things. Edward smirked slyly. I'm making sure it becomes a part of your gospels in the future. I'll even add the story about how you tried to chase after that little girl in the village, but she rejected you ruthlessly. Eyes widening in mock panic, Yeshua whipped his head toward him. Hey, that's slander. Don't mess with a man's reputation. A man. Edward raised an eyebrow. Who? You. You're still a brat in my eyes. Yeshua fired back without missing a beat, and you're an old geezer over 1,000 years old. They paused, looking at each other. Then they burst out laughing, the sound sharp and clear against the distant murmurs of soldiers and bystanders. For a moment, time froze. The weight of impending execution faded, replaced by the familiarity of two souls who had shared countless moments in a different time. The laughter eventually faded, leaving behind a bittersweet silence. The mood settled once more, heavy but tender. Edward's voice turned soft again. Hey brat, you really won't change your mind. His tone lacked the teasing edge now. There was hope buried beneath his words, desperation, even. He wasn't just asking. He was begging for a reason to act, to intervene, to tear the world apart if needed. Yeshua didn't meet his eyes at first. Then he shook his head quietly. This is my destiny. If they feel happy with my death, that's fine. I just wished there was more time. There are so many things I wanted to see from your stories. Edward smiled gently, trying not to let the ache in his chest show. Maybe you can see them in heaven. Been there, place looks nice. You'll enjoy it, probably. Yeshua blinked, surprised. Huh? You went to heaven. I thought you weren't an angel. Edward chuckled. Your daddy called me up there so I wouldn't come here and rescue you from your prophecy's death. But if you truly asked me, I would do it. Yeshua threw his head back in laughter. A full, unrestrained laugh that carried through the air like sunlight piercing clouds. Ha ha ha, your bragging habit has gotten worse, Uncle Edward. What will you say next? That you're the savior who'll save the universe. Edward raised an eyebrow, unbothered. At least you've gotten a little bit smarter, Mr. Soggy Pants. Yeshua's expression immediately darkened. His eyes narrowed in horror. Please don't spread that around. It was just one time. I was only 3 years old. No promises, Edward replied with a wicked grin. Yeshua glared, but the amusement never left his face. Then he went quiet again. His eyes drifted down to the dusty ground, then slowly lifted back to Edward. Hey uncle, he asked softly, did I live a good life? Edward's smile faltered. He rubbed the back of his head, exhaling slowly. 1,000 memories rushed through his mind, laughter, innocence, struggles, kindness, choices made, sacrifices accepted. You lived the best life, he said at last. Although it was short, it would inspire humans even thousands of years later. I am proud of you, kiddo. Yeshua looked away quickly, blinking hard as his breath hitched. His eyes filling with tears. For all his calmness earlier, that simple affirmation struck deeper than any blade. Thank you. I'm glad I could meet you, and that my life meant something, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Edward blinked, staring into the golden light above him as if trying to focus on something far away. His eyes were dry, though his throat felt tight. The tears wouldn't fall, but the weight behind them was there, deep, immense, unrelenting. He stood still, eyes fixed ahead, though his thoughts were far from the present. His mind drifted. Back to when everything felt simpler. Back to when the world, despite all its troubles, still offered joy. Back to a time he tried not to revisit too often. Flashback. The air was warm with the scent of date palms, and the gentle hum of the wind danced between the stone houses of Nazareth. Edward sat lazily in the shade, chewing on a fig, when a loud voice cut through the afternoon. Hey, you lazy bum. Did you steal my sweets again? The voice was shrill, high-pitched and outraged. A small boy, no more than 4 years old, stood nearby with fists clenched, brown curls bouncing with every furious breath. His cheeks puffed out in a pout, and his small eyes locked onto Edward's like a hawk. Edward glanced sideways, pretending not to hear. I have no idea what you're talking about, he said, drawing the words out with exaggerated calmness. Yeshua stomped his tiny foot, the edge of his linen tunic flapping. You also poured water on my bed and made Mother think I peed on it again. A sly grin slowly spread across Edward's face. How do you know it was water, he teased. Maybe you actually peed yourself again, Mr. Soggy Pants. Yeshua let out a frustrated shriek and lunged at him like a tiny, angry arrow. But before he could reach his target, Edward caught him midair by the scruff of his tunic, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Let me go, you old lunatic. Yeshua yelled, flailing his arms and legs as Edward chuckled darkly. Ha ha ha. You shouldn't mess with the elderly, you little brat, Edward grinned like a villain in a bedtime tale, holding him up just enough that his feet barely scraped the ground. Yeshua's pout deepened as he crossed his arms and looked away dramatically. I won't ever talk to you again. Edward raised an eyebrow, then lazily waved his hand. In an instant, a wooden table appeared beside them, adorned with piles of sweets, honey cakes, dried fruits, almonds dipped in syrup. Well then, Edward mused, lounging against a tree. I suppose you won't mind if I eat all of these by myself. Yeshua, still suspended in midair, drooled visibly at the sight. His little stomach audibly growled. He began, eyes wide. Father always said you should forgive the ignorant, and give them a second chance. Edward smirked. Is that your stomach talking, or did Joseph really say that? He set the boy down gently. Yeshua wasted no time, scrambling onto the table and shoving food into his mouth. MMF. You're terrible with kids, he mumbled through stuffed cheeks. I pity your future children. I'll tell them how awful you are. A vein twitched on Edward's forehead as he leaned over and gave the boy a light bonk on the head. Don't speak if you can't say anything nice, he muttered. I wouldn't want an annoying kid like you anyway. But the moment held no malice, only warmth. A kind of love so rare that it ached to remember. There were many memories like this. Evenings spent around the fire, Joseph telling stories while Mary prepared bread. Laughter echoing as they sailed a small boat down the Nile, fishing lazily in the sun. Nights under the open sky where Edward spun tales of his own adventures, and Yeshua listened with wide eyes, trying to imagine places he had never seen. Edward had known countless centuries, but those years, they stayed with him. Flashback ends. The scene around him shifted. The wind grew cooler, the skies above beginning to deepen into indigo and violet hues as dusk approached. The world seemed to hold its breath. Neither spoke now. They didn't need to. Edward stood beside him silently, and Yeshua stood with equal calm, the weight of what was to come resting on both their shoulders. They weren't gods here. Not warriors, not messiahs, not immortals. Just two people. An uncle and a nephew. And though time had passed and the world had changed, the bond remained untouched by it all. The silence wasn't cold or empty. It was thick with memory, with quiet gratitude, with the unspoken love that neither had to say aloud. It was enough just to be. The moment passed slowly, then all too quickly. It was time. Edward's feet shifted. His eyes, still dry, dropped to the dirt path below. His shoulders stiffened as he turned, unwilling to face what came next. The weight of it was too much. Even for him. But before he could walk away fully, Yeshua spoke behind him, his voice soft but steady. Don't worry about me, Uncle Edward. Don't be sad. Edward froze, back still turned, jaw clenched. Look after the humans, Yeshua continued. Even though they make mistakes, even though they sometimes do terrible things, they also create. They dream. They love. And they shine with hope. His voice was gentle now, full of a quiet strength. Watch over them, like you did for me. Edward closed his eyes. His lips pressed into a thin line, trembling at the edges. That is my duty after all, he murmured. His voice was barely more than a whisper. Farewell, little Yeshua. A pause. Then the same warmth that had once lit their evenings came back in Yeshua's reply. Farewell, Uncle Edward. Thank you, for everything. Edward didn't turn back. He couldn't. His feet began to move again, slowly, each step feeling like it weighed 1,000 tons. He kept walking, away from the scene, away from the moment. Behind him, the execution took place, exactly as history would record it. The Son of God being pierced by a lance. His blood spilling and wrenching the ground. The air grew heavy. And then the sky darkened. Clouds gathered, thunder murmured, and without warning, rain began to fall. Sheets of it. Cold, bitter, unforgiving. As if the very heavens had broken open in grief. Edward paused in the middle of the path. His head tilted upward, the water streaking down his face. He reached up and wiped at his cheek absently. Huh. Must be the rain. His voice was hollow, absent, a mere echo of what he used to be. His eyes, once filled with hope, now looked empty, as though something had been taken that could never return. A moment later, he vanished without a trace. No sound, no light. Just gone. As if he had never been there at all. After Edward left Golgotha, he walked. He did not know how long. There was no measure of time in his mind, no days, no nights, just a quiet, persistent movement forward. His steps were steady, almost mechanical. His eyes, usually sharp and perceptive, held no focus. He passed through cities and plains, mountains and rivers. He saw the rise of kingdoms, the decay of empires. He passed people in the streets, walked alongside travelers and beggars and merchants, but never spoke. Sometimes he helped, lifting a collapsed wall from a child, calming a beast threatening a village, parting waves when a boat was at risk, but he said no words. Only his presence lingered for a moment, then vanished like a breeze passing over the land. His face remained unreadable, but inside, he was haunted by silence. There was no destination. Just walking. Until, one day, he came upon a violent tremor beneath his feet, and in the distance, a plume of smoke and ash rose high into the heavens. Lava poured from the mountainside like a river of fire, and screams echoed in the valley below. Edward paused as his gaze swept across the burning horizon. This must be Pompeii, he murmured to himself, for the first time in what felt like centuries, his voice faint, almost alien to his own ears. The chaos around him was swift and devastating. Fire rained from the sky, and the earth cracked underfoot. People fled, mothers clutching children, men carrying wounded loved ones, priests and elders weeping as the city crumbled behind them. Edward watched for a brief second, then stepped forward. He moved through the smoke and ash like a silent warden. With a wave of his hand, he split the ground to redirect the lava's flow. He caught falling stones with his bare hands, shielding the people beneath them. He carried the wounded, led the lost, and gently pulled those frozen in fear to their feet. But still, he said nothing. He brought those who remained to a nearby settlement, far from the volcanic death that swallowed their homes. When they were safe, when he had done all he could, the people gathered around, some kneeling, some weeping, all calling out his name in gratitude. But he didn't stay to hear it. He didn't glance back. He walked away before they could even ask who he was. The emptiness inside him hadn't changed. It was time to go home. He did not rush, nor hesitate. But he turned his path toward Themyscira, the island where his heart had always found rest. Toward his family. Toward his wives. When he arrived, it was late afternoon. The sun was beginning to descend, casting gold across the marble courtyards and blooming gardens of the Amazonian capital. Birds sang, and the sea lapped gently against the cliffs. But even the beauty of the land did little to ease the shadow on Edward's face. He stepped into the royal grounds, and the guards immediately bowed in recognition. A message was sent, and within moments, Hera and Hippolyta appeared. Their eyes widened at the sight of him. "Edward," Hera said, stepping forward, concern flashing across her features. "You've returned," Hippolyta whispered, a soft joy in her voice. Diana followed soon after, her youthful smile lighting up when she saw her father. "Father," she called, running forward and hugging him tightly. He wrapped his arms around her, smiling faintly. "I've missed you," she murmured. "I've missed you too, my little princess," he replied softly, brushing her hair back. But even as he smiled, the women saw it. The heaviness behind his eyes. The way his shoulders seemed to carry weight far beyond flesh and blood. He acted normal. He smiled, he laughed gently, he even shared supper with them that evening, but the sorrow lingered. They didn't press him, not at first. That night, when Diana had gone to sleep, Hera and Hippolyta stayed with him. The moonlight bathed the chamber in silver, the gentle breeze playing with the curtains as the three sat close. Edward leaned back against the cushions, Hera to one side of him, Hippolyta to the other. He hadn't said much after dinner, but now, in the quiet of night, he spoke. "So that's all that happened," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He gave them a sad smile, his fingers curling slightly in his lap. "Despite all my powers, it seems I keep failing too many times." Hera didn't respond immediately. She reached for him, wrapping her arms around his broad frame, resting her head against his shoulder. "It's all right, dear," she said gently. "We understand. I helped deliver that child. Although I didn't stay back and watch over him like you did. I could feel your pain. But you should remember his words. This was his destiny. He chose it." Edward looked down at her, his expression softening as her words echoed within him. He still didn't fully understand why it had to be that way, why things ended as they did, but he remembered Yeshua's calm voice, his acceptance, his faith in others. It lingered like a quiet flame in his chest. Hippolyta reached over and took his hand, her touch warm and steady. "Don't be sad, husband," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet strength. "You have us to share your pain. We are your wives, after all. We will always be here to listen." Edward stared at their hands for a long moment, fingers intertwined. The warmth of her palm, the steadiness of her grip, it was grounding. It reminded him that despite everything, he wasn't alone. He was never alone. Hera, Hippolyta, even Diana, they had always been there. Through centuries of war, through the rise and fall of gods and empires, they had remained. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, then opened them again. "I'm grateful," he said at last, his voice low and sincere. "Thank you for always being there. Hera. Hippolyta. I am grateful to you both." Hippolyta gave him a small, loving smile. Hera lifted her head and kissed his forehead softly. "No need to thank us, silly," she said with a gentle laugh. "We are also grateful to have you with us." They sat there in silence for a time, holding each other beneath the moonlit sky, letting the pain slowly settle between them, not vanished, not forgotten, but lessened by the bond they shared. The night moved on, but they did not rush to sleep. In that moment, Edward felt no need to walk away again. Not tonight. Not when he was home. Chapter 32, Dream a Little Dream of Me. The wind howled across the desolate landscape, sweeping through endless fields of white snow and jagged mountain ridges. It was deathly cold, the kind of biting frost that turned flesh numb within minutes and froze breath in midair. This was no place for ordinary mortals. In this forgotten corner of the world, silent, remote, and cloaked in eternal winter, something ancient stirred. A storm of divine pressure rolled through the air. At its center stood a towering figure, 3 heads glaring in unison, 6 muscular arms wielding 6 devastating weapons, a gleaming sword, a crushing hammer, a long and wicked spear, a rune-etched bow, a brutal mace, and a heavy axe. Radiant heat pulsed around him in waves, pushing back the cold with godly fury. This was Triglav, the supreme trinity of the Slavic pantheon. The merged essence of Purin, Svarog, and Dazbog, sky, earth, and underworld made flesh and wrath. A divine force born from desperation and vengeance. Across from him stood a single man. Golden-haired, blue-eyed, and exuding a casual arrogance that was entirely out of place in the frozen wasteland, Edward, known in these lands by another name, Elric, stood motionless, gazing at the deity with mild annoyance. "Guys," he muttered with exasperation, "did you really have to pull a triple fusion for little old me? Couldn't you just, I don't know, leave and live out your miserable long lives? Why do you have to make things harder?" The voice that responded was as heavy as thunder. 3 heads spoke as one, each filled with rage. "You insolent bastard. You killed my pantheon, and you expect me to leave you alone. Alone, we might not have stood a chance. But with our combined might, even you will fall." Edward sighed and cracked his neck. "Since you want to die so badly, let me fulfill your wish." Inside his mind, he sent a thought. "Guys, who wants to take this one?" Saber's voice replied first, blunt and dismissive. "Too weak." Ryder followed with a shrug in his tone. "My powers are not suited for this type of combat." Gilgamesh scoffed. "Are the weapons I lent you not enough for this pathetic brute?" The others remained silent. Edward was just about to settle on some less than honorable tactics when a deep voice chuckled from the depths of his soul. "Very well. Since I haven't helped you out till now, allow me to be of service, Edward." A grin spread across Edward's face. "About damn time." Back in the real world, Edward met Triglav's enraged eyes with a smug expression. "You're about to get nuked, Triclops," he declared. "Equip, Lancer." A surge of brilliant energy erupted from Edward's body. The snow and sky lit up with white gold flames, and the wind scattered as if repelled by divine will. Triglav raised one arm to shield his many eyes from the blinding burst. When the light faded, a different figure stood in Edward's place. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with ash-gray hair and a regal, pale complexion. A crimson armor clung to him, detailed with golden filigree and 2 sun-shaped brooches at his shoulders. In his right hand, he held a radiant spear, the tip forged like the sun itself, crackling with solar heat. This was Karna, the son of the sun god, hero of Indian mythology Mahabharata. Edward took a few experimental swings with the spear and laughed lightly. "This feels amazing. It's like the power of the sun in the palm of my hands. How dare you ignore me?" Triglav roared, no longer willing to stand still. With a burst of divine speed, he lunged forward and unleashed a flurry of attacks. All 6 arms moved with deadly coordination, his weapons whistling through the air with enough force to shatter mountains. Clang. Clank. Clang. The spear spun in Edward's hands with incredible grace. He parried, deflected, and dodged each strike, his footing sure and his eyes alight. Karna's calm confidence merged with Edward's innate battle instincts, giving him an unnatural rhythm. Yet the pressure was immense. Triglav's assault was relentless, the strength behind each blow immense. Edward was fast, but not reckless. After several exchanges, he began to feel the strain. "Persistent bastard, aren't you?" he muttered, leaping back through a wall of kicked-up snow. He steadied himself, holding the spear aloft. The golden weapon flared with scarlet fire. A grin touched his lips. "Let's see how you like a mini-nuke to the face, Triclops." The divine heat gathered at the tip. He called its name with purpose. "Burn to cinders, Brahmastra Kundala." He hurled the blazing spear forward, the air itself howling in its wake. Triglav's many eyes widened in alarm. "No. That's bad," he bellowed. The power of sky, earth, and underworld condensed into shield. A protective dome of shimmering energy formed around him, a complex fusion of elemental domains. Then it struck. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Blinding. The earth cracked and melted. Fire roared outward in waves, the snow turning instantly to steam. Even the rock beneath the mountain shivered under the divine impact. The protective dome held, but only just. It cracked violently, then shattered. Triglav screamed as fire consumed his form. He emerged from the blaze scorched and wounded, his armor seared and divine skin blackened. But he still stood. Edward gave a low whistle. "You're quite durable, I'll give you that." He grinned, stepping forward again. "So, what are you going to do about the next one?" He exploded upward into the sky, flames blasting beneath his feet. The clouds parted violently, and the blazing sun emerged above, merciless and searing. Triglav's expression twisted. Anger turned to fear. He could sense it, something worse was coming. Up above, Edward raised his hand. He chanted softly. "Feel the mercy of the King of Gods." A blade of pure light materialized at his back, then another, and another, replicating like a celestial will ticking forward. Time slowed. Sun's heat bent reality itself. Below, Triglav gathered his fading strength. He poured everything into defense, erecting a final shield of raw divine essence. His instinct screamed, "If this hits and I'll die. You will be destroyed with this one strike." The air itself cracked. Day blurred into dusk, the world turned black and white. Edward finished the chant, his voice like a whisper from heaven and hell alike. "And the world shall reach its eternal sunset." He hurled the final spear. Vasvi Shakti. Boom. A huge explosion of heat went off like a nuclear blast. Crimson and yellow flames surged with absolute annihilation. The world itself burned under its wrath. The mountains vanished beneath waves of fire. The eternal snow evaporated. Thousands of years of frost were undone in seconds. What had been a frozen wasteland became a scorched, cratered plain. Triglav's roar echoed one last time before silence consumed all. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained of the Slavic god. Not even ash. Edward landed softly, heat still rippling from his armor. He glanced around, then exhaled. "Man, it feels good to be on the launching end of the nuke," he muttered. Looking across the melted terrain, he added with a faint smirk, "Seems this land can now be inhabited by people. I hope that's the end of those Slavic bastards." He turned away, boots crunching lightly on the glassy new earth beneath his feet. His job was done. But as he was about to leave, he felt a disturbance in the surrounding, and it started crumbling and fading away. Before everything returned to darkness, Edward saw a different world. It was beautiful and mysterious. "This was probably a dream, huh?" Edward remarked as he waved at the man sitting on a throne, who looked at him curiously. Then he woke up. Edward woke up with a startled gasp, his chest rising sharply as the breath caught in his throat. The remnants of some distant, fading nightmare clung to him like mist, gone before it could take shape. His muscles tensed instinctively, ready to sit up, when he felt it, the soft weight resting gently across his torso. He looked down. And there they were. Nestled close against him, their bodies warm and tranquil, lay Hippolyta and Hera, their arms wrapped around him, their faces calm in sleep. The corners of Edward's mouth lifted into a small, genuine smile. He exhaled slowly, the tension ebbing from his body as he closed his eyes once more, letting the serenity of the moment wash over him. It had been centuries since he returned to Themyscira. Centuries since he set foot on the sacred island of women and warriors. Life here had been peaceful, calm in a way the outside world rarely allowed. After his long and brutal journey across pantheons and mythic realms, after the wars, the betrayals, the battles, he had come back, battered and silent. When he shared his experiences, Hera and Hippolyta hadn't said much. Not at first. Seeing his condition, hearing all he had endured, they had simply embraced him, refusing to let him leave again until he recovered. Their firm presence had grounded him. And for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to stay still. He had returned here during his earlier travels, yes, but never for long. Not as often as he should have. Not as often as they deserved. Guilt had gnawed at him. That guilt had lingered. So he remained. Not for days or months, but for over a century. It wasn't all peace and quiet, of course. Hippolyta hadn't said anything at first, but a few years after his return, she'd spoken up, her voice quiet but steady. One of the Amazons, Myrina, had left Themyscira, venturing out into the world of man. She never came back. No one knew what had become of her. Her absence cast a long shadow. Then there were the threats. Unknown forces had tried to breach their shores. Armadas that emerged from beyond the horizon, dark sails and burning ambition. But the sea itself turned against them. Hera, empowered with Edward's divine domain over the oceans, unleashed the wrath of the tides. Entire fleets sank beneath the waves, dragged into oblivion before they could make landfall. She had cultivated the gift Edward gave her, molding it until her dominion rivaled even Poseidon's. Edward opened his eyes again and glanced down, gently running his fingers through their hair. They stirred slowly at his touch. Hippolyta yawned, her head brushing against his chest as she blinked sleepily. Beside her, Hera's eyes fluttered open. The Queen of Olympus gazed up at him with a sigh, her expression mixed with knowing sadness and resignation. "Today is the day, right?" she asked softly, her voice laced with reluctant acceptance. "You're leaving again?" Edward leaned down and kissed her forehead, brushing her cheek gently with his thumb. "Sorry, dear," he murmured. "I've stayed as long as I could. But the world hasn't stopped moving." Hippolyta turned his face toward her and kissed him, slow and tender. She looked torn and conflicted between love and understanding, but her voice was clear. "It was wonderful to have you stay with us for so long, husband. But you're not the type to settle down and live peacefully." Edward chuckled, his voice warm with affection. "You know me so well," he said. "I'll rest when there's nothing left for me to do. But until then, the world's not going to save itself." The three of them rose, washed, and dressed. Morning light spilled through the open stone archways of their home. They joined Diana for breakfast, fruit, bread, and the fresh produce of Themyscira. Diana had changed much since the little girl he once knew. The child full of wild curiosity and boundless energy had grown into a strong, radiant young woman. She carried herself with calm confidence, her posture regal and sure. She was powerful now. Graceful and deadly in equal measure. But some of that youthful spark remained. Recklessness, curiosity, and an explorer's heart still stirred within her. Thanks to Edward's guidance, she had matured well. His teachings helped her temper emotion with wisdom, strength with restraint. Occasionally, she still ventured outside the island with him, experiencing the wider world firsthand. And perhaps because of that, her desire to leave permanently had lessened. Edward could only wonder how that would influence the future. But as always, the hour arrived when farewells had to be said. The goodbye was long, quiet, and filled with unspoken feelings. Hera held his face between her hands and whispered her farewell words. Hippolyta's embrace was fierce, unwilling to let go even when her strength told her she must. Diana stood tall, a warrior now, but there was moisture in her eyes as she hugged him with pride. And then Edward left Themyscira once again, returning to the world of men. His travels took him back through lands he once visited. He walked among the people he had lifted up, granted second chances to, taught magic and peace. Africa had bloomed magnificently. Where once the soil was dry and cracked, now lush greenery stretched for miles. The cities were vibrant, built from stone and magic alike. Tribes that once warred now cooperated, their ancient traditions preserved even as they embraced civilization. The magical teachings he left behind had evolved beautifully. But there was an issue. They worshipped him fervently, obsessively. The father of beginning, they called him. Songs were sung in his name, temples erected. Priests declared his word sacred. He had left behind knowledge, and they had made it into a religion. Edward cringed at the sight of his own golden statue, 20 feet tall, surrounded by chanting worshippers. He slipped away from the city unnoticed, mentally noting to come back and put a stop to this. Eventually. In Moskva, at the heart of what would one day be Russia, the people had endured the cold. The land remained frigid, but where Edward had once melted the eternal frost, the earth beneath had proved fertile. Villages had grown into towns, and their resilience was unmatched. The people were strong and wary of outsiders, but their traditions were deep and proud. He left feeling satisfied. But the true marvel laid in Vinland. The land he had once gifted to the Norse settlers had flourished beyond expectation. They had advanced rapidly, more than 500 years ahead of the rest of the world. Runic magic intertwined seamlessly with their technology. Tall structures powered by mystical energy dotted their cities. Their warriors wielded blades inscribed with ancient glyphs. And more importantly, they had the strength to defend what they had built. Edward smiled as he walked unseen through the capital, noting the disciplined guards, the thriving markets, the libraries filled with magical theory. It was a civilization thriving because they believed in learning and strength both. China, however, was in chaos. The Han dynasty had crumbled, and the land was engulfed in civil war. Edward watched from afar as armies clashed, banners raised high, drums echoing in the distance. It was the time of the warlords. The coalition against Dongjua had just formed, and he observed with interest. Sitting atop a small hill, he grabbed some roasted peanuts from a passing merchant and sat down to enjoy the spectacle. His gaze followed a particularly large warrior on horseback, who was fighting 3 men at once. The brute swung his blade with deadly grace, his every strike shaking the battlefield. But then a voice shouted from below, "Look! That's the golden ship of the victorious Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Heads turned, fingers pointed. More voices joined in awe and panic. Edward blinked, sighed, and vanished in a flash of light. It was time to move on. So far, the world had shifted in many ways. Tragedies that once seemed inevitable had been prevented. The Mycenaeans still stood. The Greco-Persian wars had ended swiftly. The Peloponnesian Wars never even began. And in their place, new civilizations had risen, each shaped in some small way by his touch. And for now, that was enough. Year. Londinium, Britannia. Two figures walked side by side beneath a cloudy sky, their steps measured, deliberate. A man and a woman, alike in more ways than just the striking beauty of their features. Their skin was pale, untouched by sun or time, and their clothes were exquisitely black, as if darkness itself wove their garments. The man wore a tailored coat with fine detailing, sharp yet timeless, while the woman's dress flowed around her like smoke, elegant and slightly ethereal. The people around them noticed. Some with curiosity, others with unease. Men glanced at the woman, captivated by her aloof beauty, her eyes ancient but warm, yet none dared approach her. Women glanced toward the men with equal intrigue, though his expression remained cold, detached, as though he belonged to a different reality altogether. The men grimaced slightly as the wind carried the scent of the streets. His voice was low, and carried the sharp edge of disdain. I really don't see the point of this, sister. The smell is awful, and the people are rather annoying. The woman beside him gave a soft laugh, her tone teasing but affectionate. Come now, little brother, you promised to spend the day with me. Besides. Her eyes sparkled with interest. I suddenly feel there might be something interesting inside. They approached the weathered tavern doors, the wooden frame bearing signs of age and countless stories. With a push, they entered. Inside, noise and laughter swirled around them like a storm of human emotion. The tavern was bustling, filled with the warmth of firelight, the clatter of tankards, and the scent of roasted meat and spilled ale. It was alive in a way that only mortal places could be. The man curled his nose. This just feels like a waste of time. His sister gave him a playful side glance and walked ahead toward the bar. Come now, dream. Have a drink. Listen to the people. Experience their lives for once. See them on their terms. He followed reluctantly, his eyes scanning the room with mild disapproval. The woman took a sip of ale from a crude wooden mug, then chuckled. This, however, is terrible. The man sat beside her, silent for a while, before focusing his attention on the surrounding voices. Fragments of conversation reached him, complaints, laughter, laments. This is His Majesty's third poll tax in 3 years. What else could we have done? We've got war, plague, and 2 bloody popes fighting. Until that strangely handsome fella called Edward resolved them, but mark my words, one can't save everyone every time. The end of the world is nigh. Morpheus turned toward his sister. His posture was casual, but his tone retained that signature depth of quiet gravitas. I received a delegation from the Fairies. They've been thinking about migrating. The woman, Death, arched a brow, curious. Migrating. To where? Vinland, Morpheus answered. They say that land still retains mystery. They would be welcome and safe there. All due to one man. She rolled her eyes slightly and tried to pull him back from work talk. Brother. Forget about work. Listen to the people. With a resigned sigh, Morpheus gave in and turned his focus once more to the room. Conversations drifted past him. Some told crass jokes. Others shared stories barely coherent from drink. Yet suddenly, both siblings stilled. Their attention shifted to a corner table. A group of drunken men were arguing. The subject, unexpectedly, was what had caught their attention. Look, I've seen Death. I lost half my village to the Black Death, before he showed up. I fought under Buckingham in Burgundy. It's not like I don't know what death is. Death is, stupid. You're a fool, Hob. No, I'm telling you. Nobody has to die. The only reason we die is 'cause everyone does it. Morpheus glanced at Death. Her face remained unreadable, though her eyes shimmered with the weight of centuries. Then, a new voice joined the conversation. Deep, calm, amused. I believe otherwise. All heads turned toward him and cloaked in shadow at the back of the tavern. Oh yeah. And what do you think of Death, friend? One of the guys asked. The stranger gave a soft chuckle. I have seen Death more than enough for one lifetime. Death is rather beautiful. The other men scoffed. Oh, bollocks. What's so beautiful about death when you're choking on your blood or stabbed by a sword? Or the damn plague? But the cloaked man smiled faintly, unfazed. Don't you see? Death is equal for all. Rich and poor, king and peasant. All stand on the same level before it. It's death that gives life its meaning. Knowing any moment could be your last, that's what makes us fight to savor every second. Our lives show their meaning in death by what we achieved, who we were, how we lived. Morpheus gave Death a knowing glance. A rather high praise for you, dear sister. Seems you've got an admirer. But before she could answer, Hob Gadling, the drunken man, raised his voice again. Well, be that as it may. I've made up my mind. I'm not going to die. Morpheus arched a brow. Why would any sensible creature crave an eternity of this? I know of one man who's lived over 1,000 years, he should be bored of it already. Death gave a sly smile. You could find out. How? Morpheus asked with smirk. I could grant him his wish. Death returned the smirk. He chuckled lightly. Do that and he'll be begging for death within a century. Care to bet, little brother? She arched an eyebrow. Morpheus gave a small chuckle. 100 years of life. Then I'll ask if he still wishes to live. Death extended her hand, her smile coy. Done. As Morpheus approached Hob to make the offer, Death's eyes strayed back to the corner, to the cloaked man. Something about him unsettled her. Curiosity, and a feeling she couldn't name, made her step forward. Hello, good sir, she said gently. Pardon the intrusion. But I wanted to ask, why do you think death is beautiful? The man chuckled, warm and familiar. Because it's true. After living a long life, sometimes you think dying might not be so bad, especially if a pretty lady is holding your hand. Death froze. Her breath caught. That voice, it had changed, matured, mellowed, but she recognized it. She stepped back sharply, nearly knocking over a stool. Sorry for bothering you. I should be on my way. The man smiled, tilting his head. Did I offend you? If so, apologies. She shook her head quickly, retreating. No. It's not like that. I really have to be somewhere. Just then, Morpheus arrived after talking with Hob, his curiosity piqued by his sister's uncharacteristic reaction. He looked between the men and Death, then arched an amused brow. So. You've been talking to your admirer, sister. Death didn't respond and looked away rather awkwardly. The man lifted his gaze toward Morpheus and smiled. Huh. Is that you, Morpheus? Been a while, hasn't it? He reached up and lowered the hood of his cloak. Morpheus's eyes widened slightly, his cool demeanor briefly shaken. It's a rather small world indeed. It looks like we meet again, Edward Elric. You haven't changed much. Time skip and Cliff Quinn strikes again, smirking face. Chapter 33, Family Meeting. I had to travel for a work event, and will be out till Friday. I had 2 chapters written but unedited, I'll post them today and tomorrow. Next might be on Friday or Saturday. Edward chuckled lightly, the corner of his lips tilting upward as he gestured toward the nearby bench. You haven't changed much either, Morpheus. And this must be Death, he added, his gaze flicking to the pale young woman standing several paces behind the Dream Lord. Though I'm not sure why you're standing so far away, as if I have the pox. He offered a small grin, trying to lighten the mood. Death didn't meet his eyes. Morpheus's expression remained as it always did, unreadable, though a flicker of disinterest crossed his eyes as he looked around. I'm tired of this place, he said, tone low and steady. The noise and stench is extensive. Death, standing with her arms folded, added in a curt voice, yes. We should be on our way. We have duties. Morpheus's brow lifted. He turned to look at her. But isn't today your day off, sister? Her glare was immediate and sharp, enough to silence him. Morpheus blinked, confused, but said nothing further. Still, inwardly, he took note. That was strange. She wasn't usually so short-tempered with him. And ever since they encountered Edward, her mood had shifted entirely. Her posture was defensive, her voice tight. Morpheus narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtful. Is there something going on? Edward lifted his hands in a half-hearted shrug, unbothered. It seems she has something against me, he said casually. Not sure what I did to incur her hatred. That's rather sad. I was actually looking forward to talking with her. Death looked away, her gaze fixed on a distant lamppost as if it were more interesting than the conversation. Her voice was quiet when she replied. I don't hate you. I just don't wish to interfere in mortal lives. It never ends well for them. Edward laughed, amused. Well, whatever mortal part remained of me has long since vanished. Thousands of years ago, in fact. No need to worry your pretty little head over it. Death let out a scoffing noise, folding her arms tighter across her chest. Yeah, right. You got injured and bled a lot on your journey. If you were really immortal, that wouldn't happen, would it? Edward's smile didn't waver. But he paused, a slight lift of his brow betraying surprise. Oh. So you have been observing me. His grin widened. Can't say I mind. Since it's a gothic beauty like you, it's almost flattering. But I do hope you weren't peeking during my, more intimate moments. Death, for the first time in eons, actually blushed. Her cheeks flushed pink as she snapped, of course not. I am Death. I have better things to do than watch you have sex for 3 days. Edward raised his hand in mock alarm. Wait a minute, that's rather specific. His eyes lit up with amusement. How did you know the exact time? He gasped and theatrically covered his mouth. You really did peek. Morpheus blinked. He looked between Edward and his sister, suddenly struck with a strange feeling. He studied her again. Her reactions weren't casual. There was something deeper. It feels like she knows him. Death huffed in annoyance, clearly rattled. I don't know what you mean. I am leaving. She turned on her heel sharply, boots clicking against the pavement as she began walking away. Morpheus glanced back and forth, unsure what to do, before wordlessly following her. But Edward, feeling playful and lacking anything to do, decided to keep the teasing going. He followed behind them, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Death stopped and looked over her shoulder, her voice sharp. Did you need something? Edward shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just going out for an enthusiastic walk. Then walk elsewhere, she snapped. I know the King of Britannia, Edward replied smugly. He specifically said I could go anywhere on this land. Morpheus let out a cough. Maybe I should leave. Stay right there. Death gave him a look so sharp that even the Lord of Dreams didn't dare disobey. Edward chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. All right, don't pout. How about you tell me why you're pissed at me, and I can try to remedy that. Death stopped again. Her tone was low and composed as she turned to face him. I'm pissed because you are annoying. It's in your best interest to stay away from us. Mortals always get hurt when they get close to us. Edward tilted his head. I thought you'd be cool to hang out with. Like Olethros. Guess not. Never mind then, I'm getting bored. You guys can go on your way. He turned around to leave. Wait. Death called out suddenly. She stepped forward, her voice urgent. Where did you last meet him? Olethros. He's been gone for over a century. We can't get a hold of him. Where is our brother? Edward didn't look back. His voice was casual, but firm. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Bro code and all that. Something in her expression softened, maybe frustration, maybe desperation, but before she could stop herself, she reached out and grabbed his hand. Hold on. I still have. But she didn't get to finish her sentence. The moment her fingers touched his hand, she gasped. A sudden, overwhelming force washed through her. It was unlike anything she had ever felt. Blinding white light erupted from within Edward, warm, immense, serene. It was peace. A sensation like floating through sun-drenched clouds, a weightlessness that eased every burden, quieted every doubt. Her connection to sorrow, to endings, to grief, all of it faded for one impossible moment. She stood stunned, her eyes wide. The light in her gaze shifted, transforming to pure white. Tears fell from her white eyes, as she whispered, I see it. Hope. Morpheus moved instantly, stepping forward protectively. His cloak swirled, face tight with icy calm. What have you done to my sister? Speak. The area around him started flickering between dream and reality. Edward caught Death gently as she wavered. She would have collapsed if not for him catching her. She felt quite light. She's fine, he said quickly, holding up a hand. Her powers are reacting to my energy. It seems she accidentally peeked into my secret. Don't worry. She'll be all right. Think of it like getting drunk for the first time. Morpheus didn't lower his guard. His eyes remained narrowed, posture poised for a fight. But just then, a third voice cut in. Calm down, brother. He means no harm. A figure stepped out from the shadows. A tall man, cloaked in gray, with a large tome bound in heavy chain held close to his chest. Destiny. Morpheus frowned. Why are you here? You never appear in the mortal world unless it's absolutely necessary. Destiny lifted a hand, signaling for silence. His gaze rested on Edward. Greetings, brother. We meet again. Although you continue to refuse to acknowledge your standing. Edward scratched his head, looking sheepish. Hey man. How's it going? I told you before, I'm non-union. You guys can deal with the responsibilities. I'll just keep doing my thing. Morpheus stared at Destiny, a rare flicker of genuine confusion etched across his normally composed features. What is going on here, Destiny? Why are you calling him brother? Explain. Destiny closed his eyes momentarily, as though recalling pages already written. His voice, calm and immutable as always. Dream, this is something only destruction, delirium, and I have known. It happened without warning. Edward has been granted dominion over the fundamental force of hope, by the presence himself. Morpheus blinked, his lips parting slightly in disbelief. He had witnessed countless oddities and truths across time and space, but this was different. This wasn't another tale of some ambitious sorcerer or forgotten god. It felt heavier, something deeper than even his own endless existence. Destiny continued without pausing, his expression neutral. I came to know of it when the pages of the Book of Destiny changed. His name was written. I sought him out, as was required, to welcome him among us. But he declined the title. He wished to remain anonymous. Morpheus's voice grew sharper. Then how did the others know? If it was meant to be secret? Destiny nodded slightly, acknowledging the question. Delirium followed me secretly. I was unaware of it at the time, but when she saw him, she recognized the truth instinctively. As for destruction, he met Edward before leaving. Their encounter was brief, but meaningful. Edward told him the truth. Edward scratched his neck awkwardly and glanced at the passers-by on the street beginning to glance in their direction. This might not be the best place to have a divine family drama. Maybe we should take this to my house. People are starting to stare. The group made their way silently to Edward's home. It was unassuming from the outside, modest stone walls, simple timber frames. But inside, it exuded a quiet elegance. The architecture was medieval in structure, but the space held an unnatural calm, like time slowed slightly within its walls. They settled in. Morpheus remained standing for a moment, arms crossed, his gaze resting accusingly on Destiny. You should have told us, he said at last, his tone laced with tension. Someone becoming one of us, it's unheard of. One of us joins only when another ends. No such end occurred. Destiny remained still. He is not as we are. Not fully. Edward has free will. He exists outside the structure that binds us. The cosmic laws do not apply to him as they do to us. He was granted this position for a reason even I do not fully comprehend. Edward, seated casually near Death, who was still lying peacefully on the couch, poured some tea into cups and offered them around. Look, Morpheus. Destiny was just respecting my wishes. This needs to remain hidden. At least for now. He leaned back into the couch he had built himself, oaken leather, with signs of handcraft etched into its grains. There's a war coming. Something massive. Bigger than anything you've seen. I don't know the full details yet, but I was told to act as normal as possible. If the enemy senses what I am, what I carry, it could jeopardize everything. Morpheus's expression didn't shift. And we are simply meant to accept that. Sit back while something brews in the dark. If a war is coming, then we should prepare. Tell me, Edward, who exactly is the enemy? Edward sighed. I wish I could tell you. Believe me, I do. But I was warned. The less people know, the safer everyone remains. Destiny nodded. Edward is right, dream. It's better not to inquire about it. At that moment, Death stirred. Her eyelids fluttered as if waking from a deep dream. She blinked rapidly and sat up slightly, looking around in surprise. Her gaze moved from Destiny, then to Morpheus, and finally rested on Edward, her expression confused and cautious. What happened when I touched you? She asked, her voice soft, but tinged with wonder. It felt so peaceful. As if I had slept for centuries. It was warm and still and quiet. Like everything made sense for once. Edward met her eyes. His tone turned more solemn. That, Death, was your soul reacting to my somewhat uncontrollable powers. You caught a glimpse of what I am, what I represent. He raised one hand lazily, palm upward in mock formality. Hello, Death. I'm Edward. Embodiment of hope. Non-union member of the Endless Club. Cheers. There was silence. Death blinked and turned to Destiny, disbelief etched across her face. This makes no sense. We don't just gain new siblings. That's not how this works. Destiny only nodded, confirming Edward's words with a calm that didn't need repetition. Edward raised a brow. I'm sitting right here, you know. Death looked away, unsettled. She had seen countless things, held the hands of emperors and beggars in their final moments. But never before had she felt something like that momentary contact, something so pure it threatened to unravel her understanding of existence. Destiny straightened slightly and turned toward Morpheus. I believe we've lingered long enough. We should be on our way. Morpheus gave a brief nod and rose to his feet. He hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating something, but ultimately said nothing. His eyes lingered on Edward, unreadable. Death tried to stand, but stumbled. Instinctively, Edward reached out and caught her by the arm, steadying her gently. She looked up at him hesitantly, her voice low. Thank you. We should talk later. Edward smiled, easy and genuine. You know where to find me. The waves struck the jagged rocks below, spraying white foam into the air as Edward sat on the edge of the cliff, his gaze fixed on the ocean. His expression was unreadable. The sky was overcast, and the sea birds called above, circling before diving for fish. Occasionally, a silver flash would break the surface, fish leaping before vanishing again. It had been over a week since the meeting with the Endless. The memory still lingered in his mind. A voice came from behind, soft but clear. "Mind if I join you?" Edward didn't look back. He gave a small shrug. "It's a public place. Feel free." Death walked over and sat beside him. Her tone was light, but there was something behind it. "You feel different today. Are you brooding?" Edward exhaled slowly. "Nah. It's one of those days that makes you feel the blues. I've lived over 2,500 years. Can't expect me to be cheerful all the time." Death tilted her head slightly, studying him. "So Hope also gets moody now?" "Maybe." She looked away, watching the waves crash against the cliffs. Her voice dropped. "I apologize for earlier. It's complicated." Edward turned toward her. His brow furrowed slightly. "It's not complicated to explain why you act weirdly around me. Last time you tried to avoid me. Now you're sitting beside me." Death sighed in frustration. "That's why I apologized. Look, it's not like I have anything against you. It's quite the opposite. I admire you. But because of my nature, I could never get close. It might have brought great tragedy to you. The Endless are forbidden to get too near mortals. It never ends well. And that explains why you were acting strangely last time." Edward asked, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Death looked away again. "I usually take a day off every 100 years. I let my avatar take on a mortal form, with mortal emotions, thoughts. To feel alive, somewhat. So when the person you're interested in, the one you've been trying to avoid, shows up when you're vulnerable. I tried to leave." She paused. "I am Death, Edward. Death can't be close to life. Or life will perish. That's just how it is." Edward nodded slowly. "I understand your teen angst phase. And I don't blame you. Just be normal. Since you now know I'm not just any mortal." Death's eyes narrowed. "That's uncalled for. I'm older than you, and you call my emotional turmoil teenage angst. Like walking aimlessly for years was some healthy emotional release." Edward laughed lightly. "Your stalking habits are healthy. And we still haven't talked about you peeking at me during my private moments. Ms. Cosmic Voyeur." Her face reddened slightly. "That's accidental. It's not like I have a habit of spying on people." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Do go on." She didn't respond to the jab. Instead, her eyes remained on the crashing sea. "It's just, sometimes it's not fair. Can you imagine being there for every soul as they die? Guiding them, day after day. I see their lives. How interesting they are." She paused again. "Sometimes I feel envious of humans. They can do whatever they want. Create. Destroy. Love. Hate. Because they have free will. We don't. So we're drawn to them. We watch." Edward leaned back, resting his hands behind him. "So we're a soap opera for you. And you want to be part of the drama." She glared sideways at him. "Don't make fun of someone after they pour their heart out." He raised one hand. "Fine. My bad. Want a drink?" Her lips curved into a faint smile. "Finally, some manners." He pulled out a flask and poured the drink into a small chalice. She took it, sipped, and closed her eyes for a second. That's wonderful. You have to give me a bottle. You've ruined my taste for anything else." Edward grinned. "Maybe I shouldn't. So you have more reason to visit." Death looked away again, her voice soft. "You wish. I have better things to do." He leaned in slightly. "Not even if I ask nicely." She muttered, just loud enough to hear, "Maybe." Then, her expression shifted. "Wait. I almost forgot why I came here. I wanted to ask you about my brother." Edward placed a hand on his chest in mock offense. "So, you didn't come to see me?" Ouch. That hurts. She stifled a laugh. "Well, that might be one of the reasons. But seriously, can you please tell me where Destruction is?" Her tone changed. The amusement left her voice. "He's been gone for a century. We can't find him. He refuses to answer our call." Edward's expression became more serious. He looked away from her. "I can't do that. He specifically told me not to inform you where he's going. He's fine, that's all I can say. He might return someday. Or not." Death lowered her head. Her voice was quiet. You know, he was the glue that held us together. Now that he's gone, we barely talk. Desire keeps picking fights with Dream. Despair's just off on her own. Delirium, she's always drifting. Destiny is. Destiny. He doesn't speak much. Her voice strained slightly. It's just me, trying to hold it all together. Edward reached out and placed his hand on hers. She didn't pull away. In fact, her fingers gently curled around his. Don't worry, he said. Everything will work out in the end. And if it doesn't, you can always come and complain about it to me. A small, genuine smile formed on her lips. Thank you, Edward. It's nice to talk to someone like you. My siblings are, well, not great at conversations. Edward chuckled. Delirium would disagree. She very interesting at conversations. Flashback. Year. Britannia. The modest home Edward had built for himself was quiet, its thick stone walls muffling the wind outside. The fireplace crackled gently in the corner, casting long shadows across the parchment-strewn table where he sat writing in his journal. The ink glided smoothly from his quill as he documented his encounter with Destiny earlier that day, a visit that had left him contemplative. Destiny had said little, his expression as unreadable as always, but Edward had sensed the weight behind the brief exchange. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. The flickering candlelight danced across the page. He had convinced Destiny to keep the truth of his embodiment as hope a secret, for now, at least. It had taken some effort, but Destiny agreed. Or, rather, didn't object. That was enough. As he reached to close the journal, something stirred in his peripheral vision. He paused, narrowing his eyes. A flash of red hair disappeared behind the doorway. He waited. A moment passed. Then, slowly, a young girl's head poked into the room again, eyes wide with curiosity and mischief. Edward pretended not to see her. As soon as she leaned in further, he moved silently and light on his feet despite his size. Boo. Aha. The girl shrieked and stumbled backward, losing her balance. But before she hit the ground, Edward caught her in one smooth motion. Gotcha, he grinned. She blinked, then broke into a giggle, light, unguarded, almost musical. Are you my new brother? You're funny. Edward tilted his head, feigning confusion. Maybe. But you'll have to tell me who you are first. Still laughing, the girl twirled once, arms out, her voice filled with amusement. I'm Delirium, silly. He raised his eyebrows with an amused smile. Wow, I didn't know my little sister was so cute and adorable. With a slight flourish, he conjured a sweet treat, a small, brightly colored candy wrapped in a gold twist. Her eyes lit up with glee as she accepted it. Stop. You're so nice compared to the others. She unwrapped the treat quickly and popped it in her mouth, then closed her eyes in delight. Hey, it's really good. Edward chuckled and reached out, gently ruffling her already messy hair. Hello, Delirium. I'm Edward. So, how'd you find me? She didn't even pause to consider her words. I followed Destiny when he came to meet you. He didn't even notice me. But then I saw a butterfly and followed it. I got lost, but I sensed him and came here. Aren't I great? Her grin was wide and proud, as though expecting a medal for sneaking past one of the most perceptive beings in the universe. Edward laughed and patted her head again. Yes, you're awesome. Did you just come by to say hi? That's very nice of you. Delirium nodded excitedly. Yes. I'm the nicest one. Maybe Sister Death is as nice as me. And Destruction. Her voice faltered, the grin slowly fading from her lips. But he left. Now I'm alone. Nobody would talk to me, so I talk to myself. And the trees. They are so nice to talk to. But they don't answer. Her tone dropped, softer now, unsure. She looked at the floor. Edward's expression shifted. He sat down beside her, placing an arm gently around her shoulders. Cheer up. Even though he left, he's still alive. Still watching over you. One day, when the time is right, maybe he'll return. Delirium didn't say anything for a moment, then leaned against him. And if you feel sad, Edward continued, you can always come find me. We can go traveling, do things you like, or just talk. She looked up again, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Really? You promise? No backseas. Edward pinched her cheek gently, smiling. I promise. Then. Her voice was eager now. Can we go now? I saw some fun things out there, but I wanted to meet you. So I forgot where they were. He shrugged with a smile. I don't have anything to do at the moment, so why not? Delirium let out a squeal of excitement and grabbed his hand, practically pulling him toward the door. As they stepped outside into the countryside, she chattered on about the most absurd topics. At one point, she asked, "What's the weirdest ice cream flavor you can think of?" Edward thought for a second, then said with mock seriousness, "Chicken fry flavor." Delirium burst into laughter. "Silly brother. Who would even eat that?" Edward raised an eyebrow. "And you said cloud-flavored ice cream. That's just ice." He grinned. "Anyway, no ice cream for another 600 years or so." She nodded sagely. "True. But we could just make one with our powers." Edward tilted his head. "That's true, but it feels wrong. It's never quite the same." She nodded in agreement. "It's better to taste the real thing. When it's made by someone who loves making it." She thought on it for a moment. "I never get the details right when I make it myself." "Don't worry," he said gently. "Next time, I'll help." They continued their little journey, strolling through a nearby market town. Though invisible to ordinary mortals, they walked among the people, observing the bustle of daily life. Eventually, Delirium dragged Edward toward a clothing stall filled with bright, colorful fabrics. He watched with mild amusement as she darted from one dress to the next, holding them up and twirling in front of a cracked mirror. Edward picked out a few he thought would suit her, a sky blue one with gold patterns, a light green one with a flowing hem. Delirium squealed in joy. "These are so pretty." She tried them on immediately, spinning and laughing. He smiled quietly. She radiated innocence and chaos in equal measure. There was a strange peace in her presence, even if her mind danced in 1,000 directions at once. The day wore on. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, they sat by a small hill overlooking the trees, the sky painted orange and purple. Delirium was quiet now. She stared at the fading light, then turned to him with hopeful eyes. "I can come visit you again, and we can go and have fun again, right, brother?" Edward looked at her and nodded, arms open. She leaned into his embrace. "Of course, dear," he said softly. "You can come and visit me anytime. We'll have lots of fun. Just like today." She smiled, her eyes closed as she rested her head on his shoulder. Flashback end. Death chuckled lightly as he told her the story of their meeting. "You really are a weirdo. Even we can't keep up a conversation with her." Edward smiled, "You just need to be patient and help her express herself." She stood slowly, brushing off her skirt. Then she looked away. "I should get going." She hesitated, then added, "I'll visit from time to time. If that's all right with you." Edward smiled. "Sure. If it's you. But no peeking at my private life from now on." Death paused. Then she turned and gave him a radiant smile, one rare to see from her. "No promises," she said, and winked. Then she disappeared, leaving Edward alone with the wind and the waves. Heh, flirting with death herself. Is that what they call courting death? He chuckled to himself. In a faraway place, Destiny watched the pages write themselves in the Book of Destiny. He suddenly split into two versions of himself. They spoke simultaneously, a new path has opened up. The destiny has merged. The world shall unravel under darkness and light. Nobody knew what it meant, but it sounded rather ominous. Chapter 34, The Sound of Her Wings. Edward once dreamed of creating a magic system that could empower humanity without the dangers or complications seen in other worlds. The kind of system that would allow people to protect themselves, stand on their own, and shape their fate. Free from the dependency on gods or cosmic entities. He'd studied many different systems over the centuries, but it was the magecraft of the multiverse, despite its flaws, that had left a lasting impression. He envisioned a world where such a system could exist in a safer, refined form. One without the corruption, madness, or fatal costs. The breakthrough came only after the presence gifted him the power of hope. At first, Edward couldn't control it. It was too vast, too abstract, bound not to logic but to the intangible. Hope wasn't a weapon or a tool. It was belief. Faith in possibilities. It took him centuries to fully understand it. To grasp its mechanics, its language, its will. Eventually, he began experimenting. He tested different methods, ways to stabilize it, channel it, understand how to connect it with humanity's natural evolution. When he finally achieved clarity, he shaped fragments of this power into distinct concepts. Tools. Embers. He called them the seeds of evolution. Designed with one purpose, to let humans awaken to magic on their own terms. He selected specific regions to begin the process: Africa, Vinland, Moskva, and Greece. Places he had personally touched and transformed in previous centuries. His influence lingered there, and so did the echoes of the change he had brought. Now, he wanted those echoes to become foundations. Edward didn't base the system on the chaotic magic of the DC universe. That magic was too unpredictable, too entwined with external deities and arbitrary rules. Instead, he leaned on the knowledge shared by Castor, and adjusted the framework, eliminating the dangers and breaking points. He designed the base system from scratch, adapting it with the power of hope, which also governed plausibility and the impossible. Hope, after all, is rooted in desire. Every time a person says, "I hope," they are expressing a desire that walks the line between possible and impossible. I hope I pass despite not studying, I hope I survive this, I hope she forgives me. Edward realized that desire, when guided by belief, could be transformed into something tangible. That became the cornerstone of his new magic system. From 200 AD to 800 AD, he traveled tirelessly. He didn't stay in one place long. He moved across deserts, forests, mountains, and cities, always teaching in secret. In Africa, he passed through small villages, watching young shamans feel something stir in their blood. In Greece, philosophers and mystics began crafting words for phenomena they could not explain. In Vinland, warriors learned how to wield runes that felt alive. In Moskva, hidden sects whispered about a power deeper than ice and fire. He even visited Japan. He could only stay for a short time. Amaterasu's anger still burned after their last encounter. Edward respected her pain and did not fight back. He left quietly, after planting the seed. Throughout all of it, he took care to implement 3 failsafes into the system. First, no magic could ever be used to harm other humans. Second, no one without hope could wield the system. If a person gave up on themselves, the system would lock them out. Third, no magic born from this system could be used to harm the planet or cause destruction. This was non-negotiable. He had seen what unchecked power did to Earth in other timelines, and he wouldn't allow that here. By the time the 9th century passed, Edward could finally pause. Humanity had begun to master the new system. It was subtle, many still didn't recognize it for what it was, but it was growing. Natural-born magi emerged in each generation. People learned to weave mana into art, combat, healing, and invention. And for once, Edward allowed himself a moment of pride. But even he couldn't predict what came next. Around 1000 AD, a group of magus working in secrecy attempted something new. They had studied the principles of Edward's system deeply, but unlike him, they weren't content with its limitations. They wanted more. They wanted miracles. They discovered a sacred relic, one that had once been drenched in divine blood. The Holy Grail. They poured their magic into it, combining Edward's system with rituals far older. Their intention was pure, to expand the Grail's power, to allow it to manifest greater power and protection. But the result was something else entirely. A phenomenon Edward would later describe as a miracle or a mistake, born of fate. The Grail responded. Not as a relic. Not even as a vessel. But as something new. It repurposed the hope-based magic into something unique. It became a wish-granting mechanism. And because their intent had been to help humanity, Edward's failsafes didn't stop it. He received the warning too late. By the time he arrived, the Greater Holy Grail had already been created. A device capable of granting the deepest wishes of humanity every 100 years. But there was a catch. It needed energy, far more than any natural source could provide. The cost was massive. Human sacrifice was considered at first. But Edward's failsafe immediately rejected it, and any attempt to use human life as a battery destroyed a mage's circuits permanently. So the Magi devised a new method. They would summon heroes of the past, legends tied to relics, and use their spiritual energy to power the Grail. Still, the summoning process was unstable. Incomplete. There was no bridge between the relics and the heroes. No foundation. That's when Edward stepped in again, reluctantly. He created the final piece, the Throne of Heroes. A spiritual database, anchored from his own being, that recorded the legacies of historical heroes, those rooted in real events and DC's timeline. He was careful. There would be no alternate genders or alien reinterpretations. Attila the Hun was not an alien. King Arthur remained the man he had been. He banned dangerous classes like Avenger or Foreigner. Also, chaotic spirits wouldn't be considered a hero. Only one with a noble soul would be in the system. With the Throne of Heroes established, the summoning system stabilized. The Great Holy Grail Wars were born, secret tournaments where 7 masters would summon 7 servants and battle for the right to claim the Grail's wish. It became the greatest secret of the Magus Society. As punishment for their recklessness, Edward forbade them from using magic openly in the world. They were to retreat into the shadows, hidden behind their enclaves and wards. But he allowed the Holy Grail Wars to continue, as controlled battlegrounds for the Magus. He knew they would find new ways of conflict. So let it be that. It would seen as a battle to hone their skills in a fair competition. No one could cheat. No one could bypass the protocols. Each war would be overseen by a ruler-class servant who reported directly to Edward. Every participant's wish would be screened. Every method scrutinized. Only when a wish and its execution were found to be without malice or violation of the system would Edward permit the rewards to proceed. And thus the Great Holy Grail Wars began in 1215 AC, and continued in every 100 years or so. Sometimes it could manifest early if the man was recovered. There were some individuals who tried to use it for evil, but the failsafes guaranteed their destruction. In time, many famous people participated, although at time they were unknown. There were rumors that John D. Rockefeller won the Great Holy Grail War and asked for a great fortune to last generations. After developing and establishing the magic system, Edward's journey brought him back to the British Isles. The land he had once guided beside Arthur Pendragon was now broken. Kings fought petty wars for crowns and gold while the people starved. Fields lay fallow, villages burned, and no hand came to aid them. Edward helped where he could. Food for the hungry, shelter for the homeless, but he refused to bestow them the gift of magic. He knew what these kingdoms would become. Britain and Spain were already reaching outward, soon to set sail across the seas, ready to colonize, plunder, and commit atrocities in the name of empire. He could have ended it easily. A single stroke would remove weak kings and tyrants. A single threat might halt their ambitions. But Edward had learned, painfully, that even his best intentions could lead to horror. The memory still weighed on him. Years ago, when plague swept across Europe, Edward had given a small village the gift of healing magic while passing by. The villagers welcomed strangers, treating all who came with kindness. Their names spread as great healers. But the local bishop saw only power. He imprisoned and tortured the villagers, trying to steal their secret from them. When they would not speak, he branded them heretics, claiming they had brought the plague. The frightened mob believed him. The villagers were executed publicly. When Edward returned, he found only ash and silence. The homes were burned. The kind people he had known were gone. Local whispers told him what had happened. He stood in the ruins, staring blankly at the blackened ground. "It's all my fault," he muttered. "I forgot about their greed for power." The next day, the church laid in ruins. The bishop was found nailed to his own cross, his bones shattered, eyes wide in terror, his blood scrawled across the broken walls in a single message. God does not exist here. Edward never again tried to solve every problem. He had thought himself wiser than men, but even he underestimated the depths of human greed and fear. He could not protect everyone, not from themselves. Still, the guilt lingered. The memory of that village never left him. He prayed for their souls, though he doubted heaven had listened. As these thoughts gnawed at him, a familiar voice spoke inside his mind, regal, with a weight that carried centuries of command. "Saber, so you have seen it. The humans we protect are capable of atrocities that defy reason. Despite this, do you still wish to save them? To watch over them? To be their guide?" Edward let out a slow breath. "That's the thing. I know some people are beyond redemption. But there are so many who deserve it. I won't abandon millions for the sins of 1,000. I've chosen to walk this path to the end, even if it shatters me." The voice pressed again, sharper this time. "Saber, why go so far? Do you wish to end up like me?" Edward smiled faintly, though it held no joy. "Because when the path is too difficult to walk, that's when you know it's worth walking." A low chuckle answered him, rising into laughter that rang with pride. "Saber, magnificent. Even as you face your sins, your hope shines brighter. I am glad, Edward Elric. Glad to have finally found a worthy successor to carry my will." Edward smiled helplessly. "Your words fill me with pride. But I'm not sure I'm worthy." "Saber, it is true, because I have spoken it. I pray you never need to use my strength, but should the day come, I will offer my blade gladly. The fate of humans rests on your shoulders now." A different voice cut in, sharp and mocking, the kind that always came with an unsettling laugh. "Ruler, oh my, the big guy finally acknowledges someone. And here I thought he'd never speak to anyone, not even his fellow spirits. What an honor. Karna, don't speak so harshly, ruler. He has his principles. His judgment is his own." Ruler's tone turned bitter. "Easy for you to say. He won't even look at me. Considers me a monster. Not that I care, but it pisses me off." A booming laugh interrupted, arrogant and dripping with confidence. "Gilgamesh, fuhahaha. Only a fool wastes breath caring what others think. Everything this king does is law. If I say it is right, then it is right." A deep, gravelly voice spoke next, dismissive and edged with scorn. "Kratos, you sound an awful lot like Zeus, archer. Karna, here we go again." He sighed, already weary of the argument. Edward chuckled quietly at the familiar bickering. Though they came from different ages and legends, these heroes, kings, warriors had become something like companions. They offered him their strength, their counsel, and even their quarrels. For all their differences, Edward knew they cared for him in their own ways. He didn't say it out loud, but he was grateful. Grateful not only for their power but for their wisdom, their guidance, and even their presence when silence threatened to swallow him. Edward departed the British Isles without ceremony and headed to Venice. His presence there, though subtle, had shifted a few fates in small ways. He experienced the Renaissance and even got to talk with some visionaries and artists. But he didn't stay there long. But now his attention turned southward, toward the battered kingdom of France. The 100 Years' War had drained its spirit, its people ground between the boots of ambition and betrayal. By 1426, the flames of conflict had nearly consumed what remained of French resistance. Many believed the end was near. But Edward knew otherwise. A spark was coming. A girl, young and unremarkable by birth, would rise from obscurity. She would speak of visions, of voices, of divine guidance. And despite the cynicism of kings and the scorn of men, she would rally armies and shift the tide. Yet Edward also knew how such stories often ended. Once her purpose was fulfilled, her existence would become inconvenient. The same crown she helped preserve would abandon her. And the pyres would claim another innocent. He hated those moments, when humanity revealed its worst side. Still, he endured. He never stopped trying to guide them, even when they proved themselves unworthy. Even when his own hope began to waver. France. Duchy of Bar. The war had devastated the region. Fields once green had turned to rot. The roads were filled with the displaced families without homes, children without parents, men without limbs. Edward moved among them quietly, offering what little he could: food, water, warmth. He carried no banners and wore no emblem. To them, he was simply a stranger with kind soul and calm eyes. He knelt by an old woman who could barely lift her head and handed her a loaf of bread. A boy beside her clutched a cracked wooden cup, which Edward filled with clean water drawn from a small enchanted flask he carried. It wasn't much. And he knew it. After hours of tending to them, he stood near the edge of the makeshift camp, watching smoke rise in the distance. Villages continued to burn. The bloodletting never ceased. His thoughts were troubled. Should I pick up my weapon once again, he wondered. But no matter who I fight for, the rot is the same on both sides. Even the Burgundians, French by name, aid the English. It's not a war of right and wrong anymore. It's a contest of lesser evils. Before he could consider more, shouting erupted behind him. Screams of panic. Horses neighing. He turned sharply. A band of nearly 50 riders charged toward the camp. Bandits, not soldiers. Opportunists who preyed on weakness. They wore scraps of armor and carried rusted blades, but their cruelty was sharp. Edward didn't hesitate. A flick of his wrist, and a majestic sword appeared in his hand. The weapon gleamed in the light, its blue and gold hilt shining, the purplish blade glowing faintly with holy energy. It was Durandal, the fabled sword once wielded by Roland. An ancient relic of faith and valor, now in the hands of a reluctant guardian. Get behind me. Edward called out to the refugees. They obeyed without question. Mothers clutched their children. The injured crawled to safety. And Edward walked calmly toward the charging bandits. They didn't last long. He moved with precision. Every strike landed cleanly. Steel clashed against steel, but Durandal never faltered. Within minutes, the ground was littered with bodies. The few survivors turned and fled, their courage broken. Cheers erupted from behind him. The refugees praised him, calling him a savior, a hero. He gave no answer. He simply lowered his sword, its glow fading as it vanished from his hand. He turned to leave when he felt a small tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw a girl, no older than 15, dressed in coarse peasant clothes. Her face was smudged with dirt, but her eyes were wide with awe. Are you a famous paladin like the stories, sir? Sent to protect the innocent? She asked quietly. You are very strong. Edward offered a soft chuckle and reached down to ruffle her hair. Nope, little girl, he said. Just a wanderer passing through. She asked softly, are you here to save us? Edward sighed, I'm afraid not, little girl. That role has been decided for someone else. She looked up at him with hesitant curiosity. The war's been going on for so long. So many people are dead. Even the villages are raided by bandits as we live in fear. Do you think it would be over one day? Edward looked into her eyes. The innocence there was still intact, but it trembled under the weight of war. There was an unusual intelligence in her eyes. He exhaled slowly. All wars end when their purpose is achieved, he said. This one will have a catalyst. Someone will raise a holy banner and claim they've received guidance from God. People will rally behind them. They'll win battles. They'll become a symbol. But. He paused. But, the girl whispered. There will be a price, Edward finished. When symbols outlive their usefulness, those in power discard them. Even if they were once beloved. The girl gasped. But lying about divine will, isn't that blasphemy? Edward shrugged. It's just a white lie for the greater good. But not everyone likes good things. Some people just want to watch everything burn. He patted her head gently and began walking away. She stood still, watching him disappear into the gray light of dusk. His words settled deep within her, though neither of them realized in that moment just how much they would shape the future. She would remember the strange wanderer with the glowing sword. She would remember his calm voice, the way he spoke of banners and divine voices. And in the years to come, when visions began to haunt her dreams and voices echoed in her waking thoughts, she would take his words to heart. But her simple thoughts would remember him as an archangel. That girl would become the Saint of Orleans, Jeanne d'Arc. She would lead France to unlikely victories, lifting the siege of Orleans and restoring the fractured faith of a nation. But her triumphs would be brief. When she no longer served their purpose, her allies would abandon her. The English would capture her. A puppet pope would condemn her. And they would burn her alive in the marketplace at Rouen. Or so the story was meant to go. On the night before her execution, she would vanish from her cell. Her chains shattered. No trace left behind. Some would say the angels rescued her. Others believed it was divine will. One thing was certain, no one ever saw her again. But in time, the people would raise her memory higher than any banner. She would become a symbol of resistance. Of faith. Of hope. Edward sat high above the city of Paris, his legs dangling off the edge of the palace rooftop. The moonlight cast a soft glow across the landscape below. The streets were quiet at this hour. Paris, still under British control, slumbered beneath him. He leaned back, arms folded behind his head, eyes scanning the wide expanse of the midnight sky without really seeing it. His expression was unreadable. A sigh left his lips, long and tired. A light, cheerful voice broke the silence. Brooding again. Edward didn't need to look to know who it was. He smirked faintly as he tilted his head. "Fancy meeting you here," he said. "Who's going to die tonight?" Death appeared beside him and settled down on the rooftop just as casually, lying back and looking up at the stars. She gave him a light nudge on the arm. "Don't make fun of my work," she said with a soft smile. "Can't I come just to hang out like I said?" Edward let out a quiet chuckle. "You can. I just didn't think you'd have this much free time. Your visits are getting more frequent. You were here just 2 weeks ago." His tone was teasing, but not unkind. "Not that I mind your company." Death looked amused. "Not many can say they enjoy the company of death," she said. "Back then, I had to be careful. You weren't invulnerable. My presence could have put you at risk. But now that you're as strong as I am, more or less, I don't have to worry. And I've found it's nice having someone to talk to. Someone who can keep up." Edward raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing in mock suspicion. "Careful now. That almost sounded like a compliment. And a confession. Is the aloof Death finally falling for my charms?" He smirked, but Death didn't flinch. She tilted her head toward him, keeping her expression unreadable. "And if I did," she asked calmly, "would you sweep me off my feet and carry me into heaven where we live happily ever after?" Edward laughed. "You've gotten good," he said, amused. "Before, you'd get all shy and vanish while blushing like a maiden." Death let out a sound of irritation. "That's probably your imagination from spending too much time around delirium. How is she, by the way? I never see her around anymore." "She's having fun with her new pet," Edward replied. Death blinked and looked over at him, confused. "When did that happen?" Edward grinned. "She wanted a doggy. So we stole Fenrir from his prison." Death sat up slightly. "Fenrir? The wolf from Norse myth?" "Yup," Edward said. "The same one. Poor guy was just chained up since I beat up Odin years ago. We rescued him, and now he follows her around like a lost puppy." Death stared at him for a moment, then shook her head and laughed. "You're impossible," she said, smiling. "No wonder she likes hanging around you. You spoil her like destruction did." Edward shrugged. "Well, who can say no to such an adorable little sister? She just wants attention. Olethros gave her that, back when he still lingered. He even told her to come to me if she felt lonely." Death softened at that. "You know, you have a charm that melts hearts, even we are no exception," she said. "I heard you rescued that little girl Jeanne, too." Edward scratched the back of his neck, slightly sheepish. "I didn't know it was her when I spoke to her as a kid. I was just talking to her. Didn't expect her to be the one leading a whole movement. I felt guilty later, like I accidentally put those ideas in her head. So I snuck into her cell and got her out. She's living in Vinland now, with her mother. Death chuckled softly. Such a kind soul. And I suppose the Pope dying mysteriously had nothing to do with you. Edward shrugged again. Come on, Dee. You were there. You saw me do it. Want me to lie? Death gave him a side glance, smiling faintly. Good to know you're honest. So tell me then. Her tone shifted slightly. Where is my brother hiding? Edward yawned. I'm feeling sleepy. Maybe I should turn in for the night. She gave him a flat look. Liar. You don't need to eat or sleep. You're just trying to escape the conversation. He gave a light laugh. You know me too well. It's like we're the perfect partners. Death looked away for a moment. Her posture changed, less relaxed, more thoughtful. Edward noticed immediately and nudged her gently with his elbow. What's wrong? He asked. She was quiet for a second, then turned back to face him. Her voice was quieter now. Hey, Edward. She said. What do you think of me? Edward blinked. That came out of nowhere, he said. He tilted his head, pretending to think seriously. I don't know. Jury's still out on that one. Maybe someone could bribe me to pass a positive verdict. Death laughed and stood up. You had to ruin it. Answer seriously for once. Edward smiled. Well, you are pretty, fun, and have a nice personality. I enjoy spending time with you, if that's what you are asking. She looked away and smiled. The moon slipped free of the clouds, its light stretching across the rooftop and illuminating her pale skin and black clothing, giving her an ethereal beauty. For a moment, she just stood there, quiet, as if considering something. Then she turned to look back at him with a radiant but conflicted smile. I must be out of my mind, and I might regret saying this later, she said quietly. But I think I have started to fall for you. No, I think I already did. She smiled brilliantly as she looked at him affectionately. Edward sat up, stunned. He opened his mouth, trying to respond, but before he could say a word, she just turned around and vanished, leaving only the silence behind. And the sound of her wings. Chapter 35, Mysteries of the Heart. Then she said, I think I have fallen for you, and then bloody disappears for decades. What's that all about? Edward grumbled, slamming his cup down as he drank. Olethros threw his head back and laughed, the sound carrying in the quiet chamber. Ha ha ha, that's classic Death. Always so calm and collected on the outside, but inside. He shook his head with an amused grin. She's a big softy. I'd say she got shy and bolted. Sounds like her. But be fair, brother. It's weird. Edward raised a brow. How so? Well, you are technically our brother now, Olethros said slowly, drawing it out as if savoring the thought. And by that logic, Death is your sister. And now. He trailed off with a wicked grin. Edward's eyes widened. Oh. Screw you, man. I was already confused as it is, and you pull an Alabama joke on me. He glared, his voice dripping with irritation, though the corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. Olethros raised his hands in mock surrender, still laughing. All right. Don't get mad. But you've got to admit, it is pretty funny. Funny for you maybe. Edward groaned and slumped back. You've been on leave from work for what, 200 years? You've got too much free time. Now, are you going to tell me where to find her or not? Olethros leaned back and smirked. You can find her easily. Just jump into a volcano or something. She'll come rushing to save you, or take your soul. Edward narrowed his eyes. Screw you, dude. Do I look like a Mayan virgin sacrificed to you? Ahaha. Stop, you're killing me. Olethros wiped a tear from his eye, grinning broadly. Your face, priceless. If only I could paint. Edward groaned again, pinching the bridge of his nose. Seriously. Are you going to help me or not? Olethros finally straightened, though the grin never left his face. Fine. But she's going to kick my arse once she finds out. He stood, clapped his palms together, and focused on a distant mountain. The air trembled, a sharp cracking noise rang out as space itself fractured. A glowing chasm split open, showing the interior of a modern villa. Olethros glanced sideways, lips quirking. Don't you dare say a word about my whereabouts. Even if you two, seal the deal. Edward gave his shoulder a firm pat. No worries, bro. I've got your back. He took a deep breath, straightened, and stepped through the rift. The villa's cool, clean air hit him as he emerged. He looked around, impressed by the polished wooden floors and modern furniture, then dropped onto the couch with a sigh of appreciation. Ah, modern luxuries. I missed you. He stretched out lazily. Wait, what year is this? What universe? Might as well pull some pranks while I'm here. A familiar voice muttered in the hallway. Huh, who's at my home? Death appeared in the doorway, her expression shifting from confusion to wide-eyed shock as her gaze fell on him. She froze. Oh crap. And then she turned on her heel to run. Not so fast. Edward waved his hand. Golden chains shot out of the floor. Enkidu coiling around her waist before she could vanish. With a swift pull, she spun like a startled actress in a bad drama and landed right in Edward's waiting arms. Hello there, he said with a mischievous grin. Death sighed, though there was a faint smile tugging at her lips. You're a stubborn man, walking through universes just to find me. Edward shrugged. Like how mature you were. Dropping a confession and running away. A flush crept into her pale cheeks as she looked aside. That was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. Please, forget it. Edward ignored her protest, scooping her up with ease and carrying her to the couch. She didn't resist, in fact, she nestled in closer, eyes slipping shut as if his presence soothed her. He sat down with her still in his arms. So what's with you this time? Edward asked evenly. First you avoided me because you didn't want to interact with a mortal. Then you got close after learning I'm like you and your siblings. Everything was going fine. Then you drop a romantic confession and disappear for 20 years. What's going on in that thick head of yours? He poked her forehead accusingly. Death swatted his hand away in irritation. Oh, so now you suddenly notice I've been gone for 20 years. Why didn't you come sooner? Or were you too busy with your wives? Or on some noble mission again? Edward almost choked. Why are you being so unreasonable? You're the one who vanished after confessing. Not me. Wait. His eyes narrowed as he studied her face. There's something different about you. Death struggled in his arms, voice rising. No shit, genius. It's because of you. Her tone sharpened with frustration. Ever since I touched you that day, my mental state has changed. I feel emotions more deeply, get crazy impulses that have nothing to do with my duty. I am losing my mind here. Your powers did something, and I don't know what. Edward didn't answer immediately. His brain stalled, and then decided to act before thinking. He leaned in and kissed her. Death stiffened in surprise, pushing weakly against his chest with her fists, but then her resistance faltered. Her eyes fluttered closed as she melted into his embrace, fingers curling against his shirt. They didn't know how long the kiss lasted, seconds, minutes, until their lips finally parted. Death's lips trembled, her gaze soft and uncertain as she opened her eyes. Why did you do that? She whispered, voice low and unsteady. Edward smiled gently, brushing a hand along her cheek. Because you needed to calm down. I can tell something's bothering you. Just talk to me. She sighed, resting her forehead against his chest, the tension in her shoulders easing. It's a long story. Promise you won't laugh. Edward chuckled quietly. Of course not. Unless it's funny. He winked at her, earning an exasperated glare. Death rolled her eyes. What did I ever see in you? My charming looks? My amazing personality? Edward offered with a smirk. I can tell it wasn't for your dumb narcissistic humor, she said dryly. Edward only grinned wider, holding her close as the tension slowly faded. Okay, so before I start, I need to tell you more about me. Death's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed the weight she carried. She sat beside Edward on the couch, her posture uncharacteristically still. Edward leaned forward slightly, giving her his full attention. I have been around for a long time, Edward, she said quietly. I have seen worlds end. Civilizations vanish as if they never existed. And through all of it, I kept doing my duty, to be there when they take their first breath, and when they take their last. Her tone didn't waver, but the faint edge in her voice hinted at exhaustion centuries deep. It's not easy, but I managed. I managed because I didn't feel emotions too deeply when I was doing my job. I was detached, like I had to be. Edward's gaze didn't leave her. He didn't interrupt. He knew this wasn't easy for her to share. She looked down at her pale hands before continuing. Then I found this new universe under my authority. One destined to be destroyed. But it was unlike anything else I'd seen. The gods cut off their connection to it, they abandoned it completely. So I didn't pay much attention to it at first. Her eyes lifted toward Edward, searching his face. But then, one day, I felt a presence. A mortal man, who somehow possessed a form of immortality. Someone whose death I couldn't see. So I got curious. I started watching him. Edward grinned faintly, unable to resist. So that's how you developed your stalking habits. Death shot him a sharp glare, but before she could retort, Edward leaned over and pecked her cheek. Sorry. Won't do it again. Her stern expression cracked. She smiled wryly despite herself and let out a soft laugh. It's not that easy to coax me, you know. Edward just smirked, leaning back into the cushions. Death inhaled, gathering herself, then spoke again. So I started watching you, what you did, the choices you made. At first I was horrified, thinking you'd suffer a backlash from karma after killing those avatars. I thought maybe those gods would appear in their original forms to punish you, and humanity along with you. But nothing happened. Edward stayed quiet, his smirk fading as she went on. You kept changing things, she said. And soon, the timeline itself started to shift. It was changing rapidly. So many events unfolded differently, which changed countless others. It was fascinating. I would wait to see what new change you'd bring. Her voice softened, almost hesitant. It became an obsession. I never felt human emotions like love or jealousy before, not in my original form. But watching you stirred something I didn't understand. It was new, and it was terrifying. I even thought about visiting you in person. Edward's brow rose slightly at that, but he stayed silent. Then I remembered what happened to Nada and Morpheus, she said, her lips tightening for a moment. And I got scared. Edward's hand found hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She glanced at him and smiled faintly, drawing strength from his touch before continuing. I didn't want to harm you. I told myself I should stay away, that I was content just watching from afar. But then, you found love. Watching you live like a human, enjoying something I could never have, it made me jealous. A feeling I didn't think I was capable of. Her voice cracked briefly. I thought, if only I could be human, maybe I could have been there with you. But that's not possible for me. Edward rubbed his thumb gently over her hand. So I stayed conflicted. I cared for you, but I couldn't bring myself to get close. I convinced myself I should just stay away from you entirely. And I decided, if something ever happened to you, if by chance you died, I'd give you another chance to live. That was the only way I knew how to care without breaking the rules. She looked down, her dark hair hiding part of her face. But then you vanished from Earth, she whispered. I searched for you everywhere, but I never found you. And I felt guilty. I thought maybe I was the cause. Maybe the universe took you away to show me I should never interfere. That I was wrong to even think about breaking the rules. Edward's eyes softened at her words. Then you came back. Magically, without warning. And I was happy, happier than I could ever admit to anyone. But then I saw what happened on Golgotha. I saw your sorrow. Her voice trembled. I didn't know how to approach you. I couldn't help you, and you already had lovers, people to support you. And that made me angry. Angry at myself. Angry at everything. I felt it was unfair that I couldn't do or be any of those things for you. I even considered leaving my realm, like Alethros did. Death gave a shaky smile, though it quickly faltered. Edward reached out and gently patted her head. That's all in the past now, he said softly. She looked up at him and nodded, managing a small smile. Yes. Then we met at that tavern in Britannia. The day I descended as a human, with my emotions and will unbound. I knew if I stayed there longer, I might do something reckless. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. Her eyes grew distant as she recalled it. I wanted to make you go away. I wanted to stop myself. But when I grabbed your hand, it happened. I saw it. The realm of hope. It was beautiful. I felt happy. Peaceful. I didn't want to wake up from that feeling. All I wanted was to be free. She exhaled softly, her voice almost a whisper now. Edward chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. You said you wanted to be free, and you wished for it while your soul was there. Death looked up at him curiously, her dark eyes shining. Yes. And ever since then, I've been having trouble controlling my emotions. I'd sometimes do things I normally wouldn't. Act in ways that aren't like me at all. Her voice softened as she rested her head against his chest. I kept visiting you often because I felt at peace when I was around you. And then I realized, I don't want to hide anymore. I'm usually composed, always following my duties without question. But for once, I wanted to choose something of my own will. Edward listened carefully as she tightened her arms around him. So despite fearing your refusal, she went on quietly, I said what I felt. Then I ran, because all of this is new and confusing to me. I was afraid you might reject me. And with these emotions I can't control, I worried I'd hurt you somehow, the way Morpheus hurt Nada. Her voice faltered, and she clenched him tighter. I'm so lost and confused, Edward. Edward sighed softly and wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I think I might have an idea what's happening. Death flinched slightly, lifting her head to meet his eyes. What do you mean? My domain of hope, it's complicated, Edward said, his tone calm and thoughtful. It connects to a lot of things. One of them is about possibility, the chance for someone's hope to become reality. If someone earnestly hoped for something, I could grant their wish. When you entered your soul into the realm of hope, I think you truly wished to be free, and my power made it happen. Not total free will, but something like breaking the chains that kept you from following your heart. Death watched him intently as he spoke. You felt that being human, experiencing emotions, living like they do, was true freedom, Edward continued. So your wish allowed you to do that. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but that's the only explanation that makes sense. When he glanced down, he found her looking at him with a faint, warm smile. What? Edward asked, raising an eyebrow. Death smiled wider and asked softly, so, does that mean I'm free to do what I want? Edward scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. I believe so, He didn't get to finish. Death tilted her face up and kissed him, sudden and passionate. His eyes widened for a moment, but he didn't resist. He simply pulled her closer, his arms tightening around her as the kiss deepened. When they finally parted, Death's breath was warm against his lips. So it's true, she whispered, her voice almost trembling. I did that, of my own will. She gazed at him affectionately, her fingers lightly brushing his cheek. Thank you. Edward smiled softly. You're most welcome. Death pushed herself up slightly from his embrace, her dark hair falling over her shoulders, and smirked. So, does that mean you accept? Edward cleared his throat, looking flustered but amused. Well, since you've poured your heart out so openly, I'd be an ass if I didn't. I've decided I'm going to live by following my heart from now on. And I can feel how deep and sincere your emotions are. So yes. I accept. Death chuckled and swung a leg over him, straddling his lap. Her cool hands cupped his face as she leaned close. Look, I don't know how to handle these feelings yet. I've never loved anyone like this. But I want to learn. I want to feel everything, try everything. But there's one thing I need you to promise me. Her playful expression faded, turning serious. Edward smiled slightly. What is it? She leaned close, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, don't you ever die on me. If that ever happened, I might break every rule that exists. Her voice distorted slightly at the end, betraying just how much she meant it. Edward felt the weight of her words. The sincerity, the fear, it was all there, raw and unguarded. For someone like her, it was an entirely new kind of vulnerability. He wrapped his arms around her and whispered back, no worries. I plan to stay alive, and show you what it really means to love someone. Death giggled softly, her voice like a bell. And I look forward to experiencing it with you, dear Edward. Edward chuckled, tilting his head to kiss her again. This time she melted into him, her arms curling around his neck as the kiss deepened, slow and lingering. The rest of the day slipped by quietly. They didn't leave the couch for hours, content just to lie tangled together, stealing kisses and enjoying the warmth of each other's presence. For once, there was no rush, no duties, no worlds to save. Just them. When evening came, they decided to go out on a date. Death had insisted on doing something normal, something ordinary and human. Edward humored her easily, leading her out into the city where no one would recognize them. She wanted to watch a romantic movie. Something human couples do, she said with a mischievous grin. Fine, Edward replied, amused. But you're picking, then. That's easy, Death said at once. Titanic. Edward groaned. Of course you'd pick the one where everyone dies. It's tragic and romantic. Death shot back, feigning offense. Edward crossed his arms. What about Meet Joe Black? Fits the theme a little better, don't you think? They went back and forth for several minutes, half serious, half laughing. Death finally relented, rolling her eyes only because Edward promised they'd watch Titanic next time. At the theater, they blended into the crowd like any other couple. Death leaned into his shoulder during the movie, sometimes glancing up at him with a small, contented smile. Edward, for his part, slipped an arm around her, his thumb tracing idle circles on her hand. More than once they leaned close, exchanging playful kisses when no one was looking. For both of them, it was a welcome change of pace, no powers, no titles, no cosmic duties. Just two people enjoying a simple evening together. After they left the theater, Death's eyes lit up suddenly. Oh wait, I remember a nice place. It's got good food and live singers. Before Edward could answer, she tugged him by the arm, weaving through the evening streets with a cheerful urgency that made him chuckle. She was clearly enjoying herself. The lounge they entered was high-end, full of people in tailored suits and elegant dresses, drinking and talking under warm lights. The air smelled faintly of wine and expensive cologne. Conversations buzzed, but they seemed to hush slightly as Edward and Death walked in. Even among the wealthy crowd, Their presence drew eyes, they had an effortless air of authority and grace that didn't fit the usual picture of high society. Death held onto Edward's arm as she led him through the room, smiling with unrestrained happiness. Edward shook his head, amused by how easily she slipped into the role of a woman out for a fun night. They reached a small table close to the stage, settling in as waiters passed with trays of drinks. As the curtain lifted, Edward blinked, then froze. On stage, standing at the microphone in full costume, was none other than Batman himself. Edward stared, dumbfounded. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered under his breath. Death tilted her head. "What?" Edward leaned closer, his voice low. "I've seen this before." Long story short, Diana got turned into a pig, and Batman made a deal to fix it. This is the part where he has to sing. Death arched an eyebrow in faint surprise but said nothing. Batman began to sing Am I Blue? His deep, controlled voice carried through the room, smooth and unexpectedly heartfelt. The lounge fell silent, listening. Am I blue? Am I blue? Ain't these tears in my eyes telling you? Am I blue? You'd be too. If your schemes, like your dreams, done fell through. Was a time I was her only one. Now I am the sad and lonely one. Oh, yes, I am. Death whispered near Edward's ear, he sings rather nicely, dear. Edward chuckled softly. Yeah. He does. On the edge of the room, Edward spotted Zatanna and Cersei watching quietly, both dabbing their eyes as the song went on. Even Death, who rarely let mortal performances move her so strongly, seemed to feel something. When Batman finished, the audience erupted in applause. Edward and Death clapped along with the crowd, both smiling. Leaning close, Death whispered, "That was nice, dear. I feel like I should grant him a gift. What do you think?" Edward thought for a moment, then replied, "That's kind of you. How about this, grant him a day to spend with his parents. Just one day, to share his story with them. You can do that, right?" Death hummed softly. "It's not usually part of the rules. But, you know what? Today is a good day. Let's make it happen." Edward smiled warmly and kissed her on the cheek. "You're awesome, Dee Dee." She smiled proudly. When Batman tried to leave without speaking to anyone, they intercepted him. He clearly wanted to vanish as quickly as possible, but Zatanna stepped forward and put a hand on his arm. "Wait, Bruce. I think you should hear them out." Batman scowled under his cowl but turned toward them, silent and guarded. Edward looked at Death. "You wish to tell him, or should I?" Death smirked. "Allow me, dear." She stepped forward, her voice calm and certain. "Bruce Wayne, thank you for your amazing performance. My lover and I both enjoyed it. Since we're in a good mood, we'd like to offer you a gift. You can accept or refuse it." Batman stiffened, almost reacting to the fact that she spoke his name aloud. "Who are you? And how do you know?" His voice was sharp, defensive. Before Edward could laugh, Zatanna smacked Batman on the head. He blinked in surprise, glaring at her as she bowed her head respectfully toward Death. "Apologies, my lady. He didn't recognize you. And, congratulations on your relationship." Edward waved casually with a grin. "Thanks." Batman glanced between them, unsettled. "Who are you?" Edward's grin widened. "Well, I'm Edward Elric, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Oops, wrong universe." Death shot him a look of exasperation, the kind that said not now. She turned back to Bruce, her tone even. "What my lover failed to say, because of his ridiculous humor, is that I am Death. And he's a fool who insists on trying to save humanity." Batman's eyes widened under the mask. He looked at Zatanna, who nodded solemnly, confirming it. Slowly, he straightened, his voice lower, respectful now. "So what does Death wish to offer me?" Death smiled gently. "You've carried more than your share of pain, Bruce Wayne. Since your song brought us joy, I've decided to gift you a day of happiness. I will bring back your parents, and allow you to spend one day with them." For a man known for his unshakable composure, Batman looked shaken. "Is that truly possible?" His voice trembled despite himself. "Not usually," Death admitted with a soft chuckle. "But I'll make an exception." She lifted her hand and made a simple wave. Two faint, luminous shapes appeared, gradually forming into human figures. Thomas and Martha Wayne stood there, alive and whole, as if they'd stepped straight out of Bruce's memories. Batman fell to his knees, staring, unable to speak as tears welled up and fell from his eyes. Edward placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Go on. Spend the day with your parents. Be happy. You deserve it." Bruce looked up, still stunned, and managed a slight nod. Edward turned and offered his arm. "Let's go home, dear." Death gracefully took it, smiling at Bruce and his parents as she waved goodbye. As they walked away, they heard Bruce's muffled voice behind them. "Thank you." They both smiled quietly and left the lounge, leaving Bruce to his long-awaited reunion. Chapter 36, The World Beyond the Stars. After granting Batman his gift, Death guided Edward back to her home. She insisted that he stay the night. The evening carried no trace of urgency, no hunger for passion or overwhelming desire. Instead, they just laid there, talking for hours about each other's lives, trading stories that spanned millenniums. Death rested her head on his chest, her voice soft but tinged with curiosity. "You're a greedy man, Edward. You have 2 wives already, yet somehow you manage to charm me. I wonder how they might react." Edward let out a low laugh. "Well, I told them about how you confessed to me and then disappeared. So, they know about you." Hera almost fainted in shock, Hippolyta nearly did too. "But they don't mind." Death chuckled lightly. "I suppose they really do love you. That's good. And it's fine, I'll be busy with my duties most of the time. I don't want you to feel lonely." Then her tone sharpened suddenly, her eyes narrowing. "But I do hope you don't start collecting women everywhere, dear." Edward gulped, holding up his hands defensively. "Of course not." Satisfied, Death kissed him affectionately before pulling away with a small, shy glance. "I know at this point people usually get physical. But I just want to hold you and talk tonight. I want to make up for the time I missed with you." Edward smiled warmly and brushed his hand through her hair. "It's fine, dear. We have all the time in the world for that." Death's face softened, her composure slipping into something almost childlike giddiness as she nestled against him. In that moment, she looked nothing like the cosmic embodiment of death, just another woman in love. But their peaceful night didn't last. A sudden knock echoed through the house. Both of them looked up at the door, surprised. "Expecting company?" Edward asked. "Never, usually." Death frowned, irritation flashing in her eyes. "I want to see. Who dares to disturb my time with you?" Her voice went cold, her presence briefly darkening. Edward could swear her eyes flickered red. He froze for a second, thinking nervously, is this a new development? Did the presence decide my life didn't have enough problems and turned a cosmic entity into a Yandere? At least she's usually reasonable. But any relief vanished when he saw what she was holding. "Fuck. Stop, babe. Let's see who it is first." She'd somehow produced a vicious-looking dagger, and Edward had to rush over and wrap his arms around her to keep her from charging the door. Death blinked and then, just as suddenly, her anger melted. She smiled sweetly, lowering the dagger. "Oh, sorry, dear. My emotions got the better of me. I'm still not used to the intensity." Edward was sweating bullets. "Ah ha ha ha, it's fine, sweetie. Just, let's not stab people randomly, or at all." When he finally opened the door, the sight waiting for him was almost comical. Amenadiel, the mighty angel, kneeling there looking absolutely terrified. The muscular figure, well over 6 feet tall, was visibly tense. Edward reached out and offered him a hand to pull him up. "Ah, hey, man. Long time no see, huh?" "It's okay, she just got angry because you interrupted our loving moment." Death was still standing behind Edward, glaring at the angel with unmistakable displeasure. Amenadiel quickly got to his feet and bowed deeply. "My humblest apologies, Lady Death." "Edward. I should have announced myself first. I was only following Father's orders." Death's glare didn't soften. Her voice was flat and dangerous. "Next time, I won't be so merciful. Speak." Amenadiel felt a chill down his spine but forced himself to continue. "This is regarding the mission Father spoke of during your last visit, Edward. Your presence is required. He sent this for you." The angel produced an ornate watch, crafted from divine gold and silver, a ruby and sapphire embedded on either side. Edward accepted it curiously, fastening it to his wrist. The ruby immediately began to glow faintly. Amenadiel also handed him a note. "This should explain the mechanism and how to use it." Edward read carefully, "The ruby will blink when you are needed in the other universe. By pressing it, you will be taken to the exact coordinates. When the task is done, press the sapphire to return." Edward closed the note with a casual shrug. "Pretty easy to operate. Did Big P tell you which timeline needs saving or something?" Amenadiel shook his head. "No. Such information isn't shared with us angels. I can only wish you good fortune." He bowed once more and departed swiftly, clearly relieved to escape Death's unyielding stare. Edward shut the door and returned to sit beside her, explaining everything. He described how he and the Presence had struck a deal to help another world to act as an agent sent to rescue timelines on the brink of collapse. Death listened quietly, her usual calm expression shifting to concern. Though she didn't raise her voice, Edward could feel her reluctance in the way she rested her hand on his arm. "I don't want you going into danger," she said finally, her voice quieter than usual. "I'll be fine," Edward assured her gently. "It's part of the deal. And it's not permanent, I just go in, fix what's wrong, and come home. Nothing more." After some coaxing, she reluctantly accepted it. Before letting him go, Death kissed him deeply, the tenderness of her lips making it clear how much this moment meant to her. When they finally parted, she rested her forehead against his chest. "Please take care of yourself out there," she whispered. "Don't do anything reckless, okay?" Her voice carried both warmth and vulnerability. Edward smiled softly, caressing her cheek. "Of course. I have a home and family now to come back to." Her lips curved into a sweet smile. "Come back soon. I'll be waiting." Edward gave her one last reassuring look, pressed the glowing ruby on the watch, and in an instant, space rippled around him, pulling him away. He vanished into a world much more insane. Edward felt the world lurch as the teleportation pulled him apart and reassembled him elsewhere. It took him a few moments to regain his senses. The place he landed in didn't resemble anything familiar. No sky, no stars, no sun. There was no source of light, yet everything around him was perfectly visible. The space seemed alive, vast and constantly spiraling, like an endless ocean of colors and forms that never settled. Looking too long at any one part of it made his vision spin. Then, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Welcome back, my child. I hope you're having a wonderful life out there." Edward turned toward the sound and saw her, a stunning mature woman, radiant yet serene, with a smile that carried no malice. He knew immediately who she was. Clearing his throat, he tried to sound casual. "Root, I presume. Thanks for granting me a second chance at life. Although not a fan of the apocalypse." The woman stepped closer, her presence somehow grounding the chaotic space. "No, thank you, Edward. Even after witnessing the end, you haven't given up on humanity. You continue to fight for them. That makes you a true hero." Edward gave a tired sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Not sure I'd go that far. So, what's the job this time? Which timeline's cooked now? Feels like it's always one apocalypse after another." Root shook her head, still smiling. "Don't look at it that way. Every timeline, every life, no matter how doomed it seems, matters." She paused for a moment before her expression turned more serious. "This time, there's an anomaly in the Fuyuki Grail War of 2004. I need you to go there, observe, and stop it from destroying the timeline." Edward exhaled sharply. "Oh, that's easy. Fate/stay night. Only Goldie's a real problem there. If he starts spamming EA, the timeline's toast." Root chuckled. It was quiet, melodic, and brief. She extended her hand, forming a glowing summoning circle in front of him. The intricate lines and symbols began spinning slowly, etched into space itself. "I've already arranged things with Alea," she said. "You'll be summoned as the Grand Ruler. Your Saint Graph and origin will be that of Adam, and you. Because of that, your other spirits will be locked, but you'll still have access to their skills." Edward frowned. "Seven Servants' War?" She nodded. "Yes. So it should be fine, probably." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Oi, that last part doesn't make me confident." She smiled. "I know." With a gesture, the summoning circle flared to life. Edward's clothing shimmered and transformed. Now a divine white shroud enveloped his body. It was simple but radiant, something between priestly robes and a holy warrior's attire. His blonde hair and blue eyes remained unchanged. He looked like Adam already. Root added one final note before he stepped into the circle. "By the way, this isn't the timeline you're expecting." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Is it unlimited blade works? I can handle that. It's just a little darker. Gotta protect the lowly." Root shook her head. "No. It's the Holy Grail War that set off the Grand Order. I suspect you'll meet multiple heroic spirits you already possess, which is why I locked them." She gave a mischievous smile. Hee hee. Edward's eyes widened. "Wait, what the?" But before he could finish, the summoning circle pulled him away. Light surged around him, and his body vanished into the stream. Root giggled softly to herself. "That child is rather fun to mess with. I hope he likes the gift I left for him." Edward fell from the sky and smashed through the ceiling of a rundown building that had long been abandoned, splintering wood and stone as he slammed into the floor below. "Fuck-you-Root," he bellowed mid-fall, hitting hard enough to shake the entire structure. Luckily, it was abandoned. But his landing caused something unexpected. The very air shifted around him, the mana becoming denser and purer. The cracked floor sprouted strange, radiant flowers. Concrete walls crumbled as vines and moss overtook them. Within moments, the entire room looked like a blooming garden from a fantasy anime. Well, to be fair, it was. Edward groaned, pushing himself up. Stupid passive skills. He groaned and just laid there for a few moments. Then his senses flared. 2 mana signatures were closing in fast. Great. I've been here less than 5 minutes and trouble's already knocking. He quickly suppressed the passive effect, stopping the rampant growth of fauna, and locked his charms as usual. In this world, he could barely suppress them, as if the world didn't want him to hide it. He glanced down at his pristine shroud and smirked. Oh yeah, divine gift. Doesn't even get dirty. Nice. Dusting himself off, he turned toward the approaching presence. 2 figures appeared at the edge of his vision. Edward straightened his posture, deciding to make a cool first impression. He stepped into the light, preparing his best dramatic pose and an introduction speech worthy of a ruler-class servant. But before he could open his mouth, he overheard them talking. Is that actually a servant? Where's his master? He looks really weak. The first voice was smooth, mature, with a seductive edge. A tall woman holding a spear stepped into view. Lancer-san, I think he's just a Western monk who's lost, said the other, an orange-haired girl who followed closely behind. Why would a monk be here in the middle of nowhere? Can't you sense the divine mana around us? Unless he's some lunatic who escaped an asylum. Lancer snorted. Edward's eye twitched violently. Seriously? There goes my plan to look cool and mysterious. He muttered under his breath. Screw it. No more low-key act. He flared his aura deliberately, activating his passive skills and charms. Then he spun around with dramatic flair, voice echoing with regal authority. Hello, my children. Blessings be upon you. I am ruler. I have arrived after hearing the sorrowful cries of the planet as it seeks salvation. Fear not, for I am here to bring hope for humanity. He flashed them a dazzling, almost divine smile. The orange-haired girl gasped aloud, cheeks turning pink. Kaya. He looks so good. In her mind, she was already imagining herself being swept off her feet in a classic princess carry. The purple-haired woman, however, stayed composed, though her gaze sharpened with recognition. I can smell it, the essence of fallen divinity. He's just like me. And he looks rather charming, she thought, almost relieved and excited as she licked her lips. Edward noted their reactions, pleased at first, until his gaze focused on them fully. Information flooded his senses as he identified them. And then he froze. WTF, he muttered under his breath, panic flashing across his face. What kind of luck is this? Why are these 2 here? Edward stared at the 2 women, surprised and panicked, although his face didn't show it. Now, slowly regaining their bearings, the younger of the 2, the orange-haired girl, adjusted her uniform, brushing dust from her sleeves. Then she offered a small, sheepish smile. Hello, my name is Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Lancer, and single. Oops, didn't mean to say the last part. The purple-haired woman beside her sighed and shot her an exasperated glance. You shouldn't reveal your identity to a stranger, Master, she said flatly, then turned her attention to Edward. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you, servant? Where is your master? Edward exhaled, unimpressed. Didn't you hear my epic introduction, he said, gesturing lazily. Seriously, you guys are killing my vibe. I finally got a chance to let loose, and this is it. This really doesn't put a smile on my face. He shook his head slowly. Allow me to say it for the last time. I am ruler, the overseer of this war. If any of you act naughty, I'll be the one giving you a spanking. He finished with a grin, charming, confident, unmistakably mischievous. Ritsuka blinked, stunned for a moment, then looked like she'd momentarily forgotten where she was. He can spank me anytime. Ah. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Scat Hatch sighed again, visibly losing patience, though a trace of something else flickered across her face. Her expression settled into something more analytical. Since you're ruler, there's no point in hiding our identities. I am Scat Hatch, Lancer-class servant. She paused, then stepped closer and sniffed the air faintly, subtle but deliberate. Why do I feel a familiarity with you? I smell divine essence, stolen from gods. Are you a fellow godslayer? Edward gave a low chuckle. Lady, you're just part of the Godslayer Club, he said. I founded the club. Scat Hacka's eyes widened slightly. Her instincts screamed that he wasn't lying. The weight in his voice wasn't boastful, it was a matter of fact. Dangerous. Still, curiosity won out. Who are you? She asked softly. Edward smiled, but it was distant, almost weary. I'm just a fool with an impossible dream. Elsewhere in the city, far from the shattered stone and tense introductions, others began to feel the shift in the world. Mana flared like a beacon in the night. A white-haired man stood quietly atop a ruined balcony, gazing into the distance. The skyline trembled faintly under the weight of something old and vast. To think he would be summoned here, in this broken world, he murmured. I wonder how he'll feel after seeing what humanity's become. Behind him, his master tilted her head. Who was summoned, Castor? Castor didn't look back. He closed his eyes. The final piece of the puzzle, the progenitor, he said, voice almost mechanical. Elsewhere still, a golden-haired man sat in opulent surroundings, legs crossed, a wine glass swirling lazily in one hand. His crimson eyes glinted as he sensed the disturbance. Oh, he said with amusement. How interesting. It seems the world recognized my presence and sent me a gift to relieve my boredom. I wonder, will I enjoy what lies within that sealed garden? His tone was detached but intrigued. For once, something in this era had caught his attention. A different scene unfolded in a quiet, grassy field where a woman with expressionless eyes stared at the horizon. Her hand trembled slightly against the hilt of her sword. An unstable factor has arrived, she said flatly. Her master, a middle-aged man with a stoic face, stood a few feet away. What happened? What's that ridiculous mana signature, Saber? She didn't hesitate. Ruler has been summoned. And he's probably a grand servant. The man frowned deeply. Can you beat him if he interferes? Saber looked ahead. Probably not. In an old church, a man wearing a priest's outfit stood in silence. The candlelight flickered as he clenched his fist behind his back. How troublesome, he muttered to himself. Back where Edward stood, the air had settled somewhat. The three of them, Edward, Scathatch, and Ritsuka, stood in an uneasy triangle. So, Scathatch began again, her voice calm but curious. Why did a ruler appear here? There is no anomaly. Edward shrugged, tone casual. Maybe I was dragged here by your beauty and fierce spirit. Scathatch scoffed, unimpressed. Do you think I'm someone who'll fall for your flowery words? Ritsuka chimed in quickly. Scathatch-san. You say that, but then why are you standing next to him like that? Caught off guard, Scathatch took a step back and cleared her throat while looking away. I was just observing him for weaknesses, she said curtly. Edward raised an eyebrow. Did you find any? She looked away. Why would I tell you that? He laughed again, a short, amused sound. It's fine. Anyway, I gotta get moving. I won't interfere unless something serious happens. I want to experience the joys of modern times. No Amaterasu this time, which means nobody here to emotionally blackmail me into staying forever, and becoming a god or something. He waved lazily and turned, walking away. Behind him, Ritsuka hesitated, then called out, I know a good cafe that stays open late. Would you be interested in joining us? Edward paused in his step, then glanced over his shoulder. A cafe sounds lovely. I'm in the mood for some coffee and desserts. Ritsuka's face lit up. Of course. That place has the best desserts. Edward gave a light smile. Then lead the way, little girl. Ritsuka almost stumbled over herself. I'm not a little girl. She protested. Edward chuckled, placing a hand gently on her head. In my eyes, even the oldest of human beings are like little children. Now let's go find that cafe. Scathatch followed them both with a quiet, unreadable expression. Her steps were calm, but her thoughts churned. I need to speak to him alone, she thought. Maybe he can grant my wish. My wish to finally die. The readers have already decided your fate, has smirking face. Just got home. Tired as fuck. I have thought long about some of the stuff, especially the harem, and I feel it's not up to my standard and could be better. Especially if I have to write decent romance. It's hard to come up with unique personality types and proper plots. So, I decided to shorten the harem as it's too big. We already have 3 waifus, including the 2 from Fate-verse, that's 5. And there's the other one I already started preparing the plot. If we add more, it would take away a lot of content. Especially since I have chosen to shorten the chapters a little. Around 3,000 words or so. I don't want to drag it on, it would end in less than 200 chapters. So let's do a rapid elimination round. I'll put in the future harem list, and you guys decide which one to keep. Choose wisely, 1 choice per person. I'll keep only 1 out of 4 and make it lucky 7 and leave it at that. I personally prefer Power Girl / Big Barda, either of the 2. Or I can pick none and stop the harem here. Comment here for that, although I doubt many would skull. Meanwhile, Edward watching you folks deciding his love life be like, the world shall know pain. So go ahead and decide. Power Girl. Starfire. Raven. Big Barda. Chapter 37, Edward's Servant Profile. I racked my brains to create this profile, you better enjoy it, straight face. This is Edward's servant profile for Nasuverse, a mix of his and Adam's skills. Bro is ridiculously OP, and I almost broke my laptop in frustration as I looked for all possible skills. Let me know if I missed anything. Now go ahead, feast your eyes. Or just skip this, and when you fall asleep, Diddy will come to touch you in ways you don't want to be touched. Hee hee, I'm just joking, or am I? Servant profile, Edward Elric. Class, Grand Ruler. True name, Adam. Alignment, lawful good. Origin, biblical myth/Eden. Titles, the father of humanity. Bearer of the original sin. The one who witnessed the end. The perfect human. Appearance, cloaked in a pure white divine shroud. Gender, male. Height/weight, 182 centimeters/78 kilograms. Likes, Eve, humanity, freedom, and desserts. Dislikes, injustice, divine tyranny, suffering of humans. Attribute, star. Traits, humanoid, divine, male, servant of humanity, founder. Parameters. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, A. NP, X. Personal skills. Progenitor of humans, A++. As the first human molded by the gods in their perfect image, Adam possesses a flawless physical form, unmatched in strength, speed, and reflexes. His abilities are not learned but innate, making him the embodiment of human potential untainted by fear, doubt, or limitation. He possesses a perfect body that never falls sick, gets poisoned, or gets magically charmed. Magic resistance, A. Negates up to A-level magecraft spells completely. Adam's body, created by the gods, naturally resists magical influence. Combat instinct, A. The ability to feel danger and react instantly. A pseudo-clairvoyance in battle that allows near-perfect reflexes. Stemming from his assimilation of countless heroic spirits. Ruler's authority, EX. He shall rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky and in all that which roams the earth. The ultimate authority over everything, further augmented by the class boost. Charisma of the king, A. An unusual form of charisma that doesn't command loyalty through just position, but through presence, force of will, and sheer aura. Divine Slayer's aura, EX. Classified by the Throne of Heroes as ultimate divine killer after slaughtering many gods. Unknown reaction to divine constructs or pantheon-bound beings. Divine Shroud, A++. Adam was created naked, so to preserve his dignity, God gave him a divine shroud to not only protect his dignity but also to shield him from any attacks. Any attacks below a rank are nullified when they touch this shroud. Mask of the Fake Smile, A. A personal skill derived from Edward's past life. Despite being unable to feel anything, Edward managed to put on a smile and act like a regular human. His acting has personified it into a skill. When activated, despite any abnormal status condition, Edward can calmly smile and continue any action. Charm of Mystery and Solitude, A. As his origins and life remain shrouded in mystery, Edward exudes an undeniable charm that comes with his mysterious persona and solitary life beyond humans. Activates automatically around the opposite sex from any race and incites their curiosity and desires. Eyes of the Lord, EX. A supreme skill that grants Adam the ability to perfectly imitate and counter any technique he sees, no matter how divine or supernatural. Whether it's a martial art, magic, or noble phantasm, once Adam lays eyes on it, he can read, decode, and reproduce it with flawless precision. Passive replication is instantaneous. Cannot be used on reality warping abilities or abstract divine mysteries that transcend action, e.g., causality manipulation. Overuse causes spiritual strain, extended use against divine opponents risks soul collapse. The father of humanity, A. Adam is viewed by mankind as a symbol of pure innocence, love, and rebellion for the sake of his children. He is the father of humanity. This grants him bonus resistance to mental interference, corruption, and divine judgment. However, it also draws the ire of some divine beings who see him as an icon of disobedience. Unbreakable will, A. Even when faced with omnipotent force, Adam's resolve does not waver. He fights not to win, but to protect. This skill allows him to function even under extreme duress, including lethal wounds, despair, or exhaustion. His love for mankind fuels him beyond normal limits. The Divine Forge. Rank, A+. Effect, Adam was blessed by the heavens as the first human. He can copy and conjure any weapon, be it holy or demonic. He gains the ability to wield them masterfully as he summons them. Noble Phantasms. Eve's Blessing, the reason I fight. Rank, A. Type, support/self. A passive secondary noble phantasm. Eve's love and sacrifice live within Adam's core. When Adam is fighting for the sake of others, his parameters increase by 1 rank. If protecting a specific individual, his master or an ally, he gains temporary resistance to death for 1 turn. His wounds do not bleed, for they are endured in love. Effect. While protecting an ally or fighting for another's sake, all parameters increase by +1 rank. If defending a specific individual, such as his master, Adam gains 1 turn of death resistance. Fatal damage instead leaves him standing until the end of the turn. Wounds inflicted during this period do not bleed or hinder him, sustained purely by the love and sacrifice he inherited from Eve. The Sealed Garden, Eden. Rank, EX. Type, anti-world/anti-creation. Adam's origin was not of earth, as he was born in heaven. He lived in the Garden of Eden, an utopia and eternal paradise. Yet he forsook it all and walked away with Eve. But he never lost his connection to it. Once activated, it alters and overwrites everything and turns the world itself back to the Eden where eternal paradise awaits. It is the final salvation and reset for humanity, when all is forgiven. Adam will guide humanity back to the Eden. Effect. Reality is overwritten with the concept of Eden, purging curses, poison, and corruption. Within the garden, Adam's parameters are enhanced, and all non-divine beings instinctively recognize him as ruler. Can serve as a mass salvation, restoring life to the dead, purifying the corrupted, and resetting the world's state to its first condition. Symbolizes the ultimate forgiveness. Even enemies may find their will to fight fade in the overwhelming peace of paradise. The one who witnessed the end, Land of Steel. Rank, EX. Type, anti-world, anti-creation. As the last survivor of humanity, Edward had witnessed his world end and the land of steel that awaits humanity. It has been painted deep within his soul. Once activated, it does the opposite of the Sealed Garden. It takes the world to the end of humanity, where the land of steel awaits. When invoked, the world around him shifts to this dying landscape, forcing all who remain to feel the despair of extinction. It is both a curse and a judgment, a punishment for the folly of mankind. Effect. Overwrites the world with the concept of humanity's extinction. All living beings within are afflicted with a crushing despair that erodes morale, fighting spirit, and magical energy. Environmental hazards are constant, the air is toxic, the earth burns underfoot, and even the sky feels hostile. The longer an enemy remains, the more their body and will decay, symbolizing the slow death of a doomed race. The first sin, fall from Eden. Rank, EX. Type, anti-world/anti-genesis. True name release, all shall fall, and begin anew. Range, 1 end of world, practically unbounded. Maximum targets, entire world. This is Adam's other ultimate, irreversible noble phantasm, the manifestation of Adam's greatest tragedy, bringing about the fall of man from heaven. Activating it is equivalent to symbolically reenacting that event, except here, the fruit of knowledge becomes a weapon. When invoked, an enormous wave of primordial truth bursts forth from him, forcing all who see or feel it to experience the original sin in their souls. Humanity is forced to bear his sin, which he carried on his shoulder, making them collapse and perish in agony. The world remains unharmed, only life itself is gone. Nothing can survive this, thus, Adam and Edward have both chosen to seal this noble phantasm forever. Mechanics. Concept erasure, nullifies magecraft, noble phantasms, and divine blessings within its area for a set duration, anywhere from 1 minute to 10 minutes depending on mana supply. Moral collapse, all who fail a high difficulty will save are overcome by despair, losing coordination, and fighting instincts. World breaker, against certain bounded fields or territory-based noble phantasms, this move forcibly tears them apart, overriding their reality marbles or defensive worlds. Drawback, once activated, Edward's own Saint Graph destabilizes. After 10 minutes, his body begins to collapse. This is a last resort meant for decisive battles. Lore. Adam is the first human, crafted by divine hands in paradise. A perfect being, born without sin or flaw, Adam walked among the gods until he chose to stand against them. When Eve was wrongfully judged and cast from Eden, Adam followed her without hesitation, choosing love and free will over blind obedience. Despite being human, he can fight on equal ground with the supreme deities, relying only on his own will, strength, and the eyes of the Lord. Though mortal, his spirit was unshakable. Even at the cost of his life, he proved that mankind can challenge the divine. In the Nasuverse, Adam's existence borders on myth and archetype. He is the foundation of the human order, a being whose very body is a prayer for freedom. Summoning him brings forth not just a warrior, but a symbol, the will of humanity to survive, defy, and protect. Bonded with Edward, who witnessed the end of humanity, Grand Ruler achieves perfection in contradiction. The desire to save his children, knowing the inevitable end. Bond essence. The card depicts a colossal figure standing upon a bridge of golden light stretching across the void. One half of his body shines with divine radiance, clad in regal, sunlit armor etched with the tree of life. The other half is wrapped in ancient, towering warp-late marked by the Aquila of a far future empire. Behind him, galaxies spiral like halos, and a single golden throne burns at the end of time. Effect: max limit break increases NP damage by 20% and debuff resistance by 30%. Additionally, once per battle, survive with 1 HP when receiving lethal damage. In the first moment, I was the breath of creation. In the last moment, I shall be the fire that ends the night. From dust to star, to dust again, I am the covenant between Alpha and Omega. Humanity's first cry and final word made flesh. No tyrant shall chain them. No void shall consume them. This I swore when the world was young, and this I shall keep when all worlds fall silent.